Chapter 1. This is the most tranquil place nestled within the heart of the Taiyang Mountains, a true epicenter of the entire mountain range. Here, the trees flourish, the streams flow perpetually, the verdant earth stretches out, the sky is a deep azure, and fluffy white clouds drift lazily above. Beside a crystal-clear lake atop the mountain, two humble, dilapidated temples stand. In front of the temples, a wooden archway is adorned with a crooked inscription, Authentic Shaolin Temple, a script that resembles ancient oracle bone characters, indecipherable to those with poor eyesight. Old monk? What did you say? Let me down the mountain? At this moment, a young monk, around 22 or 23 years of age, dressed in a tattered and filthy robe patched multiple times, gazes with confusion at the elderly monk who is meditating in the small shrine. This venerable monk is the 108th generation disciple of this dilapidated temple and the master of the young monk before him. His Dharma name is Mungi. Observing his appearance, one sees a bald head adorned with 9 black dots, a symbol of a temple's abbot. His copper-hued skin is etched with deep lines, and his disheveled, salt and pepper beard frames a face that is now slightly furrowed in thought. Ahem! After a long pause, the abbot exhales deeply, slowly opens his eyes, and with a serious expression states, "I am about to report to the Tathagata Buddha, and I wonder why you are still so startled? I say, old monk, report to the Tathagata? With your appearance, you'd be lucky if you even reported to Guanyin Bodhisattva after passing." Upon hearing the abbot's words, the young monk rolls his eyes and retorts with disdain. "I say you." The old monk, about to unleash a tirade, pauses as a realization strikes him. "Your idea is not without merit. I must consider it carefully." Master, the whole world praises your lofty demeanor, yet I know you have quite a stash of secret funds, don't you? Everyone claims you are free of desires, but I know you are still quite vigorous. Having endured the old monk's strictness for over a decade, the young monk feels a vague unease at the prospect of being sent down the mountain, yet he cannot pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Nevertheless, he continues to tease the old monk, raising his eyebrows mischievously. Cough, cough. After hearing the young monk's words, the old monk straightens his posture and attempts to refute him with a feigned composure. "You speak falsely, do not try to deceive me." "Oh, still in denial?" The young monk, noting the abbot's pretentious demeanor, brandishes his phone with a sly grin, saying, "The truth cannot be concealed, Have you forgotten what we did last month when we were invited to the European Martial Arts Championship? What you did that night before we returned?" Ugh! The old monk's eyes fixate on the phone in the young monk's hand, his copper-colored face flushing, yet he maintains a facade of calmness, retorting, "Humph, I am as steady as a mountain." Ian baby. Just as the abbot attempts to defend himself with righteous indignation, the small temple reverberates with the sounds of a foreign woman's moans, filled with desire. "Old monk, I have released." At this moment, the old monk finds himself utterly powerless against the young monk, his complexion oscillating between shades of green, red, and white. You truly are something, engaging with a foreign beauty." After the old monk's exclamation, the young monk, still grinning, takes a seat beside him with an absurd expression. After a brief silence, the old monk finally regains his composure, his eyes darting as he shifts the topic. "I say, you lad, cease your nonsense. In a word, do you wish to descend the mountain?" Speak, what is it?" After teasing the old monk, the young monk senses the gravity of the situation and inquires with a serious demeanor. "You've been mooching off me for nearly 20 years. You cannot continue to do so without contributing. Now that I am aging and have little left to teach you, it is time for you to venture down the mountain." Upon hearing these words, the young monk rolls his eyes at the old monk's blatant selfishness, thinking, "You old lecher, I have toiled for over a decade fetching water, maintaining the temple, and even participating in your bizarre training sessions. And now you say I owe you?" Though these thoughts cross his mind, the young monk recognizes the old monk's intentions are ultimately for his benefit, and thus he refrains from voicing his grievances. "Here, take this." The old monk, disregarding the young monk's internal musings, produces a small cloth bundle and tosses it to him, saying, "I have prepared your belongings. As for how you repay me, The details are written within that bundle. You are to head to ZZ Airport and take a flight to SH. Hee master. The outside world is not like our temple, where we grow our own vegetables and raise pigs for sustenance. Everything requires money. What do you think? The young monk, realizing the old monk is genuinely urging him to leave, attempts to lighten the mood with a cheeky grin, lifting his bundle with one hand while getting uncomfortably close to the old monk's face, his fingers rubbing together suggestively. Suddenly, the old monk claps his hands against the ground, launching himself into the air, performing a few somersaults before landing gracefully before the young monk, squinting at him with a wry smile. Upon witnessing this expression, the young monk's lips twitch, and his right eyelid begins to twitch uncontrollably. A voice in his head screams, "Run! Danger!" Hee. The old monk shatters the silence with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, "Let us set up a joyous farewell." As soon as the words leave his lips, several golden figures emerge from behind the golden Buddha in the center of the temple. With the grace of the nimble steps, before the figures even touch the ground, the young monk chants silently, vanishing without a trace. When he turns back, he sees the old monk surrounded by over a dozen imposing figures clad in yellow robes, all displaying a golden sheen as they practice various martial arts moves, their voices echoing with shouts and cries. Abbot, the previous recording stirred quite the excitement among the brothers down below. Can we play it again? A shorter, stocky monk sidles up to the old monk with a sly grin. "HM, do you wish to forfeit your share of this month's offerings?" The old monk's expression darkens with threat. No more listening, brothers. Let us go to the lake opposite and spar with the ruthless Master Jia. Upon hearing this, the old monk is left speechless, realizing that if his mistress Jia finds out, he would surely face dire consequences. "You are all ruthless." With that, he pulls out the eye for he snatched from the young monk, throwing it to the group with a scowl, thinking to himself, "Do not let me catch you with any leverage, or I shall end you." Approximately 15 minutes later, the stunning beauty finally finishes her preparations. The moment she stands up, likely due to the prolonged bending, she instinctively raises her arms above her head and stretches luxuriously. Due to the extent of her stretch, her once loose gray-black robe now hugs her form, revealing an exquisite silhouette. A beautiful woman stretching. Such a sight nearly causes Liu Ang, now a mere skeleton, to drool, though alas, he is unable to produce any saliva. Done. Now let us give another try. The beauty beams a radiant smile as she glances at Liu Ang, who remains motionless, nodding in satisfaction. Skeleton Xiao-san, you know your place. Maintain this position should you dare to move. Your fate will mirror that of your brother shattered into pieces. As she speaks, her gaze deliberately drifts towards the two piles of bones. Wow, murder! Once again glancing at the remains, Liu Ang can't help but shudder. What a terrifying woman. The ancients were right, a woman's heart is the most venomous, especially one as beautiful as this. To avoid sharing the same fate, Liu Ang obediently remains still. After intimidating Liu Ang, the stunning beauty pays him no further mind. Unbeknownst to him, she has acquired a wooden staff in her hand. Oh wait, that's not just a stick, it's a magic wand. Upon seeing the wand, Liu Ang is momentarily stunned. A magic wand? When did Earth come to possess such things? Regrettably, no one is present to answer Liu Ang's question. The bowtie's expression turns serious as she raises the wand and begins to chant. In the name of the god of Salera, I, Shaylee Chris, vow to offer my loyalty to you. Shaylee Chris, is that the name of this stunning beauty? Liu Ang cannot comprehend the incantation, but he clearly hears her name being spoken. As he contemplates repeating her name in his mind, Liu Ang's gaze suddenly freezes, for he witnesses magic unfolding. As the stunning beauty Shaylee recites her incantation, a gray light gathers at the tip of her wand, and then she sweeps it towards Liu Ang's magic circle. Activate. The enchanting beauty Shaylee infused the material she had just arranged with a shimmering gray light of magic. In an instant, a golden circle illuminated the area surrounding Liu Ang, as golden rays began to converge along the 8 lines of materials that Shaylee had meticulously laid out. As the 8 golden beams approached, poised to unite at a single point, One of the lines abruptly faltered. Since the magic circle functioned as a cohesive whole, any failure at a single point would render the entire array ineffective. With a sharp hiss, the once radiant magic circle dimmed instantly. Alas, how frustrating. Another failure. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shali's exquisite features. Perhaps her foreboding sense of a low success rate had tempered her dismay. Meanwhile, Liu Ang was engulfed in astonishment. Not only had he witnessed a magic wand, but he had also encountered spells that seemed to belong solely to the realm of fantasy novels. This revelation struck him with clarity. He was not on Earth. To his astonishment, Liu Ang realized that the fantastical occurrences from novels had transpired in his own life. What a cruel twist of fate! Unlike the protagonists of those tales who often emerged as affluent heirs or privileged scions of powerful families, he found himself an unfortunate skeleton, a frail entity capable of being obliterated at any moment. Concern began to gnaw at Liu Ang regarding the enchanting sorceress. The title of Little Sorceress seemed particularly fitting for Shaylee. In a literal sense, it described a petite beauty wielding magic, yet it also reflected Liu Ang's perception of her as a woman with an angelic visage, but a heart of darkness. His anxiety stemmed from the fear that she might investigate the reasons behind the magic circle's failure. If she were to approach, it would be all too easy for her to discover the absence of a yellow stone at his feet, the incriminating evidence clutched in his skeletal hand. Often, the very things we dread most are the ones that come to pass, such as the capricious nature of fate. After a moment of contemplation, the little sorceress remarked, though the magical materials were somewhat lacking, it shouldn't have prevented the magic circle from activating. Where could the error lie? As she spoke, the little sorceress began to gracefully approach. Casting a glance at the pile of shattered bones in a corner of the basement, Liu Ang's heart raced. Though a skeleton lacks a heartbeat, he felt a surge of anxiety. Having died once on Earth, he could not fathom how he had become a skeleton, yet he was resolute in his desire to avoid dying again. If he were to perish in his current skeletal form, who could say whether Liu Ang would have another chance at existence? She was drawing nearer. The little sorceress had begun to examine the magic circle, and as she neared Liu Ang's side, a woman's voice called out from the entrance of the basement. "Shaylee, are you in there?" Startled by the call, the little sorceress straightened up and replied, "AC, I'm here." "Oh, wonderful. You're really here." The woman named AC, upon hearing Shali's response, became animated, and soon after, a striking figure appeared at the staircase leading into the basement. Before her stood Ace, clad in a dark gray robe reminiscent of a little witch's attire. However, it was evident that Ace's robe fit her far more snugly than that of the little witch. It clung to her form as though it were a child-esque garment, accentuating her curves in all the right places, exuding an air of allure, and even the miniature version of the magical robe showcased her enticingly long legs. In terms of beauty, Liu Ang deemed the little witch to be slightly more attractive, as Ace struck him as overly provocative. "Sally, how is the magic circle coming along? Have you succeeded?" Ace inquired upon seeing the little witch. The little witch shook her head and replied, "No, this marks my 8th failure, and I've even destroyed 2 skeletons in the process. Failure is merely failure. Sally, that I advise you to cease your attempts." I've learned that this mysterious magic circle has existed in the Academy for a long time, over 3 centuries, and no one has managed to repair it. Even renowned magisters have tried and failed. So do not be too disheartened if you cannot fix it, Ace consoled. The little witch did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, she solemnly declared, "Ace, regardless of past failures, I, Sally Chris, will never give up. I am determined to restore this magic circle." What a strong-willed woman! Liu Ang silently appraised the little witch once more. Ace shook her head in resignation. She refrained from dissuading the little witch, knowing it would be futile. Instead, she attempted to change the topic. "By the way, Sally, today Prince Shakir is hosting a banquet at the palace, inviting all of us from the advanced class to attend. Would you care to join?" "I'm not interested," the little witch firmly declined. Ace, having anticipated this response, rolled her eyes in exasperation, but persisted. "Sally, please do me the favor of attending." "No. Come on. I need a companion." Eventually, it seemed the little witch could not withstand Ace's relentless persuasion and was finally dragged out of the basement. However, as they exited, the little witch did not forget Liu Ang. She raised her wand and recited a string of incantations, unleashing a beam of gray light that shot towards him. Liu Ang had not anticipated that the little witch would cast a spell on him, but by the time he realized it, the gray light had already struck him. In an instant, Liu Ang felt everything around him fade to black, plunging him once again into darkness. Damn it, is this woman truly so malicious, intent on wiping me out? At that moment, as he succumbed to the void, Liu Ang nearly cursed the little witch's ancestors for generations. This was a gray world. The sand, the soil, even the sky was shrouded in gray. Gazing upon this desolate landscape, a sense of heaviness settled within him. That day, after being struck by the little witch's magic, Liu Ang found himself in this gray realm, which could more accurately be described as the realm of the undead. Having spent 4 days in this realm, Liu Ang had finally come to understand his predicament. Contrary to what he initially believed, he had not been abducted by a human experimentation facility only to be transformed into a skeleton. The truth was far more absurd. He had traversed into a magical world. Tragically, while others who crossed over retained their humanity, he had become nothing more than a skeleton. What on earth is this place? Am I trapped in a desert? After wandering the realm of the undead for 4 days, Liu Ang observed his surroundings, finding nothing but an endless expanse of sand, reminiscent of a desert in the human world. Had he still been human, he might have worried about sources of water or food, but as a skeleton, he felt neither hunger nor thirst. Extending his right hand, he gazed at his skeletal fingers and palm, eliciting a bitter smile. Though 4 days had passed, he still struggled to accept the reality of his skeletal form. Clatter, clatter, as he moved his skeletal body, he found solace in the fact that his movements were not hindered. The only sound accompanying his actions was the unpleasant clattering of bones. After reaching a small sand dune, Liu Ang surveyed the desert once more before selecting a direction to proceed. However, just as he turned to descend the dune, a thud echoed as something fell from his person. Turning back to investigate, he noticed a gleaming yellow stone lying on the sandy surface behind him. This stone. Liu Ang recalled that on the day he first arrived in the realm of the undead, he had been too eager to ascertain his situation to pay it any mind, and for days thereafter, he had neglected it. Only now, having accidentally dropped it, did he take notice, upon closer inspection, if Liu Ang was not mistaken. This radiant yellow stone was a magic core, AS for its level. He had yet to encounter others, so he could not ascertain. Tossing the magic core in his hand, he chose not to dwell on it further. His immediate priority was to escape the desert and seek out other undead beings to inquire about this realm. Noticing that his skeletal form lacked a suitable place to store the yellow stone, he resolved to hold it in his hand as he set off. It turned out that this gray world experienced both day and night, though the duration of night far exceeded that of day. In terms of Earth's 24-hour cycle, the gray world only had 8 hours of daylight, while night lasted for 16 hours. After 3 more days and nights of travel, Liu Ang found himself no closer to exiting the desert. Here, all he encountered was sand, with no sign of any undead or skeletons. Initially, he had hoped to meet some undead beings to glean information about this world, but now he was confronted with an overwhelming number of skeletons. Just then, Liu Ang's reverie was interrupted by the sound of clashing metal. It seems there are beings engaged in combat, he thought, his heart racing with excitement. After days in the realm of the undead, he was finally about to encounter others of his kind. Overcome with eagerness, Liu Ang momentarily forgot to question why the sounds of weaponry clashing would reach him here. Based on his assessment, the sounds were emanating from behind a small sand dune, which was not particularly high. Merely about 10 meters at his speed, it would take him only a few minutes to reach the top. Upon ascending the dune, Liu Ang was greeted by a vast expanse. This was not merely a plain. It appeared to be yet another desert, albeit one that sprawled out like a flat, boundless plain. As he marveled at this desert plain, astonishment filled Liu Ang's gaze. Having traversed the undulating sands for days, he had not anticipated that a mere dune would separate him from such a different realm. Before he could fully absorb the wonder, another scene immediately captured his attention. The sound of clashing weapons resonated in the air. Before him lay a multitude of skeletons. No, not just a few, but tens of thousands. Engaged in fierce combat across the sandy expanse. What were they doing? Was there war even in the realm of the undead? After days of searching, Liu Ang had yet to encounter a single undead being. Yet here he was, confronted with a staggering number of skeletons. The war among the skeletons lacked the cries of pain, furious roars, or deathly wails characteristic of human conflicts. Instead, it was a silent battle, marked only by the clanging of blades. Yet from his vantage point atop the dune, Liu Ang found the sight both shocking and gruesome. As skeletons lacked life, a single strike with a sword or a blade could not bring them down. The only way to truly kill a skeleton was to shatter it, to obliterate it entirely from existence. Such a battle seemed even more brutal and savage than human warfare. Upon further observation, Liu Ang discerned that the skeletal forces were divided into two factions. One side bore red cloth around their necks, while the other displayed a slightly faded blue. From the unfolding conflict, it was evident that the blue faction was at a disadvantage, their numbers rapidly dwindling compared to the red. Liu Ang also noted the disparity in the hues of the skeletons. Nearly half of the red faction bore pinkish skeletons, while the blue faction had only a small fraction of pink, with the majority being white. Did the color of the skeletons signify something? Liu Ang involuntarily cast his gaze upon himself, discovering that the color of his skeletal form was a mottled white. As the battle unfolded, the blue skeleton army began to falter, and the outcome had become unmistakably predetermined. The victors would be the red skeletons. The blue skeletons, aware of their imminent defeat, commenced a hasty retreat. However, during their withdrawal, they appeared disorganized, with several skeletons staggering towards Liu Ang's direction. Upon witnessing these approaching figures, a sense of foreboding surged within Liu Ang. His instincts were confirmed when he spotted a throng of red skeletons pursuing the blue ones. Realizing the peril he was in, he thought, "This is bad. Run." Almost instinctively, Liu Ang turned and sprinted down the sand dune, only to confront a tragic predicament. The fleeing blue skeletons were significantly faster than him, and despite having started ahead, they outpaced him before he could even descend the dune. As the blue skeletons passed him, they cast a fleeting glance at Liu Ang, momentarily halting their flight, but upon noticing the red skeletons in hot pursuit behind them, they had no time to spare and continued their escape. Delicious? Liu Ang was taken aback, as he seemed to receive a message from the blue skeletons, akin to a conversation. However, the meaning of delicious eluded him. Was it a reference to some tea house? With little time for contemplation, he soon heard the ominous sounds of the red skeletons closing in behind him. "This is dire. If this continues, I will surely be caught," he silently lamented, glancing back to see the red skeletons merely 20 meters away. He then turned his attention to the fleeing blue skeletons. It was evident that the red skeletons were pursuing the blue ones and had no business with him. Yet his current position right behind the blue skeletons could easily lead the red ones to mistake him for one of their own. With this realization, Liu Ang resolutely veered to the right, heading towards the desert. He had hoped that by distancing himself from the blue skeletons, the red ones would cease their pursuit. Alas, he was mistaken. As the red skeletons observed Liu Ang fleeing alone, a pale pink skeleton detached itself from their ranks and began to chase after him. This pink skeleton exuded an aura of power far surpassing that of the white skeletons. Liu Ang felt utterly helpless against the approaching threat, and he could only wish for some unforeseen misfortune to befall his pursuer, perhaps a broken leg, a slip on a banana peel, or even that this skeleton was a female, so entranced by his charm that she would spare his life. Yet, these were merely fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, as he fled, a sharp pang of dread coursed through Liu Ang. He sensed a menacing energy rapidly approaching from behind. This is not good. Faced with the specter of death, his heart raced. An instinct compelled him to halt his flight abruptly, throwing himself forward. Zing! Liu Ang distinctly felt a fierce blade of energy slice through the air just above him. Oh! It seemed the assailant had not anticipated Liu Ang's swift evasion, and he could almost sense their astonishment. However, that surprise was short-lived, as the voice in his mind commanded, "Kill!" Another wave of lethal energy descended upon him from above. Clearly, having erred the first time, the attacker was determined not to grant Liu Ang any opportunity to escape this time around. Damn it! As the threat of death loomed closer, Liu Ang felt a wave of despair wash over him. This time, he harbored no confidence in his ability to evade the impending strike. Despite his resignation to fate, he knew he could not simply wait for his demise. He quickly maneuvered his skeletal form to roll to the side. Thud! Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way, plunging him into a pit of sand. This is bad. Losing control of his body, Liu Ang was taken aback, helplessly descending into the depths. Fortunately, this unexpected collapse allowed him to narrowly escape the deadly strike from the pale, pink skeleton. Thud! Liu Ang found himself tumbling into a sand pit, which appeared to be at least 10 meters deep, that he sensed the softness of the sand, and being a skeleton, he was spared from a fatal injury. Otherwise, such a fall would have been lethal. Yet the danger was far from over. Liu Ang soon heard the unmistakable sound of bones shifting nearby, indicating that the pale pink skeleton had also leaped down in pursuit. The threat loomed once more, causing Liu Ang's heart to race with anxiety. What is your problem? Did I kill your entire family in a past life? After cursing inwardly, he recognized that mere invective would not resolve his predicament. He needed a plan. What could he do? Feign death. Yes, that was the only option that came to mind in this dire situation. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. As a skeleton, could he successfully pretend to be dead? How would he even go about it? Closing his eyes and holding his breath? Ironically, he was a skeleton. Did he even have breath? Ha ha. As the sound of bones drew closer, he had no time for further contemplation. Resolutely, he decided to play dead, collapsing onto the sand and remaining motionless to mimic a lifeless corpse. Simultaneously, he fervently hoped to deceive his pursuer. The clattering of bones ceased, and Liu Ang felt a surge of tension as the pale, pink skeleton approached him. Oh, dead already? Excellent. No need for me to intervene. In that moment, Liu Ang's heart skipped a beat as he heard the voice of the pink skeleton. It was the same voice he had encountered earlier. Now, emerging as the skeleton extracted a gray orb from its own skeletal frame, reciting an incantation aimed at him. Sucking in a breath, Liu Ang felt an overwhelming force emanating from the orb, as if it intended to draw him inside. The pull intensified, and he realized that if this continued, he would surely be consumed. This cannot go on. I need a plan, he thought desperately. Yet, in a moment of urgency, what strategy could he devise? Ultimately, with no alternative, he steeled himself for the worst. If I'm to die, I'll go down fighting. Liu Ang erupted from the ground with a sudden burst of energy. Propelled by the orb's suction, in an instant, he became a blur, hurtling towards the pale pink skeleton. The pink skeleton, taken aback by Liu Ang's sudden advance, gasped in surprise. Yet it did not panic. Instead, it leaned back and swiftly sidestepped, creating a meter of space between them. How could it move so quickly? Realizing he was losing the advantage of his surprise attack, Liu Ang knew he had to act swiftly. Otherwise, he would be left to face his demise. Determined not to surrender, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, I'm a martial arts champion. I refuse to concede without a fight." He unleashed a legendary technique from a film, the deadly scissor kick. Although the name sounded formidable, the execution was deceptively simple. Liu Ang channeled his energy, thrusting his right foot forward while swiftly bringing his left foot up, then kicking off the ground with vigor. In a heartbeat, he soared into the air, closing the distance to the pale, pink skeleton. In midair, he crossed his legs, targeting the pink skeleton's head. "Die," he exclaimed, tightening his grip around the pink skeleton skull as he pulled his body inward, executing a graceful 360-degree spin that brought the pale, pink skeleton crashing to the ground. Crack! In that moment, the pink skeleton's head was dislodged, rolling away to rest a short distance from its body. Ha! Victory! Liu Ang gazed at the rolling head, a sense of relief washing over him. If he were still human, he would have wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in triumph. After defeating the pale, pink skeleton, Liu Ang sat down to steady his racing heart before finally standing up. Having vanquished the enemy, the immediate concern for Liu Ang was to extricate himself from the sandy pit that towered over 10 meters high. As he rose to his feet, he gazed up at the sandy wall inclined at a 45-degree angle ahead of him. The slope was not particularly steep, yet ascending it solely by the strength of his hands would be futile. He would need some form of tool to aid his ascent. However, apart from himself and the pale pink skeleton, there was naught but emptiness within the pit. Where could he possibly find a tool now? Just as Liu Ang was mired in contemplation, a faint cracking sound emanated from behind him. Crack! The subtle noise was almost imperceptible, inaudible in a bustling environment, but the relative stillness of the pit allowed Liu Ang to hear it. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged through him, and before he could turn to investigate, a palpable sense of danger enveloped him. Whoosh! A swift gust of sword energy approached rapidly from behind, and Liu Ang could not help but exclaim, "Not good!" In a moment of peril, his heart raced, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Yet, this time, Liu Ang chose not to evade but rather to charge toward the oncoming sword energy. Acknowledging the futility of avoidance, he resolved to strike instead, for in this world, the best defense lay in offense. Some might wonder how he could confront an opponent wielding a weapon with nothing but his bare hands. Was he courting death? Liu Ang was no fool, and he did not blindly seek his demise. He recognized that the forward approach had its advantages, particularly regarding proximity. The concept of proximity meant that when facing an armed adversary, a danger zone and a safety zone would inevitably emerge. For instance, approaching a flame, the heat intensifies the nearer one gets to the outer fire, while the core remains relatively cooler. Thus, the closer one is to the heart of the fire. The safer they become. In this scenario, the enemy wielded a sword. As Liu Ang drew nearer to the hilt, he would find himself in a safer position. Yet, to reach the hilt's safety zone, speed was paramount. Fortunately, Liu Ang had just been standing on the sloped wall of the pit. Utilizing its incline, he propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the enemy's strike while colliding into the opponent's body. Thud! The adversary, clearly taken aback by Liu Ang's sudden assault, stumbled back several meters in surprise. Upon regaining his composure, Liu Ang realized that the one who had attacked him was none other than the pale pink skeleton from earlier, though now it was a headless pink skeleton. Astonished, Liu Ang gaped in disbelief. How could a beheaded skeleton still move? Warily, he observed the struggling remains of the pink skeleton. Clack, clack, clack! The headless skeleton, now upright, wasted no time in raising the rusted longsword in its hand and charged toward Liu Ang with alarming speed. Damn it, it's coming again. Prepared this time, Liu Ang leapt to the right, extending his arms and legs in a streamlined form, akin to a swimmer executing a flawless dive. Boom! The headless skeleton's longsword struck the very spot where Liu Ang had just stood, sending a spray of sand into the air. Watching the sand rain down upon him, Liu Ang felt a shudder run through him. Had the sword struck him, his skeletal frame would surely have been shattered. As he pondered his next move to evade the relentless assault, the headless skeleton inexplicably halted its pursuit and began to swing wildly at the air around it. What was happening? Liu Ang wondered. But it soon dawned on him that the headless skeleton, much like a blind entity, could perceive nothing without its cranium. Unable to locate a target, it resorted to aimless slashing. The revelation struck him. Without its head, the skeleton was rendered sightless. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Liu Ang cautiously stepped back a few paces and confirmed that the headless skeleton did not follow. Now, what should he do? Flee. Gazing at the now harmless entity, Liu Ang contemplated his predicament. His initial instinct was to escape, yet lacking any tools, he realized that climbing out of the pit was an impossibility. What then? Despairing, he racked his brain for a solution. Ultimately, his gaze returned to the headless skeleton. In this barren pit, Liu Ang discerned two potential means of escape. One required a tool, while the other fancifully involved sprouting wings to fly away. The latter was a mere fantasy, leaving him with only the former option. In his thorough examination, Liu Ang's spirits lifted as he identified the long sword in the skeleton's hand as the very tool he required to escape the pit. The ornate sword, adorned with intricate embroidery, measured approximately 80 centimeters in length, complemented by a 20-centimeter hilt, totaling over a meter, more than sufficient to support his lightweight skeletal form as he climbed. However, to obtain the sword, he would need to conquer the headless skeleton and wrest it from its grasp. Contemplating the still formidable headless adversary, Liu Ang hesitated. In its prime, the skeleton would have posed a significant threat. But now, with its head missing, there was a glimmer of hope, albeit a mere 30% chance of success. After grappling with his inner turmoil, Liu Ang resolved to take a chance. Fortune favors the bold. So he would fight. Taking a deep breath, though skeletons do not breathe, he steadied his mind and approached the headless skeleton with calculated steps. 0.5 paces. 4 paces, 3 paces. He was close, just one step more. He lunged forward, delivering a punch to the chest in a technique known as the capturing fist. Ideally, the first strike would have aimed for the ears, but with no head, Liu Ang redirected his blow to the chest. His fist struck swiftly against the skeleton's ribcage, catching it off guard and causing it to stagger backward. Reacting quickly, the headless skeleton lunged back at him. Fortunately, Liu Ang was prepared. He swept his leg towards the skeleton's knee. Knee strike. Whoosh! The skeleton's legs buckled, and it toppled forward uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Liu Ang grasped the skeleton's sword-wielding arm, pulling it down forcefully. The headless skeleton, no longer balanced, was dragged along, and Liu Ang did not relent, bringing his elbow crashing down onto the wrist that gripped the sword. Drawing from his earlier experience of shattering the skeleton's skull, he noted that this pink skeleton's bones were not particularly sturdy. A few well-placed strikes would suffice. Thus, he struck repeatedly at the same spot. Crack! The wrist snapped. Liu Ang swiftly snatched the long sword and pivoted to strike, just as the headless skeleton's remaining arm began to retaliate. Thud! The severed arm flew through the air. The skeleton's left hand cleaved cleanly from its body. Astonished by the unexpected sharpness of the seemingly ornamental sword, Liu Ang felt a surge of confidence. No longer inclined to flee, he turned to confront the headless skeleton, seizing the perfect opportunity to retaliate. The headless skeleton, bereft of both sword and sight, stood little chance against Liu Ang before long. He had dismantled the headless foe, leaving it in tatters upon the ground, while a faint pink mist began to swirl around its remains. Liu Ang paid no heed to the mist and instead collected the gray orb lying beside the headless skeleton. If Liu Ang's memory serves him correctly, that very orb nearly pulled him in moments ago. After observing the gray orb for a while and finding nothing particularly remarkable about it, Liu Ang glanced at his surroundings. Realizing he had no place to store the orb, reluctantly, he tossed it aside. His immediate priority was to escape the sand pit. Fortunately, with the aid of his long sword and the skeletal body weighing less than 40 kilograms, he managed to climb out of the sand pit after spending a little over 10 minutes. With a firm grip on the long sword, he took a decisive step to stand atop the pit. Exhilaration coursing through him, he couldn't help but glance back at the pit towering over 10 meters high and at the dismembered light pink skeleton, letting out a sigh of relief as he chuckled. The feeling of escaping death is truly delightful. Is it? A voice interjected from behind him, dripping with disdain. But I, the general, believe you do not feel delightful at all, for you have encountered me. Startled, Liu Ang turned swiftly, demanding who. In that instant, he was taken aback by the imposing silhouette of a towering figure. Steadying himself, he observed a figure standing 2 zhang away. Not merely a person, but a skeleton clad in armor. Mounted upon a skeletal horse, this formidable skeleton was clad in gleaming silver armor that encased its entire bony form. Had it not been for the helmet that left its skeletal face exposed, Liu Ang might have initially mistaken it for a human. The skeletal horse was no ordinary steed. Although devoid of any armor, its bones shimmered a deep pink hue. Particularly striking were its forelegs, which trod upon a fiery terrain present. The armored skeleton gazed down at Liu Ang from its lofty perch, radiating an air of superiority. General. Upon seeing the armored skeleton, Liu Ang was not entirely sure of the situation. Yet the words emerged instinctively from his mind. The skeletal general. After careful observation and analysis, Liu Ang deduced the identity of the figure before him. The general exuded formidable power, though the skeletal general had yet to make a move. Liu Ang could feel the intensity of its aura, stronger than even that of the skeletal horse, which was vastly superior to him. Who are you? Liu Ang managed to ask, feigning calmness. Humph. The general dismissed Liu Ang's inquiry with a scoff, fixing its gaze on the sand pit. The color of the bones is mixed. It must be a newly born skeleton. Yet, unexpectedly, this fledgling skeleton has managed to slay an elite skeleton. How intriguing! With a mocking cackle, the skeletal general guided its fiery horse in a leisurely circle around Liu Ang. Continuing, Oh, a mere level 1 skeleton has awakened its consciousness. This becomes even more fascinating as the figure drew nearer. Liu Ang's heart sank, compelling him to grip his sword tightly. Despite the fact that there was only one individual and one horse before him, Liu Ang felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Fortunately, the general merely circled him once before pausing to contemplate something. After a quarter of an hour, the skeletal general lifted its head and stated, "Undeniably, you are a rather unique little skeleton that I initially intended to slay you with a single stroke. But, kill me." Liu Ang's heart raced at the thought. The skeletal general paused momentarily before continuing. "However, your uniqueness has spared you. I believe Lord Glaze would be quite pleased to meet you." Lord Glaze? The unfamiliar name puzzled Liu Ang upon hearing the skeletal general's words. "Come, follow me to meet Lord Glaze." The skeletal general suddenly urged its horse closer to Liu Ang with a swift motion. Liu Ang drew his longsword, positioning it defensively before him as he demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" Although he had gleaned that the general intended to take him to this Glaze lord, unease began to swell within him, especially after narrowly escaping death moments earlier. Seeing Liu Ang brandish his sword, the skeletal general let out a cold snort. "Humph. You, a mere little skeleton, dare to defy me? Dare to defy this great general?" As the words fell, the general's demeanor shifted. A crimson glow enveloped its form, and Liu Ang felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering him unable to retaliate as he was forced to the ground. "You lowly wretches, if I wished to kill you, it would be as effortless as blowing away dust. If you do not wish to meet your demise, you will obediently heed my commands," the skeletal general barked. "Very well, I surrender. From this moment on, I shall follow any command given by the great general." Liu Ang capitulated. There was no choice. The general's power was insurmountable, leaving Liu Ang no room for resistance. To refuse would only lead to his death. Liu Ang had no desire to emulate the heroes of television who would rather die than yield, shouting defiantly, "I shall rise again in 18 years." Especially now that he had become a skeleton, he cherished his life more than ever, uncertain of what lay beyond death for a skeleton. "Excellent." The skeletal general nodded in satisfaction, simultaneously retracting its formidable aura. With the oppressive weight lifted, Liu Ang struggled to rise from the ground. The skeletal general, without casting a glance at Liu Ang, turned its horse and commanded, "Follow me." With that, it urged its fiery horse forward. To keep pace with the horse's speed, Liu Ang had no choice but to run after it. This moment, the battle between the red and blue skeletons had concluded, leaving only the red skeletons standing on the sandy plain, clearly indicating that the red faction had emerged victorious. Observing the skeletal general, Liu Ang noted a red cloth attached to the top of its helmet, signifying its allegiance to the red faction. The red skeletons stood in orderly formation, and upon the general's arrival, they saluted with military precision. The skeletal general raised a bony hand, and the red skeleton army began to depart in an orderly fashion. Liu Ang followed closely behind the skeletal general as they advanced towards the east. As time passed, the red skeleton army marched for 3 days until a grand castle emerged on the horizon. This castle was immense, towering like a mountain amidst the endless desert. Constructed entirely of gray stone, its design bore resemblance to European architecture, with the sole exception being a massive iron gate nearly 50 meters tall and wide. Upon seeing the great iron gate, Liu Ang pondered the immense strength required to push it open. Judging by the direction of the skeletal army, it was evident that their destination was this very castle. After half a day's journey, the skeletal army finally arrived at the castle's entrance. As the colossal iron gate creaked open, it revealed 10 enormous skeletal elephants straining against the weight. After a brief interval, the gate fully opened, allowing the skeletal army to pass through effortlessly, following the skeletal general and its fiery horse into the castle. Once inside, the skeletal general glanced back at Liu Ang and commanded, "Come with me." With that, it continued deeper into the castle's heart. Liu Ang dared not voice any dissent, hastening to keep up. Shortly thereafter, the skeletal general led Liu Ang into an opulent palace. Upon entering, Liu Ang was immediately greeted by a blinding golden radiance. Fortunately, as a skeleton, he was unaffected by the dazzling light. Soon, He discerned the source of the golden brilliance. He had stepped into a palace overflowing with gold. The vast hall was littered with piles of glimmering gold, and scattered throughout were numerous gems radiating an array of colors. Gazing upon the wealth of gold and gems, Liu Ang could not help but think, the owner of this palace is exceedingly wealthy. Just as Liu Ang was surveying the palace, a discontented voice echoed, "General Juten, my lord requires an explanation. Why have you disturbed my lord's afternoon slumber?" At the sound, the skeletal general immediately knelt on one leg, placing its right fist over its left breast, and replied, "Reporting to my lord, this subordinate has come to inform you that the campaign to eliminate the remnants of General Ronio has been a complete success. Not a single enemy remains. Good, good. How dare Ronio attempt to betray and defy me? Humph. Any who dare oppose me shall not be shown mercy. General Juten, do not follow in Ronio's footsteps." The tone of the other party exuded an undeniable air of authority that left no room for dissent. Particularly evident in the final statement, which was clearly a warning directed at General Skeleton, but a chill ran through General Juten's heart as he promptly pledged, "Rest assured, my lord, Juten vows never to betray you." Ah, splendid. Upon hearing Juten's assurance, the other party appeared quite satisfied. However, in the next moment, it seemed they had perceived something, and their tone shifted to one of anger, demanding, "How could such a feeble presence be here? Juten, do you dare to bring someone to my domain so casually?" Sensing the other's fury, General Juten dared not hesitate, and quickly clarified, "My lord, this insignificant skeleton is the second matter I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing Juten's response, the other party's tone softened slightly, yet dissatisfaction lingered as they remarked, "General Juten, I require your explanation. If you were a human, your forehead would surely be drenched in cold sweat at this moment." He now seemed to regret bringing Liu Ang here, but there was no room for remorse. He steeled himself and continued, "My lord, this diminutive skeleton was discovered when I eliminated the traitor Ronio. Remarkably, it managed to slay one of our first-level elite skeletons despite its nascent strength. What perplexes me further is that this feeble skeleton possesses a level of consciousness akin to autonomy, rivaling that of a general-level skeleton. Oh, is that so?" The other party's tone bore a hint of curiosity. General Juten nodded. "Indeed, I find this little skeleton quite intriguing. Thus, I brought it back for you to examine, confident that your vast knowledge will lead to enlightenment." "Excellent. In that case, bring it forth for me to scrutinize." "Yes, with the Lord's consent." Juten wasted no time, casting a glance at Liu Ang before striding forward. Liu Ang dared not linger, following closely behind the skeleton general. Along the way, Liu Ang was once again astonished to see nearly 100 mounds of gold and gems within this palace. If one were to estimate their value by Earth standards, they could easily fund several nations. After spending a quarter of an hour navigating through these mounds of wealth, the skeleton general led Liu Ang to a wall that shimmered like a bubble. Through the luminescent barrier, Liu Ang discerned a massive object looming beyond. General Juten once again clasped his right fist to his chest and knelt on one leg. Addressing the barrier, "My lord, we have arrived." "Ah, enter!" The authoritative voice rang out once more, clearer than before due to the proximity. Rising, General Juten turned to Liu Ang and explained, "This barrier is known as the anti-magic wall, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a skeleton general. Now that my lord has activated it, we may pass through directly." "The anti-magic wall?" "Capable of withstanding a full force strike from a skeleton general." Though Liu Ang was unaware of the true might of such an attack, he sensed that General Juten's strength indicated a power against which he could not resist. Following the general's guidance, Liu Ang stepped into the barrier. Boom! The moment he crossed the threshold, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he felt as though an immense weight of nearly 10,000 pounds pressed down upon him. With a crack, his entire skeletal form collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. This was a pressure. Liu Ang was no stranger to such oppression, having experienced it at the hands of General Juten not long ago. However, the force now bearing down upon him was far more formidable. He could barely move a finger. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, General Juten also found himself stumbling back involuntarily. That my lord. Struggling to maintain control of his body, the skeleton general still managed to bow respectfully before the imposing presence. Very good, General Juten. To withstand my lord's pressure speaks to your recent growth in strength. Lord Glacé commended these words. Juten trembled slightly and replied earnestly, My lord's strength is the reason for my growth. Without you, I would never have become Juten. This time, Glacé's tone remained unchanged, merely uttering two words, Very good. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Juten felt the weight on him lessen significantly, allowing him to regain his composure. Clearly, after Juten's earlier statement, Lord Glacé had retracted the oppressive aura he had been emitting. Liu Ang too felt a noticeable relief. Though still unable to rise, he could at least move his limbs and lift his head. Wow. It turns out skeletons also appreciate flattery. Liu Ang couldn't help but think incredulously. Once his head could move, driven by curiosity about Lord Glacé, he lifted his gaze forward. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal shadow, which, as it became clearer, revealed itself to be a dragon. No, wait, this wasn't a dragon. The dragons of China are wingless that know. It was indeed a dragon. Ah, yes. It was a Western dragon, a Western bone dragon. Countless descriptors flashed through Liu Ang's mind, and he finally settled on a fitting term for this magnificent creature. The Western bone dragon's skeletal frame was a deep purple, with a fiery red glow pulsating within, and a plume of flame often erupted from its nostrils. Liu Ang boldly deduced that it was likely a fire tribute bone dragon. After surveying the bone dragon, Liu Ang was once again taken aback to discover an enormous mound of gold and gems nearby. To be precise, it was a vast mountain composed entirely of gold and gemstones, its size dwarfing the collective some of the other mounds outside. The bone dragon reclined atop this glittering summit, seemingly aware of Liu Ang's gaze. The bone dragon lifted its head and glared at him, indignantly declaring, Weak skeleton, you behold the mighty Lord Glacé. Why do you not kneel in reverence? Do you dare to show disrespect to my lord? Boom! The previously diminished pressure surged back, and Liu Ang found himself once again pinned to the ground with no hope of resistance. I bow before you, my lord. I harbor no disrespect. In my eyes, you are like the boundless river, ever flowing. Under the unassailable force, Liu Ang knew his only priority was survival, and since this bone dragon lord relished flattery, how could he, as a product of a culture steeped in thousands of years of tradition, fail to deliver? With a flourish of praise, Liu Ang finally felt the oppressive weight lighten significantly, returning to a state akin to before. Clearly, the Bone Dragon Lord was quite pleased with Liu Ang's enthusiastic compliments. My lord, your handsomeness could enchant a million beauties. No, a million dragon beauties. Your magnificence puts even Chun Guanxi to shame. Who is Chun Guanxi? You ask? The one who adores selfies. Indeed, in my eyes, you are the most powerful, the unrivaled. Since flattery proved effective, Liu Ang wasted no time in showering the Bone Dragon Lord with a barrage of compliments. At that moment, the Bone Dragon Lord appeared utterly entranced, reveling in Liu Ang's adulation, and only after a considerable pause did it turn its gaze back to Liu Ang, stating, Very well. Weak skeleton, your name is Liu Ang. Is it not? Liu Ang quickly nodded. Yes, my lord. Liu Ang, you are indeed as General Juten described. From your earlier words, I can ascertain that your intelligence is no less than that of a general-level skeleton. Yet your skeletal rank does not even reach that of a first-level skeleton soldier. How curious indeed. Lord Glacé inquired with intrigue. Can you elucidate this? What events transpired upon your arrival in the realm of the undead? Or prior to that, what were you engaged in? Liu Ang shook his head, my lord. I do not know, just as Liu Ang was about to utter the words I do not know. Glacé interrupted him gently, saying, Liu Ang, do not rush to respond. Instead, reflect carefully on what transpired when you first appeared in the realm of the undead, or perhaps consider what you were doing before that. As the voice of grace resonated, Liu Ang found himself bewildered, seemingly transported into an indistinct realm. In this nebulous world, Grace's voice persistently posed questions, and Liu Ang, surprisingly, answered without reservation. He recounted his encounters in the human realm with the little witch Sally, who had him test a magical array, before transitioning into the realm of the undead, where he faced a skeletal war and was subsequently pursued by a pale pink skeleton, ultimately recounting his encounter with the skeletal general. Juten, in meticulous detail. My lord, have you reached a conclusion? Juten inquired, having remained silent until Grace's gaze shifted away from Liu Ang. Grace nodded, stating, just now, I employed a soul-searching technique on him. His intellect has become remarkably potent, likely due to a magical array experiment gone awry. However, apart from this enhanced intellect, his prowess remains that of a mere novice skeleton, utterly inconsequential. From Grace's tone, Juten detected a hint of disappointment and asked, then, my lord, how do you intend to handle him? Without hesitation, Grace replied, what good is a strong intellect if his power level doesn't even reach that of a lowly skeleton soldier? He is nothing but refuse. Eliminate him? Juten immediately acquiesced, yes, my lord. As Grace conversed with Juten, Liu Ang's consciousness gradually returned. Prior to this awakening, he had likely missed their discourse. However, he distinctly heard Grace's final words, to kill him, by the sun. I never anticipated that after flattering so much, it would culminate in my demise. Liu Ang internally fumed. Yet amidst his ire, he understood the necessity of devising a means to preserve his life. A solution, where art thou? In dire circumstances, one often struggles to conceive a plan to at that moment. Grace's voice rang out again. Juten, drag him outside and execute him. Do not sully my domain. Yes, Juten nodded and approached Liu Ang, extending his skeletal hand to grasp him. With ease, Liu Ang was lifted by General Juten, who began to turn and head toward the exit. Liu Ang's urgency intensified. He was convinced that the moment Juten stepped beyond the luminous barrier ahead, his fate would be sealed, and escape would be impossible. In a fit of desperation, Liu Ang's gaze darted toward Grace, and suddenly, he seemed to grasp an idea. Wait, my lord, I have a secret to disclose. Upon hearing this, the bone dragon Grace shifted his attention toward him, gesturing with his diminutive dragon hand, prompting General Juten to halt and release Liu Ang onto the ground. Speak, what secret does this feeble skeleton wish to share with me? Grace pressed. Liu Ang scrambled to his feet, acutely aware that this was his final opportunity. Should his response fail to satisfy Grace, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Therefore, after a brief pause, he began to search his body for something. Approximately 3 seconds later, he produced a glowing yellow stone that, if he was correct, this yellow stone was a soil attribute magic core that he had brought along to disrupt the Little Witch's magical array. Upon entering the realm of the undead, he had held it for a time, later realizing there was a recess in his skeletal structure suitable for storage. Oh, mighty lord, this is a gem I procured from the human realm. Due to my lack of knowledge regarding your esteemed presence, I regrettably did not prepare a gift. Thus, I humbly present this gem as an offering to you. Liu Ang extolled, lifting the soil attribute magic core high for Grace to see. A magic core? General Juten exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the soil attribute magic core. In contrast, Grace remained notably composed, revealing little reaction, as if indifferent to the offering. Excellent. Grace's tone remained unchanged, yet there was a hint of amusement in his words. When Liu Ang heard Grace's first remark, his heart clenched, fearing he had failed. However, upon hearing the second, a wave of relief washed over him. He had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. It matters not how many you accept, but rather the fear of rejection. This adage, a well-known phrase among bribe givers, resonated deeply with Liu Ang, who had once engaged in similar endeavors to secure a place in the national martial arts team. The rationale behind Liu Ang's understanding of using the soil attribute magic core as a bribe was straightforward. The opulence surrounding Grace, mountains of gold and mountains of diamonds, spoke volumes of the bone dragon's affinity for wealth and glittering treasures. Although Liu Ang had not observed any magic cores among these treasures, he resolved to take a risk. Perhaps it was the inherent glow of the soil attribute magic core that captivated Grace's attention at first glance. After successfully bribing Grace, Liu Ang did not presume he had escaped danger. In the midst of the palace's vast wealth, the soil attribute magic core appeared diminutive, and how could a lord of Grace's stature find satisfaction in such a meager offering? Weak skeleton, if my memory serves me correctly, you claim to possess a secret to share with me. What is this secret? Indeed, after toying with the soil attribute magic core for a spell, Grace's focus shifted back to Liu Ang. Prepared for this inquiry, Liu Ang replied, "Yes, my lord, I do have a secret to share, though it is rather minor." "Just a minor secret?" Grace interrupted, evidently displeased with this revelation. Liu Ang did not respond immediately. Continuing, "In truth, this minor secret pertains to my very being." "Your being? Is it the secret of your enhanced intellect?" This question came not from Grace, but from General Juten, who stood by. Liu Ang shook his head. "I am uncertain why my intellect has transformed thus. However, the minor secret regarding myself is that I am a summoning skeleton, and I have a master in the human realm." Boom! Before Liu Ang could finish, an oppressive force bore down upon him, forcing him to the ground. Grace's voice seethed with anger. "Humph! You are a summoning skeleton. I have long known this. How dare you attempt to deceive me with such excuses? Truly foolish. Juten, drag him out and execute him at once." Upon receiving the command, General Juten approached without hesitation. Liu Ang had anticipated such a turn of events, thus he remained composed, urgently beseeching Grace, "Do not kill me yet." "My lord, I have yet to finish my words. Please grant me another chance to speak." Grace hesitated momentarily, suppressing his fury. "Very well. This is your final opportunity. Should your answer fail to satisfy me, I shall personally ensure your demise." Given this reprieve, Liu Ang sighed with relief, intent on articulating his thoughts without interruption. "My lord, I am a summoning skeleton, a fact that is certainly not a secret in your powerful presence. However, the secret I wish to convey today concerns the very gem you now hold." "A gem? Speak." The topic of the gem evidently piqued Grace's interest once more. Rather than continuing his monologue, Liu Ang posed a question to Grace. "My lord, would you desire to acquire more gems like the one you currently possess?" Grace glanced at the soil attribute magic core in his hand, responding, "Of course, I desire it." "Then it is settled. Though I am merely a summoning skeleton, my master is a wealthy individual that if you grant me the opportunity, I am confident that within a year, nay, within 6 months, I can procure another gem of this nature for you." At last, Liu Ang concluded his statement that, in truth, he had no knowledge of any secret. The term secret was merely a ploy to capture Grace's attention at the present. The only means by which Liu Ang can preserve his life is through hope. Leveraging the allure of the Earth attribute magic core to persuade Glace to spare him. Liu Ang considers that securing a magic core to present to Glace within the next 6 months should not be an insurmountable challenge. He merely needs to discreetly acquire one during the next magical experiment conducted by the little sorceress. Ha! At this moment, Glace erupted into laughter, and from the very sound of it, Liu Ang sensed an undercurrent of danger, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. After a prolonged pause, Glace's laughter subsided, and Liu Ang felt an immediate alleviation of the pressure weighing upon him. Glace then remarked, "Well done, feeble skeleton. Your intellect has exceeded this lord's expectations. The level of your intelligence now surpasses that of a mere skeleton general, and is perhaps not inferior to my own. You were destined to meet your demise today. Yet your cunning has saved you, that if you can indeed fulfill your promise of delivering a magic core gem to me every 6 months, I shall grant you clemency." Truly, Liu Ang exhaled a sigh of relief, promptly expressing, "I humbly thank the formidable lord for your magnanimity. My admiration for you is as boundless as the vast river to preempt Glace from altering his decision." Liu Ang resolved to employ flattery. Upon hearing Liu Ang's praises, Glace nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Very well, you may depart from here." Juten escorted him out. General Juten promptly acknowledged, "As you command, my lord." "Juten," Glace continued, "I now assign you another task. Ensure that, in 6 months, you collect the magic core gem from this weak skeleton and present it to me. Should he fail to deliver, well..." Glace gestured across his throat with his diminutive dragon claw. "Understand." General Juten nodded once more to that moment. Liu Ang felt a shiver run down his spine. The confidence he had just felt seemed to falter. Once he successfully exited Glace's palace, Liu Ang was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of fatigue, causing him to involuntarily collapse to the ground. Juten, walking ahead, seemed to notice the disturbance behind him and halted his steps, casting a glance back at the seated Liu Ang. Juten barked, "Stop dawdling. Get up and follow me at once. Huh. Upon hearing Jutin's command, an unknown surge of energy coursed through Liu Ang, propelling him to rise swiftly from the ground. He almost forgot about this imposing figure, although the skeleton general may not possess the might of Lord Glacé. He still held sufficient power to deal with Liu Ang's frail form. Humph. Jutin scoffed before coldly stating, "Weak skeleton, do not assume that your promise of delivering the magic core gem will guarantee your safety. You had best keep close to me. Should any danger arise along the way, I will not be responsible for your fate." The current circumstances left Liu Ang with no choice, especially in the presence of this skeleton general. If Jutin were to be displeased, he could easily rend Liu Ang's frail form asunder, prompting Liu Ang to nod in compliance. Jutin ignored Liu Ang further, and after guiding him out of Glacé's massive castle, they encountered Jutin's steed, the Firebone horse, along with a regiment of approximately 200 pink skeletons, all lined up neatly at the castle's entrance. Upon mounting the Firebone horse, Jutin turned to glance at Liu Ang, then raised his hand to signal, directing them towards the northeast, commanding, "March forth, back to the territory." Whoosh! The skeleton soldiers executed a synchronized military salute before unhesitatingly advancing towards the northeastern direction of the castle. In the procession, Liu Ang opted to position himself at the rear, seeking to glean insights about this world of the undead from the skeletons behind him. Initially, the skeletons paid him no mind. But eventually, as if prompted by Jutin's private instructions, a deep pink skeleton approached Liu Ang to provide answers. After a thorough inquiry, Liu Ang finally gained a general understanding of the realm of the undead. In this world, there existed not only skeletal beings, but also various undead creatures, and it was rumored that the demon race resided in regions adjacent to the realm of the undead. Skeletons were regarded as the most rudimentary life forms in this realm, akin to ants among humans. Any undead creature possessed the capability to obliterate them effortlessly. However, the undead skeletons had one advantage. Their numbers were the most formidable in the realm of the undead, and the creation of a single skeletal being was remarkably simple, requiring merely a wisp of wandering soul fire to manifest. Additionally, Liu Ang learned of the classification of undead skeletons, which comprised the lowest tier. The skeleton soldier, typically consisting of either newly formed skeletons or those with minimal combat capabilities. Nonetheless, this tier of skeletons shared a common trait. Their intelligence remained undeveloped, akin to mindless automatons, drifting about the realm of the undead, hunting other skeletons daily to absorb their soul fire and enhance their own strength for evolution. Skeleton soldiers were categorized into 4 tiers. First-tier skeleton soldiers were of a mottled white hue. Second tier were jade white, third tier were pure white, and fourth tier were silver white. Next came the elite skeleton soldiers, whose power surpassed that of the ordinary skeleton soldiers by several fold, with the notable distinction of possessing some degree of intelligence and awareness. Distinguishing elite skeletons was straightforward. One merely needed to observe the color of their bones, as elite skeletons were generally pink, with deeper hues signifying greater strength. Elite skeletons also fell into 4 tiers. First tier elite skeletons were light pink. Second tier were pale pink. Third tier were pure pink. And fourth tier were deep pink. Following these were the skeleton generals, exemplified by Jutin's current rank. A skeleton general wielded considerable power and possessed stronger intelligence than other skeletons. However, in Liu Ang's eyes, the intelligence of skeleton generals still appeared somewhat simplistic. The method of distinguishing skeleton generals was similar, as all generals bore red bones. Skeleton generals, too, were classified into 4 tiers. First tier were light red. Second tier were pale red. Third tier were pure red. And fourth tier were deep red. Jutin's bones were pure red, indicating he was a third-tier skeleton general. Subsequently, there were skeleton lords, akin to Glacé, whose power was unparalleled among undead skeletons. Liu Ang gleaned from his interaction with Glacé that the intelligence of skeleton lords paralleled that of a normal human. Each skeleton lord claimed dominion over a territory, rendering it their private domain. Identifying skeleton lords followed the same principle, with their bones exhibiting a purple hue. Skeleton lords, likewise, were classified into 4 tiers. First tier were light purple, second tier were pale purple, third tier were pure purple, and fourth tier were deep purple. Finally, there existed the Skeleton King, the most formidable and singular entity in the realm of undead skeletons. Before a powerful Skeleton King, skeleton lords were akin to ants, easily crushed at a whim. The classification of the Skeleton King diverged from the previous tiers, as it comprised only 3 levels: low, mid, and high, with their bones exhibiting a black color. Though General Jutin's territory was adjacent to Glacé's domain, Liu Ang trailed behind Jutin for an entire day before reaching their destination. General Jutin's domain lacked the grandeur of Glacé's towering castle. It was not even constructed from stone, but rather comprised numerous caverns carved into a massive mountain, where he resided. The dwelling of General Jutin was located at the pinnacle of the mountain, providing a commanding view of the land below. Below Jutin's cavern lay countless other caves, presumably inhabited by the skeletons under his protection. Upon stepping into Jutin's residence, Liu Ang was met with an expansive hall, revealing a vast realm hidden beyond the small entrance. Much to his astonishment, once Jutin settled into his designated position at the head of the hall, he surveyed Liu Ang standing below and coldly declared, "Weak skeleton, this is my domain, and I am the sovereign here. All skeletons must heed my commands. Since Lord Glacé has entrusted you to my care, I shall permit you to reside within my territory. However, I have one rule. To live in my realm, you must surrender a portion of your soul fire each month." Rules? Soul fire? Liu Ang listened in confusion. Jin nodded, affirming, "Indeed, every skeleton wishing to dwell in my domain must relinquish soul fire. This is the law of my territory. Today, I shall make an exception and waive your soul fire for the first month. However, from the second month onward, if you wish to continue residing here, you must provide the requisite soul fire. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness in expelling you from my territory, although you have promised Lord to deliver a magic core gem within 6 months. I, the general, cannot take your life. However, once you are expelled from my territory, any dangers you encounter henceforth are of no concern to me. Should Lord take issue with this, I can easily shift the blame onto you." Claiming you were unable to deliver the gem and fled in fear of punishment, ultimately meeting your demise outside. Damn. Upon hearing this, Liu Ang finally understood the implications. The meaning behind Jutan's words was abundantly clear. To live safely within the domain of this general, one must pay a monthly protection fee, which in this case is the essence of soul fire. Jutan continued, "Weak little skeleton, I can offer you an exception that if you could provide me with a magic core gem every 6 months, akin to what Lord Glacé does, then you will be exempt from paying soul fire for 6 months and may reside within my territory." A black merchant, indeed. Damn. Do you think magic cores are easily obtained? The one I provided to the bone dragon was snatched back through perilous means. If that little which discovers my actions, this skeletal form will meet the same fate. Liu Ang had cursed Jutan in his mind countless times. Yet he could only vent his frustrations internally, careful not to display his discontent outwardly. Once Jutan finished relaying his terms, he lost interest in Liu Ang and waved toward a nearby elite skeleton, who then escorted Liu Ang out of Jutan's grand hall. This elite skeleton, with its deep pink bones, appeared to be a level 4 elite skeleton, just 1 tier below a general-grade skeleton. Upon exiting Jutan's cavern, the elite skeleton addressed Liu Ang. "Little skeleton, follow me. You need to register." "Excuse me, esteemed sir, how should I address you?" Liu Ang inquired politely, trailing behind the elite skeleton. The elite skeleton responded nonchalantly. "Baker, Lord Baker, may I ask what position you hold here?" Liu Ang asked curiously. Baker replied with the same indifference. "I am the commander under the general. You may refer to me as Commander Baker." Liu Ang nodded and asked, "Then Commander Baker, might I inquire what soul fire is?" Upon hearing this, Baker abruptly halted, casting a peculiar glance at Liu Ang before asking, "Little skeleton, you are a newly born skeleton, aren't you?" Liu Ang nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I recently arrived in the realm of the undead, and oh wonder." Baker nodded as well, stating directly, "Since you are a newly born skeleton, I must inform you that the realm of the undead is a perilous place. Especially once you leave the general's protective area, dangers can arise at any moment, even from unknown sources. Therefore, if you wish to survive, the best course of action is to remain within the general's territory." As long as the general's aura suppresses the area, ordinary skeletons and undead beings will not dare to approach. If Liu Ang were an ordinary skeleton, Baker's words would have made a lasting impression. However, Liu Ang was no ordinary skeleton. Baker's words felt akin to the deceitful rhetoric of unscrupulous doctors in the 21st century, using fear to compel you into compliance with hospital protocols. The soul fire you inquired about is, in fact, the very essence of life within a skeleton. The means to acquire soul fire is to defeat other skeletons and absorb their soul fire to enhance oneself. S. Baker elaborated, by consuming a sufficient amount of soul fire, a skeleton can advance in rank. The prospect of advancing by consuming another soul fire was undoubtedly good news for Liu Ang. Having faced formidable adversaries like skeleton generals and lords, he found himself utterly powerless. Driving his desire to elevate his strength and escape subjugation, Baker affirmed, indeed, as long as you provide a requisite quantity of soul fire, you may remain within the general's territory each month, focusing solely on the consumption of soul fire. Liu Ang barely registered Baker's words. His sole desire was to locate a skeleton to study the process of absorbing soul fire. However, Baker startled Liu Ang with a warning. There is a rule here. No skeleton is permitted to engage in combat within the general's territory. Failure to comply will result in immediate annihilation. A chill coursed through Liu Ang at Baker's pronouncement. Prior to that moment, he had indeed contemplated finding a skeleton to spar with. Baker gestured into the distance, stating, outside. As long as you leave the general's territory, any skeleton you defeat outside will yield their soul fire. Of course, if you lack sufficient strength, you may find yourself at the mercy of your adversaries. Liu Ang's heart raced as he recalled the harrowing encounter with the pale pink skeleton, the memory still vivid in his mind. Simultaneously, he grasped why the skeleton from the blue faction had exclaimed, delicious. Upon seeing him, it was likely because they perceived him as a viable source of soul fire. Were it not for the pursuing red faction skeleton, they would have undoubtedly lunged at him without hesitation. In truth, Liu Ang was not one to relish risk. He was rather timid and fearful of death. While Baker's words could not be entirely trusted, there was a kernel of truth within them. Even if 7 parts were false, 3 parts remained true. If Jutan's territory were genuinely safe, Liu Ang would willingly remain there for eternity. Alas, that was not the case. Jutan had only promised to waive his protection fee for 1 month, after which he would be required to vacate the territory to gather soul fire for payment. Since leaving was inevitable, he needed to gather all pertinent information, particularly to avoid being annihilated for mistakenly engaging in combat within Jutan's territory. Therefore, he pressed, Commander Baker, could you clarify the boundaries of the general's territory? Baker nodded, raising a skeletal hand to indicate the entire mountain range. The entire mountain and the area within 5,000 meters of it comprised the general's territory. Sensing Liu Ang's thoughts, Baker added, Little skeleton, you need not worry about inadvertently trespassing and engaging in combat. The general has erected a formidable stone wall 5,000 meters away, leaving only 2 entrances to the east and west. As long as you stay within the confines of the stone wall, you need not fear annihilation. That's a relief. The assurance against accidental trespass alleviated Liu Ang's concerns significantly. Subsequently, Liu Ang inquired further about the realm of the undead, and Baker answered all questions without reservation. Before long, Baker led Liu Ang to a vast cavern at the base of the mountain. Within this expansive cave, numerous skeletons of varying hues were present, some a light pink, others silver, and some like Baker, a deep pink. The cavern housed a counter, behind which stood several pink skeletons diligently registering the various skeletons queuing before them. Witnessing this scene, Liu Ang couldn't help but recall the banks of the 21st century, where individuals lined up to conduct transactions. At this point, Baker introduced, this is the Territory Guild, where one can obtain a protection token. In the future, as long as you provide a sufficient quantity of soul fire here, you will receive a protection token. With this token, you may reside safely within the general's territory for a month. After speaking, Baker brought Liu Ang to the counter and instructed a pink skeleton to retrieve a gray token from within. He then handed the gray token to Liu Ang, saying, Little skeleton, take this. This token serves as your protection token. With it, you may remain within the general's territory. However, do not think that possessing this token allows for complacency. The protection token is infused with a measure of undead power that lasts for 1 month. After this period, the power will dissipate and the token will shatter. Thus, if you wish to obtain a new protection token, you must exchange it for soul fire. Otherwise, you will be promptly expelled from the general's territory. Damn, such thorough planning. Holding the protection token, Liu Ang couldn't help but curse inwardly. There was no denying that had Baker not disclosed the limitations of the protection token, Liu Ang would have indeed considered using it to bypass the regulations. Little skeleton, now that I have provided you with the protection token, my task is complete. Unless you have further matters, I shall take my leave. Baker, having fulfilled Ju Tan's directives, prepared to depart that moment. Liu Ang suddenly recalled something and called out to stop Baker, asking, "Wait, Commander Buck, could you enlighten me on how I might preserve the soul fire upon acquiring it to deliver to you? Is it possible to extract the soul fire once it has been consumed?" "No." Buck halted his departure, shaking his head as he replied, "The consumed soul fire has become an integral part of your strength and cannot be separated unless you are killed. However, the method of preserving the soul fire is quite simple. All you need is a soul binding pearl." Soul binding pearl? Liu Ang felt a flicker of recognition at the mention of this name. Indeed, Buck returned to the counter and retrieved a gray pearl from the hand of a pink skeleton, stating, "This is the soul binding pearl. Once you have vanquished your foe, you can extract this pearl and activate it with your will, and it will draw on the soul fire of your opponent." What? This is the soul binding pearl. Upon seeing the pearl, Liu Ang exclaimed in astonishment, for he finally recalled why the name seemed familiar. It was during his time in the sand pit that the pale pink skeleton had produced such a pearl, which had nearly absorbed him. However, in his desperation to escape the pit, Liu Ang had discarded the pearl, believing it would hinder his movement. Now, he lamented his decision, recalling that when he had slain the pale pink skeleton, a pink aura had seemingly risen beside it, which, based on Buck's description, should have been the soul fire. Alas, some things are simply not meant to be yours. After a moment of frustration, Liu Ang could only find an excuse to console himself. Unaware of Liu Ang's musings, Buck placed the soul binding pearl into Liu Ang's hands and remarked, "Typically, one must exchange the soul fire of a second-tier skeleton soldier for a single soul binding pearl. However, the general has specifically instructed me to extend some leniency toward you, so consider this pearl a gift." Staring at the soul binding pearl in his hand, Liu Ang was at a loss for words. Having received the protective bone token and the soul binding pearl, Liu Ang did not immediately rush out of the Titan's territory to hunt for soul fire. He felt that he was still quite unfamiliar with this realm of the undead, and venturing forth without proper knowledge would undoubtedly lead to a swift and tragic demise. When it comes to matters of life and death, caution is surely the wisest approach. Thus, Liu Ang opted to remain within the Titan's territory for an entire month. During this time, he gleaned much information about the world of the undead from various skeletons and gained a general understanding of the Titan's domain. He even discovered that within the territory, there existed a shop, more accurately, an equipment shop, where various armors and weapons were sold. However, the prices were exorbitantly high, with all transactions requiring soul fire to a refined steel longsword, the soul fire of 2 second-tier elite skeletons, a mountain cleaver, the soul fire of 1 second-tier elite skeleton got a premium iron sword, the soul fire of 6 first-tier elite skeletons got a common iron sword, the soul fire of 2 first-tier elite skeletons. Goodness, even a common iron sword requires the soul fire of 2 first-tier elite skeletons. It is simply exorbitant. Given Liu Ang's current capabilities, such a feat was utterly unattainable. Sigh. Liu Ang let out a heavy sigh, reminiscing about the rusted long sword he had seized from the pale pink skeleton. Regrettably, that sword had been taken by other skeletons when he was captured by the Titan this moment. Liu Ang felt a surge of frustration. Without weapons or armor, the dangers he would face upon leaving the Titan's territory would multiply significantly if he were to encounter another pink skeleton like the last. He harbored no confidence in his ability to defeat it. Yet, as the days passed, the glow of the protective bone token hanging at his waist dimmed, signaling to Liu Ang that his time within the Titan's territory was rapidly dwindling. On the 29th day, having explored the entire territory, he finally found a rectangular stone near the edge and took it with him. But on the 30th day, Liu Ang fashioned a burlap sack from some hemp rope. Placing the soul binding pearl and the rectangular stone inside, on the first day of the second month, the protective bone token shattered, and the skeleton soldiers of the territory promptly appeared to expel Liu Ang. As he took his first step out of the Titan's territory, Liu Ang glanced back at the place he had inhabited for a month before turning to continue onward. What must be discarded should be discarded. What must be cherished should be cherished. This was Liu Ang's reflection upon traversing into this world and becoming a skeleton, though it was regrettable that no such remedy for regret exists in this realm. Having departed the Titan's territory for an hour, Liu Ang calculated that he must be 5 or 6 miles away. Throughout this hour of cautious trekking, he found it peculiar that he had yet to encounter a single skeleton. Was it possible that, much like his initial arrival in the realm of the undead, he would spend several days without encountering any? Liu Ang mused, contemplating the implications of such a scenario. Rustle. Just then, he heard an inexplicable rustling sound. Danger! Liu Ang instantly became alert, his right hand instinctively reaching for the burlap sack at his waist. Clatter! To the left! Liu Ang quickly discerned the direction of the disturbance and spun to his left, where he saw a figure lunging at him, holding what appeared to be a weapon. The presence of a weapon was troubling. After a month in the Titan's territory, Liu Ang understood that skeletons possess fragile bodies, and any weapon could easily cleave through them. Aware of this, he dared not confront the foe head-on and chose instead to retreat. Whoosh! He narrowly dodged a gleaming arc that sliced through the air, realizing how fortunate he was to have retreated in time. Otherwise, his skeletal form would have met its end. Utilizing the moment of retreat, Liu Ang finally discerned his attacker, a pure white skeleton, which, according to skeletal rankings, was likely a third-tier skeleton soldier. The third-tier skeleton soldier wielded not a sword, but rather a half-broken broadsword. Despite the broken nature of the weapon, Liu Ang did not dare to underestimate his opponent. His right hand plunged into the burlap sack, preparing to retaliate. Clatter! The third-tier skeleton soldier lunged once more, its broken sword aimed menacingly at Liu Ang. Faced with the advancing enemy, Liu Ang felt a surge of dread. This time, he chose not to retreat. Instead, he swiftly withdrew a rectangular stone from the sack. If he was not mistaken, this stone was akin to a brick. You may think your broken sword makes you formidable, but today I shall show you what the legendary ultimate artifact can do. Behold, the brick of destiny! Liu Ang shouted, swinging the brick with fervor towards the third-tier skeleton soldier. Instead of targeting the skeleton's head, he aimed for the hand that wielded the sword. Having long prepared for this moment, Liu Ang struck just before the broken sword could land, sealing off the opponent's attack path and bringing the brick down upon the skeleton's hand. Smack! The impact shattered the third-tier skeleton's hand, sending the broken sword flying. Without its weapon, the third-tier skeleton was akin to a toothless tiger, and Liu Ang wasted no time, raising the brick once more to strike at the skeleton's other hand, rendering it entirely incapacitated. Smack, smack, smack! Liu Ang relentlessly pounded the third-tier skeleton with the brick until it lay defeated beneath his blows. Phew! Liu Ang had lost count of how many times he had struck. But at last, the brick fulfilled its noble purpose and triumphantly retired. As a pure white aura emerged from the fallen skeleton's body, Liu Ang promptly discarded the broken brick. Yet, as he gazed upon the ethereal essence, he hesitated, contemplating whether to immediately consume the soul fire or to use the soul binding pearl to collect it for future exchanges for the protective bone token. After deliberating for approximately 15 minutes, Liu Ang finally resolved to use the soul binding pearl to gather it. He reasoned that, as it was his first time absorbing soul fire, he was unaware of any potential dangers involved, and the current location was hardly secure. After careful consideration, Liu Ang ultimately decided to stow away the soul fire, intending to only attempt to absorb the soul fire from the opponent once he found a secure location. He retrieved the binding spirit pearl from his burlap sack and directed it towards the pure white mass of soul fire, silently murmuring, "Absorb!" Instantly, a powerful suction emanated from the binding spirit pearl, drawing the pure white mass into it in a flash. Once the suction ceased, Liu Ang held it in his hand, examining it closely. He noticed that the once uniform gray pearl now contained a distinct pure white gas within. After a brief study of the binding spirit pearl, He stored it away and proceeded to search for spoils near the skeletal remains of a level 3 skeleton soldier. His delight. He soon discovered another binding spirit pearl. Liu Ang quickly noticed that the soul fire within this pearl was sparse, containing only a handful of mixed white flames and a few jade white ones. Although the quantity was modest, every little bit counted, and he swiftly claimed the pearl. In addition to the binding spirit pearl, Liu Ang also acquired a broken sword from the fallen enemy, finally obtaining a weapon. Though it was merely a broken sword, it was still classified as a sword. Liu Ang. This broken sword was infinitely superior to a mere brick, had been forced to use a brick as a weapon due to his inability to afford weapons from his shops. Had he not brought the brick along today, he could very well have met his demise unarmed. After gathering his spoils, Liu Ang resumed his journey through the realm of the undead, as he needed to seek out his next target. Time passed swiftly. It had been 10 days since Liu Ang departed from the territory of Giant Tan. During these 10 days, he finally understood the reason behind the existence of safe havens. Ever since leaving Giant Tan's domain, he had found himself under constant threat of ambush, especially the farther he ventured from Giant Tan's territory, with a number of attacking skeletons increased dramatically. The skeletons Liu Ang encountered during these 10 days were not particularly formidable, predominantly consisting of level 1 and level 2 skeleton soldiers, both of which lacked significant combat prowess, allowing Liu Ang to dispatch them with ease. However, the level 3 skeleton soldiers were considerably stronger than their level 1 and level 2 counterparts, particularly in terms of speed, which was several times greater, making them a formidable challenge for Liu Ang. The level 4 skeleton soldiers were an encounter Liu Ang wished to avoid. Their power surpassed that of level 3 skeleton soldiers by several multiples, and they possessed intelligence. Given Liu Ang's current strength, he would stand no chance against them, relying solely on the fancy martial arts he had learned back on Earth to gain the upper hand unexpectedly. Fortunately, thus far, Liu Ang had not encountered any elite skeletons. Otherwise, he doubted he would be as fortunate as he had been previously in escaping unscathed. Although these 10 days had been fraught with peril, Liu Ang's gains were quite substantial. His collection of binding spirit pearls had increased from 2 to 5, one acquired from defeating another level 3 skeleton soldier, and 2 more from a level 4 skeleton soldier. The 5 binding spirit pearls were sure to contain a significant amount of soul fire. The first level 3 skeleton soldier he defeated yielded 15 mixed white flames and 6 jade white flames. The second one provided 30 mixed white flames and 10 jade white flames. The 2 binding spirit pearls from the level 4 skeleton soldier contained 200 mixed white flames, 52 jade white flames, and 7 pure white flames. Additionally, Liu Ang had recently hunted skeletons and gathered 25 mixed white flames, 12 jade white flames, 2 pure white flames, and 1 silver white flame. In total, Liu Ang now possessed 270 mixed white flames from level 1 skeleton soldiers, 80 jade white flames from level 2 skeleton soldiers, 9 pure white flames from level 3 skeleton soldiers, and 1 silver white flame from a level 4 skeleton soldier. While the harvest of soul fire was indeed bountiful, Liu Ang faced considerable frustration in other areas, particularly regarding weaponry. Aside from the broken sword obtained from the first level 3 skeleton soldier, the only other weapon available was a rusted iron axe from the level 4 skeleton soldier, which was essentially useless. Its blade was dull and corroded, and even the wooden handle was broken. Liu Ang could only keep the iron axe for the purpose of using it as a blunt instrument. After tallying his spoils, Liu Ang resolved to return to the territory of Giant Tan. Prior to his departure, he had not perceived the outside world as particularly dangerous and had initially planned to find a place to settle down casually after leaving Giant Tan's domain. However, after experiencing 10 days of continual ambushes, Liu Ang began to realize that staying within Giant Tan's territory was undoubtedly the safest option. To acquire a protective bone token, Liu Ang needed 10 pure white soul fires, which meant he would have to defeat 10 level 3 skeleton soldiers. While this would result in a slight loss, it would grant him a month of safety in return. Moreover, Liu Ang had another purpose for returning to Giant Tan's territory, to experiment with the method of absorbing soul fire. Although he had learned the technique from Commander Buck, he was reluctant to take risks without ensuring he was in a secure environment. As he set out on his return journey, Liu Ang was unaware of how far he had strayed from Giant Tan's territory. Based on his encounters with ambushes and the time spent fighting, he calculated that he covered approximately 30 kilometers per day, totaling 300 kilometers over 10 days if he were on Earth. 300 kilometers could be traversed by car in a matter of hours, but in the realm of the undead, with no vehicles at his disposal, Liu Ang was forced to walk back while remaining vigilant against potential attacks. Crack! A jade-white skeleton finally crumbled beneath Liu Ang's broken sword. The 16th one. Including the skeleton, Liu Ang had now encountered his 16th skeleton since his return journey commenced. After dispatching the skeleton, he expertly collected the soul fire into the binding spirit pearl, and upon glancing at the newly acquired 6 jade white flames and 10 mixed white flames, excitement surged within him. According to the value of soul fire in Giant Tan's territory, 100 mixed white skeletons could be exchanged for 1 jade white skeleton, and 100 jade white skeletons could be traded for 1 pure white skeleton, followed by 100 pure white skeletons for 1 silver white skeleton, and so forth. Naturally, the difference in soul fire between ordinary skeletons and elite skeletons was vast. There were times when 100 silver white skeletons could not even be exchanged for 1 faint pink elite skeleton. The more soul fire Liu Ang collected, the longer he could remain in Giant Tan's territory. Aside from the soul fire needed for the protective bone token, Liu Ang decided to absorb all the rest for himself. To ascend from a level 1 skeleton soldier to a level 2 skeleton soldier, he would need to absorb the soul fire from 100 level 1 skeleton soldiers, if not for the lack of a safe location. He believed he would have already evolved into a level 2 skeleton soldier. After organizing his recent acquisitions, Liu Ang continued on his path back. As the days passed, he drew ever closer to Giant Tan's territory. According to his calculations, 6 days had elapsed on his return journey, leaving only 4 days remaining. However, on the 7th day, Liu Ang suddenly noticed that all the undead skeletons had vanished, based on his previous experiences. He typically encountered skeleton attacks within 10 minutes or half an hour at most. The longest he had gone without an encounter was merely an hour. Yet now, after half a day's travel, he had not come across a single skeleton. Something is amiss, Liu Ang thought to himself. With 4 days of travel left to reach Giant Tan's territory, a distance of 120 kilometers, the pressure exerted by the Giant Tan general could not account for such a significant effect. Even the skeletal lord, Glaze the Bone Dragon, could not instill such pervasive fear unless, at that moment, a jolt of realization struck Liu Ang. He considered a possible explanation for the nearby skeleton's inexplicable disappearance. The most plausible reason was the emergence of a powerful skeleton in the vicinity, one whose overwhelming presence had caused the nearby skeletons to flee in terror. If such a powerful skeleton truly existed nearby, Liu Ang, being a skeleton himself, would be unable to sense it unless it deliberately released its pressure. Just like the Giant Tan general, it did not constantly emit pressure. It only did so when engaging in battle or intimidating an opponent. Liu Ang had learned from his time in Giant Tan's territory that only skeletons of at least the general rank could generate such pressure. Certainly, there exist some exceptions, particularly among the elite 4th-tier skeletons, who are on the verge of ascending to the rank of general skeletons. These formidable beings can exert pressure through the utilization of certain specialized equipment or weaponry. At this moment, whether facing a general skeleton or a 4th-tier elite skeleton, Liu Ang perceives them as immensely powerful entities, far beyond his current capabilities to contend with. No, if there truly are powerful skeletons nearby, I must vacate this place post-haste, Liu Ang thought rapidly to himself. Surveying his surroundings, after a brief contemplation, he resolved northward. Liu Ang had emerged from the eastern side of the Giant Tan territory, which meant that his return journey would lead him westward. However, given the possibility of encountering a formidable skeleton ahead, he was compelled to take a detour. Considering that the general skeleton's aura of intimidation extends for 5 kilometers, Liu Ang determined that by heading north for approximately 10 kilometers, he should be able to step beyond the oppressive influence of the powerful skeleton. Subsequently, he would alter his course to the west for another 10 kilometers, before finally retracing his original path. If that powerful skeleton was not pursuing him, this route should allow him to circumvent the danger safely. Although this detour was extensive, Liu Ang prioritized his safety above all else. What Liu Ang did not anticipate was that this deviation would alter the trajectory of his otherwise mundane encounter with skeletons. The 10-kilometer distance was not particularly far, and with no skeletons attacking along the way, Liu Ang's pace quickened, allowing him to cover the distance in roughly 2 hours, according to his original plan. Upon reaching the 10-kilometer mark, he turned westward. This moment, Liu Ang felt an unsettling anxiety, as he had yet to encounter any skeletons during his 10-kilometer trek. He couldn't help but ponder, am I still within the range of their oppressive aura? If so, could it be that a skeleton lord is nearby? Liu Ang did not dismiss this hypothesis. In fact, he preferred to believe in its validity rather than the contrary, especially in this perilous realm of the undead, where caution was paramount. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely decided to continue northward for another 10 kilometers. As Liu Ang embarked on his northern journey, traversing a rocky terrain, he was suddenly startled by a swift shadow that lunged towards him with a whoosh. Anthony, feeling quite frustrated in recent days, had encountered few suitable targets since departing his territory. Particularly in the last few days, the skeletons in the vicinity seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving even the smallest skeleton insect unseen. Drawing from his past experiences, Anthony surmised that a powerful skeleton must be present nearby, prompting him to make a wise decision to move outward. However, as a skeleton with over 2 centuries of existence, Anthony possessed more experience than Liu Ang. He understood how to discern the core of danger from safe zones. Having established that he had left the perilous area, Anthony concluded that the absence of nearby skeletons was due to the powerful skeleton having traversed this route, scaring off the lesser skeletons who dared not approach. In light of this situation, Anthony continued forward with resignation, knowing that once he had fully exited the oppressive range of the powerful skeleton, other skeletons would begin to reappear. Initially, Anthony did not expect to encounter a target, yet fortune appeared to smile upon him, as a skeleton wielding a broken sword and carrying a burlap sack materialized before him. At first glance, Anthony discerned the color of this skeleton, identifying its rank. A mixed-color skeleton classified as a level 1 skeleton soldier. Although the opponent was merely a level 1 skeleton soldier, the presence of a weapon in its grasp made Anthony cautious. Indeed, the skeleton Anthony observed was none other than Liu Ang, preoccupied with thoughts of the formidable skeleton. Liu Ang failed to notice he had become the target of Anthony's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Anthony ultimately opted to attack, choosing to execute a sneak assault due to concerns over Liu Ang's weapon. With a swift motion, leveraging a nearby stone for cover, Anthony leaped out from behind a rock as Liu Ang approached, employing his most prized speed to pounce upon Liu Ang's danger. Liu Ang instinctively reacted to Anthony's ambush. Fortunately, although he was wary of the powerful skeleton, he had not forgotten to maintain a heightened level of vigilance in the treacherous world of the undead. As the shadow rushed towards him with lightning speed, Liu Ang remained grounded with his lower body while angling his upper body at a 45-degree tilt. Missed, Anthony was taken aback when his sudden attack failed to connect. However, with 2 centuries of combat experience, he quickly recovered. As he landed, he pivoted sharply, using the momentum to launch himself at Liu Ang with even greater speed. This isn't good, Liu Ang thought in alarm, as the opponent's reaction and speed exceeded his expectations. Particularly in terms of agility, Anthony was not inferior to the pale pink elite skeleton Liu Ang had previously encountered, with danger closing in and no time for further contemplation. Liu Ang swiftly raised his broken sword to strike at his assailant. Anthony had clearly anticipated Liu Ang's counterattack. He slightly bent his body and instantaneously altered his attack direction to target Liu Ang's right hand, which held the sword. With a resounding clang, Liu Ang was momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated the attack would be directed at his right hand. With a powerful blow, his grip on the broken sword loosened, sending it flying uncontrollably onto the rocky ground nearby. I've lost, Liu Ang thought grimly, and in that fleeting moment, as the sword fell, he dashed towards it with urgency, having learned from their earlier exchange that his opponent was quick and undoubtedly formidable. Liu Ang felt that without his weapon, his chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Just as Liu Ang reached out to retrieve the broken sword, a sharp sound rang out again. He watched in astonishment as a shadow zipped past him, kicking the broken sword more than 100 meters away, creating a significant distance between Liu Ang and his weapon. Now that you are unarmed, you might as well surrender. A mocking voice echoed from nearby. Startled, Liu Ang turned to face the source of the voice. Before him stood a skeleton, roughly half his height, resembling a dog, adorned in a pale white hue and classified as a level 2 skeleton soldier. Upon seeing the creature's form, Liu Ang couldn't help but exclaim, "A skeleton puppy! Silence! How dare you compare my noble demonic wolf form to those inferior creatures?" I am furious, absolutely furious, upon hearing Liu Ang's words. Anthony was incensed. "Humph. Whether you are a puppy or a wolf is of no concern to me. Since you have chosen to ambush me, prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath." Upon realizing that the being before him was merely a level 2 skeleton soldier, Liu Ang's apprehensions diminished considerably. I reiterate, I am no mere puppy. I am a demonic wolf of the royal lineage. Anthony seethed, gritting his teeth. Liu Ang replied nonchalantly, "Demonic wolf? And what of it? For daring to insult our demonic wolf clan, I shall ensure your demise." Anthony was consumed by rage, completely oblivious to the fact that the skeleton before him, though only a level 1 soldier, possessed intelligence that rivaled his own. Liu Ang, surprised by this encounter, reflected on his relatively brief time in the realm of the undead, approximately 2 months. Yet through his interactions with the likes of the Greysbone Dragon, General Giant Tank, and the numerous skeletons within the Giant Tank territory, he had garnered insights into the intelligence levels of skeletons across various ranks, but he had not anticipated that this creature, which resembled a small dog and was merely a level 2 skeleton soldier, would also possess intelligence. It seemed that in the realm of the undead, he was not the sole anomaly. As the ancients said, there are always greater heights beyond the heavens, and greater people beyond mere mortals. Anthony charged forward, rapidly leaping towards Liu Ang, his sharp claws aimed directly at Liu Ang's head. Liu Ang, ever vigilant, remained composed in the face of Anthony's attack. He stepped back with his right foot, angling his upper body at 45 degrees to deftly evade the strike. Whoosh! As soon as Anthony landed, he, much like the last time, executed a sudden stop and pivot, charging back once more. Anticipating this maneuver from Anthony, Liu Ang quickly stepped out with his left foot, twisting his upper body to evade the oncoming attack once again. That he smirked inwardly, thinking, "Let us see how many more times you can dodge this." After witnessing Liu Ang narrowly evade his second strike, Anthony couldn't help but issue a cold chuckle, and as his laughter echoed, he initiated a third assault. The wave of dread washed over Liu Ang, compelling him to muster all his focus to counter Anthony's relentless onslaught. In an instant, the two figures became entwined in a fierce struggle, one constantly lunging forward while the other persistently dodged. A dance of conflict that persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Within that brief span, Anthony had unleashed hundreds of attacks, forcing Liu Ang to retreat over 100 meters from his original position. At that moment, Liu Ang felt a twinge of gratitude for being a skeleton. While his movements were somewhat sluggish, he was devoid of the fatigue that plagued a human body. Had he been human, enduring such an onslaught would have rendered him utterly exhausted long ago. However, Liu Ang couldn't afford to celebrate prematurely. Despite the skeletal form being free of stamina issues, the rapid evasion had begun to take its toll, as he could hear the joints in his bony structure creaking ominously. This cannot continue, he thought, realizing that his bones were struggling to withstand the violent movements. The sense of foreboding gripped him, and he became acutely aware of the sounds of his skeletal frame. Naturally, Anthony noticed this as well, and a wicked grin spread across his face. "Are your bones unable to bear the strain?" He laughed heartily. "Let us see how much longer you can endure." As a second-tier skeletal warrior, Anthony's bone density was significantly superior to Liu Ang's, allowing him to attack without concern for his own structural integrity. "I must devise a strategy." Liu Ang's mind raced as he evaded Anthony's strikes while scanning his surroundings for any potential advantage. Countering with martial arts? What a farce! Liu Ang was well aware of his limitations. Though a champion of martial arts, he was merely a performer, a master of showmanship rather than a true practitioner. The opponent's speed rendered any retaliatory action futile. As Anthony closed the distance, the sounds of Liu Ang's bones creaking grew louder. Suddenly, Liu Ang faltered, and the skeletal leg on his right finally succumbed to the pressure and fractured. "This is bad," he thought, anxiety enveloping him. Upon noticing Liu Ang's sudden decrease in speed, Anthony detected the fracture in his adversary's leg and couldn't help but exclaim with glee, "Ah, your demise is at hand. Prepare to meet your end." With that proclamation, Anthony extended his claw, launching a rapid strike towards Liu Ang's head. The shattered right leg significantly impeded Liu Ang's mobility. Continuing to evade Anthony's assault as before was no longer an option. In the face of impending danger, a moment of inspiration struck Liu Ang, and he resolutely chose to push off with his right leg, causing it to break further due to the force. Consequently, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Though his fall appeared clumsy, it allowed him to narrowly evade Anthony's attack. "Curse it!" Anthony spat, frustrated that his confident strike had been dodged once again. As he observed Liu Ang struggling to rise, his excitement surged. This time, there's no escape. Anthony seized the opportunity, lunging downwards with his claws aimed at Liu Ang. Attempting to stand proved challenging for Liu Ang due to the fracture in his right leg. As Anthony charged again, Liu Ang had no choice but to abandon his attempts to rise. Instead, he controlled his skeletal form to roll backward. A resounding crash echoed as Anthony's claws struck the ground where Liu Ang had just been, sending debris flying. Liu Ang's heart raced, realizing that had he been caught by those claws, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Death, death, death! Frustrated by yet another failed strike, Anthony's agitation grew. He had not anticipated that his 2 consecutive confident attacks would be so easily evaded. Driven to madness, he disregarded the damage his claws had sustained from repeated fierce assaults and leapt once more. Liu Ang prepared to roll away to evade the oncoming attack, but just as he lay on the ground, a sharp sound rang out. Ding! Startled, Liu Ang looked down to discover a beautifully embroidered sword at his feet, a broken sword. A surge of joy filled him as he realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had been forced back over 100 meters, and in his fervor to evade Anthony's strikes, he had failed to notice the sword lying there. Fortune had smiled upon him. Liu Ang swiftly picked up the broken sword, raising it in his right hand to strike at the advancing Anthony. What? How did that sword return to him? Anthony's heart sank at the sight, but with his attack already committed, he could not retract it. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on with his assault. Clang! The broken sword clashed with Anthony's claws, and the 2 forces collided before being repelled apart. Liu Ang, seated on the ground, was only pushed back a short distance, while Anthony was sent soaring into the air, crashing down with one of his claws severed. My claws! Anthony exclaimed in shock, realizing that his most prized possession had been cleaved by Liu Ang's broken sword. A wolf without claws was akin to a tiger devoid of teeth. No, it was worse. Stripped of his claws, Anthony could scarcely manage to flee. Liu Ang could hardly believe the turn of events. He had been teetering on the brink of defeat, yet now it was Anthony who lay vanquished, unable to resist. As he beheld Anthony sprawled helplessly in the distance, Liu Ang exhaled a sigh of relief and began to assess his own injuries. However, his relief was short-lived as he discovered that the damage to his skeletal frame was more severe than anticipated. Not only was his right leg fractured, but his left leg bore a small crack, and 2 ribs were broken near his left chest, likely due to the rapid descent when he fell. The fragility of a skeletal form is indeed disheartening, Liu Ang lamented. Lacking knowledge of how to heal his skeletal injuries, he forced himself to stand and staggered toward Anthony. Upon reaching Anthony's side, Liu Ang cast a glance at him and coldly declared, "You dare to lay hands on me. Now, you shall meet your end." With that, he raised the broken sword, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. No. Anthony pleaded, "Warrior, hero, master, please spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall bestow upon you my binding spirit pearl." Pausing at this, Liu Ang responded flatly, "There's no need. Once I slay you, your binding spirit pearl will be mine regardless. Please," Anthony urged, his tone desperate. "Respected sir, do not kill me. I swear to serve you, to be your loyal servant." Hearing this, Liu Ang shook his head. "What benefit would it be to have you as a servant? There are many advantages," Anthony interjected, "that I can protect you and assist you in dealing with other skeletons. Moreover, I am a skeletal wolf with a lifespan of over 200 years. I am well versed in the ways of the undead. Should you encounter anything unfamiliar, you may consult me. A skeletal wolf with a lifespan of 2 centuries? Liu Ang was indeed tempted, being still unfamiliar with the world of the undead. He could use a guide. Furthermore, combining their strengths would likely allow them to confront a fourth-tier skeletal warrior with ease. However, Liu Ang also considered the potential downside: Anthony's loyalty. Once restored, he might seek revenge. Making the decision to accept him akin to inviting a viper into his bosom, that I cannot trust your loyalty. Therefore, I cannot spare you, Liu Ang coldly declared, raising the broken sword once more. No, no, no. Sensing Liu Ang's murderous intent, Anthony became anxious, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, please refrain from acting hastily. I possess a method that can ensure my loyalty to you reaches a perfect 100%. "Oh, what method might that be?" Liu Ang inquired. Curiosity piqued that moment. Anthony appeared hesitant, as if reluctant to divulge this method. Liu Ang threatened directly, "If you do not reveal this method at once, I shall take your life." "Ah, please don't force my hand." Anthony, witnessing Liu Ang's resolve to strike, grew frantic. After a moment's hesitation, it finally resolved to speak. "My lord, the method is quite simple. It involves accepting my soul heart." "Soul heart?" Liu Ang asked, perplexed. Anthony explained with evident reluctance. "The soul heart is the essence of a skeleton's spirit. If you can seize the soul heart, you will command the skeleton's very life. For the sake of its existence, the skeleton must obey all your commands, becoming your servant, your slave." However, given the precarious situation, Anthony realized that the only way to survive beneath Liu Ang's broken sword was to surrender its soul heart. Understood. After Anthony's explanation, Liu Ang grasped that the so-called soul heart was akin to the golden circlet used to control Sun Wukong. Whenever Sun Wukong disobeys, Tang Sung can utilize the circlet to exert control over him. "If you are willing to hand over your soul heart, I shall spare your life," Liu Ang declared, suppressing his elation. For acquiring Anthony's soul heart would not only grant him an assistant, but also a fiercely loyal subordinate. After a moment's hesitation, Anthony chose to submit, opening its mouth wide as a gray light orb flew forth. Soaring towards Liu Ang. My lord, this is my soul heart. The method of absorption is simple. You need only swallow it. Liu Ang followed Anthony's instruction and consumed the gray orb. Instantly, he felt a new gray orb manifest in a corner of his consciousness. Obedient and malleable to his will. That moment, Anthony trembled, pleading, "Servant Anthony beseeches his master not to activate the soul heart, for it causes me great distress." Liu Ang was momentarily perplexed, but soon grasped the simplicity of manipulating the soul heart. After relocating Anthony's soul heart to a secluded corner of his mind, he returned his awareness to the present. Casting a glance at Anthony, who stood beside him, he asked, "Just now, I heard you refer to yourself as Anthony. Is that your name?" Anthony nodded. "Indeed, my master. My full name is Anthony Killarivas Clearest to Lashua Shungli Jia." "What? So long. 20 characters? What is your surname?" "Killarivas Clearest, Alashwa Shungli Jia." Liu Ang nearly collapsed upon hearing Anthony's lengthy name. No, those are not my surnames. Anthony is my surname. My name is Killarivas." It attempted to clarify, preparing to repeat its lengthy name. Liu Ang immediately interjected, "Enough. It would be a hassle to call you by such a long name every time. For convenience, I shall give you a nickname. From now on, you shall be called Dwayne. Master, may I inquire what your surname is?" Anthony suddenly seemed to remember something and asked. Liu Ang, perplexed, replied, "My full name is Liu Ang. By the way, please don't refer to me as master anymore. I am not accustomed to it. From now on, simply call me boss. And you need not refer to yourself as a servant. It makes it seem as though you've become some grand landlord." "Understood, boss." Anthony nodded. "Long Anthony Killarivas Clearest to Lashua Shungli Jia. I am grateful for the name you have bestowed upon me." Liu Ang was taken aback, realizing his name had now lengthened by 3 more characters, totaling 23. After some inquiry, Liu Ang began to comprehend Anthony's background. According to its account, it was a demonic wolf belonging to a royal clan within the wolf tribe. Due to an unfortunate incident, it perished and arrived in the realm of the undead. According to Anthony's steadfast claims, It had existed in the realm of the undead for 201 years and 9 days as a skeleton demonic wolf, just as Liu Ang intended to delve deeper into Anthony's past. A sudden clattering sound reached his ears. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Turning towards the sound, Liu Ang spotted over a dozen skeletons wandering about 100 meters away, judging by the varying colors of their bones. It was evident that they were all level 1 skeleton soldiers. Leading this group was a pale, white level 2 skeleton soldier, clearly the commander of the level 1 skeletons, .13 level 1 skeleton soldiers. 1 level 2 skeleton soldier. Liu Ang quickly assessed the situation, realizing that if his own bones remained intact, the threat posed by the dozen level 1 skeletons was minimal, as their movements were exceedingly sluggish. However, coupled with the presence of a level 2 skeleton soldier, Liu Ang's chances of victory diminished significantly. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he chose to retreat. Dwayne, can you stand and walk? Liu Ang glanced at Anthony, who lay on the ground. Yes, boss. I can stand and walk, but my speed is not swift. Otherwise, I would have fled earlier. Anthony promptly responded, as long as you can walk. This place is unsafe. We must leave, Liu Ang declared, turning to face the skeletons, who remained oblivious to their presence due to the elevated terrain. Anthony nodded, using its remaining skeletal hand to prop itself up and quickly stand. Liu Ang checked his belongings and found the burlap sack intact, with the spirit-binding pearl still inside, ensuring nothing was lost. Let us proceed. However, just as Liu Ang took his first step, Anthony called out, Boss, wait. What is it? Liu Ang asked, puzzled. Anthony pointed with a bony finger at the severed wolf claws on the ground, saying, Boss, could you please retrieve my claws? Retrieve your claws? Though confused, Liu Ang understood it was not the time for questions. He picked up the claws and placed them in the burlap sack before urging Anthony to follow. Before long, Liu Ang began to grasp the meaning behind Anthony's earlier statement about its slow walking speed. Imagine a dog trying to walk upright on 2 legs. The pace would be painfully slow. Fortunately, thanks to the powerful skeletons passing by, Liu Ang encountered no attacks along the way. Even if he did, they would likely be mere low-level skeletons that he could easily dispatch with his current strength. Thus, under the influence of Anthony's turtle-like speed, 10 days later, Liu Ang finally returned to the territory of Juten. Upon entering the territory, Liu Ang was confronted by a squad of skeleton soldiers blocking the entrance. Led by a pale, pink skeleton captain, a level 2 elite skeleton, to enter the territory, you must pay an entrance fee of 5 pale white soul flames. The skeleton captain stated plainly 0.5 pale white soul flames equated to 5 level 2 skeletons. A fee Liu Ang was reluctant to pay. However, the opposing party made their stance clear. Without payment, entry was forbidden. Liu Ang had no choice but to consult Anthony for a solution. Yet Anthony shook its head, outlining 2 methods for entering the territory. The first was to forcefully break in, a method quickly dismissed, as the Juten territory had strict regulations against violence. Those who dare to fight would face severe consequences. Liu Ang had no desire to provoke the ire of the Juten general. The second method was to pay the entrance fee. With no other options, Liu Ang resigned himself to the second method, painfully surrendering 5 pale white soul hearts. Damn it. I will file a complaint with Juten next time. It's evident that these 5 soul hearts are being pocketed by this band of skeleton soldiers. Liu Ang expressed his dissatisfaction in his heart. Shortly after entering the territory of Juten, a deep crimson skeleton manifested within the grand hall atop the imposing mountain. This crimson skeleton bore a commander's insignia bound to its right arm. Had Liu Ang been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this crimson skeleton as Commander Buck, a capable subordinate of Juten. Buck, do you have any news of that feeble skeleton? Juten, seated in the center of the hall and consuming the flames of souls, paused his feeding to inquire upon Buck's arrival. Buck promptly replied, Yes, General, I have news. The guard at the entrance have just reported that the young skeleton returned with a dog. Juten raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a dog of the strength of a second-tier skeleton soldier. According to the records, its name is Anthony, a resident of the territory. Juten nodded thoughtfully that a second-tier skeleton soldier's dog is nothing extraordinary. It is likely that this dog was defeated by that young skeleton and subsequently became its thrall by surrendering its soul fire. Now, please elaborate on any changes observed in that young skeleton. Yes, Buck hurriedly recounted the guard's descriptions, including every detail of Liu Ang's injuries. Upon concluding his report, Jiten commanded, "Buck, keep a close watch on this young skeleton. If he seeks an audience with me, you are to bring him directly." "Understood, my lord." Buck bowed respectfully. While Buck was reporting Liu Ang's circumstances to Jiten, Liu Ang had already taken Anthony to the sanctuary cave. Given that a single sanctuary token required 10 pure white soul fires, equivalent to 10 third-tier skeleton soldiers, Liu Ang could certainly afford this cost alone. However, with Anthony as presence, the total was insufficient, compelling Liu Ang to part with his silver white soul fire in exchange for 100 jade white soul fires, thus acquiring 2 sanctuary tokens. With the token secured, Liu Ang and Anthony could safely remain in the territory for a month. Carrying the tokens and the remaining 80 jade white soul fires, Liu Ang returned to his previous cave and sighed in relief upon discovering it uninhabited. Familiarity breeds comfort, although the cave was modest. Liu Ang had grown accustomed to it and had no desire to relocate. To his surprise, Anthony's cave was situated a mere 20 meters away. Having become Liu Ang's servant, Anthony readily relocated his cave adjacent to Liu Ang's. Once everything was settled, Liu Ang began to tally his recent gains. During the return journey, he had dispatched 5 first-tier skeleton soldiers and 1 second-tier skeleton soldier. His current total of soul fires stood at 285 mottled white soul fires, 86 jade white soul fires, and 89 pure white soul fires. Due to the exchange of 1 silver white fire for 100 pure white fires to purchase the sanctuary tokens, he now possessed 0 silver white soul fires. Concentrating all the soul fires within a single containment orb, Liu Ang prepared to attempt consuming the soul fires when Anthony approached him. "Boss, do you still have that pair of claws?" Anthony inquired eagerly. "Claws?" Liu Ang momentarily faltered, but soon recalled that Anthony had previously asked him to retrieve the pair of wolf claws. He nodded and pointed to a burlap sack nearby. "Yes, they are right there in that sack." With uncontained excitement, Anthony retrieved the skeleton claws from the sack. After arranging the claws carefully upon the ground, he hesitated briefly before asking Liu Ang, "Boss, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" Liu Ang questioned, puzzled. "Could you lend me 50 jade white soul fires? I wish to restore my claws." "Don't worry, boss. Once I repair them, I'll help you hunt more soul fires in compensation," Anthony hastily added, fearing Liu Ang might refuse. "Restore your claws? A severed skeleton claw can be mended?" Liu Ang asked in astonishment. "Of course. We skeletons are immortal. As long as our soul fires endure, we can be restored. This is common knowledge among skeletons. Didn't you know, boss?" Anthony replied, slightly taken aback. Liu Ang felt a tinge of embarrassment as he admitted, "My time in the realm of the undead is still short. And there are many things I do not understand." "Oh," Anthony exclaimed, then proudly added, "No worries. I, the demon wolf, have lived for over 200 years and 19 days in the realm of the undead. I am well-versed in all matters concerning skeletons. If you have any questions, just ask me." One of the reasons Liu Ang accepted Anthony as his subordinate was precisely because of Anthony's extensive knowledge of the undead realm, gleaned from his long life. Returning to the matter at hand, Liu Ang stated, "Now, Anthony, let us discuss how you intend to repair your skeleton claws." He produced 50 jade white soul fires. "If that's insufficient, feel free to ask for more." Since Anthony was now his subordinate, Liu Ang was certainly willing to assist him. Moreover, he was eager to witness how Anthony would restore the severed wolf claws. Transferring the 50 jade white soul fires into an empty containment orb, he handed it over to Anthony. Anthony accepted the orb without hesitation and released the 50 soul fires. A jade white flame illuminated the entire cave. Drawing 1 soul fire from the 50, Anthony opened his mouth and swallowed a whole. Instantly, a visible jade white halo appeared around Anthony's neck, gentle and unassuming. "Boss, could you help me by holding one of the claws and positioning it where my severed claw once was?" Anthony requested, controlling the halo around his neck. Liu Ang obliged, placing the wolf claw at the point of disconnection. This time, Anthony fell silent, focusing on guiding the halo from his neck toward the right claw. As the halo reached the severed point, a puff of white smoke erupted. Initially, Liu Ang feared that Anthony had failed to reconnect the claw, However, he soon noticed a thin, adhesive strand forming at the site of disconnection, effectively binding the severed claw, albeit not yet securely. Without pausing, Anthony swiftly extracted a second pure white soul fire and consumed it, continuing the process of reattaching the claw. The same halo appeared, and more white smoke billowed forth. After consuming 5 pure white soul fires, Liu Ang observed that Anthony no longer required his assistance to hold the claw, as it had firmly reattached to the severed point. The claw and the hand were successfully united. Yet Anthony remained unexcited. This was merely the first step in the restoration. The second step involved merging the claw with the skeletal structure to achieve a complete recovery. Point 2. Anthony exclaimed, hastening his consumption of the soul fires. Directly ingesting 2 jade white soul fires simultaneously. The resulting jade white halo was more brilliant than before, lingering longer at the site of disconnection. As Anthony accelerated his intake, the halo at the severed point grew brighter. When Anthony had consumed 22 jade white soul fires, a sudden whoosh resonated, as if something had been successfully connected. Liu Ang gazed in astonishment at the jade white halo, which, in that fleeting moment, traversed the gap and enveloped the wolf claw. As the halo passed through the severed point, Liu Ang was astonished to see that Anthony's wolf paw had completely restored itself, with no remnants of the previous severance visible on the skeletal structure. Remarkable, Liu Ang marveled, having witnessed the entire repair process. Anthony waved his fully restored right claw, affirming its functionality before proceeding to repair the left severed claw. Employing the same method as before, Anthony consumed 24 jade white soul fires to restore the left claw. Liu Ang understood that the difference in the number of soul fires used for each claw was due to the varying qualities of the soul fires, even among those of the same tier. Their qualities could differ. Wow, boss, my claws are finally restored. As Anthony resumed walking on all fours, he immediately felt a great sense of relief. Liu Ang watched Anthony sprinting swiftly within the cave and could not help but recall the speed of Anthony, comparable to that of an elite skeleton. Had it not been for the favor of the goddess of fortune at that time, he might well have become a member of Anthony's soul-binding pearl by now. Fortunately, Anthony had become his servant, and his recovery would serve as a formidable aid in the future. Dwayning, is it true that any part of a skeleton that is severed can be repaired? Liu Ang inquired after Anthony's excitement had subsided. Anthony promptly nodded and replied, Indeed, boss. Any part of our skeleton can be mended. However, but what? Liu Ang pressed for clarification. However, the prerequisite for repair is that you must retrieve the severed part. For instance, in this case, my claws. Had you not helped me retrieve them at that moment, I would have been unable to mend them. Therefore, boss, if you encounter a situation where hands or feet are severed in the future, be sure to collect them at S.O. That's why. Liu Ang realized why Anthony had insisted on having him retrieve his claws. Dwayning, what if, during a battle, my hands and feet are shattered by the enemy? Suddenly, Liu Ang recalled such a scenario, knowing that in the face of absolute power, having one's limbs shattered, or even the skeleton itself, was unavoidable. Anthony explained, Boss, you need not worry too much about this. The differences among skeletons are minimal. As long as we defeat the opponent and retrieve their limbs, we can similarly repair our own skeletal forms that, of course, if you're determined, you can reconstruct shattered bones piece by piece. Upon hearing this, Liu Ang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Anthony spoke lightly of the matter, Liu Ang's understanding of skeletons indicated that the reality was much the same. Externally, skeletons appeared quite similar, with the only distinguishing factor being height. Naturally, some skeletons donned unique gear or bore distinctive marks to set themselves apart from others. Take General Juten, for instance. His gray armor exuded an imposing presence, and throughout his territory, he was the only one to don such attire. Hence, General Juten did not need to exert the pressure of a commander for other skeletons to easily recognize him. Similarly, Commander Buck was also easily identifiable, clad in a combination of half armor and leather, a style unique to him within the Juten territory. As for Liu Ang, he was even more conspicuous within Juten's domain, being the only skeleton of mottled white hue. Although Anthony was unaware of any similar kindred within Juten's realm, he claimed to be one of a kind, due to the multiple damages on Liu Ang's skeletal form. After learning the method of repair from Anthony, he began his own restoration. Liu Ang's current level remained that of a level 1 skeleton soldier. Thus he did not require the jade white soul fire like Anthony. A mottled white would suffice. In truth, the method for skeleton repair was similar to the consumption of soul fire. Both involved direct ingestion. The distinction lay in the former's soul fire being directly transported to the site of repair, while the latter required the soul fire to be absorbed into one's own reserve to augment its potency. Following Anthony's instruction, Liu Ang expended approximately 40 mottled white soul fires to restore his damaged skeletal structure. Once he flexed his restored limbs and felt everything was in order, Liu Ang resolved to attempt consuming soul fire to enhance his strength. He first procured a mottled white soul fire, which, despite its appearance, contained a robust essence and was presumably of superior quality. After calming himself, he placed the soul fire in his mouth. He urged the mottled white soul fire into his body. Liu Ang quickly discovered a similar essence already residing within him. According to the method of consumption, he needed to merge the ingested soul fire with his OWS. The two essences drew closer. Liu Ang ultimately pushed with force, and they finally made contact. Just as Liu Ang prepared to exhale in relief, he was suddenly startled by a cacophony of piercing screams echoing in his mind. What on earth is happening? The shrieks startled Liu Ang, prompting him to shift his awareness to the soul fire, where he witnessed the recently ingested essence being gradually consumed by his own. However, before the assimilation, the soul fire attempted to resist, hence the shrill cries, "Boss, what is occurring?" Anthony's soul heart sensed Liu Ang's turmoil. Any significant fluctuation in his soul fire would immediately be felt by him. Liu Ang, seeing Anthony approach, did not conceal the matter, but recounted his experience of consuming soul fire. Upon hearing this, Anthony expressed mild surprise, saying, "Boss, I forgot to mention an important taboo regarding your first consumption of soul fire. You must not consume one of a higher level. Since a level 1 skeleton soldier possesses a relatively weak essence, attempting to ingest one a higher tier could lead to soul disturbance, as you are experiencing now, or even backlash. To put it simply, if you lack the appetite, do not attempt to eat a cake too large. It could be detrimental." Liu Ang sighed helplessly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Anthony, with a hint of apology, replied, "Boss, I'm sorry. My first experience with soul fire consumption was 201 years and 21 days ago." Liu Ang decisively interrupted Anthony, who was about to ramble on. Fortunately, this time, the consumption merely induced a state of soul disturbance, akin to being overly full. All he needed to do was allow his essence to digest the ingested fire. Despite this, Liu Ang felt discomfort, for during the digestion of the soul fire, the piercing screams continued to reverberate in his ears. Unable to do anything, he wasted a day until his internal soul fire finally processed the ingested essence. Observing the significantly strengthened soul fire, he found the results satisfactory despite the earlier disturbance. To prevent any further disturbances, Liu Ang spent another day categorizing the soul fires from the soul binding pearl by quality, extracting those of inferior quality. After consuming a low-quality, mottled white soul fire, Liu Ang cautiously pushed the essence toward his own. Initially, he only dared to advance it incrementally until he confirmed that his own essence was stable, at which point he began to increase the intake. As days turned into weeks, Liu Ang found himself back in the Juten territory, nearing the end of a month. Each day was spent consuming soul fire. However, Liu Ang found it curious that, according to the leveling requirements for skeletons, a typical level 1 skeleton soldier needed to consume 100 of their kind to advance. Yet he had already utilized 200 mottled white soul fires, while his internal essence had indeed grown considerably. His skeletal form remained mottled white and had not transformed as expected into a jade white skeleton. "Why have I not yet advanced? What is happening?" Liu Ang muttered to himself, feeling a tinge of frustration. With this query in mind, he turned to Anthony, who explained, "Boss, each skeleton soul fire is also graded. Low, medium, high, top tier, and supreme. Advance. A greater quantity of soul fire is required from higher tiers, for instance, at this point." Anthony puffed up his chest with pride and declared, "Just like me, as a member of the royal lineage of the Magic Wolves, my soul fire is of supreme quality, to rise from level 1 to level 2. one must consume 1,000 level 1 skeleton soldiers. And to progress from level 2 to level 3, 5,000 level 2 skeleton soldiers are required. Liu Ang interjected, posing a question he had long pondered. If 1,000 mottled white soul fires are needed to reach level 2, and 5,000 jade white soul fires for level 3, the numbers are indeed staggering. Yet, with your 200 years of lifespan, how is it that you have not acquired 5,000 jade white soul fires and remain at level 2? Upon hearing Liu Ang's inquiry, Anthony hesitated, as if concealing something. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose to speak the truth. Boss, although I have lived for 200 years and 48 days. However, 180 years ago, I was merely a level 1 skeleton soldier, devoid of any intellect, existing in a state of confusion. That it was only after reaching level 2 that my awareness began to flourish. Liu Ang spoke calmly. In other words, you have only begun to comprehend this realm of the undead 20 years ago. Rest assured, my lord, I, Anthony, have been well versed in the world of the undead for 20 years. No, to be precise, 20 years and 48 days. And I possess knowledge of all the ranks of skeleton soldiers. When Anthony decided to speak the truth, he braced himself for Liu Ang's wrath. However, Liu Ang's serene demeanor only heightened Anthony's unease. Liu Ang was neither a fool nor a man prone to anger, and given that Anthony was willing to disclose the truth, Liu Ang had no reason to be enraged. In fact, from the moment Liu Ang took Anthony under his wing, he had not harbored high expectations, primarily due to Anthony's rank. One must ponder. How could a skeleton that has existed for over 2 centuries still possess the strength of merely a level 2 skeleton? Such a skeleton's capabilities would undoubtedly be questionable. Retaining Anthony at this stage of Liu Ang's journey indeed held some utility, especially considering Anthony's willingness to pledge his soul, who would willingly harm their own interests by discarding a loyal subordinate. Liu Ang, of course, would not disclose his thoughts to Anthony. As a youth from the 21st century, he may not have studied the art of manipulation, but he had gleaned some understanding through television dramas and novels. Liu Ang deliberately lowered his voice, stating, "Duaning, you have deceived me this time. I should be quite furious. Yet considering your willingness to speak the truth and your loyalty, I shall forgive you this once. However, let it not happen again." Upon hearing this, Anthony instantly rejoiced, the weight on his heart lifting as he excitedly proclaimed, "My lord, I, Liu Ang, Anthony Killerivis, Krellies, Alashwawinsili, Duaning, vow to remain loyal to you for eternity." Goodness, 23 words in a name. It truly becomes increasingly convoluted. Now, returning to the main subject, you just mentioned that the soul fire is categorized into 5 grades: low, medium, high, top tier, and supreme. How does one distinguish between these 5 tiers? Liu Ang promptly redirected the conversation. Anthony, not daring to be negligent, replied, "Differentiating the quality of soul fire is quite simple. First, for the low tier, there's a white flame within the inner fire. For the medium tier, there's a red flame. For the high tier, a blue flame. For the top tier, a golden flame. And for the supreme tier, this grade is rarely seen among undead skeletons. It is said that 5,000 years ago, a skeleton king possessed it. After that skeleton king was slain, supreme soul fire has not appeared in the realm of the undead since. The characteristic of supreme soul fire is straightforward. There is a purple flame within the inner fire. White, red, blue, gold, and purple. Liu Ang shifted his focus to the soul fire. After nearly a month of absorption, the color of the soul fire had noticeably brightened, indicating a significant increase in power. Observing the soul fire closely, he noted the outer flame was a mottled white. The middle flame contained a hint of shimmering white, and then the inner flame, purple, supreme. Upon seeing the color of the inner flame, Liu Ang was utterly astonished. Although the purple hue was faint, it was still discernible. Goodness, could this be the advantage of being a transmigrator? Having often read web novels, particularly those featuring time travelers, where protagonists become extraordinary beings, Liu Ang never expected to experience such benefits himself. Just as Liu Ang was quietly elated, Anthony curiously inquired, "My lord, do you see? What level is your soul fire?" Liu Ang did not respond immediately. Instead, he queried, "Duaning, how much soul fire is needed for supreme soul fire to advance from level 1 to level 2? To elevate supreme soul fire from level 1 to level 2, one must consume 10 times the amount of top-tier soul fire, which means one needs 10,000 soul fires for the advancement to level 2, and 50,000 for level 3, and 100,000 for level 4. Anthony naturally explained the requirements for a skeleton soldier possessing supreme soul fire to upgrade. But as he finished, he seemed to realize something, suddenly exclaiming, "My lord, your soul fire couldn't possibly be supreme, could it?" Liu Ang did not deny it, but instead asked, "What is supreme? Is having supreme soul fire truly so coveted?" Upon hearing Liu Ang's response, Anthony suddenly acted strangely, glancing about cautiously and then staring at the cave entrance for a long while before shifting his gaze away. Once he felt everything was secure, he lowered his voice deliberately and said, "My lord, you may not know this, but in the realm of the undead, supreme soul fire is considered a taboo. A taboo. Why?" Liu Ang was taken aback and hurriedly pressed for an explanation. Anthony spoke gravely, "My lord, in fact, the soul fire in the undead world has always been classified into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top tier. However, 5,000 years ago, a skeleton king emerged, and with his purple soul fire, an additional level was added to the existing classifications, the supreme level. The skeleton king from 5,000 years ago." Liu Ang mused to himself, not interrupting Anthony's discourse. Anthony continued, "When the skeleton king with supreme soul fire appeared, he subdued the entire skeleton world in just 1 year, becoming the unparalleled ruler of the skeleton realm. It is said that his power was even comparable to that of the demon king. The emergence of the skeleton king also elevated the formerly lowly skeletons by several ranks, even surpassing other undead beings. However, this golden age was short-lived. One fateful day, 10 years after the skeleton king's rise, he unknowingly offended both the demon king and the celestial king, leading both monarchs to unleash forbidden magic upon him. Ultimately, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands, and the skeleton king was vanquished by the combined forces of the 2 rulers in the realm of the undead. In the end, the 2 monarchs, seemingly fearing the resurgence of another skeleton king in the undead world, declared a decree. Any skeleton owner possessing purple soul fire shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Liu Ang inwardly gasped in shock. Just moments ago, he had felt proud of possessing supreme soul fire. Little did he know that what seemed a boon was, in fact, a perilous existence, akin to carrying a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment if not handled properly. It was imperative to keep this under wraps. If others were to discover that his soul fire was purple, his fate would be sealed. Liu Ang quietly formulated a plan in his mind. Fortunately, as a skeleton, he lacked facial expressions or discernible eyes. Otherwise, with his acting skills not even fit to carry the shoes of a film star, Anthony would have immediately sensed Liu Ang's unease. At that moment, Anthony's tone shifted, tinged with excitement, as he remarked, "Although the skeleton king was slain by the demon and celestial monarchs, during his reign, he elevated our status to an unprecedented height, and we skeletons are eternally grateful to him. Thus, we have secretly added the supreme tier to the classification of soul fire." Coming from the 21st century, Liu Ang had not experienced any distinct hierarchies on Earth. Therefore, he found it difficult to resonate with Anthony's fervor. To avoid being seen through, he could only feign a chuckle. Naturally, Anthony did not forget his inquiry and cautiously asked, "My lord, your soul fire couldn't truly be of the supreme grade, could it?" Liu Ang chuckled lightly and shook his head. "I am not." While Anthony's loyalty was unquestionable, for the sake of his own safety, it was best that as few people as possible knew the secret of his purple soul fire. Moreover, in the realm of the undead, there existed a secret technique known as soul search, capable of extracting memories from one's soul. Liu Ang had once experienced this when the Bone Dragon Lord Glacé cast a spell on him. "Why, lord, then what grade is your soul fire?" Anthony pressed on, unyielding. Liu Ang hesitated briefly. He certainly would not reveal the true grade, but if he claimed it to be too low, the lie would be easily exposed when it came time to absorb soul fire. Thus, he needed to choose a grade that was as high as possible, since he could not disclose that it was supreme. He could only opt for the top-tier grade. However, if he asserted his soul fire was top tier, it would only heighten Anthony's suspicions due to his prolonged hesitation. Fortunately, Liu Ang anticipated this. After a moment of stammering, he finally said gravely, "I'm not certain what grade my soul fire is. Duaning, have you ever seen inner fire with half being blue and half being golden? Dual soul fire." Upon hearing Liu Ang's words, Anthony could not help but exclaim. The sound startled Liu Ang, who had not anticipated that such a casual remark would evoke such astonishment from Anthony. Intrigued, Liu Ang inquired, "What is the dual soul fire?" With a hint of excitement in his tone, Anthony explained, "The dual soul fire consists of two distinct soul's flames, which are quite formidable in the realm of the undead. However, it is not as unique as the supreme soul fire. The advantage of possessing dual soul fire lies in the ability to cultivate two types of soul flames simultaneously. Simultaneously cultivate two types of soul flames." Liu Ang questioned. "Indeed," Anthony replied, filled with envy. Being able to cultivate both types of soul fire enhances one's capabilities. During battle, merging the two flames into one significantly amplifies strength, surpassing that of a single type of soul fire of the same grade. For instance, I possess the pinnacle of soul fire, while you, my leader, possess both pinnacle and advanced soul fires, although my single pinnacle soul fire is more powerful when you combine it with your advanced soul fire. The fusion will yield greater strength than my pinnacle soul fire alone." After Anthony's detailed explanation, Liu Ang gained a clearer understanding of the dual soul fire and its benefits. Unfortunately, he realized that he did not possess the dual soul fire. Listening to Anthony's continuous tales of skeletons wielding dual soul fire in the realm of the undead, Liu Ang finally comprehended why his own skeleton rank had not progressed. The supreme purple soul fire requires a staggering 10,000 soul fires of the same rank to ascend from level 1 to level 2. Subtracting the 200 common white soul fires Liu Ang had previously consumed, he still needed to absorb 9,800 soul fires to advance to a level 2 skeleton soldier. Fortunately, Anthony elucidated the upgrade requirements for dual soul fire. Each type of soul fire must be cultivated separately, with the pinnacle soul fire necessitating 1,000 soul fires, while the advanced type requires 500, totaling 1,500 soul fires. Although this number remains significantly lower than 10,000, Liu Ang had devised an alternative plan that on the 30th day, after a month of sanctuary had elapsed, Liu Ang recounted the quantity of soul fires he possessed and resolved to remain in the Jutan territory to consume more soul fires, WY exchanging 40 pure white soul fires. Liu Ang and Anthony could extend their stay in the Jutan territory for an additional 2 months, accounting for the 200 common white soul fires he had already consumed, the 45 common white soul fires used for bodily repairs, the 50 jade white soul fires Anthony utilized to mend his claws, and the 1 pure white soul fire along with 36 jade white soul fires Liu Ang intended to gift to Anthony. He was left with only 40 common white soul fires and 48 pure white soul fires. 0.1 pure white soul fire could be exchanged for 100 jade white soul fires, and 1 jade white could be traded for 100 common white. After handing 30 pure white soul fires to Anthony for exchange, Liu Ang converted 1 pure white soul fire entirely into common white soul fires, amounting to 10,000 common white soul fires. Subsequently, he spent 18 pure white soul fires to acquire jade white ones, totaling 1,800 jade white soul fires. At present, Liu Ang possessed 10,040 common white soul fires and 1,800 jade white soul fires. The quantity of common white soul fires required for advancement from level 1 to level 2 was now sufficient. Liu Ang planned to enter seclusion to absorb the soul fires, aiming to elevate his skeleton rank as swiftly as possible. Given that consuming soul fires necessitated time for digestion, Liu Ang estimated that he could absorb 1 soul fire approximately every half hour, allowing for a total of 48 soul fires in a single day. At this rate, he would be able to consume a maximum of 1,440 soul fires in a month, or 2,800 in 2 months. This pace, however, was inadequate for Liu Ang, who possessed supreme soul fire and sought to ascend to a level 2 skeleton soldier by consuming 10,000 common white soul fires, in order to expedite his advancement and avoid drawing attention. Liu Ang resolved to take risks by consuming 2 soul fires simultaneously. Upon swallowing 2 soul fires, Liu Ang felt a piercing shriek resonate within him. Soul disturbance. Having experienced this phenomenon before, Liu Ang was not alarmed. He had devised a method to gather his soul fire in one place and digest it sequentially. This technique resembled welding. Dispersed flames might struggle to sever steel, yet when concentrated, they could effortlessly cut through both steel and iron. Indeed, the focused flames proved far more efficient than their dispersed counterparts. What previously required half an hour to consume one soul fire could now be achieved in just a quarter of the time. As one soul fire was consumed, the soul disturbance dissipated. Free from the influence of those jarring shrieks, Liu Ang's absorption hastened. Time passed unnoticed, and after 20 days, Liu Ang had scarcely ventured from his dwelling in the cave. Thanks to the accelerated pace of soul fire consumption and the concentrated method, Liu Ang had absorbed 2,000 soul fires in just 20 days. Adding the 200 previously consumed, he had now absorbed a total of 2,200, completing one-fifth of the required 10,000. Sensing the increasing purity of the soul fire within him, Liu Ang felt his skeletal form becoming lighter, and his movements were swifter than before, no longer sluggish. The coloration of his skeletal structure also transformed, shedding its mottled appearance to reveal more of the jade white bone beneath. Having spent half an hour acclimating to his newly altered skeletal form, Liu Ang resumed his consumption of soul fire. Today he resolved to take another risk, escalating his simultaneous absorption from 2 to 3 soul fires. As his own soul fire grew more potent, Liu Ang had discovered 2 days prior that he could now absorb 2 soul fires without experiencing soul disturbance, indicating his soul fire could support the absorption of 2 at once. Especially with the recent increase in his absorption rate, Liu Ang no longer required half an hour to consume 2 soul fires. With these considerations in mind, Liu Ang decided to once again embark on an adventure, absorbing 3 soul fires simultaneously to mitigate the risk of a potentially overwhelming soul disturbance. He cautiously ingested 2 soul fires first, and only after consuming half of the first did he introduce the third. Boom! The soul disturbance erupted once more. Thankfully, having endured such disturbances for nearly half a month, Liu Ang was relatively unfazed by this occurrence. Focusing his mind, he commenced his absorption with determination. 1 hour later, the results were gratifying. Although he could not yet achieve the absorption of 3 soul fires in half an hour, he could now consume 5 in 1 hour, a clear improvement. As time slipped away unnoticed, 5 days later, Liu Ang's hourly absorption rate increased to 6 soul fires. After 10 days, it rose to 7. 20 days later, 8. And after 30 days, 9. Were Anthony to witness Liu Ang's current rate of soul fire consumption, he would undoubtedly find it incredible. Such an insatiable appetite for soul fire was unprecedented among skeletons. Liu Ang's method of consumption bordered on self-harm, as he faced the constant threat of being devoured by soul disturbance. Thus, he found himself struggling daily at the precipice of annihilation. Yet against all odds, Liu Ang triumphed. After 60 days of frenzied consumption, he finally absorbed the requisite 10,000 soul fires. But the moment Liu Ang completed the consumption of his first 10,000 soul fires, a thunderous sound reverberated within his soul. Boom! He had ascended. He transformed from a level 1 skeleton soldier into a level 2 skeleton soldier. Upon achieving this new rank, Liu Ang noticed a remarkable change in the soul fire within him, now manifesting as a small jade white flame, with a striking purple inner flame at its core. His skeletal body had undergone a significant transformation, shifting from its former mottled appearance to a flawless jade white. Wow! My leader has ascended. Congratulations, leader! We celebrate your successful advancement to a level 2 skeleton soldier. No, it should be said, you are now a level 2 skeleton soldier of dual soul fire. Liu Ang's ascension inevitably first impacted Anthony. For Anthony's soul heart was ensconced within Liu Ang's soul sea. Thus, any tremors experienced by Liu Ang would undoubtedly resonate with it. Although Liu Ang had deliberately sealed Anthony's soul heart during his fervent consumption, shielding it from the vibrations of his soul, the upheaval at the moment of ascension was beyond Liu Ang's control. To his surprise, he saw Anthony's figure dart in like a shadow, and noted with astonishment that the color of the skeleton adorning Anthony had transformed to a pure white. A level 3 skeleton soldier. Clearly, in the past 2 months, Anthony had utilized the 30 pure white soul flames entrusted to him by Liu Ang to exchange for 3,000 jade white soul flames. successfully achieving his own ascension. Boss, I too have ascended. I am now a level 3 skeleton soldier, Anthony proclaimed with pride, even revealing his pure white skeletal form to affirm his claims. After 3 months of effort, Liu Ang felt a surge of joy at finally becoming a level 2 skeleton soldier. He reveled in the newfound strength coursing through his skeletal body, feeling it was more than twice as powerful as before. Not to mention significantly enhanced agility and speed. Should he encounter a level 4 skeleton soldier again, he would no longer need to fight for his life, for he was confident in his ability to vanquish one. However, he felt he still fell short when facing an elite skeleton on the first day after 3 months had passed. The protective bone plates on Liu Ang shattered, compelling both him and Anthony to vacate the Giant Tan territory. Being forcibly expelled that moment, Giant Tan sat upon his throne in the Grand Hall, with a half-armored, deep pink skeleton standing before him. Commander Buck, Giant Tan was the first to speak, inquiring, "Buck, another 3 months have passed. Is that feeble skeleton still within the territory?" Buck promptly replied, reporting to the general, "I have just received a report from my subordinates that an hour ago, that small skeleton departed the territory along with that skeleton dog. Furthermore, my subordinates have also reported that the small skeleton has ascended and become a level 2 skeleton soldier, while the skeleton dog has also ascended to a level 3 skeleton soldier." Buck added, "Oh, ascended." Giant Tan expressed surprise at Liu Ang's advancement. Yet upon reflection, considering Liu Ang's intelligence rivaling that of skeleton general, he found it less astonishing. Giant Tan spoke gravely, "Buck, keep a close watch on that small skeleton. Nearly 5 months have elapsed, and only 1 month remains until the half-year mark. The agreement between that small skeleton and Lord Glace is approaching. When that small skeleton returns next time, bring him directly to me." "Yes, General," Buck responded eagerly. Unbeknownst to Liu Ang, the conversation between Giant Tan and Buck transpired without his knowledge. Shortly after departing the territory, he and Anthony commenced hunting for the soul flames of skeletons. With a series of cracking sounds, Liu Ang and Anthony combined their efforts to shatter a group of approximately 11 level 2 skeleton soldiers. Had Liu Ang still been a level 1 skeleton soldier, confronting these 11 would have proven arduous. However, now as a level 2, dispatching them was a mere trifle, especially with Anthony's enhanced speed. Within just a few minutes, the group of level 2 skeleton soldiers lay defeated. Absorb! Liu Ang skillfully extracted the 11 jade-white soul flames into the soul-binding pearl. Upon tallying the number of soul flames he possessed, Liu Ang found himself in possession of 120 modeled white soul flames and 800 jade-white ones. With the addition of the 11 newly acquired jade-white flames, his total now amounted to 811. Ascending from level 2 to level 3 skeleton soldier required 50,000 jade-white soul flames. Although 1,811 was a far cry from 50,000, Liu Ang was confident that little by little it would accumulate. Moreover, with their current strength, they could hunt higher-level skeletons, such as level 4 skeleton soldiers, where defeating just one would yield 10,000 jade-white soul flames. For Liu Ang's present capabilities, this was not a daunting task. Liu Ang and Anthony ventured further from Giant Tan's territory. The encounters with skeletons began to multiply. After a day of fierce combat, Liu Ang amassed over 500 mottled white soul flames, more than 100 jade white soul flames, and 15 pure white soul flames. With the enhancement of their strength, it was evident that their daily harvest of soul flames had increased several-fold on the second day. Liu Ang and Anthony resumed their endeavors, similarly dispatching numerous skeletons, including a significant number of level 3 skeletons, ultimately reaping over 400 mottled white soul flames, more than 120 jade white soul flames, and 40 pure white soul flames. The third and fourth days yielded bountiful results as well. However, on the 5th day, they began to encounter level 4 skeleton soldiers. Ahead of them, 2 level 4 skeleton soldiers traversed together, one wielding a chipped short sword and the other a wooden staff, both adorned with a gray soul binding pearl. "These must belong to the territory," Anthony remarked, peering from behind a small hill. "Boss, should we engage?" Liu Ang replied definitively, "Of course, we will." Anthony, concerned, cautioned, "But they are both level 4 skeleton soldiers. If we engage, we might not prevail. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Ang proposed, Shadow, can you confidently draw one away with your speed? I should be able to, Anthony responded, fully aware of his capabilities. While he could not match the level 4 skeleton soldiers in combat, he was confident in his speed. Liu Ang pointed to the skeleton wielding the wooden staff, saying, you distract that one. I'll handle the other. Understood. Anthony nodded in agreement, but added with concern, boss, be careful. If it gets too tough, retreat. After spending several days alongside Liu Ang, Anthony remembered that while Liu Ang's speed did not rival his own, in terms of agility, Liu Ang vastly outshone him. All right, let us initiate our plan. With that, Liu Ang leapt from the hill, charging straight at the level 4 skeleton soldier wielding the short sword. Anthony wasted no time, sprinting swiftly like an arrow towards the skeleton with the wooden staff. Attack! The two level 4 skeleton soldiers hesitated momentarily upon spotting Liu Ang and Anthony, but quickly raised their weapons and charged forward. The clash of Liu Ang's broken sword against the short sword of the level 4 skeleton soldier echoed sharply. Liu Ang felt his skeletal hand tremble from the impact, while his adversary remained largely unaffected. Fortunately, skeletal bodies do not experience pain. Otherwise, that one strike could have incapacitated Liu Ang. He realized he could not rely on strength alone. Following their initial confrontation, Liu Ang quickly grasped his disadvantage. It was evident that his strength as a level 2 skeleton soldier was insufficient to match that of the level 4 skeleton soldier. With the opponent's attacks swift and relentless, Liu Ang deftly sidestepped the second strike by executing a quick left step and sliding to the right. Since he could not rely on brute force, he had to resort to the art of using leverage. In that split second, Liu Ang made a decision, deliberately slowing his swordplay. Tai Chi swordsmanship. This technique is familiar to all. Liu Ang chose this style for two primary reasons. Firstly, it emphasizes defense. Secondly, it is characterized by the principle of utilizing the opponent's force against them. Given Liu Ang's current abilities as a level 2 skeleton soldier, he could not hope to match his opponent's strength. So he needed to leverage their power. The essence of Tai Chi swordsmanship encompasses borrowing, adhering, dragging, pushing, and striking. Observing the opponent's blades swiftly descending upon him, Liu Ang's heart sank as he swiftly drew two large circles with his broken sword before his chest. Clang! As the opponent's short blade encroached upon the two great circles, Liu Ang suddenly yanked his broken sword, utilizing the finesse of his circular motion to deftly deflect the adversary's weapon. With a swift motion, Liu Ang's broken sword swiftly approached the opponent's short blade, which was poised for further attack. By dragging the broken sword along the opponent's blade, he immediately dissipated the force of the impending counterattack. With a decisive push, Liu Ang maneuvered the opponent's short blade in a grand arc, momentarily disorienting them and robbing them of their offensive power. Seizing the moment, Liu Ang sprang into action. The fierce momentum of his broken sword shifted, slicing down with unparalleled ferocity towards the opponent. Drawing upon his extensive experience from numerous encounters with skeletons, Liu Ang chose to target not the opponent's head or body, but rather the hand that wielded the blade. For a skeleton, losing its head or body would not mean death. They could still attack. The only way to vanquish a skeleton was to shatter their form or expel the flame of their soul from their skeletal frame. Crack! Success! Liu Ang's broken sword cleaved through the hand of the level 4 skeleton, which could not withstand the force of the strike, causing it to sever and fall to the ground. With the loss of its hand and weapon, the opponent had lost all combat capability. Liu Ang swiftly capitalized on this opportunity, and after several minutes of relentless effort, the level 4 skeleton was completely obliterated, with the silvery flame of its soul escaping into the air. The silvery soul flame could be exchanged for 10,000 pure white soul flames. Liu Ang, seemingly anxious that the silvery flame might vanish, hurriedly produced the soul-binding pearl to capture the essence. Just as he secured the pearl, a voice called out from a distance, "Boss, I can't hold on much longer. Help!" Upon hearing this, Liu Ang quickly turned his head, witnessing the level 4 skeleton with a wooden club relentlessly pursuing Anthony. Even as Anthony ran past Liu Ang, the skeleton remained fixated on him, ignoring Liu Ang entirely. "Bring it over here, and I'll ambush," seeing that the level 4 skeleton's focus was solely on Anthony. Liu Ang made a swift decision. Anthony nodded and began to lead the skeleton towards Liu Ang Dai. Liu Ang deftly circled behind the level 4 skeleton, his broken sword swiftly slicing through the air above the opponent's head, sending a skull soaring. Dare to chase the great wolf. I shall have your head. The beheaded skeleton was not yet defeated. As it raised its wooden club to retaliate, Anthony immediately turned and sank his teeth into the skeleton's hand, grasping the club. Bang! Liu Ang also wielded his broken sword to continue the assault on the skeleton, and soon after, the second level 4 skeleton was flawlessly dispatched by Liu Ang and Anthony. That nearly scared the life out of me. It almost succeeded in pursuing me, Anthony remarked, still shaken. Hearing this, Liu Ang, slightly puzzled, inquired, Duaning, I don't understand why that level 4 skeleton was so fixated on you, even ignoring my presence right beside it. Sigh. Anthony sighed in resignation. Boss, you must understand, the intelligence of level 4 skeletons is exceedingly low. They can typically only discern the strength and rank of their foes. From their perspective, I'm a level 3 skeleton, which undoubtedly holds more value than your level 2 skeleton status. Hence its relentless pursuit. After absorbing Anthony's explanation, Liu Ang finally grasped the situation. Following this, after collecting the soul flames from the second level 4 skeleton, Liu Ang and Anthony began to tally the spoils from their two vanquished foes. They acquired a chipped short blade, which, despite its damage, was far superior to the broken axe Liu Ang had previously obtained, likely fetching between 100 to several dozen pure white soul flames upon returning to their territory. The second item was an ordinary wooden club, which held no particular value and could be discarded. The third treasure was the soul binding pearl from the two level 4 skeletons. First, Liu Ang examined the pearl from the skeleton wielding the short blade, and he was taken aback. Inside were countless flickering pure white soul flames. 2,000 pure white soul flames, equivalent to 2,000 level 3 skeletons. Incredible fortune. After assessing the contents of the soul-binding pearl, Liu Ang felt a surge of exhilaration, in addition to the massive 2,000 pure white soul flames. There were also nearly 10,000 jade white soul flames. Wow, boss, this is the first time I, the Great Wolf, have seen such an abundance of pure white soul flames, exclaimed Anthony, equally astonished after inspecting the soul-binding pearl. Next, Liu Ang turned his attention to the second soul-binding pearl from the skeleton with the wooden club point 1,000 mottled white soul flames, 10,000 pure white soul flames, and, astonishingly, 2 silver soul flames. Another bountiful harvest, Anthony exclaimed in astonishment once more, initially believing that the combat prowess of the wooden club-wielding skeleton was inferior, not anticipating that the rewards would rival those of the short-blade skeleton. Liu Ang felt a rush of excitement as he calculated the total gain from the 2 soul-binding pearls. 1,000 mottled white soul flames, nearly 21,000 jade white soul flames, 3,000 pure white soul flames, and 4 silver soul flames. Adding this to his previous acquisitions, Liu Ang now possessed a total of 2,500 mottled white soul flames, 21,500 jade white soul flames, 3,300 pure white soul flames, and 4 silver soul flames. That 21,500 jade white soul flames represented a significant fraction of the amount Liu Ang required to ascend from level 2 to level 3. Meanwhile, Anthony required 10,000 pure white soul flames to progress to level 4, which was also a third of the needed total. Remarkably, this impromptu ambush has yielded rewards nearly 100-fold compared to our previous desperate battles. If we could encounter more skeletons like these, Liu Ang mused inwardly, suddenly struck by an idea. Ambush. Duaning, do you happen to know of any secluded locations nearby that are also close to the main road? Liu Ang inquired, his mind already made up. Anthony, not one to be underestimated, immediately blurted out, Boss, are you planning to ambush the returning skeletons? Liu Ang nodded without hesitation. Indeed, if we were to hunt them down one by one, it would be an eternity before we could gather enough soul flames for our upgrades. This is the most expedient method to amass the required number. Anthony expressed concern, but boss, with our strength, can we truly defeat those skeletons? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Ang replied. It should be manageable that I've assessed that our combined efforts should easily suffice to handle 1 or 2 level 4 skeletons. If we encounter 3 or more, we can use you as bait to draw them in while I execute a surprise attack from behind. That should work. Using me as bait, boss, may I request you spare me? Anthony implored as a wise and formidable leader. I would prefer not to meet an untimely end. Upon hearing Liu Ang's strategy, Anthony began to plead earnestly. Liu Ang retorted, enough with the trivialities. As the ancients say, fortune favors the bold. If you wish to remain stagnant at the level of a 3-tier skeleton, I will not hinder you. Moreover, I could directly grant you half of my soul flames to allow you to leave. However, should you choose to depart today, do not ever show your face before me again, for I shall not be merciful then. Sensing Liu Ang's ire, Anthony quickly acquiesced, boss, I was wrong, since I have sworn my loyalty to you for life. How could I abandon you? Liu Ang nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Duaning. You need not worry excessively. If the opponent is overly powerful, I will certainly not send you out as bait, Liu Ang reassured. Having realized his previous tone was somewhat harsh, Anthony nodded in resignation. What choice did it have? Alas, its soul was firmly in Liu Ang's grasp. Furthermore, even if Liu Ang wished to let it go, escape would be impossible. If Liu Ang were to perish, so too would its soul, resulting in inevitable doom. Returning to the initial query, Liu Ang asked, Duaning, have you yet to answer me? Are there any hidden places nearby that are close to the main road? Upon hearing this, Anthony pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, Indeed, there's a rather concealed location. Really? Let's go. We must head there immediately, Liu Ang urged eagerly. This spot was a small hill located approximately 20 miles from the western entrance of the Juden territory. The hill was unremarkable, and the realm of the undead lacked any small grass, verdant trees, or other forms of life. Aside from the gray soil, it comprised only gray sand and large gray stones. Liu Ang referred to this hill as the Little Pinky Mountain, as its shape resembled a tiny pinky finger standing upright, with its most notable feature being its steep incline, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to climb. Of course, skeletons with a certain degree of power could scale it, but that required them to be elite-level skeletons of at least 3rd rank. Moreover, a 3rd-rank elite skeleton would hardly find it entertaining to ascend this hill. Although the ascent was challenging for others, it posed no difficulty for Liu Ang during his time on Earth. He had a profound passion for rock climbing. This little pinky mountain, standing at a mere 50 meters high, was trivial compared to the cliffs he had conquered, some reaching heights of several hundred meters. Thus, the modest 50 meters presented no challenge for him. Once he reached the summit, he tossed down a thick hemp rope he had woven, pulling Anthony up alongside him. Seated atop the hill, the expansive view allowed them to easily spot the movements of skeletons and objects from a mile away. While this hill was not the optimal ambush site, its visibility could be exploited as long as they remained vigilant from their vantage point. They could descend and position themselves strategically at a location the enemy would traverse. Furthermore, atop this little pinky mountain, they had no fear of other skeletons interrupting their activities, allowing them to consume soul flames in peace. As days passed, Liu Ang and Anthony remained atop Little Pinky Mountain, acting promptly upon spotting targets. Predominantly 4th-rank skeleton soldiers, ensuring their numbers did not exceed 4. After 10 days of relentless pursuit, they successfully hunted down 50 4th-rank skeleton soldiers, acquiring over 50 soul-binding pearls. 56, Liu Ang exclaimed after counting, each pearl representing a significant bounty. Presently, Liu Ang possessed a staggering amount of soul flames: 20,000 mottled white flames, 600,000 jade white flames, 130,000 pure white flames, and 500 silver white flames. Upon tallying the soul flames, Liu Ang was astounded, and no wonder he often witnessed thieves and robbers during his time on Earth. The allure of such effortless gain was indeed intoxicating, compelling one to repeat the experience. Much like those who savored delectable food, how could they willingly abandon such a delight? While on Earth, Liu Ang held a strong disdain for thieves and robbers, never hesitating to confront them upon encountering such individuals. Yet now, fate played a cruel joke on him, as he found himself embodying the very role he loathed in the world of the undead. Wow, boss, I have successfully absorbed 1,000 soul flames. That I am just 9,000 flames away from leveling up, Anthony exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. I could see that moment. Anthony's trepidation had dissipated, having tasted the fruits of their plunder. Previously, Liu Ang had bestowed upon him 10,000 pure white soul flames. Soon, once Anthony fully absorbed these flames, he would ascend to the ranks of 4th-rank skeleton soldiers. Over the past 10 days, Liu Ang had also been diligently consuming jade white soul flames. However, the requirement of 50,000 soul flames to advance from 2nd to 3rd rank was an overwhelming challenge. Even though Liu Ang's absorption rate had improved from 9 flames per hour to 10, he had only consumed just over 1,000, leaving him far from achieving 3rd rank. Hey boss, there's a target. Suddenly, Anthony's voice rang in Liu Ang's ears. Startled, Liu Ang looked up to see a 4th-rank skeleton soldier approaching from the southwest direction of Little Pinky Mountain. Heading towards the Juten territory, a solitary 4th-rank skeleton soldier. Both Liu Ang and Anthony felt a surge of excitement. Although the skeleton wielded a long sword, their previous encounters with 4th-rank skeleton soldiers had equipped them with ample experience to handle even a 6-man team, let alone a lone soldier. Boss, let's make our move, Anthony urged impatiently. Liu Ang nodded, his gaze fixated on the long sword held by the skeleton. It was merely an ordinary iron sword, yet it ignited Liu Ang's desire. Since losing his intricately decorated iron sword to General Juten, he had longed for another longsword. Unfortunately, the 40-plus weapons obtained from the previous 54th-rank skeletons had all been in disrepair, far inferior to his broken sword, preventing him from upgrading his weapon. Thus, the appearance of a complete longsword was an opportunity Liu Ang could not afford to miss. Setting aside the thick hemp rope, Liu Ang eagerly followed Anthony down from Little Pinky Mountain. Distracted by the allure of the intact longsword, he failed to notice a pink figure appearing 3 miles away. Heading towards the Juten territory, in his usual fashion, Liu Ang would first bury his skeleton body in the sand, while Anthony would lure the enemy. Once the foe drew near, Liu Ang would spring forth from the sand for a surprise attack. This strategy had proven highly effective against 4th-rank skeleton soldiers, saving both time and minimizing damage to their own skeletons. Additionally, Liu Ang wished to avoid excessive combat, fearing that the long sword might sustain damage, as there were no blacksmiths in this realm of the undead. To ensure the enemy entered the ambush zone, Anthony refrained from springing into action immediately, instead following Liu Ang's lead and burying himself in the sand, preparing to strike once the target approached. Anthony understood that Liu Ang referred to this tactic as a double strike. The primary goal was to divert the enemy's attention after the first attack, making them unaware of a second impending assault, thereby lowering their guard. An opportune moment for Liu Ang to strike. As the target drew nearer, Anthony shifted the sand around him, ensuring a more advantageous position for his ambush if the opponent proved to be a fool and fell to his attack. Liu Ang would graciously grant him 30% of the soul flames collected. The thought of that portion sent a thrill of excitement through Anthony. They're coming. As the target approached, Anthony tightened his focus. The 4th-rank skeleton soldier was likely unaware it had been marked for ambush. As it stepped cautiously across the sand, it passed right by Anthony's concealed position. Attack! Anthony suddenly sprang from the sand, propelling his skeletal body forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly at the 4th-rank skeleton soldier. Whoa! To Anthony's surprise, his attack was deftly evaded. Clearly, this 4th-rank skeleton soldier was no novice. While Anthony's sudden appearance had momentarily startled it, it ultimately managed to evade the strike with remarkable composure. Kill! The 4th-rank skeleton soldier reacted swiftly, unleashing a fierce shout as its right skeletal hand raised the long sword to strike at Anthony. The failure of his attack left Anthony feeling disheartened, but he quickly dismissed the setback and fled, ensuring the enemy's sword could not reach him. Kill! Kill! The 4th-rank skeleton soldier, seeing Anthony retreat, pursued him without hesitation. Upon realizing the enemy had taken the bait, Anthony wasted no time and turned to sprint toward Liu Ang's ambush location. However, just then, the 4th-rank skeleton soldier abruptly halted its pursuit, casting its gaze southwest before turning its attention back to Anthony, who had stopped not far away, seemingly hesitating. What is it doing? Anthony was perplexed by the sudden halt of the enemy. Meanwhile, Liu Ang, concealed in the nearby sand, scolded Anthony internally. What a fool, after attacking. You lead the enemy right towards me, clearly indicating that you have allies lying in wait nearby. If that were the case, the other party would surely pursue. At this moment, Anthony could not hear Liu Ang scolding. It believed that it had run so swiftly that its pursuers would abandon the chase. Thus, it deliberately turned back, as the distance between Anthony and the level 4 skeleton soldier gradually diminished. It went from 10 steps to 9, then 8. When Anthony was merely 3 steps away, the opponent still hesitated, completely disregarding the approaching Anthony. 2 steps. Anthony boldly closed the gap, bringing their distance to just 2 steps. If the adversary remained unresponsive, Anthony would not hesitate to launch an attack. Just as Anthony stepped within 2 steps, the previously hesitant level 4 skeleton soldier suddenly surged forward, shouting, "Kill!" Its longsword swung directly at Anthony. Wow, damn it, it's plotting against this magic wolf. Anthony gasped in shock and immediately turned to flee at full speed. However, despite exerting its utmost velocity, it was futile. The level 4 skeleton soldier had evidently been gathering momentum for this strike, and its sword was both swift and fierce, leaving Anthony no chance to escape. Fortunately, having followed Liu Ang for some time, Anthony had acquired some basic evasion techniques, even if it could not master Liu Ang's peculiar swordplay. Faced with the unavoidable long sword, Anthony abruptly halted and employed the evasion technique known as the lazy donkey roll, a maneuver frequently utilized by Liu Ang. The execution of the lazy donkey roll was straightforward. It lay flat on the ground and rolled swiftly to the side. Crack! Anthony's lazy donkey roll was indeed rapid and effective, successfully evading the deadly sword strike, though it miscalculated slightly, leaving its skeletal tail exposed. As it rolled, it failed to retract its tail, resulting in it being swiftly severed by the opponent's longsword. With a resounding crack, "Oh no, my tail," Anthony lamented, gazing mournfully at the severed half of its wolf tail. "Kill, kill, kill!" With no time to dwell on its lost tail, and seeing the level 4 skeleton soldier charging toward it once more, Anthony dashed toward Liu Ang's ambush location at the utmost speed. Liu Ang, upon witnessing Anthony in danger, had nearly leapt to assist, but upon seeing Anthony escape, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, seeing the adversary once again pursuing Anthony toward his ambush, a weight settled in Liu Ang's heart as he gripped his broken sword tightly, bracing for action. Cackle, cackle! The enemy began to pass by the ambush site while pursuing Anthony. Liu Ang tightened his grip on the broken sword and suddenly burst forth from the earth, aiming directly at the enemy's feet. Drawing from 10 days of ambush experience, Liu Ang had devised the swiftest method to deal with level 4 skeleton soldiers. The initial strike targeted their feet. If he could successfully sever their foot, their balance would be lost, causing their attacks to become disordered. The moment Liu Ang fully emerged from the sand, he could directly target the hand wielding the weapon. If the first 2 steps succeeded, the level 4 skeleton soldier would be effectively at his mercy. As anticipated, the level 4 skeleton soldier had not expected an ambush from below. When its foot was severed, its entire skeletal body lost balance and collapsed to the ground. The direction in which the level 4 skeleton soldier fell was precisely where Liu Ang had erupted from the earth. Such a splendid opportunity could not be wasted, and Liu Ang swiftly swung his broken sword. Crack! One of the skeleton's hands, which grasped the long sword, was severed by Liu Ang. The outcome was now inevitable. The level 4 skeleton soldier was successfully slain by the combined efforts of Liu Ang and Anthony. Upon successfully defeating the target, Anthony immediately rushed to retrieve its severed tail, for it did not wish to become a tailless magic wolf. Liu Ang, too, promptly picked up the long sword, caressing it with admiration. "Broken sword. Now that you possess a long sword, you may retire with honor. I, Liu Ang, am profoundly grateful for your companionship over the past 6 months. Without you, I might have perished at the hands of other skeletons long ago," Liu Ang mused, gazing at the broken sword in his left hand. After using the broken sword for several months, he felt a twinge of reluctance to simply discard it. However, there was no spare space on his person to store the broken sword. The principle of survival of the fittest is an unchanging law, whether in this world or on Earth. Just as Liu Ang contemplated discarding the broken sword, an unsettling sensation suddenly surged within him, causing his heart to race. Boss, trouble. It's an elite skeleton. As a level 3 skeleton, Anthony possessed a slightly heightened sense of danger compared to Liu Ang. This moment, it rushed toward Liu Ang with a look of urgency. Elite skeleton, where? Liu Ang immediately inquired. Anthony pointed southwest, stating, I understand now why that level 4 skeleton hesitated earlier. It sensed the impending danger before us, which caused it to pause. Boss, we must leave immediately. Anthony urged once more that a pink figure had appeared within Liu Ang's line of sight, swiftly approaching them. Liu Ang could only shake his head helplessly, saying, It's too late. They have already discovered us. Upon hearing this, Anthony turned back, and the pink figure drew nearer. Now within half a mile, if they attempted to flee at this moment, Anthony believed it could escape with its speed. But Liu Ang could not. Due to the bond of the soul heart, Liu Ang's death would also mean Anthony's demise, leaving Anthony with no choice but to remain. Haha, I thought there was a powerful skeleton here. But it turns out to be merely a level 2 skeleton and a level 3 little dog. The voice reached them before the figure did. A pale pink skeleton, wielding a bone spear, emerged before Liu Ang and Anthony. A level 2 elite skeleton. Upon realizing the color of the adversary skeleton, both Liu Ang and Anthony were taken aback. Had the opponent been a level 1 elite skeleton, Liu Ang might have entertained the notion of fighting back. However, he never expected it to be a level 2 elite skeleton, although there was only a single level difference between a level 1 and a level 2 elite skeleton. Liu Ang was acutely aware of the disparity in strength among skeletons, particularly elite ones. Each level gained resulted in a multiplicative increase in power. Given the current situation, unless a miracle occurred, Liu Ang and Anthony's fate would undoubtedly be one of dire peril. Those who walk the night shall inevitably encounter ghosts. Liu Ang had always chosen to believe in this ancient adage. Therefore, he took great care before embarking on missions, yet no matter how cautious one might be, there would always be moments of oversight, and the present situation exemplified this perfectly. A level 2 elite skeleton, we stand no chance against it. Anthony's voice was tinged with despair as it resolutely positioned itself in front of Liu Ang, declaring, Boss, I will hold it off. You escaped first. Liu Ang was taken aback by Anthony, who had always been timid, suddenly stepping forward. Had Liu Ang been a woman, he surely would have been moved by Anthony's bravery. But alas, he was not. I will not flee. Dwayning, I admit that I am an inept master, but ineptitude does not equate to cowardice. If you expect me to abandon my companion and flee alone, such a reprehensible act is one I cannot and will not commit. Liu Ang stated with gravity. That moment, as Anthony stepped forward, Liu Ang too resolved to fight alongside it, even if the outcome was likely one of near certain doom. Boss, hearing Liu Ang's words, Anthony felt both touched and dissatisfied. It was touched that Liu Ang regarded it as a companion rather than a mere servant, yet dissatisfied that Liu Ang did not heed its advice to escape. Anthony chose to stand firm because it recognized that this encounter would undoubtedly lead to death. However, since its soul heart was entrusted to Liu Ang, if Liu Ang could escape, it could eventually locate its soul fire and find another skeleton body, thus allowing for resurrection. Of course, this resurrection was contingent upon its soul fire not being consumed by other skeletons. This was precisely why Anthony dared to step forward. As long as Liu Ang succeeded in fleeing, it would still have a chance at revival. Should they both perish here, that chance would vanish entirely. Boss, you should leave first. Anthony urged, You need not worry about me. If I perish, you can use my soul heart to revive me. Revive? Liu Ang's heart skipped a beat, and many questions arose within him. Given the urgency of the situation, Anthony hastily explained the revival process. After hearing the explanation, Liu Ang found himself hesitating, torn between the decision to flee or stay. If he chose to abandon Anthony and escape, what were the odds of success? After casting another glance at the elite level 2 skeleton ahead, Liu Ang had made his decision. He shook his head at Anthony and declared, Duaning, I shall not retreat. Setting aside whether I can escape or not, I simply cannot abandon you here. Even if you could be resurrected later, the guilt of retreating at such a critical moment would forever haunt my heart, an indelible shadow that would hinder my growth in strength. Upon hearing Liu Ang's response, Anthony seemed poised to utter something further. However, at that moment, the elite level 2 skeleton interrupted him. What a curious sight. Two feeble skeletons engaged in conversation. Is it possible that mere level 2 skeleton warriors have developed sentience? The elite skeleton remarked, astonished. It then sneered coldly. Even if you have gained intelligence, it matters not. Today, you are destined to become my minions, my lord. Might I beseech you to show mercy and spare our lives? We are willing to offer you all the soul fires we possess. Upon hearing the elite skeleton's words, Liu Ang resolved to make one last effort for survival. However, it was evident that the elite skeleton was not inclined to entertain Liu Ang's plea. With a disdainful snort, it pointed to the shattered level 4 skeleton and scoffed. What value could a single level 4 skeleton soul fire possibly hold? You think such a trifling amount could persuade me to spare your lives? In response, Liu Ang decided to make a significant offer, hastily shaking his head and stating, My lord, we certainly do not intend to barter our lives for such a meager sum of soul fire. If it were merely that, even if you agreed, I, Liu Ang, would never consent. It would be a gross insult to you, my lord. In truth, we wish to offer you the following: 20,000 mottled white soul fires, 500,000 jade white soul fires, 100,000 pure white soul fires, and 400 silver white soul fires. Initially indifferent, the elite skeleton's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the quantities Liu Ang proposed. Its entire skeletal form quivered with excitement, and instinctively, it almost nodded in agreement to Liu Ang's plea for mercy. However, the elite skeleton forcefully stifled its imminent consent and suddenly sneered. I still refuse. Why? Is the amount of soul fire insufficient? Liu Ang inquired, perplexed. The elite skeleton shook its head, saying no, the quantity of soul fire is indeed substantial and quite enticing. Since you are capable of presenting such a vast sum, it is evident that you possess even more. Liu Ang's heart raced. He understood that if he did not relinquish all his soul fires today, the elite skeleton would not be convinced. Therefore, he promptly emptied the entire burlap sack filled with soul beads. My lord, here are all the soul beads I possess. There should be around 100,000 jade white soul fires, 30,000 pure white soul fires, and 100 silver white soul fires. This truly is all I have. The skeletal form had the advantage of requiring no clothing, allowing for an unobstructed view of whether it had concealed any items. The elite skeleton coldly chuckled. I knew my suspicions were correct. You truly have been hoarding. I have made my decision. I shall slay you. Liu Ang had long anticipated such an outcome, yet he could not help but blurt out. Why? The elite skeleton greedily retorted, why? Once I have killed you, all the soul fires you possess will rightfully belong to me. Liu Ang, undeterred, continued, My lord, if I were to offer my servitude to you, would you spare us? Upon hearing this, the elite skeleton erupted in laughter. You wish to become my servant? With a mere level 3 skeleton warrior and a level 2 skeleton warrior, I would never deign to accept 2 worthless skeletons as my subordinates. That would be a humiliation to me. Thus, your fate is sealed. Death, with a sigh, Liu Ang lamented, hoping that financial loss might stave off disaster, only to find that even his offer of servitude was rejected. It appeared that despite the elite skeleton's newfound intelligence, it remained inflexible, allowing pride to dictate its decisions. Had it considered carefully, it would realize that with the substantial soul fires Liu Ang and Anthony could provide, there would be no need for it to lift a finger to amass vast quantities of soul fire to Now, prepare to await your demise. The elite skeleton raised its bone spear, ready to strike. Anthony, who had been standing beside Liu Ang, sensed the impending danger after hearing the clear refusal from the elite skeleton. Realizing that they were doomed, he resolved to fight valiantly, determined not to let their adversary have an easy victory. With a swift movement, Anthony braced himself, fixating intently on the elite skeleton. Just then, Liu Ang interjected, Wait, my lord, I have a little secret I wish to share with you. I wonder if you would be willing to listen? This statement piqued the elite skeleton's curiosity, prompting it to lower its bone spear and ask, What is this secret? This secret pertains to General Juden. Liu Ang paused deliberately, casting wary glances around as though fearing eavesdroppers. After a moment, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "My lord, may I approach closer to speak? This secret concerns General Juten, and I fear it may be overheard by those with ill intentions." The elite skeleton, displaying a lack of intelligence, immediately agreed. "Then come closer." Upon hearing this, Liu Ang hastened toward the elite skeleton, reducing the distance from 20 paces to 10, then 8, 5, 4, 3, stopping just 3 paces away. Liu Ang declared, "My lord, to avoid raising your suspicions, I shall remain here. However, those with keen perception may still be able to hear." The elite skeleton snorted, "Humph! Why all this unnecessary chatter? Am I afraid of a mere lowly skeleton? Come closer." Of course, Liu Ang calmly advanced. Until only a single step separated them, he chose not to close the distance further, knowing that even this small gap could allow him to execute various plans, while also leaving him vulnerable to being shattered. "Speak," the elite skeleton urged. Liu Ang nodded. "My lord, this little secret concerns General Juden at IT. It said that the general recently received a reward from Lord Glacé, which consists of 100,000 beautiful women." "What? 100,000 beautiful women?" The elite skeleton paused, momentarily stunned. Unfortunately, due to its limited intelligence, it took a full 3 seconds to register the information. IT then bellowed furiously. "When did we skeletons divide into genders? How dare you deceive me? You seek death." As the elite skeleton raised its bone spear to strike Liu Ang, the latter was quicker. "Indeed, I aim to deceive you." Liu Ang had already grasped his long sword tightly, and at the moment he uttered 100,000 beautiful women, he swung the sword down fiercely toward his opponent. Indeed, from the outset, he had attempted to bribe with soul fires, then entice with secrets, a tactic he had successfully employed against Lord Glacé. Yet, in the face of the formidable dragon under Glacé's command, Liu Ang had been powerless to resist, forced to comply. Now, however, he sought to use this strategy to confuse the enemy and create an opportunity for himself. Clang! As Liu Ang's powerful strike collided with the elite skeleton's bone spear, it effortlessly blocked the blow. Overestimating yourself. Not only that, but the elite skeleton's speed was far beyond Liu Ang's capabilities. After parrying Liu Ang's strike, it swiftly swept the spear down toward Liu Ang's midsection. Crash! Liu Ang's skeletal form was sent crashing to the ground. "Damn it, one of my ribs is broken." Liu Ang immediately assessed his injuries, discovering a rib near his left chest had snapped, with a second rib also showing signs of fracture. At that moment, the elite skeleton seemed unwilling to grant Liu Ang the opportunity to rise. It raised its bone spear and charged towards Liu Ang with incredible speed. Realizing the impending attack, Liu Ang's heart sank, for he understood he could not evade this strike. "Think twice before attempting to harm my master." Just then, Anthony's voice rang out as he dashed toward the elite skeleton like a bolt of lightning. That Anthony's sudden appearance forced the elite skeleton to abandon its assault on Liu Ang, turning to face Anthony with its bone spear raised. Having anticipated this attack, Anthony adeptly altered his trajectory mid-air. In an instant, Anthony narrowly evaded the opponent's strike, yet before he could catch his breath, the second attack of the level 2 elite skeleton's bone spear came sweeping towards him once more. Bang! Although Anthony had pushed his speed to the limit, he could not escape the skeletal assault, being sent skidding across the ground for over 10 meters. Alas, this is dire. His claw bone has fractured. Seeing the bones of his left hand dangling from his arm, Anthony never anticipated that after just one exchange, he would have already lost half of his attacking capability. "Humph! If you seek death, I shall oblige." The level 2 elite skeleton roared with fury, launching its bone spear with a fierce gust towards him. Anthony's heart raced. He quickly rose to his feet, desperately trying to evade the impending strike. "Your opponent is here." Liu Ang's voice resounded timely from behind the level 2 elite skeleton. Upon hearing this, the skeleton immediately turned around, only to see Liu Ang soaring into the air with his long sword raised high, descending heavily towards it. Clang! The level 2 elite skeleton reacted swiftly, raising its bone spear once more to deflect Liu Ang's strike. Again, knowing the opponent's speed was formidable, Liu Ang immediately initiated a second attack the moment the first was parried. his gaze fixed on the skeleton's bone spear. A daring thought blossomed in his mind. Thus, he chose not to change his tactic. Rather, he aimed another strike at the same spot on the spear. The level 2 elite skeleton needed no change in strategy. It merely continued to hold its bone spear horizontally to block Liu Ang's assault. Bang! As the second strike landed, Liu Ang was already preparing for a third, hoping to compel the level 2 elite skeleton into a defensive stance. Unfortunately, the opponent's reaction exceeded Liu Ang's expectations. The skeletal spear swept out once more, sending him crashing backward, landing heavily on the ground. Crack! 4 ribs shattered. The skeletal body sustained further damage, deepening Liu Ang's sense of foreboding. Whoosh! The level 2 elite skeleton charged forward with its bone spear. And before Liu Ang could even rise, he was lifted off the ground. If nothing intervenes, Liu Ang would soon face a fatal blow. Be careful, boss. In this dire moment, Anthony could no longer afford to concern himself with the dangling bone of his claw. With urgency, he yanked the shattered bone free from his arm and dashed toward the level 2 elite skeleton with all his might. The skeletal foe, initially intent on delivering a lethal strike to Liu Ang, was taken aback by Anthony's sudden interruption. Igniting its fury, as it beheld Anthony's approach, it abandoned its assault on Liu Ang, spinning its bone spear in the air and then delivering a sweeping blow downward toward Anthony, who was hurtling through the air. Bang! Anthony was struck heavily to the ground, clouds of dust erupting around him. Shadow break. Liu Ang gazed in horror at Anthony on the ground, for in that moment of dust and debris, he glimpsed fragments of bone being propelled into the air. Liu Ang understood that this was not the time to assess Anthony's injuries, given that Anthony had fought desperately to grant him a moment's respite. He must seize this opportunity to, in midair, Liu Ang executed a flip and landed safely. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his long sword and charged at the level 2 elite skeleton. The skeleton, just having touched down, was astonished by Liu Ang's rapid response. Yet, without time to ponder, Liu Ang swung his long sword once more. Clang! Liu Ang employed the same attacking maneuver, while the level 2 elite skeleton mirrored its defensive stance, raising its bone spear to block. Once again, Liu Ang's strike was successfully thwarted, prompting the skeleton to break into a triumphant laugh. Pathetic creature! It seems your intellect is lacking. Do you not realize that employing the same attack against me is futile? Ha ha! Liu Ang paid no heed to the taunts. He continued his relentless assault, raising his longsword to strike down upon the skeleton once more. Clang, 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 with offense replacing defense, Liu Ang desperately accelerated his attack speed, persistently striking down upon the skeleton's bone spear. The level 2 elite skeleton, observing Liu Ang's repetitive tactics, found amusement in allowing the onslaught to continue. 19th strike, 20th strike. In the blink of an eye, Liu Ang had unleashed 20 blows. Well then, it has been fun, but it is time to end this. Clearly, the level 2 elite skeleton had grown weary of the engagement. It raised its bone spear, spinning it in midair over 10 times before directing the spearhead swiftly toward Liu Ang. This moment, the distance between them was merely a step or two. Faced with such a fierce attack, Liu Ang found himself unable to evade. Bang! The bone spear pierced through Liu Ang's ribcage, ruthlessly slicing through his chest. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared in his left rib, just as the spear had penetrated Liu Ang's left rib. The relentless assault continued. The spear spun in the air before launching forth once more, this time aimed at Liu Ang's head. Once again, there was no escape from this attack. Though the left rib had been struck, it did not impede his movement. However, should he be struck in the head, his vision would be compromised, sealing their fate. Thus, Liu Ang steeled himself, advancing rather than retreating, his entire skeletal form lunging toward the level 2 elite skeleton. Bang! Another sound of bone fracturing echoed as Liu Ang's sudden advance altered the trajectory of the bone spear, redirecting it from his head to his left arm. The bone of his left arm shattered, countless fragments scattering. Despite the severe injuries, Liu Ang's approach caused the level 2 elite skeleton's bone spear to lose its leverage, preventing the combo it had intended to unleash. Seizing this fleeting moment, Liu Ang launched his counterattack. Raising his longsword high, he leapt upwards, bringing it down heavily upon the level 2 elite skeleton's head. The level 2 elite skeleton, now well-versed in Liu Ang's repetitive strikes. Adeptly raised its bone spear to block once more. The sound of impact rang out. Liu Ang was filled with unexpected joy. He had heard a faint crack emanating from the bone spear. Not from his own body, but from the opponent's weapon. The level 2 elite skeleton dismissed the sound. Yet for Liu Ang, who had been observant, it was undeniably good news. His continuous strikes upon the same spot were all for the sake of this very opportunity. A chance, having sacrificed 4 ribs, his left rib, and the bone of his left arm, Liu Ang finally earned the moment he had awaited. His left hand still had movement, though the bone of his left arm was fractured. The skeletal structure remained intact enough for him to wield his sword. Without a moment to spare, Liu Ang gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, propelling himself forward with a sudden leap, his entire skeletal form spinning in mid-air. Utilizing the momentum of the rotation, the force of his long sword increased significantly. Once more, he executed the same attacking maneuver, and the level 2 elite skeleton raised its bone spear to block. However, the outcome would not be the same this time. Crack! The sound of bone breaking resonated. The bone spear was cleaved in two by Liu Ang's longsword. Not only that, but the momentum of the strike continued unabated, driving the sword down upon the level 2 elite skeleton's head. Everything transpired so suddenly. The level 2 elite skeleton had not anticipated the spear's destruction, nor could it fathom that it would be bested by one of mere level 2 skeletal warrior prowess. Bang! The level 2 elite skeleton had no chance to evade, cleaved in half by Liu Ang's longsword, and as it collapsed, a faint pink flame of the soul ascended from the remains of the skeleton. After vanquishing the level 2 elite skeleton, Liu Ang lost control and fell heavily to the ground. He heard a final crack as the left hand, which had not completely severed, finally detached and fell to the earth. With no time to contemplate the severed limb or the soul flame of the level 2 elite skeleton, Liu Ang's first instinct upon rising was to check on Anthony's condition. "Wow, boss, you are my idol. You are simply incredible, managing to defeat even a level 2 elite skeleton." As Liu Ang had yet to approach, Anthony's excited voice had already reached him. Upon hearing Anthony's voice, the anxiety that had been weighing on Liu Ang's heart finally lifted. However, as he drew closer to Anthony, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Although Anthony was still alive, his condition was far from ideal. He lay in a small pit created by the impact, his skeletal form in disarray. His lower half was completely shattered, and numerous fractures marred his upper body. The only parts that remained intact were his head and the sternum, which barely sheltered the flickering flame of his soul. Seeing Anthony's plight, Liu Ang instinctively checked his own injuries. Besides his severed left hand, a palm-sized hole marred his left sternum, and while 5 of his ribs were broken, nearly a dozen others bore cracks. Furthermore, the bones of his legs had twisted due to the forceful maneuvers he had executed in battle. The toll of the encounter with the elite second-tier skeleton was indeed severe on Liu Ang's side. Had it not been for Liu Ang's unexpected strategy and the enemy's overconfidence, victory would have been unattainable. Moreover, Liu Ang felt a deep sense of resignation as he noticed that his longsword had suffered damage. Now bearing a noticeable chip along its blade, it was disheartening to see a weapon he had just acquired turn into a piece of scrap metal. Alas, it seems that we must face our trials together with this broken sword. Liu Ang discarded the damaged longsword and retrieved the fractured blade. "Wow, boss, could you please set aside your sword for now? Just help me stabilize my framework, so I can recover," Anthony exclaimed, his impatience evident as he witnessed Liu Ang's lament over the sword. "All right," Liu Ang replied, refraining from further comment. This time, Anthony was indeed putting forth great effort. Without him, Liu Ang would not have triumphed over the elite second-tier skeleton. Thus, Anthony's contributions were significant, and Liu Ang felt deeply moved by his earlier act of bravery. Due to the severity of their injuries, a greater number of soul flames were required for recovery. Particularly for Anthony, restoring him completely would necessitate at least 5,000 soul flames from third-tier skeletons. However, for the affluent Liu Ang, such a requirement was trivial. The only challenge lay in meticulously gathering the scattered fragments of Anthony's bones. After reconnecting several key bones of Anthony, Liu Ang began to collect his own shattered remains. Fortunately, Liu Ang's skeletal bones were a jade white, while Anthony's were pure white, The fourth-tier skeletons he had slain were silver-white, and the elite second-tier skeleton was pale pink, making the identification process relatively straightforward. Once all the fragments had been gathered, Liu Ang did not fully restore every shattered piece. After slightly reattaching his left arm, he decided to leave with Anthony. Their current location was unsafe, and Liu Ang did not wish to be interrupted during recovery by another fourth-tier skeleton or elite skeleton. Given their present condition, even a third-tier skeleton could pose a threat. In such a brief span of time, Anthony certainly would not recover, so Liu Ang bound him securely to his back with rope, preparing to depart. However, just as Liu Ang was about to take a step, Anthony suddenly shouted, "Stop! Wait, boss! We have yet to collect the soul flame and spoils from that elite second-tier skeleton." "You're right." Liu Ang had been so preoccupied with gathering bones that he had indeed forgotten about the soul flame and the binding spirit pearl of the elite second-tier skeleton. Approaching the fallen skeleton, Liu Ang began to assess the spoils. The rewards consisted of a bone spear and a binding spirit pearl. Regrettably, the spear had been rendered useless after Liu Ang had severed it, and he did not carefully inspect the contents of the binding spirit pearl before stowing it away. "Look, there's a mark on its shoulder," Anthony pointed out, having noticed a piece of pink cloth tied to the shoulder of the elite second-tier skeleton. If one did not pay close attention, it would have gone unnoticed. The cloth bore a simple emblem, a dragon skull, with two crossed bone spears behind it. This emblem does not belong to our territory. Anthony recognized that the insignia was not from their own domain, as their symbol featured a bone dragon shield paired with a sword. "What is it?" Liu Ang inquired, perplexed. After pondering for a moment, Anthony shook his head, saying, "Typically, skeletons from various territories do not venture into others. Only a select few choose to do so. Hence, I am not familiar with this emblem and cannot discern its origin. If you cannot identify it, then why concern ourselves with which territory it belongs to?" Liu Ang replied nonchalantly, as he drew forth the binding spirit pearl and aimed it at the pale pink soul flame. "Absorb!" A force emanated from the binding spirit pearl, and in an instant, the soul flame of the elite second-tier skeleton was drawn inside. However, just as Liu Ang intended to stow away the binding spirit pearl, an ear-piercing scream erupted from within it, reminiscent of the resonance he had experienced during a soul shock. Before Liu Ang could ascertain the source of the commotion, the scream subsided into silence. After a brief examination, he found nothing amiss with the binding spirit pearl and, with a hint of confusion, decided to put it away. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny black that had drifted out from the pearl, vanishing at lightning speed into the distance, that traveled 1,000 miles to another territory, entering a grand hall within. Shortly thereafter, a furious voice echoed from the hall. Who has slain my servant? Zate?" Within the central hall of the giant Tan territory, the giant Tan sat upon his throne, while a deep pink skeleton clad in half-leather armor, Commander Buck, stood below. With a hint of displeasure, the giant Tan inquired, "Buck, why has the income of low-tier soul flames dwindled so significantly in recent days?" Upon hearing the giant Tan's inquiry, Buck dared not hesitate and immediately replied, "Commander, according to my understanding, the recent decline in low-tier soul flames is due to skeletons hunting those lowly beings outside our territory, instilling fear in them so that they do not dare return." In response, the giant Tan's fury ignited. "Who is it? Who dares to hunt skeletons within my protected territory?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Buck quickly corrected him. "Commander, they are not hunting within your protected territory, but rather approximately 20 miles outside of it, 20 miles away, and yet they dare to ambush on the main road. That is tantamount to cutting off my revenue. Who are these audacious skeletons?" The giant Tan remained enraged. "Commander, the report indicates that it is merely a second-tier skeleton and a third-tier skeleton, a pair of small dogs." Buck explained he had received word of Liu Ang and his companions' ambush days prior. But since their position did not fall within the territory's boundaries, the diminished income of low-tier soul flames had no impact on the giant Tan's domain. However, Buck had not anticipated that the giant Tan would eventually notice this issue. A second-tier skeleton and a third-tier small dog? "Humph, Buck, are you unable to handle such feeble foes?" The giant Tan questioned, clearly displeased that Buck's heart raced, and he quickly clarified, "Commander, it is not that I cannot handle them." But what?" The giant Tan pressed. But the second-tier skeleton in question is someone you are familiar with. It is the weak skeleton you brought back, one with low rank yet high intelligence. Buck, concerned that the giant Tan might grow impatient, hastily delivered all his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the giant Tan's surprise was evident as he uttered, "It is him." Buck nodded. Indeed, he and a small dog have been lying in ambush for 10 days, having slain over 50 fourth-tier skeletons. Humph, the giant Tan scoffed, then coldly declared, "When did my territory become a playground for them? Go, drive them away as far as possible." Understood. Buck immediately complied, yet just as he turned to leave, an eerie bird call echoed from outside the cave. Moments later, a bone bird flew in, heading straight for the giant Tan and a messenger bird. Buck recognized the creature immediately. Messenger birds were common in the realm of the undead, serving the purpose of carrying the owner's communication stone to the intended recipient. These birds bore no rank distinctions and could fly over 10,000 miles daily. The giant Tan grasped the messenger bird in one hand and retrieved the communication stone from its back. Juten found himself perplexed, pondering who else, apart from Lord Glacé, would seek him in the realm of the undead. However, he was certain that this was not the communication stone of Lord Glacé, as his own stone had been delivered by a necromantic bird. The distinction between a necromantic bird and a bone bird lies in their capabilities. The former possesses a certain degree of offensive power, while the latter does not. At to illustrate, one might liken the necromantic bird to an eagle, and the bone bird to a dove. Activating the communication stone was a simple task, requiring merely a spark of soul fire to initiate its function. Upon Juten's activation of the stone, it ascended into the air and transformed into a small black vortex. "Juten, this is Reyna." A gruff voice emanated from the vortex. "Reyna, General Reyna." Although the other party had only revealed a name, it was one well known to Juten and Buck, particularly for Juten, as Reyna commanded a skeleton of equal strength and status, both serving under Lord Glacé as generals. Despite their shared rank, communication between them had been scarce, leaving Juten bewildered as to why Reyna would suddenly reach out to him. The next statement from Reyna irked Juten immensely. "Juten, surrender that skeleton, or I shall personally come to your territory to retrieve him." Though displeased, Juten was left in a haze, turning to Buck to inquire, "What skeleton are we to surrender?" Buck shook his head, indicating his ignorance that Reyna's third message arrived. "Juten, the skeleton in question is a level 2 skeleton soldier, seemingly quite intelligent, and he has killed my servant, Zate." "Who is Zate?" Juten had no recollection of that name. However, Buck was familiar, as he, being the overseer of Juten's territory, often hosted the servants of other generals, and Zate had visited twice. Reporting, "General, Zate was a level 2 elite skeleton, armed with a bone spear." "What?" Juten was taken aback, incredulous that a level 2 skeleton soldier could slay a level 2 elite skeleton. Had it not been for the fury in Reyna's voice, he might have thought Reyna was fabricating excuses. "Buck, we possess a skeleton within our territory, merely a level 2 skeleton soldier, yet highly intelligent." Just as Juten began to pose a question to Buck, he suddenly recalled a skeleton with whom Buck had recently conversed, Liu Ang. Buck, sensing the general's line of thought, questioned skeptically, "General, is it truly possible for that small skeleton to kill a level 2 elite skeleton with the power of a level 2 skeleton soldier? The disparity in strength is as vast as the heavens and the earth." Juten refrained from responding, redirecting his gaze back to the communication stone, for Reyna's fourth statement awaited. "Juten, it would be wise for you to capture that skeleton promptly, ensuring Zate's soul fire remains intact. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing chaos upon your domain." Upon hearing this, Juten scoffed. "Humph, who does he think he is, to dare disrupt my territory? Buck, go fetch a communication stone." Yes, before long, Juten held a communication stone, its usage straightforward. By channeling power into it, one could record their message. "Humph. Reyna, do you presume this is a place where you can act with impunity? Very well, I shall not waste words with you. The name of that skeleton is Liu Ang for his affairs. I dare not intervene, for he is of interest to our lord. Rest assured, I will expel him from my territory, if you possess the ability. Then take matters into your own hands." With that, Juten placed the communication stone on the back of the bone bird, and with a sharp cry, the creature soared from the cavern's hull. 3 days passed. and Liu Ang had finally restored his shattered bones, the process akin to assembling a jigsaw puzzle, piece by piece fitting together in their appropriate places. Anthony's recovery was swifter. He had fully healed half a day prior and was now meticulously counting the soul fires contained within the binding spirit pearl of the previous level 4 skeleton. Wow, boss, I didn't expect that level 4 skeleton to collect so many soul fires. Look, 10,000 jade white soul fires, 20,000 pure white soul fires, and even 1,000 silver white soul fires. We struck it rich. Liu Ang refrained from approaching, conducting a final inspection of his bones. Satisfied that all was well, he turned his attention to Anthony. Boss, why don't we quickly check the number of soul fires from that level 2 elite skeleton? Such a high-ranking skeleton must have amassed a significant amount. Anthony's excitement rekindled. Prompted by Anthony's suggestion, Liu Ang recalled the binding spirit pearl obtained from the level 2 elite skeleton, which he had yet to tally. Extracting the pearl, he infused it with his consciousness. What the heck? Upon viewing the quantity within the binding spirit pearl, Liu Ang was taken aback. Noticing Liu Ang's astonished reaction, Anthony eagerly infused his own consciousness. But after a prolonged pause, he exclaimed, "Wow, boss, kick me. Am I dreaming?" Liu Ang, of course, did not comply with Anthony's request to ensure he had not misread. He once again infused his consciousness into the binding spirit pearl. Within the binding spirit pearl of the level 2 elite skeleton, the types of soul fires were limited to 2 colors, silver white and pale pink. Yet, their quantities were staggering. Notably, the silver white soul fires numbered an astounding 200,000. The pale pink fires were also plentiful, totaling 10,000. By the gods, if one were to consider the exchange rate of soul fires, 200,000 silver white souls could be traded for 20 million pure white souls or 2 billion jade white souls. Naturally, Liu Ang would not be foolish enough to exchange 200,000 silver white soul fires for 2 billion jade white soul fires. Furthermore, he currently possessed 600,000 jade white soul fires, rendering him far from lacking. Not only did he have an abundance of jade white soul fires, but he also had more than enough pure white soul fires needed to ascend from level 3 to level 4, requiring only 100,000. If he were to account for all the soul fires he had previously collected, Liu Ang's current total stood at 20,000 mixed white, 610,000 jade white, 150,000 pure white, 200,000 and 1,500 silver white, 10,000 pale pink, and 1 pale pink soul fire. For Liu Ang and Anthony, the soul fires required to advance from a level 4 skeleton soldier to a level 1 elite skeleton totaled 55,000, 50,000 silver white, and 5,000 pure white. Originally, this vast quantity of soul fires had seemed unattainable to Liu Ang, however. Unexpectedly, the spoils from the level 2 elite skeleton had made this once impossible dream a reality. Though 200,000 and 1,500 silver white soul fires still fell short by a significant margin. That shortfall could be compensated for with 10,000 pale pink soul fires. Now that Liu Ang had gathered the requisite soul fires to elevate from a level 2 skeleton soldier to a level 1 elite skeleton, he felt there was little point in remaining concealed any longer. While he was not averse to acquiring more soul fires, safety was paramount. Even if one were to gather an abundance of soul fires, what value do they hold without life to enjoy them? Just as Liu Ang resolved to depart from the Little Finger Mountain with Anthony and return to Jutin's territory, he suddenly spotted a pink figure swiftly ascending towards the summit. Seeing the ease with which the figure climbed, Liu Ang's heart raced. This individual was at least a level 3 elite skeleton. Could it be that he was encountering yet another formidable skeleton? Liu Ang's heart sank. During his last encounter with a level 2 elite skeleton, he and Anthony had exhausted all their strength, barely emerging victorious. If a skeleton of even greater caliber than a level 2 elite were to confront them now, they would have no choice but to forfeit any resistance, as the power of a level 3 elite skeleton was beyond their capacity to withstand. As the figure drew closer, only 20 meters remained to the summit. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a level 4 elite skeleton, a skeleton nearing the prowess of a general. Even if there were 10 Liu Angs here, victory would be impossible. T10 meters. Liu Ang discerned further details. The upper half of this level 4 elite skeleton was clad in armor, while the lower half donned leather, creating a rather awkward appearance. However, upon seeing this peculiar attire, Liu Ang could not help but recall a particular skeleton, Buck, the commander of Jutin's territory. Liu Ang, as expected, when a level 4 elite skeleton came within 5 meters. It called out Liu Ang's name first. Seeing Buck's arrival, Liu Ang inquired, perplexed, "Commander Buck, what brings you here?" "Ha!" Buck effortlessly ascended the peak and halted near Liu Ang and Anthony, responding, "I've been dispatched by the general to find you." "The general is looking for me? What is it?" Liu Ang inquired. Buck did not respond immediately. He seemed to harbor a hint of curiosity as he glanced at Anthony, then back at Liu Ang, before solemnly stating, "The general has sent me to seek you regarding 2 matters. The first is your ambush of other skeletons along the main road of the territory. Your hunting of the skeletons on this primary route has instilled fear among the skeletal inhabitants of the land. Consequently, the general has issued a decree forbidding you from slaying any creatures within 20 miles of the territory or along the main thoroughfare. Should you continue to defy this order, I shall personally ensure your annihilation. Now, let us depart from this place at once." From the moment they began lying in wait on the Little Finger Mountain Road, Liu Ang suspected that the Jutin territory would not allow such behavior to persist. This is why Liu Ang endeavored to slay as many skeletons as possible within the limited time he had to acquire more soul flames. Clearly, he was quite pleased with the quantity of soul flames he had obtained thus far. Therefore, Buck's decree held little significance for him. The second matter is whether you have recently slain a second-tier elite skeleton. The Buck's tone suddenly turned cold. Upon hearing Buck's inquiry, Liu Ang was taken aback. Pondering, how could Buck be aware of this? I had observed the vicinity for a mile around and found no trace of any skeletons. Although his tone was inquisitive, it carried an air of certainty. If Liu Ang were to deny it, it would surely provoke Buck's ire, potentially leading to dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Ang nodded in acknowledgement. Buck coldly remarked, "Are you aware of the identity of the second-tier elite skeleton you killed?" Both Liu Ang and Anthony shook their heads in unison. Buck scoffed, reprimanding, "You've gotten yourselves into trouble this time. Although I am curious how you managed to slay a second-tier elite skeleton with your meager strength. You have killed an entity you should not have. Its master has already issued a reprimand to the general regarding your actions. Master, could it be that this skeleton was a servant, as a fellow servant?" Anthony was particularly sensitive to such terminology. Buck revealed without hesitation, "Indeed. Moreover, the strength of this skeleton's master is such that even the general must tread carefully. Thus, should you be discovered, your demise would be inevitable." "Alas, how unfortunate," Anthony lamented. "Had we known this would happen, we should never have claimed its soul flame. However, it is too late for regrets. We must devise a plan to extricate ourselves from this predicament." Liu Ang too felt a surge of irritation. Facing a second-tier elite skeleton had already placed them in grave danger, and now they had unwittingly provoked a general-level skeleton. "Buck, Commander, we possess 100,000 jade white soul flames. Could you possibly elaborate on the circumstances surrounding that second-tier elite skeleton and its master?" Liu Ang produced a binding spirit pearl and handed it to Buck. Instantly, Buck's emerald-green eyes gleamed with interest. And without hesitation, he accepted the pearl, exclaiming, "Liu Ang, you truly possess remarkable intelligence, just as the general described. Haha, very well, I shall make an exception and share the details about the second-tier elite skeleton." Buck began to explain. The name of the second-tier elite skeleton is Zate, and its master is none other than General Reina, the ruler of the Reina territory. General Reina wields the strength of a first-tier skeleton general. Although he may not match our Jutin general's second-tier skeleton general prowess, he would not require much effort to eliminate you. After hearing Buck's account of their adversary's identity, Liu Ang felt a chill of dread. He had not anticipated that they had incurred the wrath of a general-level skeleton. "Fear not. As long as we return to our territory, we shall be safe. I, the demon wolf, do not believe that Reina would dare to enter General Jutin's domain to confront us," Anthony declared confidently. Yet, Buck's subsequent words doused Anthony's confidence like a bucket of cold water. "Do not harbor such foolish notions. Had you merely offended a common skeleton, the general would have unconditionally protected you. However, you have provoked a skeleton general, and the general has already declared that you are to be expelled for the territory." "Expelled?" Liu Ang and Anthony exclaimed in unison. Anthony pleaded, Commander, could you perhaps grant us leniency and allow us to return to the territory discreetly? Buck shook his head resolutely. No, not only am I unable to take such a risk, but I also would not do so even if I could. Commander Buck, we possess 5,000 light pink soul flames. Might you consider assisting us? Liu Ang once again produced a binding spirit pearl for Buck. After taking the pearl, Buck hesitated momentarily before shaking his head again. Still not possible. It seemed that 5,000 light pink soul flames were insufficient to sway Buck. Prompting Liu Ang to decide to be more generous, he produced 2 more binding spirit pearls, stating, Buck, within these pearls are 2,000 light pink soul flames and 1 pale pink soul flame. Haha, it appears the general, and even I, have underestimated your intelligence. Your negotiation skills are indeed impressive. Buck suddenly burst into laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Buck's voice turned grave as he stated, Liu Ang, if you are willing to surrender all of your soul flames, I can, on behalf of the general, permit your return to the territory. All? Liu Ang retorted angrily. Commander Buck, how is this different from robbery? No, you are worse than robbers. At least robbers have to exert effort, while you simply wish to reap the rewards with no effort at all. Whether you choose to surrender them or not is entirely up to you. I will not force you. Buck replied nonchalantly, as he had already decided that Liu Ang and the others would have no choice. Liu Ang, feeling helpless, countered, Commander Buck, could we negotiate for a compromise and only surrender half of the soul flames? No. How about 2/3? Not a single one less. Buck's stance grew increasingly adamant, displaying an air of indifference. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Liu Ang arrived at a decision. These soul flames were hard-won, through over 10 days of peril alongside Anthony. And he could not bring himself to relinquish them entirely. He had no choice but to refuse. If that is the case, then we shall not press the issue further. Very well, from Liu Ang's words. Buck gleaned that they possessed a substantial quantity of soul flames. However, as the overseer of the Juten territory, Buck was no stranger to large numbers of soul flames. Thus he was not particularly concerned about this amount. Liu Ang, I previously accepted 5,000 light pink soul flames from you. Although you offered them in exchange for information, I am not one to take advantage of others. Therefore, I now offer you 2 pieces of advice. First, discard the soul flame of that second-tier elite skeleton, as it can reveal your location to Reina. If you still do not understand, you may ask the little dog beside you. Buck advised, I am not a little dog. I am a demon wolf of the Wolf King clan. Anthony interjected to clarify upon hearing Buck refer to him as a little dog. However, Buck paid no heed to Anthony. Second, alter your appearance. Your most conspicuous trait is your extraordinary intelligence, yet you possess the strength of a second-tier skeleton soldier. If you wish to change this perception, you must quickly enhance your strength. Regarding Buck's 2 pieces of advice, Liu Ang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Commander Buck. No need for thanks. If you owe gratitude, direct it towards the general, for he does not wish for you to be slain by Reina so soon. Buck seemed to recall something else, continuing. By the way, the general also asked me to remind you that only 1 month remains of your 6-month agreement with Lord Glacé, 10 days hence. Nearly 1,000 miles from the Juten territory lies an expanse of endless black sand known as the Black Sand Plains. This area, referred to as the Quicksand Black Plains by the realm of the undead, is notorious for its treacherous quicksand, where both skeletons and undead creatures alike are doomed to perish if caught within, due to the presence of an imperceptible spatial pressure within the quicksand. It can crush skeletons or undead creatures with relentless force. Approximately 50 miles deep into the Black Sand Plains, precisely at its very heart, lies a territory known as the Reiner Domain, a name mentioned by Buck just 10 days prior. This domain has 3 exits, located to the east, south, and west, with the northern side rendered impassable by an unfathomably deep chasm. It is said that this chasm was created 5,000 years ago when the legendary Skeleton King fought against the rulers of the celestial and demon races. Cleaving the ground with a single stroke, that a skeleton once measured this chasm, which stretches across the entirety of the Black Sand Plains, extending over 100 miles in length, with its depth remaining unmeasured, but estimated to be at least 5,000 meters deep based on the limits of past measurements to the west of the Reiner Domain. about 20 miles away, lies a region riddled with depressions. It is rumored that these pits were formed by the Demon King's repeated defeats at the hands of the Skeleton King, that a skeleton once counted the number of pits, totaling 1,001, indicating that the Demon King had been brought down 1,001 times. The presence of these 1,001 pits prevents the occurrence of quicksand, which is why many skeletons choose to exit the Reiner domain through the Western Passage. However, they are often caught off guard by ambushes within these pits. Bang! With two successive sounds of shattering bones, two entirely blackened skeletons swiftly approach the defeated fourth-level skeletal soldiers. One of them expertly retrieved a binding spirit pearl, capturing the two silver-white soul flames within, while the other did the same with their own binding spirit pearl. Retreat, commanded the skeleton with the pearl, and the other followed closely behind, both vanishing into one of the pits. Indeed, these two skeletons were Liu Ang and Anthony. After their meeting with Buck, they had traveled day and night for 8 days to arrive at the Reiner domain. That time, Anthony did not understand why Liu Ang, fully aware that the General Reiner was searching for them, still insisted on going to the Reiner domain. Liu Ang's explanation was simple. The more perilous the place, the safer it is. This statement left Anthony bewildered. Yet he had no choice but to follow Liu Ang to the Reiner domain. In truth, Liu Ang's decision to come to the Reiner domain stemmed from another reason. He wished to distance himself from the giant Tan domain. The deadline for delivering a magic core in 6 months was approaching, and since arriving in the undead world, that little sorceress had yet to summon him back to the human realm. Without a way to return to the human world, how could he possibly obtain a magic core? Once they arrived, Liu Ang spent an additional day finding an ideal ambush location, this very expanse of pits. With so many pits present, should they leap into one, their pursuers would have to search each pit individually. With a stroke of luck, they might find them quickly. However, should fortune be unkind, it could take an entire day. Moreover, Liu Ang and Anthony were no fools. They would not simply sit idly in a pit waiting to be found, by smearing their bones with some black sand to obscure their skeletal forms. They could move stealthily under the cover of night across the black sand plains, remaining undetected. Although they had only been in the black sand plains for 2 days, Liu Ang and Anthony had already successfully hunted 10 fourth-level skeletal soldiers, acquiring over 50,000 jade white soul flames, more than 30,000 pure white soul flames, and over 300 silver white soul flames from their spoils. That night, Anthony was particularly exhilarated. After 10 days of consuming soul flames, he had successfully absorbed 4,000 pure white soul flames, leaving him only 6,000 away from advancing to the 4th level, significantly narrowing the gap. Liu Ang's self-destructive consumption had increased from 10 jade white soul flames an hour to 12. But after more than 10 days, he had only absorbed nearly 3,000, totaling 5,000 soul flames thus far, merely 1/10 of the 50,000 he sought. "Boss, there's a skeleton walking alone up ahead," Anthony exclaimed, spotting a lone skeleton at the edge of a pit. Following Anthony's gaze, Liu Ang indeed saw a skeleton wandering near the edge of their concealed pit, perhaps due to his wolf-like instincts. Even in skeleton form, Anthony could clearly discern distant objects, prompting him to say, "Boss, I see that skeleton is silver white. It must be a 4th-level skeletal soldier. Should we take action?" For Liu Ang and Anthony, hunting a 4th-level skeletal soldier posed no challenge whatsoever. Without hesitation, Liu Ang nodded. "Of course. Let's go. You strike its head first, then I'll sever its arms, and finally, we will shatter it together." "All right." With that, Anthony swiftly climbed out of the pit and dashed to the front of the skeleton, while Liu Ang followed suit, stealthily trailing behind. "Attack!" At Liu Ang's command, both he and Anthony lunged at the skeleton almost simultaneously. With a resounding crash, Liu Ang and Anthony struck, the 4th-level skeletal soldier having no time to react before being utterly destroyed. "Wow, boss, that was incredibly easy. You gather its soul flames while I check how many soul flames its binding spirit pearl contains," Anthony exclaimed with excitement, already searching the remains of the 4th-level skeletal soldier. "Collect!" Liu Ang, having mastered the act of gathering soul flames, completed the task in nearly 3 seconds. "Hey boss, this is strange. This 4th-level skeletal soldier has no binding spirit pearl." After a thorough search, Anthony voiced his confusion. "None? Liu Ang approached the shattered bones of the fourth-level skeletal soldier and searched as well, only to confirm that there was indeed no binding spirit pearl to be found. How odd. This skeleton was wielding a perfectly intact narrow blade. Why would it lack a binding spirit pearl? Liu Ang pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. What bad luck. After all that effort, we ended up with nothing. Damn it, Anthony grumbled, kicking the pile of shattered bones in frustration. However, as he did so, a green flame ignited from the remains. Seeing this green flame for the first time, Liu Ang was bewildered. Yet with over 200 years of experience, Anthony recognized it immediately, almost instantaneously. He shouted, "Boss, this is bad. It's scale fire. Scale fire? What is that? What does it do?" Liu Ang inquired, perplexed. Scale fire is the self-igniting flame that occurs on our skeletons. Generally, it is rare for skeletons in the undead realm to exhibit scale fire, unless under special circumstances. In the realm of skeletons, scale fire is typically utilized by the skeleton army as a beacon for detecting enemies. Anthony explained anxiously. This beacon is no good. We've walked right into a trap. Liu Ang realized immediately. The presence of a complete weapon, yet the absence of a binding spirit pearl, coupled with the fourth-level skeletal soldiers' incessant wandering around the pits, clearly indicated that it was a ruse to lure them in. Liu Ang was taken aback. In just 2 days, their adversaries had already discovered them and begun plotting against them. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Just then, several powerful arrows sliced through the tranquil night, speeding towards Liu Ang and Anthony. "The enemy is here. We must flee," Liu Ang exclaimed, narrowly dodging several arrows. Unfortunately, Anthony was not as fortunate. Although a few arrows passed through the gaps in his skeletal frame without injury, the last arrow struck him, breaking one of his ribs. Creak! The impacted rib snapped instantly. Fortunately, losing a rib had little effect on Anthony's mobility. This scale fire has clearly marked us as targets for the enemy's assault. Let us find a pit to hide in. Liu Ang urged Anthony, and they scurried towards a distant pit, knowing they could not linger near the scale fire. Otherwise, they would soon be discovered amidst the enemy's systematic search, concealed within one of the nearly 1,000 pits. Liu Ang could still hear the incessant clattering of bones from countless skeletons moving about that a chorus of voices echoed around, including the commanding shouts and curses of skeletal generals. Given the speed of the adversary, it would take at least another hour to locate Liu Ang and his companion's hiding pit. Hence, Anthony had commenced repairing the rib that had been severed, while Liu Ang remained acutely attentive to the movements of the enemy. Ever since they had been ensnared by the enemy's cunning, an unsettling feeling had lingered within Liu Ang, as if he were being targeted by a formidable foe. Indeed, just as Anthony had only managed to mend half of his rib, Liu Ang heard a skeletal voice calling from above. "They are here! Quickly, come and slay them! Kill! Chirp!" The sound of countless moving skeletons filled the air. Damn, they had been discovered. Upon hearing the call, Liu Ang's heart raced. Leaving him no time for contemplation, the T swiftly dragged Anthony out of their concealed pit and sprinted towards another hiding place. Over there, the fourth pit. As soon as Liu Ang and Anthony took refuge in the new pit, they immediately heard the same skeletal voice calling out again. Goodness, discovered once more. The enemy's information was alarmingly precise. Liu Ang and Anthony had indeed fled to the fourth pit, now compromised. Reluctantly, Liu Ang had to lead Anthony out again. "Over there, they have escaped to that pit on the left, the third one." As time passed, Liu Ang realized that no matter which pit they fled to, they would be detected almost instantaneously. It was evident that the enemy possessed a skeleton with far sharper senses than Anthony. Otherwise, how could they uncover Liu Ang and Anthony, who had been deliberately concealed? "Boss, if we continue hiding like this, we will soon exit this pit area. Without the cover of these pits, we would be completely exposed to the enemy's gaze." Anthony expressed his concerns. Liu Ang was well aware of this predicament, yet they had no choice but to flee. They were now in the fifth pit on the left, while the 10th skeleton squad circled to the sixth pit. The 18th skeleton squad advanced to the fourth pit, and the 20th squad approached head-on, sealing off their escape route back to the pit area. Without the cover of the pits, their demise would be inevitable. Liu Ang had grown familiar with the skeletal voice, as ever since their discovery, the enemy had been obeying its commands. "Boss, do you find this skeletal voice familiar?" Anthony suddenly interjected at, "Boss, doesn't this voice resemble that of the second-tier elite skeleton we previously vanquished?" Anthony's mention prompted Liu Ang to reflect. And indeed, the similarity between the two voices was striking. "Boss, it is highly likely that the enemy has located the soul fire of the second-tier elite skeleton we buried atop the Pinky Mountain and has revived it." As a fellow servant, Anthony had taken the time to understand everything related to their kind. Given that the master of the second-tier elite skeleton was a skeletal general, the chances of revival were exceedingly high. Upon hearing this, Liu Ang felt a weight in his heart. If that second-tier elite skeleton truly returned to life, their lives in the realm of the undead would become exceedingly precarious. By the way, "Boss, quickly check your skeleton for any areas with unusual coloration. Based on what I know, generally, when a servant skeleton is slain, it leaves a mark on the enemy for its master to pursue." Anthony recalled something and hastily warned, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Just as Anthony finished speaking, Liu Ang realized the issue at hand. He had indeed noticed a patch of his skeleton that was discolored. It was black and white. Initially, he thought it was merely dirt, but little did he know that this segment of bone was a fatal signal. Crack. Without hesitation, Liu Ang removed the unusually colored piece of skeleton from his left chest. Since it was small, its removal did not significantly affect him. As he examined the black and white skeleton, Liu Ang noticed wisps of dark aura emanating from it. "Yes, it is this piece of skeleton." Anthony, having inquired about this matter, could ascertain its significance with a mere glance. "Currently, our situation is dire. The enemy has clearly locked down our route back to the pit area, should we be exposed on the black sand plains. It would not be long before we are annihilated. Moreover, this piece of skeleton has revealed our location. Thus, if we wish to escape from here, we must take a perilous gamble." A thought crossed Liu Ang's mind, and he spoke solemnly to Anthony. Anthony remained silent, as he was utterly devoid of options and could only acquiesce to Liu Ang's directives. "I have two plans. The first is that once we escape, we split into two paths to divert the enemy's attention, that if we manage to flee, we will regroup at the Juten territory. If entry into the Juten territory is denied, we will meet atop the Pinky Mountain. The second plan, which complements the first, is somewhat risky. Given the strength of the skeletons currently deployed by the enemy, even the weakest among them is an elite skeleton, and we may not necessarily be able to contend with them. If we simply attempt to flee, the chances of escape are slim. Therefore, we must create chaos before we make our getaway." Anthony listened intently to Liu Ang's proposal. He shook his head in disagreement at times, but ultimately succumbed to Liu Ang's resolute stance and accepted the arrangement. Zate was furious. 2 days prior, he had been resurrected by Reyna and returned to the territory. However, misfortune struck when he revived with a weak soul fire, resulting in a drop of 2 tiers, forcing him to consume a 4th-tier skeleton soldier to form his new body. This meant that his current strength was that of a 4th-tier skeleton soldier, in addition to his power diminishing from 2nd-tier elite skeleton to a 4th-tier skeleton soldier. Zate had also been berated by Reyna, called incompetent and worthless, fueled by anger from the insults and resentment towards Liu Ang and his companions. Zate vowed never to let Liu Ang escape. However, he had not anticipated Liu Ang's proximity to Reyna's territory. In order to exact a more effective revenge, Zate dedicated an entire day to preparing for Liu Ang's confrontation. Now, Liu Ang was hiding in the pit ahead, and revenge was within his grasp. All skeletons surround the pit ahead. Not even a fly is to escape, Zate commanded coldly. Yes, all the skeletons obeyed Zate's orders, advancing towards the pit where Liu Ang and his companions were concealed. At that moment, whoosh, a figure burst forth from the pit and sprinted towards the outer expanse of the pit area, quickly disappearing into the black sand plains. Zate sensed the mark left on Liu Ang's skeleton was also in motion. Though puzzled by the fact that only one individual had fled, he could not afford to ponder further. He was determined that Liu Ang must not escape, that he pointed at the fleeing figure and shouted, "Pursue! Chase them down immediately. We cannot allow them to get away." Chirp, chirp, chirp. All the skeletons began to run, pursuing the fleeing figure. Zate followed closely behind, stepping out to join the throng in pursuit. As he passed by the pit where Liu Ang had been hiding, he suddenly heard a whoosh, and a shadow leaped from the pit, charging directly at him. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zate was taken aback and swiftly raised his bone spear for defense. Clang! The sound of colliding weapons rang out, and the assailant halted 5 paces away from Zate. Finally, Zate discerned the figure's appearance. The adversary was a skeleton entirely coated in a deep black hue, wielding a broken sword while carrying a burlap sack woven from coarse rope on its back. Indeed, this skeleton was Liu Ang. The first figure to dart away was Anthony, who had taken Liu Ang's black and white skeleton fragment with him during his escape. Serving as a distraction for the enemy, Liu Ang's original plan was for Anthony to flee first, confident that his speed would allow him to evade capture. Once Anthony had drawn the skeletal army away, Zate would likely have no skeletons nearby, allowing Liu Ang to seize the opportunity to launch an attack against him. Should the attack succeed, it would be ideal. Even if it failed, Liu Ang's objective was to rouse the skeletal army, compelling them to return and protect. As long as the skeletal army returned, Anthony would successfully make his escape, and Liu Ang could then slip back into the pit area before Zate could track him down. Without the piece of skeleton, Zate would have to search each pit one by one to find Liu Ang. If fortune smiles upon him, Liu Ang might still manage to escape the clutches of the skeletal army under the cover of darkness. Everything seemed to unfold according to plan. However, Liu Ang had miscalculated one crucial aspect: the prowess of Zate. According to Anthony, a soul fire that has been extinguished requires a skeletal body for revival. Yet, this skeletal body cannot be just any vacant shell. It must be a living skeleton, meaning a skeleton whose soul fire still endures. For Zate to resurrect and obtain a skeletal body, he must devour the soul fire of another skeleton. Just as Liu Ang experienced during his training, excessive consumption of soul fire can lead to a disturbance of the soul. If he could unwittingly suffer a backlash, his own soul fire could be consumed by the adversary, allowing them to resurrect using Liu Ang's body. Thus, the method Liu Ang employs to absorb soul fire is perilous, as he teeters on the brink of being devoured with each attempt. Zate, being a second-tier elite skeleton, upon his demise, retained a soul fire of equivalent rank. However, it would be impossible for him to consume another second-tier elite skeleton's body for revival. This is because the soul fire of a living second-tier elite skeleton is invariably more potent than that of a disembodied and weakened soul fire. Should Zate attempt to consume a second-tier elite skeleton, he would likely find himself devoured in return. Therefore, for Zate to rise again, he must select a lesser elite skeleton, thereby enabling him to utilize his second-tier elite skeleton status to absorb the soul fire of the weaker opponent and reclaim a body. Consequently, Liu Ang surmised that upon revival, Zate would possess the strength of a first-tier elite skeleton. Thus, at the moment of his attack, Liu Ang resolved to flee immediately after striking, regardless of the outcome. However, just as Liu Ang completed his assault and sought to escape, he was taken aback to find not a first-tier elite skeleton before him, but rather a fourth-tier skeleton soldier. "Oh, you must be Zate?" Liu Ang inquired tentatively, unable to believe his own eyes. "Indeed, I am Zate." The moment Zate laid eyes on Liu Ang, he bared his teeth and snarled, "Liu Ang, with a path to heaven before you, you choose instead to intrude upon the gates of hell. I never imagined you would dare to come here, seeking your own demise." With Zate's confirmation, Liu Ang felt a sense of relief wash over him. His plan now required adjustment, shifting from a quick strike to a decisive kill of the opposing commander. "Liu Ang, prepare to meet your end." Zate brandished his thickened bone spear and lunged directly at Liu Ang. Clearly, the last time he had encountered Liu Ang, his bone spear had been severed, leaving him with lingering apprehensions, hence the choice of a reinforced weapon. Had Zate been a first-tier elite skeleton, Liu Ang might have exhibited caution. However, as Zate was merely a fourth-tier skeleton soldier, Liu Ang had previously bested such foes when he himself was a mere first-tier skeleton soldier. Moreover, Zate had only recently been revived and had yet to acclimate to his fourth-tier skeletal form. As Zate attacked, Liu Ang deftly sidestepped, easily evading the strike. "Die, die, die!" Zate cried out, launching a flurry of attacks. Yet Liu Ang effortlessly dodged each one. The skeletal army nearby had evidently taken notice of the commotion and began to converge. Understanding that he could not afford to linger, Liu Ang resolved to counterattack. "Zate, if I could slay a second-tier elite skeleton like you, then a fourth-tier skeleton soldier, such as yourself, is no match for me. Gripping his broken sword, Liu Ang agilely charged towards Zate. For his first move, Liu Ang raised his broken sword high, descending upon Zate with all his might. Zate, already familiar with this maneuver, instinctively raised his bone spear in defense. The modified spear alleviated his fears of being severed once more. However, Liu Ang's strike was not aimed to cleave. Upon contact with the spear, he abruptly reduced his strength, merely grazing it before swiftly redirecting the blade towards Zate's right hand. Having engaged in numerous battles with skeletons, Liu Ang understood that the key to victory lay in neutralizing the opponent's offensive power first. With a sharp crack, Zate was utterly unprepared for the sudden loss of his right hand, which Liu Ang had severed with ease. Another resounding crack echoed as Liu Ang, seizing the moment of Zate's hesitation, swiftly lopped off his left hand as well. At this juncture, Zate's fear began to mount. Observing the rapid loss of both hands, he realized that he was utterly powerless against Liu Ang's broken sword. This situation mirrored his previous encounter with Liu Ang when he had been a second-tier elite skeleton. Yet unlike then, Liu Ang approached this battle with utmost seriousness, while Zate had grown complacent. All skeletons, heed my command. The enemy stands before me. Return at once and slay him. With both hands lost and his ability to retaliate nullified, Zate made a decisive choice to flee, simultaneously calling out to the skeletal army nearby. Hearing Zate's cries, Liu Ang chuckled derisively. Only now do you call for assistance. It is far too late. With that, Liu Ang swiftly pursued the fleeing Zate, his broken sword slicing through the air as he aimed for Zate's midsection. In no time, Zate was reduced to shattered bones, his silver-white soul fire emerging from the remains. Drawing from his previous experience, Liu Ang refrained from disturbing Zate's soul fire, recognizing that a silver-white soul fire was not worth the risk. Though he did not touch Zate's soul fire, Liu Ang still reaped a reward, the thickened bone spear. The enemy is over there. He has slain Commander Zate. We must charge forth and ensure he does not escape. The skeletal army, having returned, left Liu Ang no choice but to retreat, withdrawing into the numerous pits scattered across the ground. Fools! Useless wretches! Shortly thereafter, an enraged voice echoed throughout the territory of Reina. General, shall we resurrect Commander Zate? Inquired a deep pink skeleton. Reina snorted disdainfully. Humph! What purpose does resurrecting such a worthless creature serve? Such trash becoming my servant would be a disgrace. It is better to obliterate him outright. Understood. The deep pink skeleton nodded vigorously. Reina then pressed. Have you located the second-tier skeleton soldier named Liu Ang? Shaking his head, the deep pink skeleton replied, No, General, we have yet to find him. Useless. All of you are useless. You are the elite army of this territory, yet you cannot even locate a single second-tier skeleton soldier. Reina's fury escalated. The deep pink skeleton, left with no choice, explained, General, it is not that we have not exerted ourselves. The sheer number of pits in this area, coupled with the cover of night, significantly hampers our search efforts. Excuses, all mere drivel. Reina unleashed his aura, instantly instilling terror within the ranks of the skeletons in the territory, rendering them immobile. Humph! Relying on you useless wretches is futile. I shall take matters into my own hands. Rising from his throne, Reina began to stride toward the outskirts of the territory. Although he had previously gleaned from the transmission stone that Lord Glacé seemed to be paying attention to the small skeleton, Reina was unconcerned that if Lord Glacé truly became incensed, he could simply deny any wrongdoing. Furthermore, he had recently amassed some of Lord Glacé's favored gold coins, concealed within one of the thousands of pits. Liu Ang observed the searching skeletal army from a distance, noting a glaring flaw: the fractured command structure. Each search team was confined to a designated area, creating gaps between the squads that were mutually exclusive. Thus, if Liu Ang could navigate through these gaps, he could make a safe and unscathed escape. Liu Ang began to stealthily maneuver through the spaces between the squads, and just as he was about to step into the gap, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him. Oh no, Reina is making his move. Liu Ang's heart raced. Should Reina indeed target him, it would be effortless for him to be eliminated. Fortunately, Liu Ang discerned that this pressure was dispersed rather than directed at him, indicating that he had yet to be detected. Thus, Liu Ang must quickly depart before the other party notices his presence. Unfortunately, it seems that fortune has abandoned him, just as he navigated through the gaps between various squads and was about to escape into the black sand plains. He suddenly sensed the overwhelming pressure of Reina emanating from outside the plains, as if the latter had been waiting for his appearance at this moment. Liu Ang knew without a doubt that if he continued forward, he would inevitably encounter Reina. North, Liu Ang cast a glance at his surroundings and chose the northern route. Heading south would lead him into an equally endless expanse of black sand plains. If Reina pursued him, he would be caught before he even left the plains. The northern route, however, was blocked by a colossal cliff, effectively rendering it a dead end. Logically, one would never choose a dead end, which is precisely why Liu Ang opted for it. Once he reached the cliff, he could traverse along its edge and eventually find a way out. Under the cover of night, after more than 3 hours, Liu Ang finally approached the cliff. From a distance, he estimated that he was now less than 100 meters away. At this point, he could no longer feel Reina's oppressive presence, suggesting he had successfully escaped its range. After a night of turmoil, the horizon of the undead world began to reveal a hint of gray, and in approximately 2 hours, daylight would arrive. 50 meters. He could now discern the immense size of the cliff. 20 meters, a chasm over 50 meters wide appeared before Liu Ang, reminiscent of the Yellow River on Earth if it were to flow within it. 10 meters. Gazing at the cliff, had he not previously heard Anthony recount how it came to be, Liu Ang would have never believed that anyone could possess such formidable strength to cleave such a massive fissure with a single strike. 5 meters. No, 6 meters. Liu Ang suddenly halted his advance upon noticing a figure at the edge of the cliff. You are Liu Ang? This general has been waiting for you for a long time. A pale red skeleton materialized before him. Reina. Upon seeing the pale red skeleton, Liu Ang instinctively called out the name. For in Reina's territory, there is only one red general-level skeleton, and that was Reina. Indeed, I am Reina. The skeleton did not conceal its identity, acknowledging it directly. Liu Ang, somewhat incredulous, inquired, How did you know I would head north? Reina did not answer Liu Ang's question, but instead commended him. Had I not taken action personally this time, I might not have understood why Lord Glace would pay attention to you, why Giant Tan would appreciate you, or even why Zart, with the strength of a second-tier elite skeleton, was slain by you. You are simply too clever. Liu Ang remained silent, aware that Reina had more to say. However, sometimes being too clever is not a virtue. Do you understand why this general could arrive here before you? Liu Ang shook his head. Reina sneered, saying, That is because you are too clever. When I released my pressure earlier, all the skeletons within my territory were affected and dared not move. Yet you are the only one who forcibly advanced under my pressure, thus immediately capturing my attention. The second test of your capabilities occurred outside the Black Sand Plains, where I deliberately exerted pressure to see how you would choose to proceed when faced with an obstacle. Typically, even a fourth-tier elite skeleton would choose the southern route, yet you chose to go north, going against the grain. Such wisdom, combined with your relatively low power level, is unique to you, Liu Ang, in the undead world. After hearing the explanation, Liu Ang experienced a moment of clarity, finally comprehending the ancient saying, Cleverness can lead to one's downfall. Enough with the idle talk. Now prepare to meet your demise. Reina's voice grew grave, and without Liu Ang noticing, 2 massive spears appeared in its hands. Instantly, Liu Ang felt a tremendous pressure emanating from Reina. Whoosh! Reina struck. The spear in its hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. Aimed directly at Liu Ang, there was no escaping, although he could perceive the direction of the spear. Liu Ang lacked the speed to evade it. In the end, he had no choice but to muster all his strength to raise his right hand, gripping the broken sword to block the attack. Bang! Liu Ang felt a powerful impact radiate from the spear, sending his body flying uncontrollably before crashing heavily to the ground. Crack! At the moment of his fall, Liu Ang noticed a severed hand plummeting beside him. Still clutching a broken sword, it was his own hand. Reina's casual strike had shattered it. Liu Ang's current strength was insufficient to offer even a semblance of resistance. What should I do? Panic surged within Liu Ang as his mind raced. However, Reina would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. As soon as the spear in its right hand paused, the spear in its left hand was already on the offensive. There was no opportunity for Liu Ang to retrieve his severed left hand. Having already experienced Reina's overwhelming power, Liu Ang dared not confront the spear head-on. With all his might, he executed a maneuver akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, leaping to the side. Bang! Although Liu Ang barely avoided the thrust of Reina's spear, the force of the attack still struck him, causing him to lose his balance and roll several times before crashing to the ground. Now, Liu Ang appeared utterly disheveled, but he had no time to lament his predicament, for Reina's merciless spear was already upon him once more, with his left hand severed and his broken sword lost. Liu Ang was fortunate to still possess the bone spear he had obtained from Zart. Without hesitation, he raised the spear to defend himself. Clang! The clash between the spear and the bone spear resonated loudly, with Reina remaining steadfast, while Liu Ang was sent hurtling backward by the sheer force of Reina's strength. Thud! Liu Ang crashed heavily to the ground once more. This was bad. His bones were beginning to show cracks. Liu Ang assessed his injuries and found the situation dire. It could not continue like this. With the bone spear supporting him, Liu Ang stood upright, his mind racing as he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to find something advantageous. But despair quickly settled in, for aside from the towering cliff just 5 meters behind him, the landscape was nothing but a flat expanse of black sand plains, rendering any escape via terrain impossible. Was he destined to perish here? A heavy weight bore down on Liu Ang's heart. If Reina were to kill him, he would not have the opportunity to resurrect as Zart had under Reina's assistance. Liu Ang was left with two choices: to be slain by Reina or to leap into the unfathomable abyss behind him. The first choice, to await his demise, was unacceptable. Thus, he was left with the final option, to leap into the bottomless chasm. Die! Just as Liu Ang pondered, Reina's spear lunged at him once again. With no time to think, Liu Ang grit his teeth and turned to dash towards the cliff behind him. Whoosh! Liu Ang sprinted at full speed, leaping forcefully from the edge of the cliff, his skeletal form tracing a beautiful arc before plummeting into the abyss below. Reina rushed to the cliff's edge and watched as Liu Ang rapidly vanished from sight. Snorting coldly, he actually jumped in. At that moment, Liu Ang felt his body plummeting swiftly. However, since he had leapt forward, the momentum caused him to collide with the opposite wall of the chasm. This cliff, carved by the Skeleton King, had walls as smooth as glass, leaving Liu Ang with no foothold to brace himself. Yet, when faced with the threat of death, individuals often unleash powers beyond their limits. And Liu Ang was no exception. As he neared the cliff wall, he noticed the bone spear in his right hand and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust it into the rock face ahead. Crack! The bone spear successfully penetrated the wall. However, due to the immense gravitational force from his rapid descent, despite his firm grip, Liu Ang's fragile bones could not withstand the pressure, and the sound of cracking echoed from his a void shattering his right hand as well. Liu Ang had no choice but to twist his entire skeletal form around the spear, embracing it with his body. Smash! Perhaps misfortune truly does come in waves. The reinforced bone spear, altered by Zart, could not bear the weight of Liu Ang's entire skeletal body. Suddenly severed, a fragment of the bone spear's broken shaft plummeted rapidly into the unfathomable depths of the colossal chasm. Fortunately, Liu Ang reacted swiftly. As the bone spear broke apart, he deftly hooked the remaining half with his foot. After a series of perilous maneuvers, Liu Ang finally alleviated the force of gravity and found himself safely suspended upon the half-broken bone spear. Breathing a slight sigh of relief upon realizing his temporary safety, he began to survey his surroundings. After a while, Liu Ang could not help but let out a bitter laugh, for he discovered that all that surrounded him was nothing but smooth stone walls. There was not even a single foothold to aid his ascent. In other words, climbing back to the surface was an impossibility. The only piece of good news was that, contrary to the legends of the abyss being bottomless, Liu Ang could see the bottom. Approximately 1,000 meters below him, a cliff face of 1,000 meters posed little difficulty. Although he had never climbed such heights on Earth, primarily due to physical limitations, becoming a skeleton had alleviated those concerns. Thus, Liu Ang felt confident in his ability to descend, the only shortcoming being the lack of climbing tools. Examining his equipment, Liu Ang found only a coarse sack woven from hemp and a tattered Broken ax, I'd asked for why he had kept this broken axe. It was mainly because it took up little space, and he had been too lazy to discard it from the beginning. Little did he know that this very axe would prove invaluable. Lacking climbing tools, Liu Ang resolved to fashion his own. Noticing that he had about 1.5 meters of bone spear remaining, he used the broken axe to strike off two segments, each 25 centimeters long, which he then secured to the soles of his skeletal feet with a coarse hemp rope, intending to use them as aids for climbing. Subsequently, he sliced the remaining meter of the bone spear in half, attaching one piece to his severed left arm and grasping the other with his right hand. Thus, he had created a makeshift set of climbing tools. Liu Ang began his descent towards the chasm's bottom. Although this improvised climbing apparatus was not particularly effective, after a day of effort, he successfully reached the chasm's floor. The environment at the base of the colossal cliff was not as Liu Ang had anticipated. There were no piles of bones, nor did lowly skeletons roam about, nor were there countless undead creatures lurking in the pitch darkness of the chasm's base. Silence reigned, devoid of any life or skeletal presence, which reminded Liu Ang of a small dark room on Earth, the conditions of which bore a striking resemblance to those of the chasm's bottom. The only difference was the sheer vastness of the chasm's floor compared to the small dark room. Upon arriving at the bottom of the chasm, Liu Ang did not recklessly venture forth to explore. Instead, his immediate priority was to summon the flame of his soul to mend his injuries. After expending another day, he finally completed the repair of his shattered bones, the only regret being that he had not retrieved the left hand that had been struck off by Reina before the leap. Liu Ang removed the bone spear he had tied to his arm and carefully stowed it away. These bone spears would serve as his tools for climbing back to the surface and needed to be preserved diligently. Once the bone spear was secured, Liu Ang officially commenced his exploration of the chasm's floor. He walked along the chasm, and not long after, he spotted the severed bone spear in this barren abyss. That half of a bone spear was indeed precious and warranted careful utilization, so Liu Ang picked it up. As he ventured further into the chasm's depths, he still encountered nothing extraordinary or any living beings. It resembled a dead zone, devoid of any movement, even of souls. Along the way, he noticed scattered remnants of skeletal fragments and animal bones, likely the remains of those who had met their demise by falling into the chasm. Perhaps he could find a suitable left hand among these scattered bones. He could search for his original severed hand once he ascended back to the surface. This thought sprang to Liu Ang's mind as he approached the piles of bones. After searching several heaps of bones, Liu Ang felt a pang of disappointment. Among the fragments he unearthed, there was either a severed finger or merely a wrist, no intact left hand to be found. Let us try the next location, Liu Ang mused, considering that with the chasm stretching over 100 miles, it should not be too difficult to find a left hand a day later, having traversed nearly 40 miles along the chasm's base. Liu Ang's hopes were dashed that in the realm of the undead, severed hands and bones were ubiquitous, yet here at the chasm's bottom, they were a rarity. After a day of searching through more than 50 piles of bone fragments, he still could not find a single complete skeletal hand. Moreover, the majority of these bones were so fragmented that even if he wished to repair them, he could not distinguish which pieces belonged to a hand and which to a ribcage. Not one to easily give up, Liu Ang resolved to continue his search. However, as he contemplated moving forward, he noticed the path ahead narrowing increasingly. I must be approaching the end. Observing the constricting passage, he surmised that the end point would likely correspond to the point where the sword's edge met its tapered end. Driven by curiosity, or perhaps a desire to discern whether there might be an exit at the chasm's terminus, Liu Ang proceeded towards the chasm's end. Along the way, he encountered a few more bone piles, yet the outcome remained the same. No complete left hand, merely fragments. Finally reaching the terminus after another half-day's journey, Liu Ang found the width of the chasm had diminished from an initial 50 meters to a mere 5. Gazing at this narrow cliff face, Liu Ang felt that climbing up from here would be significantly safer. With only a 5-meter span, even if he were to slip and fall, the impact against the opposing cliff would be far less severe than from a height of 50 meters. After walking another 2 miles, Liu Ang finally spotted the end of the chasm, where he beheld a triangular dead end. This triangular dead end was unremarkable, except that its walls were not as smooth as those elsewhere. Standing beneath the triangular cliff, Liu Ang examined it closely, hoping to discover any possible exits, but was met with disappointment. He then attempted to climb, only to find that the triangular shape made it difficult to secure handholds. Just as Liu Ang prepared to leap back to the ground from the triangular cliff, a sudden movement caused the half-broken bone spear strapped to his back to jostle. The binding hemp rope loosened, and the spear fell to the ground with a thud. Thud! At the sound, Liu Ang instinctively turned to look and casually reached down to retrieve the half-broken spear. His surprise, in a moment of absent-mindedness, he inadvertently grasped something beside the spear instead. "Oh, something's here," Liu Ang exclaimed, intrigued by the object he had inadvertently seized. Curiously, he brushed away the sand covering it and pulled it out. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a hand bone. "Haha, just the left hand I needed." Liu Ang could not contain his joy. He had been searching for the left hand bone with great intent, but had found nothing. And now, in an accidental twist of fate, it had appeared before him. The left hand bone was not merely black. It could be more accurately described as charred black, as if it had been scorched by flames and was now withered and lifeless. Though its appearance was somewhat unappealing, it was still better than having nothing. He would make do with it. After examining the left hand bone, Liu Ang casually remarked that he intended to use it temporarily. Should he desire a better one in the future, he could simply sever it. Furthermore, restoring the left hand's functionality would significantly enhance Liu Ang's chances of successfully climbing back to the surface. Given the absence of any living beings or dangers within the chasm, Liu Ang decided to sit down right there and affix the black left hand bone. Having become quite adept at repairing broken bones over the past 6 months, Liu Ang began by securing the black left hand bone to his arm, but he then released a portion of the soul flame from the spirit pearl to facilitate the repair process. Once everything was prepared, Liu Ang commenced the mending of the left hand bone and his arm. 1, 2, 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000. How could this be? Why does it require so much soul flame? Liu Ang's heart filled with confusion as he observed the process. Based on his previous experiences, repairing a severed hand bone should typically require no more than 100 units of soul flame. Yet he had already expended over 2,000, and the black left hand bone showed no signs of responding. Could it be that compatibility is also a concern among skeletons? As Liu Ang gazed at his 2 arms, which remained stubbornly disconnected, he could not help but mock himself. Now that repairs had commenced, Liu Ang had no intention of yielding. If 1,000 attempts proved futile, he would resort to 10,000. If that failed, he would try 100,000. Presently, he possessed ample resources to expend. The distinction between consuming soul fire and absorbing it for restoration was profound. The former enhanced his strength, while the latter posed no threat to his own soul fire, allowing for a substantial amount to be utilized in one go. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, 200,000. Alas, the jade white soul fire was rapidly depleting. As the quantity of absorbed soul fire surged, Liu Ang suddenly realized that he had unknowingly consumed nearly 600,000 jade white soul fire. Had he not previously allocated the amount needed for his advancement, he might have consumed that as well. Yet the black skeletal hand remained unresponsive. With the jade white soul fire exhausted, Liu Ang resorted to using a higher-grade pure white soul fire. However, nearly 10,000 of the pure white soul fire were soon consumed as well. At last, the black skeletal hand exhibited a response. A glimmer of light appeared where it connected to his arm, a promising sign that he needed only to continue pouring in the soul fire. But with no surplus soul fire remaining, was he to abandon all his efforts? Liu Ang hesitated. Initially, he had never anticipated that repairing this black skeletal hand would require such an immense amount of soul fire. And now he was left with only the soul fire needed for his advancement. He could not allow his efforts to go to waste. Liu Ang pondered intensely before resolutely deciding to sacrifice the 5,000 light pink soul fire and 150,000 silver white soul fire he had intended to use for advancing his elite skeleton. Given the considerable time remaining until his advancement and the fact that the lower-grade soul fires were ineffective, it was wiser to invest the higher-grade ones. Upon receiving this influx of superior soul fire, the black skeletal hand finally began to radiate a cohesive brilliance. It was unclear how long this light shimmered, but upon hearing a crack, The black skeletal hand was now fully connected to his left arm. Over 500,000 jade white soul fire, over 100,000 pure white soul fire, 150,000 silver white soul fire, and more than 5,000 light pink soul fire constituted a vast fortune in the skeleton realm. Yet Liu Ang never anticipated that merging with this black skeletal hand would transform him overnight from a wealthy individual to a pauper. He waved the black skeletal hand and observed it closely for a while. However, it appeared quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable features, and if one were to insist on a difference, it would be that the black skeletal hand stood out starkly against the jade-white skeleton, rendering Liu Ang's skeleton rather grotesque. Gazing at the black skeletal hand, Liu Ang felt a mix of amusement and despair. He had originally intended to use it casually, yet now, having expended such a vast amount of soul fire, its worth was undeniable if he were to find his severed hand bone later. Should he exchange it or not? Liu Ang understood that further contemplation would yield no answers. He resolved to leave the vast cliff and reconvene with Anthony to inquire about the nature of the black skeletal hand. Subsequently, Liu Ang lingered at the cliff's base for a day longer. On the following day, he retrieved the mountaineering tools crafted from the bone spear and began his ascent up the smooth cliff face. Fortunately, the cliff was composed of soft earth, making it manageable for the bone spear to anchor without excessive effort. 8 days passed. Liu Ang climbed for a total of 5 days. Initially, he had slipped due to his unfamiliarity with the cliff's hardness. But luckily, the gap between the cliffs was only a little over 5 meters, allowing him to stabilize himself against the opposing wall as he fell dead to last. He spotted a glimmer of light. On the 6th day, Liu Ang noticed light appearing above him, indicating that he was nearing the cliff summit. By the 7th day, he could see the top of the cliff, just over 1,000 meters away. On the 8th day, he was but a step from the summit. Triumphantly, Liu Ang took a final leap, soaring upward and landing securely atop the cliff. When pursued by Reina, Liu Ang had felt despair and believed that leaping off the cliff would lead to certain death. Yet unexpectedly, that leap of faith had brought him salvation. Although the ascent was fraught with peril, Liu Ang had ultimately survived. Liu Ang, have returned, perhaps due to his narrow escape. An exhilarating impulse surged within him. Reina, heed my words. The vendetta from this pursuit shall be repaid tenfold. He shouted into the distance, uncaring whether Reina heard him. After his outburst, Liu Ang felt a profound sense of relief wash over him as he surveyed his surroundings. What is this place? He wondered. He soon realized he was standing upon a scorched expanse, with patches of black fire flickering and sporadic flashes of irregular white light. Instinctively, Liu Ang sensed that he must avoid contact with these phenomena, lest he face dire consequences. Thus, he cautiously navigated around the black fire and white light, determined to uncover the nature of this place and how he might escape. Not long after, Liu Ang encountered a colossal stone standing over 10 meters tall, inscribed with 4 characters. Upon reading these characters, Liu Ang was taken aback, for they were written in Chinese script. Although the characters were in an ancient seal style, Liu Ang's grandfather, an archaeologist, had studied ancient Chinese texts. Influenced by his grandfather, Liu Ang had developed some understanding of these characters in his youth. The realm of ultimate bliss or the realm of forbidden lands. Liu Ang read aloud, puzzled by why the characters for ultimate bliss had been deliberately obscured, replaced by the words for forbidden lands written in the language of the undead. If one were to inquire how Liu Ang understood the language of the undead, he himself could not explain it. Upon entering the realm of the undead and interacting with the skeletons, he had naturally acquired the ability to comprehend their speech and writing, a sort of instinctive understanding of the skeleton's language. Liu Ang had not expected to encounter Chinese characters in this realm, suggesting that there were indeed individuals from Earth who had traversed into the realm of the undead. Upon inspecting the back of the colossal stone, he observed that the black fire and white light were even more concentrated, posing a far greater danger than outside. Liu Ang hesitated, contemplating whether to enter this realm of forbidden lands. Yet upon glancing up at the characters for realm of ultimate bliss, he ultimately chose to proceed, driven by curiosity about the fate of fellow Earth inhabitants who had arrived in the realm of the undead. Whoosh, whoosh, the sounds of white light surged forth, while sizzle, sizzle, the black fire crackled with a harsh hiss as it burned impurities. Cautiously, Liu Ang treaded upon the scorched ground, having only traversed a little over 1,000 meters into the realm of forbidden lands. Along the way, he had already faced 4 brushes with death. The black fire left traces that were relatively easy to avoid, but the white light struck silently. Without swift reflexes, one could easily be caught unawares. Liu Ang assessed his reaction time, confident that as long as the white light did not manifest within 5 steps of him, he could evade it as he pressed deeper into the realm. A weight settled upon Liu Ang's heart. He noted that the density of the black fire and white light had intensified, reaching a threshold he could scarcely endure that moment. He hesitated, contemplating whether to press onward or retreat. If he turned back now, he could still ensure his safety. However, advancing further would leave his fate to chance if fortune favored him. He might delve deeper. If misfortune struck, a single misstep could lead to being struck by the white light or engulfed by the black fire. The black fire had already escalated 1,000 meters prior, no longer remaining stationary, but occasionally erupting from the ground. To push forward or not, Liu Ang pondered, but soon his heart resolved against the notion of risking it all. The reasoning was simple. It was not worth it. Given his current strength, continuing deeper bore no distinction from courting death. Acknowledging the futility of such a reckless endeavor, Liu Ang decided it was not worth the gamble. Moreover, Liu Ang remained oblivious to what discoveries lay ahead should he delve deeper. Or perhaps he would uncover nothing at all, ultimately rendering the considerable risks he had taken utterly futile. Just as Liu Ang contemplated turning back, he suddenly felt a tremor coursing through his skeletal form, and the soul fire within him began to stir restlessly. What could be happening? Observing this unsettling phenomenon, Liu Ang immediately channeled his consciousness into the soul fire. At that precise moment, a surge of black mist rushed in, enveloping Liu Ang's entire soul fire and even encasing his consciousness within it. What is this black mist? Liu Ang yearned to inquire. But he soon realized he had lost control over his skeletal body. Although he could still perceive his surroundings, his limbs and body were entirely unresponsive at that moment. His uncontrollable skeletal form stepped into a denser region of black flames and white light, continuing its advance into the forbidden zone. What transpired next was nothing short of miraculous. Liu Ang's out-of-control skeletal body, as though favored by the goddess of fortune, deftly evaded countless beams of white light and bursts of black flames. As seconds turned into hours, after traversing over 50 miles, the black mist that had shrouded Liu Ang's soul fire and consciousness finally dissipated. Liu Ang's consciousness surged forth from the soul fire, reclaiming control of his skeletal form. Where is this place? Upon regaining control, Liu Ang gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. Although he had lost control of his skeletal body, he had been keenly observing his environment. He had just passed through a desolate wasteland and arrived at the base of a stone mountain. The mountain was not particularly grand, standing at approximately 500 meters tall, and it appeared rather ordinary compared to the majestic Taishan or Amei mountains he had seen on Earth. A narrow path led directly up the mountain, and from a distance, Liu Ang noticed a cave halfway up, with a massive stone wall hewn by human hands near the summit, upon which were inscribed the 3 characters for Xiaoyao Cave. Observing these 4 characters, Liu Ang discerned that the inscription echoed the style of the phrase Jile Jiling, which he had encountered earlier. Now let's take a look. Without much hesitation, Liu Ang began to ascend the path towards the mountain. The moment Liu Ang stepped onto the small trail, he was suddenly struck by a transformation in the scenery. The previously rocky path vanished, replaced by a raging sea of flames. This is not good. A weight settled in Liu Ang's heart as he realized he had likely triggered a formation. It dawned on him that he had often read in ancient texts or online literature about a celestial being's cave, which invariably boasted numerous restrictions and traps. Those unversed in formations should never recklessly intrude. Although he was uncertain whether the master of the Xiaoyao Cave was indeed a celestial being, Liu Ang found himself regretting his impulsiveness now that he was ensnared within a formation. As Liu Ang frantically pondered how to escape this trap, the black skeletal hand he had recently assimilated, unnoticed by him, emitted a stream of black mist, targeting a specific point within the inferno. Whoosh! In the wake of a fierce gust, Liu Ang found that the surrounding flames had vanished in an instant, and he remained standing on the small trail. The scenery around him appeared identical to what he had observed moments earlier. With no changes whatsoever, Liu Ang was baffled as to why the formation, which had just activated, had suddenly dissipated. The only plausible explanation was that the formation had existed for so long that the energy sustaining it had simply run out. An hour later, Liu Ang finally completed his trek along the small path and arrived before the cave entrance. Wang Wang Tian, I Xiao Yao, a sword that supports the heavens, I am at ease. Read the inscription beside the cave's entrance. Penned by someone named Li Zizai, who is likely the master of this cave. It appears that the master took great pride in his formation, as the Xiaoyao cave lacked a door, allowing Liu Ang to enter freely. Upon stepping into the cave, he found himself in a modest hall, measuring approximately 200 square meters. This hall was rather unadorned, lacking the opulence of the grand chambers he had encountered in the realm of giants. The entire space contained merely a round stone table, atop which lay a nearly obscured go board, accompanied by an ancient wine vessel and a cup beside it. Does the realm of the dead possess water? Can a skeleton drink wine? The sight of the wine vessel sparked several questions in Liu Ang's mind. That a vessel without wine, yet the heart holds liquor. The vessel is merely for decoration, Liu Ang mused. Observing that the vessel was simply a decorative item, in modern terms, since skeletons cannot imbibe, it was merely a whimsical addition. Clearly, the master of Xiaoyao Cave was a connoisseur of spirits. Liu Ang set the vessel down and, after scrutinizing the hall for any other items, proceeded towards the adjoining room. Upon entering the cave chamber, Liu Ang's gaze was immediately drawn to a large stone slab occupying nearly half the room. As skeletons do not require sleep, the chamber contained only a seat crafted from coarse hemp rope. However, due to the passage of time, this seat was severely deteriorated, and Liu Ang had no doubt that a mere touch would cause it to crumble. The chamber was equally austere, and after a thorough inspection yielded no other findings, he approached the imposing stone slab, as it bore inscriptions. The master of this cave is named Li Zizai, the owner of Xiaoyao Cave. You may refer to me as Li Zizai or Zio. Read the self-introduction inscribed on the slab. It also detailed some of his experiences prior to arriving in the realm of the dead. It turned out that he had been a cultivator on Earth, nearing the pinnacle of his power. Unfortunately, he had failed during a tribulation, resulting in the destruction of his physical form and the shattering of his golden core, ultimately leading to his soul being inexplicably transported here, manifesting as a skeleton. Since arriving in the realm of the dead, the master had tirelessly sought a way to regain his humanity. After nearly a century of research, combined with his acquired knowledge, he finally devised a cultivation method known as the Chongyang True Method. What? A method to restore humanity. Upon reading this, Liu Ang felt a surge of excitement. Ever since he had become a skeleton, he had yearned to revert to human form. But as time passed, he had resigned himself to the likelihood that such a transformation was impossible. Thus, he had begun to accept his identity as a skeleton and strive to become a powerful one. Yet now, this master of Xiaoyao Cave had reignited Liu Ang's hopes. How could he not be thrilled? The following lines detail the cultivation process of the Chongyang True Method, further intensifying Liu Ang's anticipation. The Chongyang True Method, created by this cave's master, integrates techniques from the demonic path, consuming a lifetime of effort to forge. The name Chongyang signifies the ability to regain one's yang essence, which represents the restoration of life. The method is divided into 6 stages: refining bones, purifying bones, blood bones, forming essence, merging pills, and Chongyang, each subdivided into early, middle, and late phases. The first stage is refining bones. The primary focus of refining bones is to cultivate the skeleton, eliminating impurities from its bones. Given the presence of spiritual energy in the realm of the dead, one can absorb soul fire to enhance their own, subsequently employing this energy to cleanse their bones. The second stage is purifying bones. To cultivate purifying bones, one must absorb various energies into the bones to enhance their strength. However, in the realm of the dead, only the energy of the dead exists, making this stage particularly arduous. The soul method of cultivation involves slaying level 4 elite skeletons, as their soul fire possesses attributes that can be utilized for purification. The third stage is blood bones. The method of cultivating blood bones begins with external assistance. Once the bones have been refined, an infusion of substantial blood is necessary to fill the bones. However, due to the absence of living beings in the realm of the dead, obtaining blood is impossible. Consequently, the cultivation of blood bones can only succeed during another celestial demonic war, and one must survive amidst the assaults of formidable celestial beings and demons. The fourth stage is forming essence. Once the blood has successfully filled the bones, bone meridians will emerge, allowing for chi cultivation, by absorbing sufficient energy from the outside world into the bone meridians. One can transform that energy into essence within the meridians. At this stage, there are no restrictions on the absorption of energy, be it the fire of the soul, the essence of the undead, or any other form of energy. The fifth stage, Fusion Dan. After cultivating 108 vital energy rotations, if one successfully merges these 108 rotations into a singular entity, a bone dam will be formed, elevating one to a status comparable to that of a golden core practitioner in the realm of immortal cultivation, allowing one to traverse the entire domain of the undead. The sixth stage, Chongyang. Thus far, this master has not succeeded in this stage of cultivation. The practice involves refining the bone dan to a certain level, which would then attract a heavenly tribulation that if one can successfully withstand this tribulation, one can transcend the dan and take on a corporeal form. Following this transformation, by combining certain special materials, one can reconstruct the physical body. Behind the true art of Chongyang, several special materials are listed, which Liu Ang promptly commits to memory. Lastly, there are a few remarks, presumably a message from Li Zizai. Perhaps the celestial and demon clans are wary of my rise and have clashed with me multiple times. Ultimately, the two clan leaders plan to join forces against me. Soon, I shall engage them in a life-and-death struggle. And as for the outcome upon reaching this point, Liu Ang noticed a pause in the writing, indicating hesitation on the part of the writer about whether to continue. Nevertheless, the message persisted. Should the two clans send a single representative, my strength would render me unafraid. However, with both of them collaborating, my fate becomes uncertain. Even if I were to ultimately fail, I would not allow them an easy victory. This latter statement was written with particular intensity, revealing the writer's determination. It turns out that this Li Zizai was the Skeleton King from 5,000 years ago. After reading the message, Liu Ang recalled the tales of the Skeleton King recounted by Anthony and pieced together the notes on the stone tablet, arriving at an answer. There's also a line of small text. On the side of the stone tablet, Liu Ang inadvertently discovered another line of small writing. After cultivating the bone dan, this master spent 100 years utilizing his own power to refine a dagger. Named Throat Cutter, it can easily sever all things in the realm of the undead. As the time of battle approaches, I do not wish for this dagger, which took 100 years of effort to create, to fall into the hands of the celestial or demon clans. Therefore, I have embedded it within this stone tablet. To retrieve it, one must simply shatter the tablet. Throat Cutter, a gift for the destined. Li Zizai. Upon reading this small text, Liu Ang could not contain his joy. After enduring numerous battles in the skeleton world, he had longed for a proper weapon. Although he had previously acquired a sword, it had been rendered useless in his encounter with the second-tier elite skeleton, Zate, and he had even lost his most reliable broken sword during a recent encounter with Reyna. Currently weaponless, the emergence of Throat Cutter was undoubtedly a fortuitous boon for Liu Ang. He did not hasten to shatter the stone tablet to retrieve Throat Cutter, as he needed to commit the entirety of the Chongyang true art to memory first. After spending half a day memorizing all the contents of the Chongyang true art thoroughly, ensuring he would not forget, Liu Ang took out his half-year-old bone spear and began to strike the stone tablet. Bang! The tablet was not particularly hard. After several forceful strikes from Liu Ang, cracks began to appear. Soon after, with a resounding crack, the tablet shattered and fell to the ground. Clearing the debris, Liu Ang beheld a dagger measuring over 10 centimeters in length, exquisitely crafted, emerging from the rubble. Holding Throat Cutter in his hand, he could feel its sharpness without needing to test it. However, to demonstrate the dagger's cutting prowess, Liu Ang lifted it and swung it at the remaining half of the stone tablet. Whoosh! The sensation of Throat Cutter slicing through the tablet was as effortless as chopping vegetables, cutting cleanly through without any obstruction, and once the tablet was severed, there were no visible marks left on the stone, illustrating the dagger's remarkable sharpness. If Liu Ang had hair, he would have eagerly tested the saying that one could cut hair with a breeze and slice jade effortlessly, had he possessed this dagger during his encounter with the second-tier elite skeleton. He was certain he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Liu Ang swung the dagger, finding it incredibly light in his hand, allowing for unimpeded speed in his attacks. His fondness for the dagger grew exponentially. I should devise a set of techniques for using the dagger, making it my primary focus for cultivation henceforth. Liu Ang mused internally as he began to contemplate. After about 15 minutes of consideration, he finally conceived an excellent set of dagger techniques, aptly named Phantom Shadow. Although the name was melodious, the techniques themselves were rather lethal, consisting of moves such as throat stabbing, fatal strikes, and back attacks, all of which are favored by assassins. Liu Ang had learned these techniques from a friend of his grandfather, yet their brutal nature rendered them impractical on Earth, resulting in Liu Ang's initial disinterest. He had merely committed the techniques to memory. Since skeletons do not require rest, Liu Ang, having organized his techniques, immediately commenced his practice. After half an hour, he successfully completed the entire set of Phantom Shadow and intended to reflect on areas for improvement. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out to him. "Who is it? Who is calling me?" Almost instinctively, Liu Ang turned to investigate, only to find a black vortex materializing before him. Caught off guard, he was sucked into the swirling darkness. Once engulfed by the black vortex, Liu Ang found himself enveloped in darkness, yet it did not last long. The shadows gradually dissipated, revealing a brightly lit room. Bang! Liu Ang had struggled vigorously upon entering the vortex, and as the darkness faded, he was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Ding! The distance from the vortex was not great, so he sustained no injuries upon landing. However, the unfortunate consequence was that his grasp on Throat Cutter faltered. As he fell, the dagger inadvertently collided with the ground, causing his hand to jolt. Consequently, Throat Cutter was sent flying uncontrollably a short distance away. Skeleton Shao San, your entrance is quite remarkable. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in Liu Ang's ears, albeit with a chilling undertone. Recognizing the voice instantly, Liu Ang exclaimed, "Little sorceress." The appearance of the little sorceress signified that he had been summoned to the human world. The black vortex had served as the portal for his summoning. Rising to his feet, Liu Ang began to survey his surroundings, quickly realizing he was in a study filled with 5 rows of bookshelves, all cluttered with books in utter disarray. On the opposite side of the shelves, 2 large square tables were laden with materials and experimental equipment. In front of the desks lay a small clearing, marred by a chaotic array of magical runes. That moment, the little sorceress was sprawled over a chair, her gray-black robe tightening as she sat, inadvertently accentuating her voluptuous figure. Alas, it was a sight to behold but not to touch. Liu Ang, as a skeleton, could only feel a profound sorrow in the face of such temptation. Oh, what is this? The little sorceress suddenly sprang up from her seat and hastily approached Liu Ang. Picking up Throat Cutter, "This dagger appears exquisite. Very well, I hereby declare that this dagger now belongs to me. Shaylee Chris. No, please." Liu Ang yearned to protest, as he had only just acquired Throat Cutter. However, as a mere second-tier skeleton soldier, he could not voice his objections, extending his skeletal hand in an attempt to reclaim the dagger. This resulted in nothing but a dismissive roll of the eyes from the little sorceress. "Skeleton Shao San, are you attempting to snatch something from your master? Besides, since I am your master, everything you possess is also mine. Therefore, it is a privilege for you to relinquish this dagger to me." Such a privilege I could do without. Liu Ang felt as though he might cough up blood in frustration, yet he found himself powerless to resist. The little sorceress produced a small leather sheath from somewhere and placed Throat Cutter inside it. To prevent Liu Ang from reneging, she swiftly secured the dagger and turned to glare at him, her expression shifting as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "Skeleton Shao San, look at yourself. What have you done to your appearance? Your skeletal frame is filthy, and what about that skeletal hand on the left? It's withered and black, utterly grotesque. Alas, how quickly a woman's demeanor can change." Paying no heed to the little sorceress's scolding, Liu Ang was consumed by the pain of losing Throat Cutter, which he had possessed for only a few minutes. "Come here." The little sorceress reclined back in her chair and began issuing commands to Liu Ang. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Ang ultimately chose to comply with her requests and approached her. Upon reaching her side, the little sorceress pointed to the tea set on the square table and instructed, "Go over there and pour me a cup of water." With a chuckle, Liu Ang promptly followed her directive, returning with a cup of water which he handed to her. After taking a sip, the little sorceress savored the refreshing drink. She then pointed to a nearby corner and said, "Fetch a broom from over there and sweep away that pile of garbage." Despite his inner grievances, Liu Ang did as told. The task of sweeping was no burden to him. During his time at the martial arts school, he had been accustomed to cleaning the floor after his training sessions. Every movement Liu Ang made was under the watchful gaze of the little sorceress. She observed as he poured her water, picked up the broom, and even retrieved a dustbin to dispose of the refuse before she had finished her command. The little sorceress, exhausted from days of rigorous magical experimentation, whimsically summoned a skeleton to assist her in tidying her study. However, she soon realized that this particular skeleton was unlike the others. Its intelligence surpassed that of its predecessors. To test her hypothesis, the little sorceress continued to direct Liu Ang as if he were her servant, and he adeptly completed the various tasks assigned to him. Finally, she resolved to conduct one last assessment. Pointing to the chaotic array of materials on the square table and stating, "There are 82 types of materials on the table. Categorize them neatly." Initially, she had intended to instruct Liu Ang to return the sorted materials to their respective places in the storage box. But fearing that the skeleton might misplace them and create a mess for her to clean up later, she hastily amended her instruction. Unaware of the little sorceress's thoughts, Liu Ang found the task of sorting materials to be trivial. After an hour of diligent work, he had successfully categorized the 82, or rather, 83, items, the extra being a stray weed. Wow. The little sorceress's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Liu Ang efficiently organize the materials. She realized that even if she were to attempt the task, her speed would hardly rival his soon. Her expression transformed into one of delight. If this skeleton truly possessed such intelligence, she would have an invaluable helper to assist her in organizing her space, relieving her of the burden. "Skeleton, well done." The little sorceress rose from her chair and pointed to the materials cabinet behind the table, asking, "Do you understand how to categorize and return these materials?" Liu Ang felt a bit helpless. It seemed that this young lady had initially underestimated him, and now that he demonstrated a modicum of intelligence, she was overjoyed. Though Liu Ang was unfamiliar with the names of the materials, he managed to return them to their respective cabinets by matching them accordingly. The process was somewhat tedious, yet he accomplished it nonetheless. Oh my, great God, Sarah, what am I witnessing? The little sorceress marveled as she observed Liu Ang correctly place each material back in the cabinet. Unable to believe her eyes, this skeleton is remarkably clever. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. If she could teach him magical studies or potion crafting, she would gain an assistant for her future experiments. Liu Ang remained oblivious to her thoughts, standing before the materials cabinet, awaiting her next command. Although he had assumed the role of a mere servant, the tasks were not burdensome to him, in comparison to the realm of the undead. This place felt significantly safer. While practicing the soul flame, he had no fear of his exceptional soul being discovered. First, I must teach him to read. The little sorceress decided that to facilitate her future magical or potion experiments. She resolved to instruct Liu Ang in literacy, transforming him into her assistant. "Skeleton, go to that bookshelf and bring me the first book from the third shelf. I will teach you to read." At her command, Liu Ang paused momentarily, but quickly complied, retrieving the dictionary thick tome. Although he was familiar with Chinese characters and the languages of the undead and skeletons, he was not acquainted with the written language of this alternate world. With someone willing to teach him, Liu Ang saw no reason to decline the opportunity to learn. The little sorceress was a woman of action. As soon as she acquired the book, she placed it on the table and pointed at the title, saying, "Listen closely, skeleton. I shall now teach you to read." This book is titled The Fundamentals of Magic, and the first character is magic. Liu Ang discovered that recording these characters in a state of soul consciousness significantly enhanced his memory, allowing him to retain the information almost effortlessly, etching it permanently into his soul. This method of memorization was one he had stumbled upon while practicing the techniques of the Chongyang True Method. Thus, applying this approach to learn the written language of this world would undoubtedly expedite his progress out of course. The little sorceress was unaware of this. She patiently explained each character to Liu Ang, one by one, with such a beautiful woman before him. Even though he could not engage in romantic pursuits as a skeleton, he found value in simply admiring her presence. Thus, under the melodious cadence of the little sorceress's instruction, time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, 2 hours had passed. The room outside had succumbed to the night, and within, the little sorceress had lit a magical oil lamp to illuminate the space. After 2 continuous hours of teaching, the little sorceress stretched her slightly sore body and, with a tantalizing yawn, announced, "All right, skeleton, today's lesson has come to an end." Liu Ang nodded in agreement. During those 2 hours, he had learned nearly 1,000 characters from this world. Had the little sorceress not deliberately slowed her pace, he believed he could have absorbed even more. "Skeleton, it's dark now. I must return to my dormitory. Take some time to review the characters I taught you, and ensure you memorize them," the little sorceress earnestly advised. "Also, after I leave, you are responsible for cleaning this study. If you find any books, please sort them back onto the shelves. And about the magical circles on the floor, please clean them with water, adding a bit of this potion for better effect." After half an hour of instructions, the little sorceress finally prepared to depart. However, just as her foot crossed the threshold, she seemed to recall something and turned back, gravely addressing Liu Ang. "Skeleton, listen closely. From now on, your range of movement is confined to this study. Do not wander off, should you dare to step outside. I will not hesitate to summon another skeleton to take your place." With a firm warning, she slammed the door behind her as she left. Once the little sorceress had gone, Liu Ang exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally free to move about, he held no resentment towards her restriction. As a newcomer to the human world, he had no intention of recklessly venturing out. After all, encountering a powerful being who might shatter him would render all his efforts futile. First, he resolved to tidy up the study. Observing the disarray, Liu Ang couldn't help but chuckle. He had often heard that beautiful women tended to avoid household chores, as their focus was solely on enhancing their own allure, leading to untidy living spaces. Yet, the little sorceress was an exception. Her beauty was natural, and her clutter seemed to stem from her singular dedication to her studies. With a wry smile, Liu Ang began to clean the floor. Tidying the floor was straightforward, though categorizing the books proved challenging due to his unfamiliarity with the text. Nevertheless, he managed to place the unreadable volumes in the same cabinet, planning to sort them properly once he had learned more characters. Afterward, he tackled the haphazard materials scattered around the room. During this process, Liu Ang felt a surge of joy as he discovered a collection of magical cores in the corner of the study. These cores displayed several colors: red, cyan, yellow, green, and blue, and their luster surpassed even that of the earth-type core he had previously brought to the realm of the undead. If that core had been of second-tier quality, then these cores were undoubtedly third-tier. Though unaware of the market price for a single magic core in the human realm, Liu Ang gazed upon the nearly 1,000 cores before him and surmised that the little sorceress must be a wealthy mistress. Upon his arrival in the realm of the undead, Liu Ang had assumed that the little sorceress would soon summon him back, boasting to the Bone Dragon Lord that he would provide a magic core every 6 months. However, as the half-year mark swiftly approached, Liu Ang found himself compelled to take a risk and distance himself from the territory of Juten, seeking refuge in the land of Reina for a covert operation. At last, the little sorceress summoned him, and though he was uncertain how long he would remain in the human world, he hastily retrieved 10 earthy yellow magic cores from the pile and placed them in a burlap sack, fearing that a larger quantity would draw unwanted attention. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a night had passed during which Liu Ang dedicated himself to tidying his study as dawn broke. He finally finished organizing the space. Shortly thereafter, a resounding bang echoed as the door swung open, revealing the exquisite little sorceress striding into the room. She had instructed the skeleton assistant to tidy the study before her departure the previous day, but she was all too aware of the disarray it had been in. With little hope for the skeleton's competence, she merely wished it would not make matters worse. Yet, upon entering the study, she was left astounded. Before her lay a pristine study, as if she had returned to 6 months prior when she first stepped into this very room. Skeleton 3, did you truly organize this study? The little sorceress inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Liu Ang could only nod in response, a silent admission of truth. Wow, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Suddenly, she felt that good fortune was on the horizon. The cleanliness of the study had long been a source of distress for her. She had previously hired help to maintain it, but the fright caused by her experiments with skeletal remains had sent them fleeing, leaving the study in neglect for months. Now, with the skeleton assistant's unexpected success, her burden had finally been alleviated. As the day dawned, the little sorceress was elated to receive such promising news. Thus, she resolved to reward the skeleton assistant by teaching Liu Ang to read for an hour before commencing her magical experiments. Skeleton 3, come here, let's continue our reading lessons, she commanded. The little sorceress now regarded Liu Ang as an adorable pet. Not merely cute, but also a pet that could assist in maintaining cleanliness. Hence, she discarded the formal title of skeleton and simply called him 3. 3, doesn't that sound like a mistress's term of endearment? Liu Ang thought, disliking the moniker, yet feeling powerless to protest, as he currently lacked the ability to speak. An hour later, the little sorceress meticulously closed her tome on magical fundamentals, her impatience palpable as she turned to Liu Ang. 3. Go over there and practice the words I've taught you. I shall begin my magical potion experiment now, and do not disturb me, understood? With that, she immersed herself fully in her magical endeavors. Lacking any teaching experience, the little sorceress simply read aloud from the book, explaining each word and offering phrases and conjunctions as she progressed, for someone new to reading. This method would surely prove ineffective, but for Liu Ang, it posed no challenge. Within that hour, he acquired over 500 additional characters, and he could now comprehend titles of books he had previously found perplexing. Not wishing to be observed consuming soul fire, Liu Ang decided to organize the disheveled books instead. After another hour of tidying, Liu Ang found himself once again without occupation. Thus, he returned his gaze to the little sorceress, who was entirely absorbed in her experiment. She meticulously shook each vial, aligning them in order, before turning her attention to other materials and igniting an alcohol lamp, placing the vials atop to heat them. Before long, she retrieved several containers filled with materials from the cabinet behind her, incorporating various components in her concoctions. Liu Ang, unable to decipher the little sorceress's activities, soon grew bored at past the time. He casually pulled a book from the shelf, its title proclaiming the layout of the Tianshan continent. He could only comprehend half the title, specifically Tianshan continent, as he flipped to the first page. He quickly realized that, given his limited knowledge of foreign literature, he could not understand the text, prompting him to abandon the endeavor. With nothing else to occupy him, Liu Ang discreetly observed the little sorceress. Noticing her complete focus elsewhere, he decided it was best not to squander time and stealthily moved behind the bookshelf to shield himself from her view, retrieving his soul fire to commence his training. After consuming 10 pearly white soul fires, Liu Ang felt his own soul fire rejuvenated to its fullest potential. Adjusting his mindset, he finally prepared to delve into the cultivation method of the Chongyang Zhenjue, eager to begin his practice. Currently, he sought to undertake the first stage of bone refinement, which primarily involved purifying the skeleton's bones by eliminating impurities. The process of purification could be achieved using one's own soul fire. Divided into 3 stages, initial, intermediate, and advanced. It was said that bones refined in the early stage would appear pure white, akin to those of a level 3 skeleton soldier. Coincidentally, Liu Ang was also on the verge of advancing to a level 3 skeleton soldier through the consumption of soul fire. Although both cultivation stages resulted in pure white bones, Liu Ang was acutely aware that the methods for each were markedly distinct. Bone refinement involved cleansing, while the level 3 skeleton soldier's process entailed absorption, a significant difference. The human body comprises 206 bones, and Liu Ang's task was to use his soul fire to cleanse each one of those bones. Which bone should I start with? He pondered. Records indicated that Li Zizai began with the skull. Should he do the same? After a brief contemplation, he decided to follow Li Zizai's sequential method for his cultivation. With past experiences to guide him, he felt assured that he would encounter no danger, particularly since Li Zizai had claimed this was his original technique. Should he fail due to a misalignment in order, he would surely regret it. Among the 206 bones of the skeleton, 29 comprised the skull. 51 made up the torso, and 126 formed the limbs. Liu Ang directed his soul fire into the first skull bone for purification. Sizzle. He thought he heard a peculiar sound emanating from the first skull bone as it underwent cleansing. Just as he sensed the completion of the first skull bone and prepared to move on to the second, the purifying soul fire suddenly waned, leaving him with a profound sense of depletion. Damn! The power of the soul fire is insufficient. Liu Ang dared not hesitate. He promptly retrieved 10 pearly white soul fires from the binding spirit pearl to replenish his reserves. Once again merging the 10 soul fires, he resumed the cleansing of the second skull bone. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed, and Liu Ang grew increasingly adept at purifying the skull bones. However, just as he completed the third skull bone and prepared to supplement his soul fire for the fourth, he sensed an approaching figure, Skeletal 3. What on earth are you doing? Why is there such a foul odor wafting through? It was the little sorceress. From her tone, Liu Ang discerned her palpable dissatisfaction. Laced with a hint of ire, the little sorceress began to scold him. Skeletal 3, my magical experiment is on the verge of success. Only one step remains. Yet your stench has disrupted it. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you shall face dire consequences today. Upon hearing her voice, Liu Ang began to assess the situation, quickly noticing a small pile of black powder nearby, from whence the unpleasant odor emanated. Regrettably, he had no nose to detect the smell. Otherwise, he would have eliminated it during the cleansing of the first skull bone. Now, it was too late, and witnessing the little sorceress's fury left him with an ominous feeling. With a sudden crack, the little sorceress brandished an unknown wand, striking it forcefully upon Liu Ang's skull. Instantly, he felt his entire skeletal form quake. Fortunately, the little witch did not exert much force. Otherwise, the skull's cranium would have been dislodged. After striking Liu Ang, she placed her hands on her slender waist and exclaimed in indignation, "Skeleton, what are you still doing sitting there? Hurry up and cleanse that foul odor in the restroom. And remember, upon your return, ensure the floor is spotless as well. I certainly do not wish to be greeted by such stench upon my return." The little witch was in a foul mood. Vexed by yet another failure in her potion experiment, of course, Liu Ang's unpleasant smell was merely a pretext for her frustration that, in truth, she harbored no real animosity toward Liu Ang. It was rare to summon such an intelligent skeleton, and she was reluctant to part with it. Now, she resolved to visit the library in search of relevant magical research materials, dismissing Liu Ang entirely as she closed the door behind her. Observing the little witch's departing figure, Liu Ang adjusted his slightly tilted skull and, after a moment's pause, turned to enter the nearby restroom, commencing the cleansing of the foul black powder clinging to him. Once he had washed away the remnants, he proceeded to dispose of the heap of malodorous black powder. Initially, he thought he could return to his study with a sigh of relief, only to be confronted by the disarray of the square table once more, leading to a fresh acknowledgement of the little witch's destructive capabilities. Time flew by. It had been a month since Liu Ang was summoned to the human realm by the little witch. Throughout this month, she dedicated an hour each day to teaching him to read, and thanks to his soul's memory, he had already memorized tens of thousands of characters. Consequently, he could comprehend the majority of the books on the shelves. Since he could understand the texts, Liu Ang opted to immerse himself in reading to pass the time, preferring not to continue his bone-forging practice before the little witch. He was unsure of how she might react if angered again, given her irritable temperament. During this month, Liu Ang had come to recognize one of the little witch's admirable traits, her tenacity, although he did not comprehend the nature of her daily magical experiments. He was impressed by her unwavering commitment to repeating the same experiment day after day for an entire month. However, this also led him to regard her with disdain, pondering whether it was her foolishness or the lack of common sense in this world that was to blame. Currently, the little witch was engrossed in researching a magical potion known as the meditation elixir. This elixir, when consumed before a mage's daily meditation, purportedly enhanced their sensitivity to surrounding elemental forces. Liu Ang discovered from a book titled Price Comparison of the Continent that a single vial of the meditation elixir was priced at 10 gold coins. According to the currency exchange in the Tianfan continent, 100 copper coins equated to 100 silver coins, which in turn equated to 1 gold coin, and so forth. The next tier above gold coins was purple gold coins, while the highest currency was diamond coins. However, purple gold coins circulated only among the wealthy and affluent merchants, while diamond coins were in circulation across the major empires. The ingredients required to concoct the meditation elixir included green beast blood and fiery horn material. What puzzled Liu Ang was the little witch's apparent inability to control the quantities of these materials during her preparation and research. She was certainly aware of the need for precision. However, she relied solely on her eyesight to measure the amounts, resulting in continual errors. More often than not, she either underutilized one ingredient or overused another, which was precisely why she had yet to achieve success. Did she not know what a measuring cup was? Liu Ang longed to ask her, but as a skeleton, he was unable to articulate his thoughts. Not long after, Liu Ang discovered from a book about potion-making tools that, indeed, measuring cups did not exist in the Tianfan continent. Potion makers and alchemists relied on their experience or their mental prowess to measure and control their ingredients. Those capable of using mental energy for such control were typically advanced alchemists. And it was clear that the little witch had not yet reached that level. Without a knowledgeable mentor to guide her, she could only rely on her instincts to navigate her experiments. Over the course of more than a month, aside from learning to read and study, Liu Ang dedicated the remainder of his time to cultivating the first stage of the Chongyang Jidu bone forging technique. At the end of the month, he had managed to cleanse 29 skulls and had commenced the cleansing of the torso bones. However, he soon realized that the 206 bones in his body varied in size and shape, necessitating different amounts of soul fire for each. Thus, during the cleansing process, the most critical factor was ensuring that the energy provided by the soul fire was sufficient. Inadequate energy would not only result in failure, but could also damage the bones themselves, rendering them irreparable unless replaced with new ones. Fortunately, Liu Ang had followed Li Zizai's cultivation sequence, starting with the skull bones. Although the 29 skulls were similar in size, their differences were minimal. Thus, even if he experienced some energy shortages, the required amount of soul fire was manageable, allowing him to remedy the situation in a timely manner. As he began cleansing the 51 torso bones, he approached the task with heightened caution. The initial 7 cervical vertebrae were relatively uniform, and he had completed their cleansing that he was now starting on the 12 thoracic vertebrae, which were significantly larger in size. Therefore, Liu Ang needed to absorb more soul fire before daring to commence their cleansing. To avoid the foul black powder from affecting the little witch, Liu Ang generally chose the restroom as his training ground, as it was easier to clean. The little witch, engrossed in her potion research, would not pay him any mind as long as he did not disturb her. However, today, her research on the potion had reached an impasse. After more than a month of working on the meditation elixir without success, she felt exceedingly frustrated and overwhelmed, descending into a state of profound despondency. As she entered the restroom, she was completely oblivious to Liu Ang sitting within, and she began to scratch at her magical robe, preparing to remove it, as the ancients say, to ascend the spear toilet to use the lavatory. An infinitely delightful scene unfolded before Liu Ang, who could hardly believe his eyes. Although a skeleton lacks eyes, it suffices to have a heart that sees. Good heavens, what bliss! Liu Ang contemplated pretending to be a paragon of virtue, but he found himself utterly incapable of doing so, akin to a popular saying, "If you wish to see, then see." Why feign false modesty? Whether during his 20 years on Earth or the 6 months spent in this otherworldly realm, Liu Ang had never considered himself an honest person. Yet, at this moment, he conceded, "Indeed, I am honest. I simply wish to see." After finishing her business, the little witch felt somewhat relieved, her mind gradually clearing. Just as she stood to pull up her trousers, she suddenly caught sight of the skeleton in the corner and let out a startled shriek. "Ah?" Her scream echoed for nearly half a minute before subsiding, startling Liu Ang in the process. His skeletal form involuntarily twitched, but he quickly stilled himself. When a young woman unexpectedly finds herself observed by a non-female individual while using the restroom, There are typically two reactions. The first is to scream in anger, while the second is to remain calm, reassuring oneself that the observer cannot see anything, the little which clearly belonged to the former category. After her initial outburst, she would likely become enraged, perhaps even resorting to physical retaliation, that if one were a man encountering such a situation with someone like the little witch, the best course of action would be to flee. If escape were impossible, one must never claim to have seen nothing. Such a statement would only serve to betray oneself. The only option is to feign ignorance and seize the opportunity to escape, ensuring one does not admit to being a hermaphrodite, lest they be branded a pervert. Naturally, one should not be foolish enough to engage in reasoning with the aggrieved party. Their logic is simple. They're always right. Liu Ang intended to feign ignorance, but soon realized that as a skeleton, he had no need to pretend. All he needed to do was remain still and avoid any unnecessary movements. Indeed, when the little witch, in her rage, attempted to use magic against the veilleur, she finally recognized that the intruder was merely a skeleton, her summoned servant. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately retracted her spell, muttering to herself, "Oh well, it's just a skeleton. It doesn't matter if it sees me." Skeletons have no gender, after all, but for a skeleton to do housework so well, it must surely be female, from the little witch's words. Liu Ang understood that he had successfully evaded suspicion. However, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. What about me gives the impression of femininity? The restroom encounter merely served as an interlude. The little witch resolutely resumed her research on the meditation elixir. Nonetheless, Liu Ang could no longer continue practicing in the restroom, for the little witch would surely prefer to avoid any further surprises like the one she had experienced today. Thus, Liu Ang found himself restricted by the little sorceress. During this period in the study, he was forbidden from entering the restroom. With no means to cultivate, Liu Ang grew increasingly idle. He had initially intended to continue reading to pass the time. But suddenly, the little sorceress whimsically enlisted him to assist her with various tasks. Liu Ang felt a peculiar sense of honor as he transitioned from a mere free servant to a free assistant. Little 3, fetch some water from over there. Little 3, go to the materials cabinet and retrieve some red star leaves, blue rabbit blood. Hurry and bring it here. The study was incessantly filled with the little sorceress's calls. For such simple tasks, Liu Ang was indifferent. After all, his skeletal form did not tire easily, and the most he faced was the inconvenience of moving about. After once again bringing the little sorceress a vial of fusion agent, Liu Ang's duties as an assistant seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. This was because the little sorceress's meditation agent was entering its final fusion phase, a process where all materials meld together, with time frames varying. Some special ingredients required longer, while others fused quickly. The fusion time for the meditation agent was 2 hours. During this span, the little sorceress's full attention was devoted to the fusion process, for she needed to monitor it closely. Should any material fall short, she had to promptly compensate for the deficiency. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain out of course. Liu Ang did not intend to fixate on the fusion process like the little sorceress did, yet she forbade him from straying more than 3 meters from the table. Leaving him exceedingly bored to pass the time during these 2 hours, Liu Ang casually picked up a book left on the table by the little sorceress. Glancing at the title, he noted it was about the principles of magical potions. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to take a look. As he flipped open the book, he soon found himself deeply engrossed in the principles of potion crafting. It turned out that creating magical potions was not a mere matter of simple preparation. Different potions required distinct types of flames for their creation. Furthermore, magical potions were classified by ranks. Currently, the highest-ranked potion master on the continent was a 5th-level alchemist named Ella, the chief potion master of the Tianjiao Empire. The meditation agent was classified as a 2nd-level magical potion. It appeared the little sorceress aspired to become a 2nd-level alchemist, as the prerequisite for achieving this status was to personally concoct 3 distinct 2nd-level magical potions. Previously, Liu Ang had witnessed the little sorceress meticulously taking away 2 successfully crafted potions. Clearly, she was only 1 potion away from attaining her goal. Once she completed the meditation agent, she would indeed become a 2nd-level alchemist. Alas, yet another failure! Unbeknownst to her, The 2 hours slipped by, and the little sorceress gazed despondently at the vial of the failed meditation agent. She stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Why has it failed again? Did I overlook a step? Or perhaps I miscalculated the quantities of the materials? No, I must try again." Perseverance in the face of failure is commendable, yet clinging to a mistaken approach is mere stubbornness. Why is this girl so tenacious? Sigh. After more than a month of unsuccessful attempts, cannot she consider an alternative? The little sorceress's determination elevated Liu Ang's respect for her, and he gradually understood that she was a fiercely ambitious woman. If there was something she set her mind to accomplish, she would not rest until it was achieved at AS for the meditation agent. Liu Ang had taken the liberty of perusing the principles of magical potions, and upon examining the explanation for the meditation agent, he discovered that it was fundamentally a third-level potion. However, due to its limited effect of merely enhancing a mage's elemental sensitivity, it was ultimately rated as a second-level potion. Given the little sorceress's current level of mental sensitivity, she was incapable of successfully crafting a third-level potion, which explained her persistent failures over the past month. Is there a shortage of materials again? Only enough for one more attempt? Liu Ang mused. Perhaps I should prepare several more portions. Having only one would render success a mere fluke. The little sorceress glanced at the materials on the table, noted their insufficiency, hesitated briefly, and ultimately resolved to venture out to procure more supplies. Skeletal little 3, stay put in the study and don't wander off. I will return after purchasing the materials. Without waiting for Liu Ang's reaction, the little sorceress opened the door and stepped outside. Liu Ang watched her figure disappear before he turned his attention inward, pondering what to do next. Should he resume reading the principles of magical potions or head to the restroom to continue his cultivation? However, as Liu Ang's gaze swept over the table laden with materials, his eyes landed on the remaining portion of meditation agent ingredients. The thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Why not attempt to concoct a magical potion himself? With this idea, Liu Ang immediately set to work. Although he speculated that the little sorceress would be furious upon discovering his unauthorized use of her materials, his curiosity proved too strong to resist. Moreover, given the vast quantities of materials the little sorceress consumed daily, it was evident she came from a wealthy family, and the loss of this particular portion would likely not incite her wrath. Despite his determination, Liu Ang did not act recklessly. Before commencing the preparation of the potion, he needed to gather some experimental tools, the first of which was the measuring cup he had previously mentioned. The purpose of this cup was to ensure the accuracy of liquid measurements. Liu Ang rummaged through the materials cabinet and extracted some pigments used by the little sorceress to draw magical circles, carefully marking the measurements on the cup. While he was uncertain about the precision of the markings, they would suffice for measuring parallel quantities of the same liquid. Next, he required scale. Liu Ang found himself lacking the materials to construct a standard balance. Yet he was able to fashion a simple 1.b. While securing a metal rod at its center, he created a rudimentary scale. He placed the materials to be compared on either side, and once they balanced, he had succeeded. While it would not guarantee absolute accuracy, it would suffice for pairing materials for a third-level magical potion. With these two common experimental items ready, Liu Ang officially embarked on his first venture in a potion crafting. The required quantity of green beast blood was 80 grams, while the blue rabbit blood also required 80 grams. The measuring cup indicated 100 milliliters for green beast blood and 120 milliliters for blue rabbit blood. Given that green beast blood had a higher density than blue rabbit blood, its solubility would be slightly greater. Thus, the correct order of addition would be to first incorporate the green beast blood, followed by the blue rabbit blood, ensuring both liquids would dissolve at a consistent rate. Liu Ang meticulously recorded each step, analyzing the data for the various materials. Once he had thoroughly documented all the data for the meditation agent, he was finally ready to begin the actual preparation. To avoid any potential mishaps during his first attempt at potion crafting, he prudently cleared the entire square table, leaving only the materials for the meditation agent. He positioned the magical oil lamp nearby and set a potion container atop it, officially commencing the concoction of the meditation agent. The first step involved the green beast blood, a process Liu Ang had observed the little sorceress repeat for over a month. He was thoroughly familiar with the procedure. Albeit with slight modifications. 5 minutes later, the The green beast blood began to dissolve, prompting him to add the blue rabbit blood point one by one. He introduced the materials, although it was his first attempt at potion crafting. Liu Ang, being a skeleton, remained steady and composed despite any nervousness he felt. The requirements for crafting a third-level magical potion were not excessively demanding, with a material control accuracy of only 90% needed. True mastery of mental and magical control was reserved for potions of the 4th level and above. Although Liu Ang's knowledge of magical potions was limited to the 2 hours he had spent studying the principles, he felt emboldened by the little sorceress's repeated attempts at preparing the meditation agent. The final step approached. He was to add the fusion agent. Holding it in his hand, Liu Ang gazed at the materials in the potion container, now visibly beginning to blend, and promptly poured in the fusion agent. Sizzle. The lengthy 2-hour fusion period commenced. Liu Ang dared not relax his focus, finally grasping the tension the little sorceress had experienced and the effort she had invested. Fortunately, as a skeleton, he experienced no discomfort or fatigue from maintaining a single posture point 2 hours past in anticipation, and as he observed the materials gradually merging into perfection, Liu Ang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it worked! Bang!" However, before he could revel in his excitement, the door to the study swung open abruptly, revealing the little sorceress's exquisite figure standing in the doorway. "Skeletal little 3, what on earth are you doing?" As the little sorceress beheld Liu Ang reaching out to touch the potion jar, she immediately cried out in alarm. Although she noticed that the jar contained potions and that the skeletal figure, Xiao-san, was handling her materials, her primary concern lay with the potion jar itself. If it were to be damaged, she would have to expend considerable effort to replace. "Do not touch the potion jar. I command you, cease your actions at once, and step back, step back." The little sorceress rushed over, and when she saw Liu Ang truly obeying her command and slowly retreating, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With no time to ponder the nature of the potions within the jar, her first instinct was to check for any damage to the potion set. Only when she confirmed that everything was intact did she feel a weight lift from her heart. "Xiao-san, listen closely. From now on, you are forbidden to touch these tools without my permission. This potion you prepared. What kind of potion is it?" The little sorceress scolded angrily, and as her gaze casually swept over the potion jar, her eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Meditation potion! How could it be a meditation potion? How was this meditation potion concocted?" The little sorceress muttered to herself in disbelief, even pinching her cheek to ensure she wasn't dreaming. The pain from her cheek confirmed the reality. "Materials, yes, materials." Her eyes darted across the tidy table, only to find the last remaining portion of the meditation potion missing. The entire room revealed no presence of anyone else. The only one who had interacted with the potion jar moments ago was Xiao-san. "Xiao-san, did you create this meditation potion?" The little sorceress hoped Liu Ang would shake his head in denial. But her hopes were dashed. Liu Ang could not speak, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Impossible. You are merely a skeleton. How could you possibly comprehend the concoction of a meditation potion? This is a second-tier, nearly third-tier magical potion." The little sorceress, undeterred, began conjuring materials with her hands. Until this moment, Liu Ang had been quite perplexed by the manner in which the little sorceress summoned her materials. At this juncture, he noticed a delicate ring adorning her left middle finger, which shimmered faintly as she retrieved an item from it. A space ring. Liu Ang looked on in astonishment at this ring, never having anticipated that a space ring would manifest before him. Unbeknownst to the little sorceress, Liu Ang was captivated by her space ring. Moments later, she had summoned a set of materials for the meditation potion from the ring. Without regard for Liu Ang's agreement, she pointed at the materials and commanded, "Xiao-san, you must concoct another meditation potion immediately." In response, Liu Ang nodded nonchalantly. Having successfully created the meditation potion once, he felt more confident about the second attempt. As for the little sorceress's astonishment, let her remain astonished. After all, she now knew she could concoct a meditation potion, and by revealing a modicum of her worth, she would ensure that thoughts of extinguishing him would not arise so readily in the future. Following the procedure for the previous meditation potion, Liu Ang approached with renewed confidence that he removed the previously concocted meditation potion from the magical oil lampstand and replaced it with a blank potion jar. As he meticulously prepared the necessary materials, The little sorceress found herself puzzled. Liu Ang's steps closely mirrored her own. Subsequently, she observed him placing some powdery materials onto a peculiar, cross-like apparatus, tapping it from side to side until all materials were in place. At which point he officially commenced the concoction of the meditation potion. At this moment, the little sorceress dared not let her guard down, for she feared missing a crucial step in Liu Ang's concoction process. The addition of green beast's blood and blue rabbit's blood was akin to her own method. The only difference lay in the sequence of additions. Simultaneously, witnessing Liu Ang's slow and deliberate pace in adding the materials, with some nearly melting away before he proceeded to the next, caused her to wrestle with the urge to seize the process herself. Her studies had always taught her that the crafting of magical potions was a race against time. Given the multitude of materials required, a sluggish pace could lead to premature reactions among the initial components, causing them to lose their integrity and ultimately resulting in failure. Time slipped away, and Liu Ang continued his languid preparation of the meditation potion, leaving the little sorceress disheartened. She had just observed the initial addition of green beast blood beginning to react, signaling that this attempt would also likely end in failure. Liu Ang, however, remained unfazed by the disappointment etched across the little sorceress's face. He had previously measured the density of the green beast blood and knew that even if it began reacting, the pace would not be rapid. The subsequent materials would soon catch up, and he could manage the reaction times of all components in his mind. With a final, decisive pour of the fusion agent into the potion jar, the second attempt at creating the meditation potion finally entered the fusion phase. If Liu Ang had navigated the first 2-hour fusion period with tension, this time he approached it with unwavering confidence. As he witnessed all the materials merging together, he knew he had succeeded once more. Clack, clack, clack. Liu Ang extended his bony hand to present the successfully concocted meditation potion to the little sorceress. Is it truly successful? The little sorceress yearned to convince herself that it was all a figment of her imagination. Yet the reality lay vividly before her. Just moments ago, she had clearly seen Xiao San's missteps in the order of concoction and the sluggishness of material addition. How then had the meditation potion still been successfully created? Was it a fluke? No, it could not possibly be mere chance. One success could be labeled as serendipity, but if success occurred twice, it became an inevitability. The little sorceress, a woman of tenacity and stubbornness, found herself defeated as she gazed at the meditation potion in her hands. Simultaneously, she wryly reflected, I never imagined that a month's worth of effort could yield no results, while it appears to come so easily to a mere skeleton. Am I truly more foolish than a skeleton? Xiao San, I can't believe you truly managed to concoct the meditation potion. How did you achieve this? The little sorceress, known for her competitive spirit, found herself humblingly seeking knowledge from someone she would otherwise dismiss, even if that someone was merely a skeleton. Though she did not comprehend the phrase the adept becomes the teacher, her approach to learning leaned in that direction. Upon hearing the little sorceress's inquiry, Liu Ang, who had been endlessly entangled in the meditation potion conundrum, decided to show her some benevolence today. First, he pointed to the measuring cup, indicating for her to pick it up. Upon doing so, she discovered it to be an ordinary glass vial for potions, save for the intricate markings adorning its exterior. What is this? The little sorceress inquired, puzzled. Liu Ang, unable to articulate a response, resorted to demonstrating with gestures until, after countless attempts, the little sorceress gradually grasped the purpose of the measuring cup. Finally, she curiously asked, What is this item called? For someone capable of speech, naming the object would be a trivial task. However, for the skeletal Liu Ang, it became exceedingly challenging. Reluctantly, he took up a magical pen from the little sorceress's desk and awkwardly inscribed the words measuring cup onto the table's surface. Ah, so this is called a measuring cup, the little sorceress exclaimed with excitement, realizing that with this tool, her future endeavors in liquid concoction would be significantly simplified. Next, Liu Ang directed her attention to the scales, and after expending considerable effort and explanation, he finally succeeded in helping her understand their function. Without waiting for her to ask again, he quickly wrote scales on the surface, with the acquisition of both the measuring cup and the scales. The little sorceress felt as though the arduous tasks of measuring liquid quantities and comparing powders had transformed into a breeze. She promptly retrieved several first-tier magical potions for testing, and with the aid of these two tools, her success rate soared to 100%. Even the two recently concocted second-tier magical potions boasted a success rate exceeding 80%. However, the little sorceress felt a twinge of despondency. The meditation potion that seemed so effortlessly concocted by the skeletal Shao Sand eluded her grasp. Even with the assistance of the measuring cup and scales, this marked the first time her indomitable spirit acknowledged defeat, and her persistent nature was willing to reconsider her approach to in the wake of Shao Sand's setback. The little sorceress chose to abandon her research into the meditation potion and redirect her focus toward other second-tier magical potions. Perhaps it was the shift in her mindset that influenced her decision. The little sorceress unexpectedly discovered that after she ceased to obsess over the concoction of the meditation potion, her speed in researching the formulation of other secondary magical potions significantly increased. Previously, it would take her at least a week to develop a single secondary potion. However, now she could create it in just half the time, and her success rate remained impressively high. Concerning Liu Ang's ability to craft the meditation potion, she assumed he would undoubtedly excel in formulating other magical potions as well. Yet, when she instructed him to prepare some first or second-level magical potions, she was taken aback to find that Liu Ang could not even concoct the simplest first-level potion, the fusion potion, aside from the meditation potion. How could this be? The little sorceress observed Liu Ang standing there, holding the materials, utterly clueless about the preparation of even the most basic first-level potion. Shortly thereafter, she realized that Liu Ang was entirely ignorant of magical potions. His ability to create the meditation potion stemmed solely from his countless repetitions of the process, which had led to his familiarity with it. The little sorceress recognized that Liu Ang, in his skeletal form, was remarkably clever. Thus, she resolved to nurture his talents. Even if he ultimately only became proficient in crafting the meditation potion, he could still serve as a valuable assistant. Consequently, Liu Ang's status in the study was elevated once more, transforming from a mere free assistant to one who was required to produce 5 bottles of the meditation potion each day, in the blink of an eye. Liu Ang had spent over 3 months in the study. As the little sorceress relinquished her fixation on the meditation potion, she successfully formulated 10 different secondary magical potions, surpassing the 3 required for advancement to the rank of secondary potion master. Upon successfully concocting these 10 potions, she also managed to produce the meditation potion. In that moment of achievement, she suddenly comprehended the reasons behind her previous struggles with the potion. The primary obstacle was foundational knowledge, although the meditation potion was classified as a secondary potion. It required the skill level of a tertiary potion. Without mastering the fundamentals of secondary potions, achieving proficiency in tertiary potions would prove exceedingly difficult, with a correspondingly low success rate. Liu Ang, however, was an exception. Over the past 2 months, aside from assisting the little sorceress in producing 5 bottles of the meditation potion daily, he also dedicated an hour each day to studying the principles and fundamentals of potion making under her guidance. The rest of the time was devoted to his own cultivation. 2 months prior, Liu Ang had completed the washing of 29 skull bones and 7 cervical vertebrae in the first phase of his bone refinement. Over the ensuing 2 months, he successfully washed 12 thoracic vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, 1 sacral bone, 1 coccyx, 1 sternum, and 24 ribs. Liu Ang was now engaged in the washing of 64 upper limb bones, which comprised 10 arm bones and 54 hand bones. Despite the seemingly high number of hand bones, they were relatively small. Drawing from his 3 months of washing experience, he felt confident that he could complete the upper limb bones washing in just 1 more month. The little sorceress routinely entered the study at dawn, remaining until dusk. However, today, she did not appear until noon, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Upon seeing Liu Ang preparing to brew the meditation potion, she immediately declared, "Liu Ang, you need not prepare the meditation potion today. Instead, gather all the materials from the cabinet." Upon hearing her command, Liu Ang felt a wave of confusion. Something about the little sorceress seemed off today. Nevertheless, he complied and carefully collected the specified items. Meanwhile, the little sorceress busied herself, Meticulously packing away the tools for potion making and transferring the numerous bottles of meditation potion Liu Ang had crafted into her spatial ring. Once everything was tidily arranged, the little sorceress turned to Liu Ang and said, "From this day forth, this study no longer belongs to us. According to the school authorities, it has been rented out to someone willing to pay a higher price, so we must vacate." Liu Ang was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed this secluded study belonged solely to the little sorceress, unaware that it was merely a rental. "How dare they?" the little sorceress exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. "They've rented it to me. Yet they dare to breach our agreement. Do they think compensation will suffice? I hardly value their pitiful sum." Unable to contain her anger, she began to vent her frustrations loudly. Rental disputes such as these were not uncommon on Earth. So Liu Ang was not particularly surprised. What baffled him was why anyone would attempt to commandeer the study from the little sorceress that a month prior he had discovered a guide to St. Moon Academy among the bookshelves, which appeared to be intended for new students. The guide detailed the history of the academy, noting that it had been established for 400 years and was currently the largest institution in the Xianyue Empire. It also mentioned a formidable 8th-level sword instructor named Ronnie Chris, who was none other than the little sorceress's father, a significant general within the empire, known to be the only one approaching the strength of a saint. In addition to Ronnie Chris, the academy also boasted another remarkable figure, the current national master of the Xianyue Empire, the founder of St. Moon Academy, and a fire-type saint mage of saint-level prowess named Carrick. Carrick was not only a saint mage, but also a 5th-level potion master. The little sorceress had once inadvertently revealed that Carrick had utilized this very study. Liu Ang was not one to idolize figures from the past. The history of the study bore no relevance to him. What perplexed him was how, given Ronnie's influence in the academy, anyone would dare to usurp it from the little sorceress. Did they not fear incurring Ronnie's wrath? Did they not fear crossing paths with a prominent general? Unless with that thought, Liu Ang began to sense an undercurrent of conspiracy. The little sorceress had received formal notification from the school, demanding she vacate the study that very day. Although she had attempted to reason with the authorities, their stubbornness left her no opportunity for negotiation. The individual who had usurped her study was none other than her sworn rival, Fina Ricardo, whose father was the Minister of Civil Affairs in the Xianyue Empire. Historically, civil and military officials often found themselves at odds, and Fina's father, Camaro, and the little sorceress's father, Ronnie, had become fierce adversaries in the political arena. Despite her dissatisfaction, the little sorceress had no choice but to acquiesce to the school's demands and vacate the study. Soon after, with Liu Ang's assistance, she began to gather all her materials. However, due to the sudden nature of their departure, there were far too many materials to carry. Once she had packed all her experimental tools, the over 200 meditation potions Liu Ang had prepared, and some valuable ingredients, her spatial ring was filled to capacity, leaving the remaining materials for Liu Ang to carry. Having long since prepared for such labor, Liu Ang had no objections to shouldering the burden. He was particularly thrilled to find that among the materials were thousands of magical cores. While packing the cores, he discreetly pocketed 5 earth attribute magical cores. An hour later, Liu Ang followed the little sorceress out of the study. This so-called study had been more akin to a laboratory. Given the little sorceress's frenzied dedication to potion making, today marked Liu Ang's first departure from the study in 3 months, and his first encounter with the outside world since arriving in this alternate reality. As he stepped out, he cast one last glance back into the study. Despite the monotony of his days spent there, he had grown fond of the space, given the vibrancy of the outside world. As a skeleton, he could not partake in its splendor. Remaining in the study offered him a greater sense of security. With a loud bang, the little sorceress seemed intent on venting all her frustration on the door as she slammed it shut. Just then, a woman's voice rang out from behind them. Well, who do we have here?" Upon hearing the voice, the little sorceress's expression darkened, and she turned around, coldly retorting, "Who I am is of no significance. If someone is foolish enough to cross my path, that is not my concern." The other party was evidently provoked by the little witch's words, just as she was about to erupt in anger. A thought seemed to cross her mind, and she immediately suppressed her fury, sneering instead. "Oh dear, I thought it was someone of significance. but it turns out to be our Miss Shaylee Chris. What a coincidence to encounter the young lady of the general's household here. I am unworthy of such praise. I am merely the daughter of a humble general. How could I ever compare to you? Miss Fina Ricardo, the daughter of the Minister of Affairs. Truly, you are resplendent. The little witch skillfully retorted without losing her footing. Take tea this moment. Liu Ang turned around and beheld a woman clad in opulent attire, possessing a voluptuous figure and a hint of beauty, who was striking a haughty pose not far away. This woman must be the Fina Ricardo, referred to by the little witch. Behind her trailed 3 men, all evidently affluent youths based on their attire, likely her admirers and protectors. Had the little witch not been present, Liu Ang might have considered Fina to be a beauty at first glance. However, upon seeing the little witch's ethereal and angelic visage, she paled in comparison to the golden, heavily adorned Aina, rendering Fina rather mundane. I never anticipated encountering Miss Shaylee here. I wonder if you are familiar with this area? I just rented a study room from St. Moon Academy yesterday, and I plan to commence its use tomorrow. Today, I intended to inspect the study's environment, but alas, we've been searching for quite a while without success. As Fina spoke, she deliberately produced a parchment from her attire, which detailed the rental agreement for the study room, clearly designed to provoke the little witch. Indeed, the little witch's expression grew increasingly frigid, and she coldly scoffed. Humph, if you wish to find a study, take your time. Why ask me? I'm afraid I have no knowledge of any study rooms. It was evident that Fina's intention was to target the little witch. For at that precise moment, one of the men standing behind Fina pointed toward a door behind the little witch, exclaiming, "Oh, Fina, look! Isn't there a sign there that reads study room number 1? We have finally found it." Upon hearing this, Fina feigned surprise as she looked intently in that direction, then exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, this is study room number 1. After half a day's search, we have finally located it. How wonderful!" Another man eagerly chimed in. "Fina, since we have found it, shall we enter and take a look?" "Ha! Splendid." Fina laughed charmingly and then cast a deliberate glance at the little witch, adding, "Miss Shaylee, why not join us for a look? I have heard that this study was once used by the esteemed Saint Mage Carrick." The little witch's countenance turned even colder. "I'm afraid I'm too busy. Visiting one tea take much of your time?" Fina replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She continued, brimming with pride, "Miss Shaylee, do you know that I invested considerable effort to acquire this study? According to the administration of St. Moon Academy, they had previously signed a year's contract with the former renter. It was only after I offered 5 times the price that they were persuaded to terminate the prior agreement and lease it to me." The little witch responded with a cold smirk. "Is that so? Then congratulations to you." "Thank you." Fina beamed radiantly, and then, pretending to discover something, she pointed at the little witch and then at the study room door, in feigned astonishment, asking, "Did we not just see you, Miss Shaylee, exiting from inside? Could it be that you were the previous renter?" "Oh dear, I apologize, Miss Shaylee. I had no idea you were the former tenant. How about I grant you an extra day to use the study?" The little witch laughed coldly in fury. "No need, a day. I think you should bestow that upon a beggar instead. Besides, this study is of no significance to me that if you wish to rent it. Go ahead. I never imagined that renting a study could come with such generosity." Fina was momentarily rendered speechless by anger. The little witch, ignoring her reaction, called out to Liu Ang, "Xiao-san, let us go." With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. Liu Ang observed the exchange between the 2 women, surprised to see the little witch wield such sharp wit. He gained a new understanding of her character. "I am so furious." Once the little witch saw that Fina had completely vanished, her pent-up rage finally erupted. I could see that moment. Wielding her magic wand, she began to strike at the flowers and grass by the roadside in frustration. Liu Ang wisely chose to maintain his distance from the little witch, for should her fury be directed at him and her wand strike his fragile skeletal form, he imagined his delicate bones would surely shatter. Half an hour later, after the little witch had vented her anger, the poor Flora had been thoroughly ravaged. Once she had regained her composure, she cast another glance in the direction of the study room and spoke coldly. "Fina, who is it that dares to incite you to provoke me? Which individual at St. Moon Academy has encouraged you to risk offending my father by taking something from me? Just wait." Shaylee Chris will certainly reclaim what is rightfully mine. Listening to the little witch's soliloquy, Liu Ang was taken aback, realizing that her anger was not blind, but rather a reflection of her awareness of the underlying schemes at play. With the study room lost, the little witch decided that after leaving the academy with Liu Ang, she would return to her dormitory to gather her materials before seeking to rent a new room outside. However, having been incited by Fina, she resolved not to return to her dormitory, but instead to bring Liu Ang directly to find a new place to rent. At the main entrance of St. Moon Academy, stood a statue towering 2 men high, depicting a beautiful woman with a large moon suspended above her head. The words St. Moon were carved alongside the moon. According to the Academy's guide, the statue represented the moon goddess. Initially, Liu Ang intended to pause and admire the visage of the moon goddess. However, for the little witch, who was all too familiar with the statue, there was little to appreciate, especially given her lingering anger, where she hastily led Liu Ang out of St. Moon Academy. As the little witch strolled through the bustling streets of the imperial capital of Xiangyue. Her stunning visage and devilish figure indeed drew many gazes, a fact she was accustomed to and indifferent about. Liu Ang followed closely behind her, draping a long robe over his skeletal form to avoid alarming ordinary people and to prevent unnecessary complications. He pulled down the hat on his head. Unless one was particularly close, they would hardly discern that he was a skeleton. After wandering several streets in search of a rental room, the little witch found that suitable accommodations were scarce in the thriving capital. After inspecting a few places, realizing they were all located on loud thoroughfares, which did not align with her preference for tranquility, she reluctantly continued her search. Unbeknownst to her, she eventually led Liu Ang to a massive guild. A prominent sign at the entrance read Apothecary's Guild. The little witch glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was gradually setting and darkness would soon envelop the land. Evidently, it would be impossible to find a laboratory today. However, as she focused on the Apothecary's Guild, a thought suddenly struck her, and her gaze fixed on the entrance as she remarked, "It is said that once one becomes a third-tier apothecary, they can apply for a laboratory within the guild. I can already concoct meditation potions. I'm not far from becoming a third-tier apothecary. I wonder if they would make an exception for a fee." After a brief moment of hesitation, the little witch resolved to give it a try. Thus, she and Liu Ang headed straight for the Apothecary's Guild. "Welcome to the Apothecary's Guild, beautiful miss. How may I assist you today?" Upon entering the guild, a lovely woman dressed in the official attire of the guild greeted the little witch. Perhaps due to the encroaching night, Liu Ang scanned the hall of the Apothecary's Guild and noted that only a few individuals were present, entirely devoid of the bustling atmosphere he had imagined. "Excuse me, beautiful miss, are you here to register as an apothecary or to apply for an apothecary level assessment?" The receptionist inquired politely once more. The little witch pondered for a moment before replying, "I would like to apply for the second-tier apothecary assessment." The receptionist promptly nodded with a smile, saying, "Very well, please follow me." As she spoke, the reception lady ushered the petite sorceress into a room of approximately 100 square meters. At the center of this chamber stood an elongated table, upon which lay an array of apparatus for potion crafting. "Please hold on a moment. I shall inform the master evaluator of your arrival," she said, before exiting after ensuring the small sorceress was settled. The reception lady did not inquire excessively about Liu Ang's presence, for it was quite commonplace for an apothecary to be accompanied by an attendant. Ikit, the vice president of the Apothecary's Guild, was a fourth-tier apothecary and also a sorcerer with the prowess of a seventh-tier mage. The president of the guild, of course, was the legendary archmage Carrick, a fifth-tier apothecary. However, in recent decades, President Carrick had devoted himself entirely to potion research, seldom attending to the internal affairs of the guild. Essentially, Ikit held a position of significant authority within the Apothecary's Guild, second only to Carrick. Today, Ikit found himself at an impasse while developing a fourth-tier magical potion. After exhausting substantial materials and facing a shortage, he reluctantly paused his research, seated in the vice president's office, pondering where his process had gone awry. Knock, knock. At that moment, his train of thought was interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. With a hint of impatience, Ikit asked, "Who is it?" "What is the matter?" "Vice President, it is Sophie. I have an urgent matter that requires your attention." came a melodious voice from outside. Had Liu Ang been present, he would have instantly recognized it as that of the enchanting lady who had greeted them earlier. Sophie? Ikit was well acquainted with that name, as she was not only the head of the reception team at the Apothecaries Guild, but also the manager of their internal affairs, responsible for overseeing their daily sustenance. Come in, Sophie. What is it? He beckoned, knowing her to be a prudent individual who would not intrude without cause. The door to Ikit's office swung open, revealing Sophie, the same woman who had greeted the petite sorceress. Ikit's tone turned serious as he inquired. Sophie, what is it? Speak plainly. Sophie nodded and replied, Vice President, a young girl just arrived outside, expressing her desire to apply for the second-tier apothecary assessment. The second-tier apothecary assessment. Simply notify Faley to attend. He is a third-tier apothecary and typically oversees these evaluations. Ikit responded, perplexed. Vice President, however, Master Faley has just departed. Sophie promptly explained. Departed? But it is not yet closing time. Ikit glanced at the magical clock on the wall, which indicated it was 5 in the afternoon. A full half-hour before the Apothecaries Guild was scheduled to close. After a moment's hesitation, Sophie chose to answer truthfully. Master Faley mentioned that to become a master apothecary, one requires not only talent, but also substantial financial backing. Given that only a handful of individuals apply to the guild daily, he felt that fewer applicants would come near closing time. Therefore, he preferred to leave half an hour early rather than waste time waiting for applicants. Coincidentally, the girl seeking assessment had arrived shortly after Master Faley's departure. Humph, that Faley. If he wishes to be lazy, he should just say so. He has so many excuses. Ikit remarked, displeased. This cannot continue. When he returns tomorrow, inform him to meet with me directly. Sophie nodded. Understood. Ikit pondered for a moment and continued. Since Faley is unavailable, please notify Kolong as well. He is a third-tier apothecary evaluator. Also, when you inform him, remind him not to remain cooped up in the laboratory all day. He ought to step out for some fresh air to maintain his health. At this juncture, Sophie shook her head. Vice President, I forgot to mention today that Master Kolong asked me to inform you this morning that he requires a few days off. He's reportedly seeking some rare materials. What? Kolong is also absent. Ikit furrowed his brow and inquired, who else is present in the guild at this moment? After a moment of contemplation, Sophie replied, it appears that the other masters are attending an apothecary gathering today and have left early. Currently, only Master Miguel remains in the guild. Miguel? He is a first-tier evaluator, possessing only the capabilities of second-tier apothecary. He is utterly unqualified to assess a second-tier apothecary. Very well, since the guild president has no pressing matters. I shall personally oversee the assessment. Let us hope this second-tier apothecary can meet my expectations. After some deliberation, Ikit decided to take matters into his own hands. The petite sorceress was diligently arranging the materials she had brought with her. Although the second-tier apothecary assessment required the successful concoction of merely 2 potions, the term second-tier apothecary was merely a collective designation. The small sorceress had previously undergone a first-tier assessment and was aware that first-tier apothecaries were further classified into 5 ranks. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. Naturally, the higher the star rank, the greater the privileges afforded to the apothecary. Additionally, the petite sorceress was intent on securing a personal laboratory. Thus, she aspired to perform exceptionally well. At that moment, the door to the assessment room swung open, and Sophie entered, accompanied by a man of approximately 60 years of age. Observing the elder's vigorous gait and spirited demeanor, one would hardly believe he was indeed 60 years old. Are you the one applying for the second-tier apothecary assessment today? Upon seeing the petite sorceress, Ikit's tone reflected a hint of surprise, for she appeared quite youthful, likely only 16 or 17 years old. He found it hard to believe that such a young girl could pass the assessment for a second-tier apothecary. Despite his astonishment, Ikit maintained a professional demeanor as he approached the long table and asked, have you prepared your second-tier magical potions? Please place them on the table. The assessment procedure for apothecaries comprised 3 steps. The first step involved reviewing the magical potions brought by the applicant. Only upon passing this preliminary step could one proceed to the next. Of course, this step had its loopholes, as applicants could present potions crafted by others. However, Attempting such deception carried the risk of exposure, as the Apothecaries Guild imposed severe penalties on those caught falsifying their credentials, barring them from ever entering the guild again. Furthermore, the assessment process included a third step, which required the live preparation of 1 or 2 magical potions. Should an applicant present potions made by another, they would be digging their own grave at this stage. Moreover, given that the assessment master today was Ikit, the vice president, he would certainly not show any favoritism. The petite sorceress had nothing to hide. She arranged all 10 of her prepared second-tier magical potions on the table, 10 kinds. Ikit's face displayed a hint of astonishment as he gazed at the 10 potions before him. Did you concoct all 10 of these second-tier magical potions yourself? The petite sorceress nodded. Indeed, these 10 are the products I've prepared over the past 2 months. At that moment, Ikit sighed, cautioning her. Young one, are you certain that these 10 magical potions are your own handiwork? If any are not, you must bring them forth now. Otherwise, should we later discover discrepancies in the potions you present? The penalties from the Apothecaries Guild are severe. One would be barred from ever stepping foot in any Apothecaries Guild again. Moreover, the second-tier assessment does not require so many potions. 3 would suffice. The petite sorceress shook her head. Thank you for the reminder. I can confirm once more that all these potions have been crafted by my own hands. Since she was so resolute in her assurance, Ikit had done all he could to dissuade her. His expression became serious once more as he stated, in a second-tier apothecary assessment, the first step requires the presentation of 3 second-tier magical potions. You have provided 10, so I declare that you have successfully passed the first step. Now, we shall commence the second step, which requires you to accurately explain the preparation principles of 10 first-tier magical potions and 1 second-tier magical potion. Ikit accepted a parchment scroll from Sophie and began to inquire. Are you ready? If so, we shall officially begin the assessment. I am ready. The petite sorceress affirmed with a nod. The principles of preparing first-tier magical potions posed no challenge for the petite sorceress. And the second-tier potion in question was known as Giant Strength Elixir. This topic was also within her grasp, as she had amassed a wealth of information on second-tier magical potion formulas, including that of the Giant Strength Elixir, enabling her to answer effortlessly. Should she have been uncertain, it would not have mattered. The second step merely assessed knowledge of magical potion principles, as the saying goes. Discussing strategy on paper is futile. The true essence lies in practical execution. Naturally, should you choose to remain silent, the outcome will inevitably influence your star rating. It is evident that your knowledge of potion-making principles is quite extensive. With a hint of admiration for the young sorceress, Ikit declared, for the second step, I announce that you have successfully passed. The third step involves the on-site preparation of 3 types of second-tier potions. Ikit spoke in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the young sorceress's face, seemingly searching for any change in her expression. Unfortunately, Ikit was left disappointed, and he had no choice but to say, considering that you have presented 10 types of second-tier potions, feel free to select any 3 that you excel at and prepare them. My dear lady, I wonder if you have gathered all the necessary materials? If anything is lacking, you may choose to purchase them from the guild at a 10% discount to alleviate any potential embarrassment for the examinee. Sophie timely interjected from his side. Thank you. I have all the materials, replied the young sorceress, pulling out a substantial array of ingredients from her spatial ring. Upon seeing the materials, Sophie chuckled lightly and tactfully retreated to the entrance of the testing room, while Ikit donned an expression of stern impartiality and stated, the third challenge begins. Recently, the young sorceress had grown accustomed to the presence of measuring cups and scales. Thus, for this potion-making assessment, she also brought them out. After a moment's contemplation regarding the 3 potions she intended to concoct, she promptly set to work. 2 hours later, the young sorceress had successfully brewed 2 types of second-tier potions, specifically selecting those with shorter fusion times for the assessment, allowing her to complete the 2 potions within the allotted time frame. This moment, Ikit and Sophie, who stood by observing, were both taken aback by the young sorceress's remarkable speed. Even if Ikit were to personally undertake the task, his pace would not be significantly faster. The third one, just 1 more to go. The young sorceress initially planned to choose another potion with a shorter fusion period. However, such potions are generally simpler in nature and thus do not demand high technical proficiency, which would inevitably result in a lower star rating during the evaluation. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to take a risk and concoct the meditation potion. At present, her success rate for brewing the meditation potion stood at a mere 60%. Far from the astounding 99% achieved by Liu Ang, the remaining 1% failure was due to Liu Ang's momentary lapse in concentration during the fusion period, which led to his failure. A 60% success rate is commendable for an apothecary, yet as a second-tier potion maker, failure is simply not an option. The young sorceress's choice of the meditation potion was undoubtedly a bold gamble. Upon witnessing the young sorceress retrieve materials from her spatial ring, Aikit's eyes widened in surprise as he quietly murmured the names of the ingredients. Green beast blood, blue rabbit blood. Could she be aiming to concoct the meditation potion? Once the young sorceress laid out the complete set of materials, Aikit was entirely convinced of her intentions. As the deputy president of the Apothecary Guild and a fourth-tier apothecary himself, he was well aware that although the meditation potion is classified as a second-tier potion, its preparation requires the expertise of a third-tier apothecary. Could she have already reached such a level? Aikit pondered, casting another glance at the 10 types of second-tier potions laid out before him, beginning to believe that they were all personally brewed by the young sorceress. With careful precision, the young sorceress prepared her materials using the measuring cup and scale. Taking a deep breath, she commenced the delicate process of concocting the meditation potion. As time ticked away, the examination room fell into silence. Aikit could sense the young sorceress's wavering confidence, and to prevent her from making any mistakes, he refrained from interrupting her with words. Fusion agent, as the final ingredient was added. The 2-hour fusion period commenced. The young sorceress let out a sigh of relief, knowing she now merely had to observe the changes in the potion's mixture. In the tense atmosphere of the assessment, time seemed to fly, and before long, the fusion period concluded. The young sorceress gazed into the potion vessel, delighted to see that the materials had fused perfectly. It worked. To her astonishment, she had been fortunate enough to successfully brew the potion. Master, please inspect these. They are the 3 second-tier potions I have prepared. She presented the 3 potions before Aikit. His face was a mask of astonishment, particularly at the successful brewing of the meditation potion, which left him thoroughly impressed. Even with his own efforts, his success rate for the meditation potion would only reach 90%. Despite his surprise as the head of the guild, he regained his composure, his expression turning serious as he began to meticulously evaluate the 3 potions before him. The first was the rock potion, which, when consumed, allowed the body to remain as hard as stone for 10 minutes. Its fusion degree was 80%. Excellent. The second was the frenzy potion, which induced a state of heightened excitement in the consumer, bringing their combat abilities to a peak of 100%, with a fusion degree also reaching 80%. Excellent. The third, the meditation potion, enhanced a mage's sensitivity to elements, increasing their magical cultivation speed by 1.5 times, with a fusion degree of 75%. Excellent. The fusion degrees are quite impressive. If placed on a market, they would fetch no less than 11 gold coins. After testing the 3 potions, Aikit was once again taken aback by the fusion degree of the meditation potion. For a second-tier apothecary to achieve a fusion degree of 75% was indeed a rarity across the continent. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment for a second-tier apothecary, and you're now officially recognized as one within our guild, having submitted 10 types of potions and perfectly answered the theoretical questions. The fusion degrees of the 3 potions you prepared are all excellent, thus your star rating is 5 stars. He continued, since you have been able to brew the meditation potion, do you wish to apply for the 3rd-tier apothecary assessment? Witnessing the young sorceress successfully concoct the meditation potion took Aikit by surprise, and his perception of her had shifted. He now harbored a degree of expectation for further surprises from her. The young sorceress shook her head, candidly stating, "At present, I only possess knowledge of second-tier potions. I have yet to begin my studies on 3rd-tier potions." "What a pity." Aikit replied, "Well, since you managed to brew the meditation potion, you are not far from becoming a 3rd-tier apothecary. Aikit eagerly anticipate your application for the 3rd-tier assessment in the near future." His tone carried a hint of disappointment. He then turned to Sophie, instructing, "Sophie, Please escort this lovely lady to complete her second-tier apothecary paperwork." Sophie promptly nodded, of course. However, just as Sophie extended her hand to signal the young sorceress to follow, she interjected, "Wait, I have a request." Hearing this, Ikit, who was about to depart, halted and turned back, inquiring, "What is your request?" The young sorceress directly stated, "I would like to apply for a private laboratory within the guild." Ikit immediately refused. "That is impossible. Are you not aware that the guild's regulations state that only those above the rank of third-tier apothecary may apply for a private laboratory?" The young sorceress had anticipated Ikit's refusal, and she pressed further, "Is there any chance for an exception?" "Master, you saw that I was able to brew the meditation potion just now. It shouldn't be long before I become a third-tier apothecary." Ikit interrupted her. "There is no need to elaborate. Rules are rules. Can exceptions be made so easily?" Unwilling to give up, the young sorceress persisted. "Master, if I were to contribute 100,000 gold coins annually to the guild during my time in a private laboratory, would that suffice?" Ikit scoffed coldly. "Do not speak to me of money. Do you think our apothecary guild lacks funds?" With Ikit's stance growing increasingly firm, it seemed that the prospect of a private laboratory would need to be sought elsewhere. The young sorceress sighed. "If that is the case, then I shall not impose further. Excuse me." With that, she prepared to leave. Yet at that moment, a sound reminiscent of rattling bones echoed through the examination room, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. The sound of the skeletal bones resonated with remarkable clarity. Over the past few months, the little witch had become exceedingly accustomed to the eerie sounds of the skeleton. Thus she paid them no heed. However, both Ikit and Sophie were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the figure draped in a black cloak, trailing behind the little witch, was in fact a skeletal being. Fortunately, Ikit was a seasoned individual, well-versed in the tempestuous nature of life. Upon the emergence of the skeletal figure, he endeavored to maintain his composure while discreetly preparing for potential confrontation as the skeletal being approached him. "What do you intend to do?" Ikit inquired, brandishing a magic wand in his hand. Should the skeleton dare to make a move, he was prepared to conjure a magical shield, provided he could create some distance. Even if this skeletal entity were a lord of the undead, he felt no trepidation. Had Liu Ang been able to respond to Ikit's question, he would have simply stated, "I mean no harm." Hee. Even if Liu Ang wished to elucidate, his inability to speak rendered such explanations futile. Instead, he opted for action, extending a bony hand into the burlap sack at his side and retrieving a vial of magical potion, which he then presented to Ikit. A potion. Upon glimpsing the vial in Liu Ang's hand, Ikit finally grasped the other's intention, instinctively reaching out towards the potion. "Oh, a meditation elixir?" Ikit was somewhat perplexed as to why Liu Ang would hand him a meditation elixir. The reason Liu Ang chose to present Ikit with this particular potion was rooted in his awareness that many experts in the field were often obsessive. Given that this was the apothecary guild, it was evident that Ikit was also a fervent enthusiast of magical potions, as evidenced by his earlier gaze filled with expectation directed at the little witch. Although Liu Ang did not claim that his concoction of the meditation elixir was flawless, the method he employed differed significantly from contemporary potion-making techniques. If Ikit truly was a potion aficionado, he would undoubtedly recognize this novel method. And once he found himself intrigued, he would likely acquiesce to the little witch's request. "Skeletal minion, return. What mischief are you up to?" the little witch reproached, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Enough of this wandering. Let us depart." Having realized that obtaining a private laboratory was futile, she led Liu Ang outwards. Sophie, who had been shocked upon first encountering Liu Ang, quickly regained her composure once she recognized that he bore no ill intent. Seeing the little witch preparing to leave, she took the lead, saying, "Master, please follow me. I shall assist you in processing your application to become a level 2 apothecary." Sophie had adjusted her address, as the little witch's ascension to level 2 apothecary had rendered her. In Sophie's eyes, a master of potions, the little witch nodded in agreement. Although she could not secure the private laboratory, attaining level 2 apothecary status would afford her numerous benefits within the guild. The most advantageous being a 10% discount on material purchases that the little witch and Liu Ang exited to finalize the procedures for her level 2 apothecary application. Ikit seemed to notice something peculiar about the meditation elixir in his hand. The appearance of the potion evoked a sense of comfort in his gaze. Wow! A meditation elixir with a 99% fusion rate. Ikit could not restrain himself from testing the fusion rate of the potion. Yet the result left him utterly astonished. Could this truly be the legendary, perfect grade potion with a 99% fusion rate? Ikit was once again taken aback. Having studied potions for 50 years, he had never encountered a potion of such perfection until today. Oh no, that skeleton and the girl. Ikit hastily exited the evaluation room. His eyes swiftly scanning the entire apothecary hall, he soon spotted the little witch, who had just completed her registration and was preparing to leave. He hurriedly called out, "Young lady, please wait." Upon hearing his voice, the little witch halted and turned to inquire, "Master, is there something else?" Ikit produced the meditation elixir and asked, "Could you enlighten me on how you came by this potion?" At first glance, the little witch could instantly discern that it was crafted by Liu Ang. The skeletal figure distinguished her own concoctions from Liu Ang's. She had a habit of etching a unique design onto each vial. Liu Ang's potion was marked with a skull motif. "Master, this potion was prepared by a friend of mine. Is there a problem with it?" The little witch queried, perplexed. Ikit did not respond immediately, but pressed further. "Where might I find this friend? Could you arrange for him to come to the Apothecary Guild for a meeting?" Upon hearing this, the little witch turned her head to glance at Liu Ang beside her, chuckling softly before shaking her head. "Master, I'm afraid my friend is quite reclusive and would likely not be inclined to meet you." Ikit's face fell in disappointment. Observing Ikit's crestfallen expression, the little witch, not one to be oblivious, quickly grasped the situation. She continued, "Master, although it seems we cannot arrange a meeting with my friend, if you desire these meditation elixirs, I could be of assistance." "What? You possess more of these potions?" Ikit suddenly recalled that it was a skeleton who had previously bestowed upon him this perfect grade meditation elixir. The fact that such a precious potion was carelessly entrusted to a skeleton implied that the individual must have more than just one or two of these elixirs. The little witch did not elaborate further. She simply reached into her spatial ring and produced 5 additional vials of meditation elixirs to hand over to Ikit. He accepted the meditation elixirs and observed their uniform color and quality, which closely mirrored that of the potion he held. Ikit could hardly contain his excitement. "Could you wait a moment? I must test the fusion rate of these potions before returning." "Perfect, perfect, perfect. All of them are perfect." While some only reached a fusion rate of 95%, they still qualify as perfect grade. At that moment, Ikit was engulfed in shock, astonishment, and further astonishment when he finally returned to Liu Ang and the little witch. A full half-hour had passed, time he had spent calming his astonished heart. "How many of these meditation elixirs do you currently possess? I wish to purchase them all." Ikit placed the 6 vials of perfect grade potions on the table. Cutting straight to the chase, the little witch was momentarily taken aback, but after about a second, she recovered and shook her head. "We do not intend to sell these meditation elixirs. The meditation elixir is the most commonly used magical potion on the continent. Nearly all mages require a mage myself. I too need the meditation elixir. Moreover, after consuming the meditation elixir crafted by my skeletal companion, I found its effect to be significantly superior to that of ordinary ones. Not to mention, the magical energy I have recently cultivated has nearly sufficed for me to break through to level 4, advancing from a level 3 mage." Ikit had anticipated that the little witch would be unwilling to sell. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a grave tone. "If our apothecary guild were to make an exception and grant you a private laboratory, would you consider selling?" The little witch hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. "Very well. I shall sell the potions to you. But I have one condition. I hope to receive a privilege from the apothecary guild, allowing me to purchase materials at a 20% discount in the future." "Impossible! A 20% discount would be too detrimental to our guild." Ikit immediately rejected her proposal. The radiant smile spread across the little witch's face as she replied, "Master, please do not rush. My words are not yet complete. Currently, I possess 250 of these meditation elixirs. In light of your guild's exception in granting me a private laboratory, I can sell them to you at a 10% discount. Furthermore, I can provide you with 100 vials each month, also at a 10% discount. How does that sound?" You can provide 100 vials each month. Ikit hesitated, contemplating for a full 15 minutes before arriving at his decision. Very well, I agree. However, this matter must remain confidential between you and our guild. No third party must be informed. Otherwise, we will have to nullify the contract. The Little Witch nodded without hesitation. No problem. Thus, Ikit and the Little Witch promptly signed a magical contract. After they finalized the agreement, the Little Witch suddenly realized she had yet to inquire about his name. Master, may I ask for your esteemed name? By the way, what is your position in the Apothecary Guild? Is our contract valid? At this, Ikit was taken aback. He too had forgotten to introduce himself. Liu Ang gazed at the old man and the young girl before him, a wave of helplessness washing over him. At the outset, he had already noticed that neither of them had introduced themselves or inquired about each other's names. Instead, the two were haggling over the contract, resembling a pair of natural-born clowns. Did you truly not know who I am? Ever since I became the vice president, the pharmacists have been keenly aware of my name in their attempts to curry favor with me. Thus, even without an introduction, the pharmacist would undoubtedly recognize Ikit. Accustomed to not needing to introduce himself, Ikit had, in the process of evaluating the little sorceress, forgotten to state his name. Ikit Rosen, that is my name. I hold the position of vice president of the Pharmacists Guild. Do you believe the contract we are signing holds any validity? Ikit stated solemnly, Oh, you are the vice president. Upon hearing his title, the little sorceress was taken aback, never having anticipated that she had been haggling with a vice president. How terrible! I have offended the vice president. The little sorceress stuck out her tongue, feeling as guilty as a thief. Liu Ang couldn't help but admire this endearing side of her that he had not expected. Furthermore, her appearance at this moment was a stark contrast to her usual fierce demeanor. After exiting the Pharmacists Guild, the night had completely descended. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Ang and the little sorceress had lingered in the guild for a full 6 hours. Given the late hour, the little sorceress's single-person laboratory would not be ready until the following day. Thus, she had no choice but to bring Liu Ang back to her dormitory for the night. Moreover, regarding a skeleton, especially one that she had summoned, the little sorceress felt no need for caution. The only reason she hadn't brought Liu Ang home earlier was that she shared her living space with another girl named AIC, whom Liu Ang had met shortly after his arrival in this world. Bang! The little sorceress opened the door to her dormitory, and Liu Ang followed her inside. Given the little sorceress's affluence, Liu Ang had expected her dormitory to be grand and luxurious. However, upon entering, he discovered that aside from being slightly larger than an average dormitory, it was quite unremarkable. This room was approximately 100 square meters, lacking any private rooms, save for a separate bathroom. Nevertheless, both the little sorceress and AIC had delineated their personal spaces for privacy, using screens to separate them. The little sorceress's personal area was particularly convenient, with a large bookshelf positioned at the foot of her bed, which held not books, but an array of parchment scrolls depicting potion formulas. Liu Ang cast a glance around the dimly lit dormitory and noticed that AIC was not present. AIC not back yet? Ugh, that girl is probably off having her fun again. The little sorceress lit a magical oil lamp, instantly illuminating the previously dark room. Little 3, just place the materials over there. You should, avoid startling AIC later. First, have him hide in the bathroom, and after explaining things to AIC, you can bring him out. After pondering for a moment, the little sorceress pointed towards the nearby bathroom. You can stay over there. Later, when we go to bed, you can come to the door and keep watch. Great. Now I'm reduced to a doorman. Upon hearing the little sorceress's instructions, Liu Ang inwardly cursed. He had little objection to being asked to stay in the bathroom, as he had come to realize that in the past 3 months, the bathroom had become his most frequented location. Although a skeleton had no need to relieve itself, the bathroom had transformed into his personal training ground. Giggling, Liu Ang began to walk towards the bathroom, mischievously contemplating, Damn it, I should just set up a table by the bathroom door and charge for entry. As Liu Ang pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside, he unexpectedly bumped into something, and suddenly the world went dark. What the hell? Liu Ang reached up to his head, only to hear the sound of fabric tearing. He glanced down at his hand, discovering that he had torn a small pair of intricately patterned, sheer fabric panties in 2 panties. Without needing to guess, Liu Ang immediately recognized the delicate garment as belonging to a woman, though he could not ascertain if they belonged to the little sorceress or AIC. He looked up to see several pairs of panties hanging in the bathroom, and from their colors, it was evident that they belonged to both individuals, black and pink. The pair in his hand was black. And under the gaze of a skeletal being, the darkness was not a significant hindrance. If the panties had not been black, he would never have encountered them. Liu Ang speculated that the black pair might belong to the little sorceress. He soon received confirmation that, "Oh no, little three, what are you doing? How dare you tear my underwear?" The magical oil lamp in the bathroom is lit. The little sorceress's furious voice rang out behind him. Choosing black lingerie indicates a reserved personality, someone who values appearances, takes pride in their looks, and works diligently. Unfortunately, such individuals often tend to be obstinate, lacking the spirit of tolerance and compromise. Moreover, black is renowned for its sensuality. Women donning black lingerie exude an irresistible allure, stirring the primal urges of men. Regrettably, Liu Ang found himself torn between desire and inability. After spending so much time with the little sorceress, he had come to deduce her preferences in lingerie colors. Her stubbornness was undoubtedly well reflected by the color black. Hearing the little sorceress's reprimand, Liu Ang wished to explain, but he quickly realized that even if he could speak, he would be unable to clarify the situation. Anticipating a potential violent reaction from her, he slowly turned to face her. However, wow. Upon seeing the little sorceress's appearance, he was rendered speechless. At that moment, she had shed her dark magical robe, now clad only in a black, slightly damp, sheer strip of fabric that wrapped around her chest. The fabric was tied so tightly that it accentuated her curves. Below, she wore a pair of panties identical to the one he had torn. Liu Ang had initially thought that black lingerie would conceal much, yet he realized he had been gravely mistaken. With cascading black hair, an exquisitely angelic face, eyes that sparkled like stars, an alluring figure, and skin as pale and delicate as porcelain, she embodied an ethereal beauty. Liu Ang had never anticipated that the little sorceress would present herself in such a manner, and undeniably, even as a skeleton. He found himself completely captivated by her. The little sorceress, oblivious to Liu Ang's reaction, furrowed her brow, snatched the torn panties from his hand, and exclaimed, "You infuriate me. How dare you tear my underwear? Skeleton little three. Get out of the bathroom this instant." Upon hearing this, Liu Ang dared not linger any longer and promptly exited, or rather, he fled in haste. Bang! The little sorceress angrily slammed the bathroom door shut. And shortly thereafter, Liu Ang heard the sound of running water within, likely indicating that she was taking a shower. In truth, the little sorceress had not considered that she had yet to bathe when she instructed Liu Ang to stay in the bathroom. When she eventually remembered, she initially intended to call him out. However, after a moment of thought, she concluded that since he was merely a skeleton, it did not matter if he saw her. Thus, she decided to remove her clothing entirely, donning only her lingerie as she entered the bathroom, only to be met with the sight of Liu Ang holding her torn panties, standing outside the bathroom, listening to the sound of the shower. Liu Ang was filled with wild imaginings. Having glimpsed the little sorceress wrapped in a strip of black fabric, he wondered if this world lacked the concept of a bra. Liu Ang mused. If this alternate realm truly had no bras, he could create one and profit immensely. Though he entertained such thoughts, he also contemplated the futility of accumulating gold as a skeleton. What use would it serve? Seeking companionship, as a skeleton, he could not engage in intimate encounters, simply for the sake of admiration. Surely, no one could surpass the little sorceress in beauty, indulging in gourmet meals. If anyone were to question a skeleton's ability to eat, Liu Ang would be compelled to retaliate, leaving them battered and bruised, all the while exclaiming, "Have you ever seen a skeleton eat?" The only benefit of gold for Liu Ang was to curry favor with Grice, the bone dragon, back in the realm of the undead. Of course, if he could exchange gold with a giant for some soul fire, he would gladly consider it. Thus, Liu Ang began to devise a plan to procure some gold from the little sorceress whenever the opportunity arose. Just as Liu Ang was lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly startled by a piercing scream. "Little sorceress?" Liu Ang snapped back to reality, instinctively turning to look at the bathroom door. However, he soon realized that the screams did not emanate from the bathroom, but rather from the direction of the dormitory entrance. Bang! Upon hearing the scream, the bathroom door swung open, and the little sorceress hurriedly emerged. She was wrapped in nothing but a white towel, which, though soft, was rather thin and clung to her damp form, creating an alluring yet elusive impression. Ace, what happened? The little sorceress inquired immediately upon her exit, directing her question towards the figure at the dormitory door. Ace, in a panic, exclaimed, "Sherry, I saw a skeleton." Liu Ang's gaze lingered on Ace, noting the stark difference in her attire from the last time they met. Previously, she had donned a snug, dark gray robe, while today she appeared in a fitted pink dress that accentuated her figure. Particularly striking were her long legs, as the hem of her skirt had risen perilously close to her hips, revealing her long, alluring thighs. The upper portion of her dress appeared somewhat modest, yet the deliberately widened heart-shaped cutout at the bust exposed a generous expanse of fair skin and a tantalizingly deep cleavage. The little sorceress exuded an ethereal beauty, cold and distant, while Ace radiated sweetness and vibrancy. If Liu Ang were to express his preference once more, he would still declare, "I would undoubtedly choose the little sorceress. Ace is simply too overt for my taste." The little sorceress quickly clarified, "Ace, I apologize. This skeleton is one I brought back. I intended to explain it to you upon your return, but I happened to be in the shower when you called." Ah! Ace's alarmed expression gradually softened as she gently patted her own resilient chest to calm her racing heart, saying, "I thought this skeleton was an intrusion by the undead." The little sorceress nodded. "His name is Skeleton Number 3, the most intelligent among my many summoned skeletons. Skeleton Number 3, that's a rather charming name. It would be even more fitting to simply call him Number 3, Ace replied with a laugh. Liu Ang observed in silence, noting how Ace's demeanor had shifted from panic to playful banter, a transformation that left him momentarily bewildered. Ace, seemingly oblivious to the little sorceress's description of Liu Ang as the most intelligent, curiously asked, "Sherry, didn't you always say you wouldn't bring these undead creatures back? Why the sudden change today?" The little sorceress, her voice rising in indignation, retorted, "It's all that Fina's fault. If she hadn't interfered, my borrowing agreement for the study wouldn't have been prematurely terminated." "What happened?" Ace pressed. "What did Fina do to you?" The little sorceress recounted, "I received a notice from the academy today, stating that the borrowing agreement for the study was terminated early. The reason being that Fina offered 5 times the rental fee to the academy, effectively treating Ace as her close confidant. Upon hearing this, Ace's anger flared. "How outrageous! Fina is truly overstepping her bounds that we cannot let her get away with this. Sherry, don't worry. We shall seek out Prince Shaquille. He will surely assist you in reclaiming the study." To the mention of Prince Shaquille, the little sorceress quickly shook her head in refusal. "Ace, no. Let us not trouble Prince Shaquille. I can handle this myself. No, I cannot abide by Fina's bullying. Are you worried that Prince Shaquille might not want to help? Rest assured, he has often expressed his admiration for you and his desire to befriend you, but has lacked the opportunity to. If you ask, he will surely assist." Ace praised Prince Shaquille lavishly before Liu Ang, who quietly observed their conversation. From Ace's tone, he discerned that Prince Shaquille harbored intentions towards the little sorceress. Ultimately, the little sorceress disheartened Ace with a shake of her head. "Thank you, Ace. Let us put the study matter aside for now. I can easily find another place for my experiments." "What? You've already found a place for your experiments? So soon?" Ace's expression reflected her surprise. She had not anticipated the little sorceress's promptness. The little sorceress nodded. "Indeed. Moreover, this experimental facility is located within the Apothecary Guild, making it exceedingly convenient for procuring materials." "The Apothecary Guild? How could that be?" Ace was taken aback, realizing that the little sorceress now seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. The most apparent change was that the little sorceress's demeanor appeared slightly more cheerful than before. No longer the reclusive figure she once was, Ace seemed poised to inquire further, yet the little sorceress interrupted her. "All right, let's save any questions for later. You startled me earlier, and I still need to finish my shower." "Sherry, I want to wash too." Ace's expression transformed into a radiant smile as she declared, "Sherry, it feels as though we Haven Tea shared a bath in ages. Let us do it together. Feel free to join. No one is stopping you." With that, the little sorceress swiftly entered the bathroom. He, Ace giggled, announcing, "Here I come. Little lamb, the big bad wolf is coming." With that, Ace promptly shed her pink dress right there. Ace indeed exuded boldness. Not only had her dress become more revealing, but even her strapless top was now skimpier, showcasing her ample bosom, while her pink panties offered a tantalizing glimpse. Bang! Once Ace joined her in the bathroom. The sounds of playful laughter echoed from within. Meanwhile, Liu Ang stood outside the door, his imagination wandering to thoughts of a possible three-way scenario. The two beautiful women took nearly an hour to emerge from the bathroom, and Liu Ang remained oblivious to what they had been up to inside, only hearing their continuous laughter and soft whispers as they confided in each other. The following day, as per their original plan, the little sorceress took Liu Ang to the Apothecary Guild to view a private experimental room. However, just as she was about to step outside, Ace called out to her, "Sherry, Minter Fatty asked me to inform you to find time to return to the magic class." Minter Fatty? What does she want with me? The little sorceress asked in confusion. Ace shook her head. "I don't know. She just told me to let you know. All right, I'll check in later." With that, the little sorceress led Liu Ang out. Liu Ang had not slept well the previous night, watching the two beautiful women parade around in their revealing attire, while he could only stare, immobilized and frustrated. Even a eunuch might have managed a touch. But Liu Ang was even less fortunate, as he was devoid of any sensation. Last night, Liu Ang had also witnessed Ace's boldness. The stunning beauty had a penchant for sleeping nude. Thus, he spent the entire night swearing to himself that he would be a gentleman. Yet, this vow was quickly broken, under the pretext of just one last look before behaving. If Liu Ang were still human, he would likely be sporting dark circles under his eyes today. As the little sorceress led Liu Ang past the statue of the main gate of the Holy Moon Academy, she suddenly hesitated, recalling that the Apothecary Guild's hours were from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., and it was still only 7:00 a.m., leaving them with over an hour before they could leave. Given this, the little sorceress decided to return to the academy to seek out Minter Fatty. Having been at the Holy Moon Academy for nearly 6 years since she was 12, she had chosen to study the necromancy element. Despite its classification as dark magic, which was considered forbidden across the continent. However, the little sorceress's proficiency in necromancy was not a secret within the Xianyu Empire. According to the Empire's regulations, anyone practicing dark magic faced the death penalty. Yet, the little sorceress had a father who was a master swordsman, which deterred others from infringing upon her. To avoid the stigma associated with necromancy, the little sorceress also trained in another magical discipline, wood magic. Unfortunately, her elemental sensitivity to wood magic paled in comparison to her necromancy skills. After 6 years of diligent practice, she had only reached the first tier, still a small distance from the second. In the mornings, all magic courses at the academy were conducted outdoors as students, having meditated through the night, were eager to test their newly acquired magical abilities the following day. Thus, the academy opted to hold all classes outside for practical training. In order to prevent students from carelessly casting spells and damaging the academy's facilities, the Magic Academy has specially established a training ground where all students can unleash their magic and hone their skills. As the young witch stepped into the training ground, she was immediately greeted by a dazzling display of vibrant spells illuminating the sky. Having witnessed such sights for the past 6 years, she was no longer fazed. After surveying the entire training area, she made her way directly to the advanced class section that, "Oh, isn't that our princess of the undead? I thought you claimed to be too busy to return." A mocking female voice rang out as the young witch entered the advanced class area. Even without looking, she knew it was Fina. The fact that Fina was more beautiful, academically superior, physically endowed, and possessed an illustrious family background, all while basking in adoration, only fueled her ire. The young witch chose to ignore Fina and continued her search for Minter Fatty within the advanced training area, only to discover, quite unexpectedly, that Minter Fatty was not present. "Terry, do you know where Minter Fatty is?" she inquired of a nearby boy, whose appearance was rather ordinary and marred by acne. Upon hearing her question, he responded with enthusiasm, "Miss Shaylee, Minter Fatty just mentioned she would be stepping out for about 10 minutes. Fina, witnessing the young witch's indifference toward her, grew even more incensed. Upon seeing the young witch conversing with a boy named Terry, she sneered, "Oh, I thought the princess of the undead had come back for something important. Turns out she's just here to find a pretty boy. Oops, my mistake. Not a pretty boy. Just look at those pimples that I should say." A clown instead ate this remark, the young witch could no longer remain indifferent. She shot an angry glare at Fina and retorted coldly, "Fina, you do well to clean up your mouth." "Humph." Fina scoffed, "My mouth belongs to me, and I shall say whatever I please. What's wrong? Did my words strike a nerve with your beloved? Oh, look at your clown. He should see just how much I defend you." The young witch clenched her delicate fist, and Liu Ang recognized that she had been provoked by Fina. "Fina, if you have the guts, say that again." The young witch's face darkened, and combined with the incident from yesterday, when Fina had snatched her book, her patience had reached its breaking point. Fina, oblivious to the young witch's state, pressed on. "Say it. What's there to be afraid of? I don't believe you would dare to strike me within the academy. How does it feel? Is your heart aching, clown? Your lady is upset. Why not cool her down?" Listening to Fina's increasingly outrageous remarks, the typically meek Terry finally spoke up. "Miss Fina, Miss Shaylee merely asked where Minter Fatty was. She has nothing to do with me. And nothing has happened between us. Hey, clown, whether anything has happened between you two is only for you to know. And dare you claim there's no relationship? A classmate relationship is still a relationship." "It seems you're trying to cover something up," Fina insisted, grasping at straws. Terry, at a loss for words, could only stand there, flabbergasted. Fina continued her relentless verbal assault. "What's the matter? Out of words. Silence means you concede." "Enough, Fina," the young witch exclaimed, her voice a forceful command to halt Fina's tirade. However, Fina showed no signs of ceasing. "Oh dear, that shout nearly frightened me to death. Princess of the undead, what's wrong? Are you furious? Or perhaps last night left you unfulfilled, and this clown couldn't satisfy you? Fear not, I shall introduce you to a real man shortly." With fury boiling within her, the young witch responded with a sardonic chuckle. "Fina, you have just insulted my honor and integrity. Shaylee Chris, in the name of the moon goddess, I hereby challenge you to a duel." Though her voice was not loud, with her intent to channel wind magic, her declaration resonated clearly with everyone present. Wow. Instantly, the entire training ground erupted in commotion. According to the laws of the continent, nobles may not refuse a duel when challenged by another noble. However, the Empire of Xiang stipulates that such duels are only applicable to male nobles, which left Fina momentarily stunned before she burst into laughter. "Haha, you wish to duel me, Shaylee? I refuse. Everyone knows you are a level 3 mage, and you have already reached the intermediate stage, while I am merely a novice. I have no chance against you. Only a fool would accept such a challenge." The young witch replied coldly, "Fina, by refusing the duel, you disgrace the dignity of a noble. Let it go. As a woman, I care not for such dignity," Fina replied gleefully, relishing the young witch's anger. "What's the matter? After refusing the duel, do you dare to strike me? But do remember, if you do, you shall face the Academy's punishment. Come on, hit me. Help." Just as Fina continued to mock the young witch, suddenly she felt a sharp kick to her backside, sending her sprawling to the ground, her face hitting the ground hard. "Ouch! It hurts," Fina cried out, her face bruised and bloodied. Yes, she felt the pain coursing through her body, especially on her face. She immediately yelled in anger. "Who did that? Who kicked me?" No one answered her furious outburst. Meanwhile, standing in the spot she had previously occupied was a figure clad in a black magic robe. No. Upon closer inspection, it was not a person but a skeleton. "Damn it, so much nonsense," Liu Ang muttered under his breath. After hearing Fina's taunts and witnessing the young witch struggle to contain her anger, he realized that she felt powerless as Fina refused her challenge. The Academy of St. Moon had a strict rule against private fighting, punishable by hefty fines or even expulsion. It was this very regulation that restrained the young witch from retaliating. However, Liu Ang was not bound by such rules, as he was not a student of the Academy. Thus, upon hearing Fina's venomous words, he approached her and delivered a hard kick to her pert backside. "Who are you?" Fina exclaimed. Glaring at Liu Ang, she then turned her furious gaze to the 3 boys who had rushed to help her up, barking, "Did you not see me being kicked?" Hurry and capture him. I want him to know the consequences of kicking me. Yes. The three boys dared not refuse and lunged at Liu Ang had they been swordsmen. Liu Ang might have been cautious, but alas, they were all mages. Aware of the fragility of mages, he swiftly picked up a wooden stick and without hesitation swung it at them as they charged. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! The anguished cries of the three boys filled the advanced class area. And it wasn't long before they lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Useless, all of you. Fina fumed, witnessing their swift defeat. Liu Ang shot her an icy glare and raised the stick, preparing to strike her next. Stop! Just as the wooden stick was about to descend upon Fina, a flash of azure light shot forth from a distance, colliding with the stick. Crack! The stick was cleaved in two by the magical force. Magic! Wind blade! Liu Ang now recognized the azure light as resembling a crescent blade. Mentor Fatty! It was unclear who called out first, but Liu Ang turned to see a woman in her 30s approaching from the entrance of the advanced training area. She held a magic staff, the core of which still glimmered with residual energy, indicating it had been recently used. This was Mentor Fatty, the young witch's instructor. Liu Ang observed with curiosity. Mentor Fatty had flowing golden hair, emerald green eyes, and a beautiful visage. Though over 30, her impeccable upkeep made her appear no older than 20, and her slender figure was adorned in a conservatively styled magic robe, much like the young witches. Thus, she concealed her voluptuous curves. Fatty may not possess striking beauty, yet there exists a captivating allure that grows more enchanting the longer one gazes upon her, complemented by her mature and poised demeanor. Even Liu Ang's heart skipped a beat the moment he laid eyes on her. Fatty, it is good to see you. Hurry and apprehend this person. He dared to lay a hand on me within the academy. Fina exclaimed, narrowly escaping a calamity upon seeing Fatty's arrival. Upon hearing Fina's complaint, Fatty did not act immediately. She merely nodded gently and approached. The little witch, noticing Fatty's approach, respectfully called out, Fatty. Fatty smiled faintly at the little witch and then, casting her gaze over Liu Ang, remarked, Sally, this skeleton must be your summoned skeleton, correct? In response, the little witch glanced at Liu Ang and admitted, Indeed, his name is skeleton number 3, and I summoned him. In truth, the little witch had not anticipated that Liu Ang would act independently, even kicking Fina and striking those 3 men. Although she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Liu Ang's disobedience, Fina's beating brought her an inexplicable joy, so she refrained from blaming him this time. Simultaneously, the little witch did not shy away from the truth, directly acknowledging Liu Ang as her summoned skeleton, thereby willingly accepting the consequences of his actions against Fina. What? The one who struck me is merely a skeleton. Fina exclaimed in shock as Fatty lifted Liu Ang's hat, revealing the skull beneath. When the little witch confirmed that the skeleton was indeed her summon, Fina's anger flared even more. Fatty, Sally commanded her skeleton to attack me. She has violated the Academy's rules against violence. You must punish her severely. Upon hearing Fina's tirade, Fatty furrowed her brow, refraining from responding. The little witch coldly retorted, Fina, be silent. Now that Fatty has arrived, she knows how to handle this matter. Do you require your input? Fina disregarded the little witch's reprimand, asserting her superiority. Sally, your end is nigh. Fatty, I hope you will handle this matter fairly. Otherwise, I shall summon my father. Enough. Fina's words darkened Fatty's expression as she replied coldly. Fina, this matter will be handled by me, and you need not instruct me, a mentor, on how to proceed. Taken aback by Fatty's tone, Fina opened her mouth to retort, but quickly swallowed her words under Fatty's icy gaze. Initially, Fatty intended to allow Fina to explain the situation, but her words had evidently angered her, so she opted to inquire directly of the little witch. Sally, explain why your summoned skeleton attacked Fina. Fatty emphasized the word attacked. Startled, the little witch quickly regained her composure and replied, Fatty, my skeleton number 3 did not attack Fina. You lie. Fina began to protest, but Fatty's cold glare silenced her. Fatty pressed on. Then why did your summoned skeleton strike Fina? Understanding the implication in Fatty's question, the little witch feigned innocence and replied, Mentor, my skeleton is always obedient and does not strike without cause, unless someone displays hostility towards me. It would not engage. This should not be deemed an attack. right? If we must label it as such, then it merely acted in defense. Preposterous. When did I ever display hostility towards you? Fina immediately denied. The little witch coldly remarked, "You know in your heart whether you have shown aggression, and my skeleton number 3 is particularly sensitive to protectiveness. Any overly harsh words could be interpreted as hostility." You twist the facts." Fina scoffed. "Feel free to ask those around us if I have ever shown any aggression." "Yes, we can testify." The 3 men who had been knocked down by Liu Ang groaned as they struggled to rise. The little witch shook her head. "You 3 are her lackeys. Your testimonies hold no weight that Sally, I anticipated you would say that. You all stood right here. Tell us, did I ever display any hostility towards her?" Fina boasted, confident that her status would deter others from opposing her. Though the little witch also had connections, her aloof nature left many unfamiliar with her, resulting in several in the advanced class siding with Fina, who immediately stood up. "Fatty, we can attest that Miss Fina merely sought to show concern for her classmate, only to be met with an attack from her skeleton Oh, how splendidly he put that." Liu Ang nearly rushed over to give him a sound thrashing. "Yes, we can also testify that it was Miss Sally who commanded her skeleton to strike Miss Fina, with one person leading the charge." Another soon followed. Seeing over 10 people suddenly rise to support her, Fina smirked triumphantly. "Sally, what about your witnesses? Who can vouch for you?" The little witch's expression darkened as she scanned the faces of those standing in support of Fina. If she could, she would truly wish to eliminate this group, for such opportunistic individuals only muddled the truth that I can also testify. At that moment, a man shouted loudly, drawing the attention of the crowd. A young man with acne raised his hands high. "Oh, is that not the little flower face from before? How amusing that you would choose to stand with me and testify against your beloved." Fina chuckled, mocking the little witch. "No, that's not it." Terry stammered, "Miss Fina, I am not here to testify for you, but rather for Miss Sally." Fina's expression darkened, and she snapped, "Daring to oppose me, you are clearly seeking your own demise." Terry trembled in fear at Fina's threat, yet he still retrieved a blue crystal from his possession and handed it to Fatty. "Fatty, this is the recording of the conversation between Miss Sally and Miss Fina that I captured using the Linglong stone. Please verify it." The Linglong stone is a creation of alchemists on the continent, capable of recording conversations in real time, much like a tape recorder on Earth, with the sole difference being that the Linglong stone can only be used once. "What? The Linglong stone?" Fina gasped in shock at the sight of the crystal. The little witch was equally astonished, not expecting that this seemingly timid man, referred to as Little Flower Face by Fina, would have the foresight to document their conversation. Fatty regarded Terry with admiration, pondering for a moment before saying, "Terry, come to my office this afternoon. I would like to assess your magical abilities." "Yes," Terry nodded eagerly. Although he was somewhat timid, it did not imply he was foolish. Otherwise, he would not have reached level 3 in magic. The implication in Fatty's words was clear, although she merely mentioned evaluating his magical abilities. This guidance signified an opportunity for Terry to become her apprentice, leaving the prospect of success in his own hands. Little Flower Face. Fatty infused the Linglong stone with her magical energy, and instantly, the recorded conversation between Fina and Sally echoed forth, capturing Fina's derogatory remarks toward Sally. After listening, Fatty's expression turned serious as her gaze swept over the contrasting expressions on Fina and the little witch's faces. Fina remained calm, unconcerned about her words, as she believed she had firmly established that Sally had struck her first. The little witch's expression was tense, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. "Fatty, what do you think? Now that the conversation has been revealed word for word from the Linglong stone, do you believe I harbored any hostile intent toward Sally?" Fina smugly proclaimed, having already mentally marked Fatty as an enemy for her apparent bias towards the little witch and unwilling to grant her any further respect. Upon hearing Fina's question, Fatty coldly replied, "Yes, this moment signifies the culmination of events, where you utter the words, 'Come on, come and strike me.' This statement is undeniably provocative, clearly designed to incite a response from the adversary." "Favoritism, Mentor Fatty, your words are evidently biased," Fina retorted sharply. Fatty coldly replied, "I have always upheld fairness and justice, never succumbing to favoritism. Moreover, from the course of our conversation, it is not merely that statement. Every word you have spoken has been an affront to the other party. The institution established the rule prohibiting students from engaging in physical confrontations to foster unity among peers. However, this does not imply that students should remain passive in the face of insults. Even if Shaylee were to personally strike you, she would bear no responsibility. Furthermore, it was merely her summoned skeletal servant retaliating in defense of its master. Fina, left speechless by Fatty's assertions, felt a surge of anger and indignation. Threatening, "Fatty, who do you think you are to make such decisions? You should be acutely aware of your own position. In St. Moon Academy, you are merely a mentor if you wish to retain this position. It would be prudent to refrain from meddling." "Humph." Fatty scoffed coldly, responding, "Fina, it is not for you to dictate my status. You are but a student. Is this how you honor your mentors? I regret to inform you that I cannot accept a student of your caliber. Therefore, my advanced class shall not welcome your presence. Should you dare to appear here again, do not blame me for being unkind." As Fatty's words echoed, she raised her wand and waved it towards a distant point. A powerful blade of wind soared forth, crashing down upon the solid practice stone with a resounding boom, shattering it into countless fragments. "This is what awaits you should you dare to trespass into the advanced class," Fatty declared coldly, retracting her wand to 7th-level magic mentor. Upon witnessing the wind blade, the members of the advanced class gasped in astonishment. If struck by such a blade, they would undoubtedly be left in tatters. Fina, too, was rendered speechless by the sheer force of the wind blade, no longer daring to retort. Finally, Fatty cast a massive stone into Fina's heart lake and turned to her, saying, "Fina, if you find yourself dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint with the administration. By the way, I forgot to mention my surname. It is Firedew." The name Firedew resonated not only with Fina, but also with the little sorceress and all students present, each silently contemplating its familiarity. "Oh, why does that surname sound so familiar? Who can recall the full name of our principal?" Some astute individuals suddenly connected the dots. "I know. The principal's full name is Kalik Firedew, just like Mentor Fatty's surname. Could it be that she is—" The students were astonished, having never anticipated that the mentor who had guided them for 2 years would possess such a distinguished identity. At that moment, Fina felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind blank. Being the political minister of the Xianyu Empire, Fina had a deeper understanding than the average student. She was aware of the legendary Saint Domain magician Kalik and his granddaughter, who preferred to remain low-key, leading to few knowing her appearance. Little did Fina know that Fatty was indeed Kalik's granddaughter. She had inadvertently offended the granddaughter of the Saint Domain magician. She was doomed. Fina regretted her actions profoundly, realizing she had even threatened Fatty earlier. If Fatty chose to hold her accountable, not only would her father be unable to protect her, but he too might face repercussions. As the revelation of identity spread, Fatty merely smiled nonchalantly, tossing a delicate stone to the little sorceress. "Shaylee, take this. If you feel dissatisfied with today's punishment, you may use this stone to appeal to the administration." "Mentor Fatty, you truly jest. You have done Shaylee such a tremendous favor. She is grateful enough without the need to lodge a complaint." The little sorceress accepted the delicate stone, reciting a fireball spell as a small flame ignited in her palm, incinerating the stone in an instant. Fatty's lips curled into a slight smile as she stated, "You were brought here by me, so I must take responsibility for the trouble you encountered. Come with me. There are matters we need to discuss." "All right." The little sorceress nodded eagerly. "And do bring your summoned skeleton along. I have a keen interest in it." Fatty cast a potent glance at Liu Ang, causing a shiver to run down his spine as if his soul's fire had been stirred by some unseen force. The little sorceress and Fatty departed the practice grounds, ignoring the stunned Fina, followed closely by Skeleton. The events that transpired in the practice grounds soon reached the royal palace, where a subordinate, dressed in formal attire, hurried into one of the inner courtyards. Then, a furious voice erupted from within the courtyard. "Fools! All of you are worthless, especially you, Fina. I have utterly misjudged you, trusting you only to be cast out so swiftly. Your Highness, please calm down. I have just received word from a reliable source that Miss Shaylee has found a new laboratory, located within the Apothecary Guild." a laboratory within the Apothecary Guild. Is it not required that one be at least a third-level apothecary to apply for such a facility? Did the intel not indicate that Shaylee is merely a first-level apothecary? The prince inquired. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I have been informed that Miss Shaylee entered the Apothecary Guild for an assessment yesterday evening and successfully passed to become a second-level apothecary. However, there is insufficient information regarding how she managed to secure a personal laboratory with only a second-level apothecary status. Insufficient information? Then expedite the investigation. I expect to hear back with updates, the prince commanded coldly. Yes, with the subordinate's response, the courtyard fell silent once more, though one might hear faint gasps and sighs of pleasure if they drew near. The little sorceress followed Fatty into a spacious office, lined with towering bookshelves brimming with a plethora of tomes. The collection here surpassed that of the study she had previously rented. Fatty settled behind a desk crafted from fine wood and gestured toward the chair before her, saying, "Please, have a seat." Once seated, the little sorceress promptly inquired, "Minter Fatty, I heard from Ace that you were looking for me. What is the matter?" After taking a sip from her teacup, Fatty replied slowly, "I wish to discuss two matters with you. The first is to ascertain your current level of magic." She pointed to a magical crystal ball on the desk, instructing, "Shaylee, please place your hand upon it. We shall first measure your magical power." The little sorceress was no novice to the process of testing magical levels. Familiarizing herself, as she placed her hand upon the crystal ball and summoned her magical energy, the crystal began to glow as her power coursed through it, and the 9 stars within the orb began to transform. The first star filled, followed by the second, and then the third. The 4th star began to fill as well, but ultimately fell short, lacking just a fraction of energy to be complete. Noticing that the little sorceress nearly filled the 4th star, a look of surprise crossed Fatty's face, prompting her to ask, "Shaylee, as far as I know, you had only just reached the 3rd-level magic rank last year. How is it that your power has surged to such heights in just 1 year?" In response to Fatty's inquiry, the little sorceress refrained from divulging the secret of the perfect meditation potion, for everyone harbors their own secrets. Furthermore, it seemed that the contract she had signed with the Apothecary Guild contained a clause forbidding the disclosure of perfect meditation potion information. "Minter Fatty, I cannot explain why my magical power has grown so rapidly. I suppose it is due to my dedicated focus on the study of magical arrays and potions over the past year. Consequently, my mental strength has improved, which naturally accelerates my magical training." In truth, the little sorceress was not entirely deceiving, as her concentration on these studies had indeed enhanced her mental acuity, thus fostering a quicker progression in her magical power. Fatty understood that an increase in mental capacity could indeed expedite training. Yet the pace at which the little sorceress had advanced was beyond what mere mental growth could account for. "Have you utilized any other potions in your training?" Fatty pressed further. The little sorceress did not withhold the truth. "Yes. I consume a meditation potion before my daily meditations." And oh wonder, Fatty finally understood, as she too had availed herself of the meditation potion in her practice. Merely aspiring to elevate oneself from a 7th-level mage to an 8th-level archmage is indeed a distant endeavor. Once the magical energy expended by the little sorceress wanes and the magic crystal sphere regains its purity, Fatty once again positioned the crystal sphere before the little sorceress and said, "Let us assess the level of your wood attribute." Following Fatty's instructions, the little sorceress placed her hand upon the crystal sphere once more. The sphere emitted a radiant green glow, initially filling the 1st star, followed by the 2nd. However, regrettably, the 2nd star remained unfilled. This indicated that the little sorceress's mastery of wood element magic was still confined to the 1st tier of advanced levels. The disparity between the necromantic and wood elements is indeed considerable. "Shaylee, given that necromantic magic is forbidden, I would advise you to focus primarily on the wood element. Although its progress is slow, it does not associate you with the malevolent factions that are often purged by the powerful." Fatty counseled. The little sorceress did not contest this matter. She had always divided her time equally between practicing necromantic and wood element magic. While necromantic magic may be unusable, it could still serve as a means of self-defense in the future. Fatty continued, "Now that we have completed the assessments for both elements, Shaylee, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? This is also the second reason I summoned you." "Either is fine." I am indifferent to good or bad news. What must be faced will inevitably be faced, the little sorceress replied. Very well. Let us commence with the good news. Congratulations, you are nearing graduation. As soon as you successfully break through to the 4th level of magical power, your graduation day will arrive. Fatty looked at the little sorceress with a sense of pride, admiring her exquisite features. Given that necromantic magic is considered taboo and dark within the continent, the Academy had not recorded any such spells, forcing the little sorceress to hone her skills in solitude. Now, witnessing her self-taught prowess reaching the graduation assessment first filled Fatty, a rather negligent mentor, with pride. And the bad news? The little sorceress did not exhibit excessive excitement. She had long been aware of the level required for graduation, and now she was merely one step away from becoming a 4th-level mage, which also meant she was one step away from graduation. Fatty replied gravely. The unfortunate news is that all graduating students must fulfill 2 requirements set by the Academy before they can graduate. The first is to participate in the Academy's trial, entering the 10,000 mountain range, where magical beasts abound, to procure designated magical beast materials. The second requirement is that every student of the Holy Moon Academy must have participated in the annual competition held by the Academy at least once. The tasks of hunting magical beast materials and participating in the annual competition. The little sorceress had long heard of these assessments, but was taken aback to learn that graduation required participation in the competition. The so-called competition was essentially a martial arts contest organized by the Academy. It was not tiered and did not differentiate between academies. Thus, it was common for a mage to encounter a swordsman during the competition. The little sorceress was not one to revel in the limelight, and given her focus on necromantic magic, she preferred to keep a low profile. As a result, she had never participated in such combat competitions since entering the Academy. Fatty suggested, in truth, these 2 assessments pose no difficulty for you. For the procurement of magical beast materials, you could simply purchase them from mercenaries.as for the annual competition. It is even simpler. Once you register and your name is recorded, you will graduate smoothly. Of course, if you have confidence in yourself, you may choose to hunt the magical beasts personally and achieve commendable results in the competition. That I understand, Fatty. The little sorceress nodded at that moment. Fatty suddenly stood up, walked around the desk, and said, Shaylee, do you know, my grandfather once told me that I was not suited for studying magic and that my achievements would never be remarkable, even if I pursued it. Yet, I did not wish to give up, and, after years of effort, I have reached the level of mage that I want to share with you, as someone who has been through it. To never give up lightly. Although I truly do not recommend you practice necromantic magic, it may lead you to greater heights. Therefore, I shall not hinder you, but I hope that you will persevere in your studies despite the various pressures you may face. Thank you. This expression of gratitude from the little sorceress was entirely heartfelt. Subsequently, Fatty did not continue discussing necromantic magic or the assessments. Instead, she and the little sorceress engaged in a friendly discourse about magical knowledge. At one point, Fatty deliberately approached Liu Ang to study him, yet ultimately departed in disappointment. In the afternoon, after the little sorceress had dined at the Academy's cafeteria, she began to make her way toward the Academy's main entrance, with Liu Ang closely trailing behind. Alas, there was little he could do, as being a skeleton, he was not particularly swift. Thus, the pair departed from the Academy, heading toward the Alchemist Guild. Originally, Liu Ang assumed that the Alchemist Guild would be as desolate as usual, with few visitors. However, the alchemist profession is notoriously expensive, especially in the early stages. Without sufficient financial means or materials, success is nearly impossible. This is what contributed to the guild's sparse attendance. Nevertheless, this did not detract from the fact that alchemists were among the most favored professions in the continent. To their surprise, as the little sorceress and Liu Ang approached the Alchemist Guild, they were met with a scene of bustling activity, as the area in front of the guild was filled with a plethora of lavishly adorned carriages. Hey, clear the way for the carriages ahead. They're blocking the road. That parking space was clearly visible to me. Do you know who my master is? A count. Can you afford to offend him? Hurry and vacate the space. You think you know who's in my carriage? A marquis. Oh, come on, my friend. No need to get angry. I'm moving, Such scenes unfolded frequently before the Alchemist Guild, and the little sorceress and Liu Ang were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the guild's foot traffic had surged overnight. After spending some time navigating the crowded path, they finally reached the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Just as they prepared to step inside, a haughty woman clad in the guild's attire suddenly obstructed the little sorceress's path. "Excuse me, do you have an invitation?" The receptionist inquired coldly. Taken aback, the little sorceress retorted, "An invitation? What invitation?" Upon hearing that the little sorceress had no invitation, the receptionist immediately responded without courtesy. "I'm sorry, but those without an invitation are not permitted to enter the Alchemist Guild. Please leave." The little sorceress, puzzled, asked, "What on earth is happening? Why is an invitation required to enter the Alchemist Guild?" The receptionist disdainfully replied, "This is a gathering of nobility. Of course, you wouldn't know. Since you lack an invitation, you should quickly vacate the premises and not obstruct my reception of guests." The little sorceress frowned at the receptionist's tone. "Am I not allowed entry even as an alchemist of the guild?" The receptionist scrutinized the little sorceress with disbelief, and upon catching sight of her breathtaking beauty, a twinge of jealousy and a spark of anger ignited within her. Coldly, she remarked, "If you are indeed an alchemist, then please present your alchemist badge." "I do not possess an alchemist badge." The little sorceress realized that, due to her late registration yesterday, she had only completed the registration with Sophie, and thus had not finalized all procedures, including obtaining her second-level alchemist badge. The receptionist scoffed, "Without it, be gone. Don't loiter here and block the way. If you refuse to leave, I will have to summon mercenaries to remove you." The little sorceress's expression soured. "What kind of attitude is this?" "What attitude? This is how I treat people like you who are attempting to sneak into the guild." The receptionist huffed, increasingly impatient. The little sorceress, known for her stubbornness, retorted coldly, "If I declare that I will force my way in today, let us see how you intend to stop me." The receptionist snorted, "How presumptuous! This is the Alchemist Guild, not a place where you can act recklessly. Captain Locke, come here quickly. Someone is causing trouble." "Miss Nicole, who is causing trouble?" A mercenary referred to as Captain Locke promptly arrived with two tall companions upon hearing the receptionist call. The receptionist, identified as Nicole, pointed at the little sorceress and Liu Ang, exclaiming, "It's them!" The giant mercenary corps, an elite mercenary group employed by the Alchemist Guild, is led by the formidable 6th-level swordsman, Locke. Upon arriving at the scene of a disturbance, he discovers that the culprits are a breathtakingly beautiful woman and a man adorned with a fortune-teller's hat. Due to Liu Ang's towering skeletal frame, he is immediately assumed to be the man. Locke, a man in his 50s with a full beard, is affectionately referred to by his subordinates as Beard Captain, as the captain of a mercenary band. Locke possesses a wealth of experience and a discerning eye for character, far surpassing that of the reception lady. Therefore, upon first laying eyes on the enchanting little sorceress, he is struck not only by her stunning beauty, but also by her composure, an attribute uncommon among ordinary individuals. Although the little sorceress is clad in a rather unremarkable student mage robe, Locke perceives an extraordinary calmness in her demeanor, indicating a depth of character. Uncertain of the little sorceress's identity, yet bound by his professional duty, Locke courteously addresses her. "My dear lady, might I kindly request that you vacate the premises? Today marks the Alchemist Guild's quarterly auction, and as such, we are unable to attend to ordinary matters. If you require any formalities, I implore you to return tomorrow." Locke's polite explanation brings a sense of relief to the little sorceress, and from his words, she finally understands the influx of visitors to the Alchemist Guild. The alchemical auction. May I inquire how one might obtain an invitation? Upon hearing about the auction, the little sorceress's interest is piqued. Locke shakes his head. "I regret to inform you that I am also unaware. But it is said that the invitations are personally dispatched by the Alchemist Guild." "Very well, then. It appears I shall not be attending the alchemical auction today." After a brief moment of contemplation, the little sorceress concludes that the noise from the auction would surely disrupt her research, prompting her decision to leave and return the following day. However, the reception lady, Nicole, disdainfully interjects, "Unworldly individuals like you have no place at the alchemical auction." Upon hearing these words, the little sorceress's expression turns frosty, and her steps come to an abrupt halt. She turns to glare coldly at Nicole, retorting, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, as a representative of the Alchemist Guild, your treatment of a prospective guest is utterly unbefitting of your position." Nicole, incensed by the little sorceress's words, fires back. "Whether I am worthy of my position is for the guild to determine, not you." After casting a chilling glare at Nicole, the little sorceress turns to Locke and states, "Captain, I initially chose to exercise restraint out of respect for you. However, you have heard her insult me. I trust you will not intervene." Locke hesitates, torn between his desire to confront Nicole and the realization that the little sorceress might have already departed had Nicole not spoken so recklessly. Just as Locke struggles to respond, Nicole threatens him. "Captain Locke, you would do well to remember your role. The Giant Mercenary Corps is responsible for maintaining order within the guild. That if you fail to deal with this woman, I shall report the matter to Miss Sophie." The little sorceress regards Nicole with a cold smile, taken aback by the audacity of a mere reception lady to speak so defiantly that Nicole's words clearly undermine the authority of the Giant Mercenary Corps. Enraged, Locke retorts, "Miss Nicole, I suggest you recognize your own standing. Our Giant Mercenary Corps has willingly accepted the task of safeguarding the Alchemist Guild, and we shall fulfill our duties with utmost dedication, even at the cost of our lives. Therefore, do not belittle our commitment." Nicole dismisses him with a scoff. "What lofty rhetoric! You are merely a band of hired mercenaries." Locke's expression darkens, struggling to suppress his anger. He turns to the little sorceress, saying, "My lady, we in the Giant Mercenary Corps are prepared to bear the loss of our reputation for the sake of this woman's safety. You may act as you wish. We shall not interfere. Rest assured, Captain Locke, I shall treat her most kindly." The little sorceress replies with a chilling laugh, retrieving a magic wand from her spatial ring that, as she approaches, Locke assumes a passive stance. While Nicole panics, exclaiming, "What are you doing, Locke? I will report this to Sophie." Before Nicole can finish her sentence, a wooden staff crashes down upon her head. Nicole's eyes roll back as she faints. There are certainly many foolish women in this world. Liu Ang muses to himself, noting the similarities between Nicole and another woman he had encountered, Fina. Did I hit too hard? Perhaps she is simply too pampered. Indeed, it was Liu Ang who struck the blow. Not out of indignation for the little sorceress, but rather because he found the incessant chatter of the foolish woman unbearable. "My dear, you have once again acted before me," the little sorceress exclaims, her expression one of discontent upon seeing Liu Ang. Liu Ang shrugs and raises his hands in a gesture of resignation, his skeletal form making the action appear particularly comical. The little sorceress bursts into a fit of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, thoroughly amused by Liu Ang's antics. The commotion between the little sorceress and Nicole draws the attention of the Giant Mercenary Corps leader, Locke, resulting in a gathering of spectators at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. When Sophie emerges and notices the crowd, she approaches with a perplexed expression. "What has transpired?" Sophie inquires from the edge of the crowd. A bystander responds. It appears there was a verbal altercation between a woman and the receptionist, Nicole. Subsequently, Nicole summoned Captain Locke of the Giant Mercenary Corps. Listening to the explanation, Sophie soon grasps the situation and pushes her way through the throng. Upon seeing Nicole unconscious on the ground, she turns to Locke and asks, "Captain Locke, what on earth happened?" Locke promptly recounts the events, and upon concluding, he apologizes. "Miss Sophie, our Giant Mercenary Corps has failed in our duty to protect Miss Nicole, and we extend our sincerest apologies, as well as our resignation that we are willing to forfeit our reputation." The onlookers are taken aback by Locke's decisive stance, casting approving glances at the members of the Giant Mercenary Corps, their attention shifting to Sophie, awaiting her response. After understanding the full context, Sophie smiles gently, saying, "Captain Locke, I apologize for my inadequate oversight of my subordinates. I hereby announce that Nicole is to be expelled from the Alchemist Guild. Consequently, you are absolved of any wrongdoing and need not resign." Locke expresses his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Sophie." "What? Miss Sophie, please do not expel me. I was provoked by that woman. Had she not taunted me, I would never have lost my temper and insulted Captain Locke." Having regained consciousness, Nicole realizes the gravity of her offense toward Locke and hastily concocts a plan to shift the blame onto the little sorceress, who, following Nicole's gesture, Sophie turns her gaze toward the little sorceress. The little sorceress greets Sophie. "Hello, Miss Sophie." "Ah, so it is you," Sophie replies with a wry smile. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be inside the guild rather than entangled with our receptionist?" The little sorceress sighs. "I forgot to collect my alchemist badge when I left yesterday, and upon encountering the auction today, I was stopped at the entrance." Sophie apologizes. "I am sorry. It seems I neglected my duties yesterday." "Come, let us enter the guild." "That cannot be, Miss Sophie." "She lacks an invitation." Nicole interjects, her voice rising as she remembers that, under Sophie's guidance, an invitation is unnecessary. Sophie's expression hardens for the first time. "Nicole, you are dismissed. You are no longer a member of the guild. Please leave. No. My father is Marquis Pound. I was arranged to join the Alchemist Guild by him. If you expel me, I will inform my father, and he will no longer purchase any potions or materials from your guild." "Ah, yet another foolish woman reacting out of anger," Liu Ang thinks to himself. Had Nicole simply left quietly, she might have avoided implicating her father. However, her words prompt Sophie to respond nonchalantly. "In that case, there is no need for you to inform Marquis Pound, for I, Sophie, hereby declare that the Alchemist Guild shall no longer accept any orders from Marquis Pound." Boom! As soon as Sophie made the announcement, Nicole was left in a state of shock. She had not anticipated such a threat, which instead backfired spectacularly. Without paying further attention to Nicole, Sophie proceeded into the Apothecaries Guild accompanied by the little witch. While Locke returned to his duties with the members of the giant mercenary corps, the onlookers gradually dispersed, ignoring Nicole entirely. Perhaps the moment the Apothecaries Guild declared its refusal to sell potions to Marquis Pound. It was already destined that the Pound family was on the verge of decline. Many might doubt Sophie's capacity to make such a decision for the guild due to her status. Yet those familiar with the Apothecaries Guild knew that despite her role as the head receptionist, she possessed the formidable strength of a level 7 sword master. Furthermore, she harbored a lesser-known secret. She was the sister of the current king of the Xianyue Empire. Upon entering the Apothecaries Guild, Liu Ang noticed that the hall was sparsely populated. However, many individuals were seen holding invitations and heading toward a room labeled Auction House. Sophie initially intended to take the little witch to the counter to handle the badge registration. But due to the auction, most of the receptionists had gone to assist, leaving only one receptionist at the counter. Unfortunately, several apothecaries were already queuing to attend to their business, and it was estimated that it would be at least an hour before it was the little witch's turn. Observing this, Sophie decided to step behind the counter herself to personally assist the little witch in obtaining her level 2 apothecary badge. Sophie worked with remarkable efficiency, and within a mere 10 minutes. The level 2 apothecary badge engraved with the name Shaylee Chris was presented to the little witch. After receiving the badge, the little witch, per Sophie's instructions, affixed it to her attire. With a smile, Sophie remarked, "All done. I believe no one will impede your progress in the Apothecaries Guild from now on." The little witch beamed back and retorted, "There is still someone who can stop me, and that person is you, Miss Sophie. Hee hee. In that case, you must be cautious. Do not offend me." Sophie feigned a serious expression and replied. The two young women exchanged glances and shared a fit of giggles, just as the little witch and Sophie were engrossed in their cheerful conversation. A receptionist in the Apothecaries Guild attire hurried over to Sophie, exclaiming, "Sister Sophie, trouble has arisen." Hearing this, Sophie furrowed her brows and promptly inquired, "Shinya, what has happened?" The receptionist known as Shinya grimaced as she said, "Ever since you dismissed Nicole, our reception staff has become even more short-handed. Now, the customers outside, held back by Captain Locke, are starting to grow impatient." Sophie's expression turned troubled as she realized that. In such a sudden predicament, she truly did not know where to find another receptionist. However, the little witch interjected, "Sister Sophie, since it was because of me that Nicole was let go, why don't I take a turn as a receptionist today? As the saying goes, where there are 3 women, there is a market," and beyond their shared interests, the little witch and Sophie had fostered a bond that allowed them to refer to each other as sisters in no time. "You?" Sophie was taken aback, but quickly shook her head, saying, "No, Shaylee, you are our guest. How can we ask a guest to assist?" If this matter were to reach Vice President Ikeda's ears, she would undoubtedly be reprimanded. The little witch insisted, "Sister Sophie, it will be fine. I am volunteering for this. If Vice President Ikit is displeased, I will explain on your behalf. Moreover, since you have accepted me as your sister, it is only natural for me to assist you." Sophie found herself in a dilemma. Xinya, hearing that the little witch was willing to help, became excited and added, "Sister Sophie, we are truly short-staffed. If the customers grow impatient and voice their grievances, we will be in dire straits." Eventually, Sophie relented, saying, "Very well. Xinya, please take Shaylee to change into the appropriate attire and explain the essentials of reception to her." "Understood," Xinya replied with enthusiasm. Sophie smiled wryly at the little witch and said, "Shaylee, I appreciate your willingness to help." The little witch chuckled lightly. "What is there to be tired about? Assisting my sister is a privilege for me." Before long, the little witch had changed out of her dark gray robe and donned the green silk attire of the Apothecaries Guild. In an instant, her entire demeanor transformed. Previously, when the little witch wore the mage robe, Liu Ang perceived her as icy and aloof. Now, clad in the green silk dress, she exuded an air of ethereal grace. Particularly striking was the charming smile that graced her face, following Xinya's guidance, which rendered her breathtakingly beautiful, nearly captivating enough to overthrow kingdoms. When Xinya led the little witch to the entrance of the Apothecaries Guild, the previously bustling crowd fell silent, their eyes wide as they beheld the stunning little witch. Even Captain Locke was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Xinya stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Please maintain order and form a line. You will be escorted into the auction house by myself, Xinya, along with our new receptionist, Miss Shalat." As Xinya's voice faded, the waiting patrons began to line up orderly. "The first customer, please follow me." Xinya beckoned the leading customer to follow her into the auction house. Though the little witch had long grown accustomed to the attention she attracted, the unabashed stares from the crowd stirred within her a hint of discomfort. However, reminding herself that she was now a receptionist of the Apothecaries Guild, she stifled her unease and offered a professional smile to the second customer, saying, "Please follow me, esteemed guest." "All right," the customer eagerly approached, following the little witch into the Apothecaries Guild. "Wow, did you see that? That beauty is absolutely stunning, utterly captivating. She looked even more radiant when she smiled just now. Dude, did you notice? She was smiling directly at me." "Stop being vain, get lost," the crowd of men retorted in unison. Just as the patrons were showering compliments upon the little witch's beauty, the man at the front of the line suddenly turned to address those behind him, saying, "Sir, how about we switch places? I'll let you go ahead." The person behind immediately declined. "No way. You think I don't know? You just want to get closer to that beauty. Why would I give up such a fantastic opportunity to be near her?" As the conversation reached the ears of the crowd, a ripple of excitement surged through them, and many began to check their positions in line, since the little witch had just been the second to enter. It was anticipated that she would bring in the second customer next. This implied that those in odd-number positions would have a chance to approach her. Consequently, some of those in odd-number positions began inquiring with those in front or behind about switching places. Meanwhile, those unable to secure a favorable position simply vacated their spots and rejoined the line at the back. Thus, the entire queue descended into chaos. Locke, responsible for maintaining order, couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. He had witnessed many attempts to cut in line before, but this was the first time he had seen people scrambling to move to the back. "Hey, buddy in front, let us strike a deal. I'll give you 100 gold coins if you stay where you are." The world is never short of clever individuals, and even in this fantastical realm known as Tianfang Continent. Such wisdom persists. 1,000 gold coins. The man at the front replied with dissatisfaction. The second man hesitated briefly before offering 10,000 gold coins. The man finally nodded in agreement. "All right, pay up first, and I want to move." Thus, the first man ceased his retreat. Following his example, others began to offer gold or valuable items as bribes, and gradually, the line returned to a semblance of order. Before long, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the little witch reemerged, with Xinya accompanying her. "Xinya, let me lead this time, but if you see anything amiss on my part, feel free to correct me," the little witch remarked, due to her unfamiliarity with the arrangements of the auction venue. The guest she had just escorted nearly made a mistake in positioning. Fortunately, Xinya had come over to assist. "Xinya, of course, nodded without hesitation. The first guest, please follow me, the little witch addressed the first gentleman, leading him inside. Why wasn't he that beautiful woman leading me? Lamented the second gentleman. Oh, my 10,000 taels! He was overwhelmed with despair, realizing not only was he unable to approach the beauty, but his 10,000 gold coins had also gone to waste. Ha ha! The crowd erupted in gleeful laughter at his misfortune. However, since the little witch had altered the order, the queue began a new round of contention, with some gentlemen bleeding out financially in their desperate attempt to secure a prime position. The man who had just been led into the alchemist's guild by the little witch gazed longingly at her. Then, with a teasing tone, said, "Hey, beautiful lady, your name is Shaylee, right? I just made 10,000 gold coins outside. If you simply call me brother, I'll give you 1,000, that how about it?" The little witch ignored him and continued walking ahead. Not satisfied with 1,000 gold coins? No worries. How about this, Shaylee? You needn't work at the alchemist's guild anymore. Just come with me, and I'll give you 10,000 gold coins as pocket money each month. What do you say? The little witch furrowed her brow and replied, Is 10,000 gold coins a lot? Perhaps I should give you 10,000 gold coins for pocket money each month, and you could come help me guard the door. How does that sound? The gentleman was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, he moved closer to the little witch, angrily declaring 100,000 gold coins to spend one evening with me. As he spoke, his hand reached out towards her, attempting to take advantage of the situation. Slap! Just as his hand was about to make contact with her, a skeletal hand wielding a wooden stick struck down upon his outstretched arm. Ouch! The gentleman felt a sharp pain and quickly withdrew his hand. Infuriated, "Who dares to hit me?" No one responded to him. Only the sound of rattling bones filled the air. Hearing this, he glanced towards the little witch and immediately noticed a skeleton standing beside her, wooden stick in hand, clearly the one who had just struck him, a skeletal minion. Upon seeing the skeleton, he was taken aback, then filled with rage. "You are a necromancer. How dare you command your undead to strike me?" The little witch cast him a cold glance and stated, "Dear guest, I implore you to conduct yourself with more decorum. It would be wise not to overstep your bounds. That my skeleton was merely defending its master. Should you continue this behavior, I cannot guarantee that it will refrain from inflicting greater harm." Stifling the pain in his hand, he retorted, "How dare you strike me? You truly do not know your place." As he spoke, he adopted an aggressive stance, ready to use violence against the little witch, this esteemed guest. She replied coolly, "Please recognize the nature of this establishment. If you dare to cause a disturbance within the Alchemist's Guild, I am certain Captain Locke outside would be more than willing to expel you." The gentleman paused, ultimately suppressing his urge to fight, and followed the little witch into the auction hall, secretly vowing to act against her once she left the Alchemist's Guild. Due to this gentleman's interference, the little witch altered the order once more, leading the second guest, much to the dismay of those who had paid for their positions. Subsequently, many like him sought to take advantage of the little witch, some adopting a more refined approach, while others resorted to brute force. However, they were all intercepted by Liu Ang, the skeleton. Naturally, there were those who were more discerning, particularly the nobles, although they harbored intentions toward the little witch. Upon witnessing Liu Ang guarding her, they quickly became compliant. Some even deduced her identity upon seeing the skeleton, and thus dared not act recklessly. As such, the influx of guests began to dwindle inside the auction hall. Sophie, wishing to assist the little witch with her unfamiliarity regarding seating arrangements, ultimately decided that she would solely be responsible for ushering guests into the venue, while she would personally oversee the seating assignments. An hour later, all guests had entered the auction hall, and, out of duty, the little witch resolved to check the entrance for any remaining guests. However, just as she stepped outside, a magnificent and extravagant carriage halted before the Alchemist's Guild, from which emerged a tall, handsome young man with golden hair. Following him, a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed rather revealingly, alighted from the carriage, assisted by his hand. Upon seeing the young man, the little witch frowned, her face betraying her distaste. When a young man spotted the little witch, he paused momentarily, then a radiant smile broke across his handsome face as he exclaimed in surprise, "Shaylee, what brings you here? Why are you dressed in such a manner?" The little witch, not particularly fond of individuals like him, replied politely, "Prince Shaquille, I'm the receptionist for the Alchemist Guild today." Hearing her address, Liu Ang turned his curious gaze toward the prince, inwardly reflecting. So this is the Shaquille prince that AIC has been praising. He certainly resembles a dandy. Shaquille continued in astonishment. "You are working as a receptionist here. As the daughter of the war god general, how could you be in such a position?" The little witch dismissed his concern with indifference, stating, "Prince Shaquille, there is no distinction in professions. Moreover, as long as I am willing, I can take on any role." Shaquille nodded, yet his eyes betrayed a dissatisfaction with her position. "Your Highness, who is this woman? Why are you speaking so much with her? She might get jealous. Besides, she is merely a receptionist. If you fancy her, just buy her and take her home to serve you." The beautiful woman clung to Shaquille, pouting playfully in response. Shaquille chuckled wryly. "I cannot afford her, nor dare to." "Do you know who her father is?" "Who?" the beautiful woman asked, momentarily taken aback. "The current Empire's Grand General, Ronnie Chris, who possesses the strength of a level 8 sword master." This statement was not made by Shaquille, but rather by Sophie, who had just exited the Alchemist's Guild. Upon hearing this, the little witch turned and called out, "Sophie Jia." "Sophie," with a hint of apology, said Sister Shaylee, "thank you for your hard work today. After the auction, let me treat you to a meal." The little witch smiled. "Thank you, Sophie Jia." Upon seeing Sophie, Shaquille immediately exclaimed, "Aunt," but Sophie interrupted, "Your Highness, the auction is about to begin. Shall we proceed inside?" Clearly, Sophie, the royal aunt, wished to keep her identity concealed, prompting Shaquille to comply with a nod as they began to enter the auction hall, guided by the little witch and Sophie. Once they reached the front row, Shaquille turned to the little witch and said, "Shaylee, why not stay and accompany me to watch the auction?" The little witch shook her head in refusal. "Thank you for your kind offer, Prince Shaquille, but Sophie Jia has already arranged another seat for me." Shaquille had always sought to win the little witch's favor, even aspiring to make her his woman, yet he refrained from acting recklessly due to her father, Ronnie's status. Thus, he relied on others to create opportunities for contact. Unfortunately, despite his 2 years of pursuit, he had yet to succeed. Shortly after the little witch departed, his reverie was interrupted by the beautiful woman beside him. "Your Highness, does that woman truly deserve this much of your attention?" "Humph, I'm feeling jealous." In response, Shaquille smiled and coaxed, "Oh dear, are you jealous? I must ensure to procure some fine items today to please you." Upon hearing Shaquille's intent to acquire fine goods for her, the beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your Highness, I heard that today's auction features several bottles of beauty elixir." "Ha ha! Very well, I shall bid on the beauty elixir for you." Shaquille laughed heartily, but as he turned his face, his previously joyful expression suddenly darkened as he instructed a nearby guard, "Find out how Shaylee came to be a receptionist here." Yes, the guards promptly departed. Originally, the little sorceress was not on the guest list for today's auction, thus no seating arrangements had been made. However, Sophie recalled that the meditation elixir belonging to the little sorceress was on auction today, so she decided to allocate a seat for her in the VIP section. After ensuring the little sorceress was comfortably settled, Sophie busied herself once more. Liu Ang began to survey the auction venue. It was not particularly large, roughly the size of a cinema on Earth, accommodating around 200 attendees. Previously, when watching auctions on Earth, they were always quiet affairs. Yet, since entering, the surrounding clamor had persisted, enveloping the atmosphere. Half an hour later, the auction finally commenced. Ikit, clad in a dark green alchemist robe, adorned with a 4-star badge indicating his status as a level 4 alchemist, strode confidently onto the stage that he approached the auction table and stood firm. After ensuring the alchemical amplifier he had created could project sound, he turned to the audience with a radiant smile. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Alchemist Guild's tri-monthly potion auction," with Ikit's voice resonating. The tumult in the auction hall quieted considerably. Following a lengthy introduction to the auction rules, Sophie, dressed in an exquisite purple evening gown, graced the stage. Her unique charm made her particularly radiant today, and her natural elegance conveyed an air of nobility. "Good day, everyone. I am Sophie, your auctioneer for today. Let us commence with the bidding for the first item." She flashed a captivating smile to the audience. As her words faded, A young woman in the attire of the alchemist guild approached the stage, carrying a silver platter covered with a red cloth. Sophie extended her delicate hand over the cloth, her gaze sweeping across the audience before she slowly lifted her hand, revealing the true nature of the item beneath. It was a potion bottle made of glassy crystal, not very large, about 2 fingers wide and roughly the height of a fist, with a red potion visible within. A level 4 magic potion, the Dragon's Blood Elixir. At that moment, someone in the audience called out the name of the potion. Indeed, this magical elixir is known as the Dragon's Blood Elixir. Sophie acknowledged the speaker with an approving glance, carefully lifting the Dragon's Blood Elixir. The Dragon's Blood Elixir is a level 4 magic potion that, when consumed, can instantly enhance the user's physical strength to that of a dragon, especially benefiting swordsmen by not only augmenting their physical prowess, but also invigorating their fighting spirit, placing them in a state of 100% offensive capability for 10 minutes. The Dragon's Blood Elixir, it can make one's body as hard as a dragon's, and swordsmen can maintain a state of full aggression. Such a powerful potion must surely have side effects. Miss Sophie, could you enlighten us on the repercussions? Despite Sophie's melodious voice, there were many astute individuals among the audience, and those interested in purchasing could not help but cautiously inquire. Sophie chuckled lightly and replied, "A pertinent question. There are indeed 2 side effects associated with the consumption of the Dragon's Blood Elixir. The first is that the user's skin will turn a vivid red, taking about a month to gradually fade. The second is that swordsmen, after entering a state of full aggression, will find their fighting spirit at half capacity for the next fortnight. As for mages, they will experience a state of weakness for a month, although this may vary depending on their physical condition. Those in robust health may find the duration of weakness reduced." Upon hearing the side effects, the crowd fell into contemplation, weighing their options regarding the purchase. Sophie, not allowing the atmosphere to cool, smiled and declared, "The starting bid for the Dragon's Blood Elixir is 10,000 gold pieces, with increments of 5,000. Let the bidding begin." With that, Sophie cast her gaze toward the first row, where the auction's wealthiest patrons sat, including Shaquille, the 3rd prince of the empire, who was widely regarded as a strong contender for the throne. Such status alone was enough to garner the favor of many nobles. 15,000 gold pieces. The first bid rang out from the 3rd row. 20,000. Another bidder quickly followed suit. Although the 2 side effects of the Dragon's Blood Elixir were somewhat daunting, it was still a rare potion. The prospect of gaining a defensive capability akin to dragon skin was sufficiently enticing, as such a potion could prove life-saving in critical moments. As the bidding escalated, the price of the Dragon's Blood Elixir soared to 100,000 gold pieces within moments, with many eager bidders ready to raise their paddles. 150,000 gold pieces. At that moment, a portly man in his 40s seated at the edge of the first row raised his bidding paddle, significantly increasing the bid by 50,000. This caused many to halt their bids, not out of lack of funds, but because 150,000 gold pieces was the upper limit for this particular Dragon's Blood Elixir. Sophie smiled at the portly gentleman and said, "Marquis Ghana bids 150,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, this Dragon's Blood Elixir will belong to Marquis Ghana." Observing the silence in the hall, Sophie realized there would be no further bids. She extended her delicate hand, grasped the auction hammer, and gently tapped the table, producing a clear clap sound. Congratulations to Marquis Ghana on successfully securing the Dragon's Blood Elixir. The next item, a 2nd-level magic potion, was then presented. Aside from the opening potion, which was intended to attract attention, all subsequent auctions featured 3rd-level potions. Interest in these 3rd-level potions was markedly lower, with fewer bids being placed. However, the little sorceress made several bids, acquiring 3 potions: the Concentration Elixir, known for its ability to enhance mental focus and reduce spell casting time by over 10 seconds, making it invaluable for mages, with a total of 10 units acquired. The second potion was the Magic Restoration Elixir, a common potion that replenishes approximately 10% of a mage's expended magical energy. Although the higher the mage's level, the lesser the replenishment. The little sorceress acquired 5 units of this particular potion, noted for its excellent compatibility, which allowed for a 15% restoration of magical energy. The third potion was the Wood Spirit Elixir, also quite common, which enhances perception of wood-based elements, increasing sensitivity by 1 degree while casting wood magic, boasting excellent compatibility, thus exceeding the market's standard potency by 5%. The auction continued, and after 10 types of third-level magical potions have been sold, level 4 magical potions finally made their appearance. The young woman brought forth another covered silver platter. And Sophie cheerfully announced, "We have now completed the bidding for the third-level magical potions. Let us proceed with the auction of level 4 magical potions." At this proclamation, the audience straightened in their seats. For it was the level 4 magical potions that had drawn them to the Alchemist Guild's auction today. As anticipation filled the air, Sophie extended her delicate hand and unveiled the potion beneath the red cloth, revealing a finely crafted crystal vial containing a green potion. Isn't that the meditation elixir? What a jest! When did the meditation elixir become a level 4 potion? Someone in the crowd recognized the potion and, initially filled with excitement, immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, discontent rippled through the audience. When did the Alchemist Guild become a guild of deceivers, presenting a second-level potion like the meditation elixir as a level 4 one? If this is the case, who would dare purchase magic potions from you in the future? What if we buy a potion that is claimed to be level 4, only to find it is actually a level 2 potion? Wouldn't we be at a loss? Having anticipated such a reaction, Sophie remained calm and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to explain why we have brought the meditation elixir to auction." Upon hearing Sophie's words, the crowd gradually quieted. Sophie lifted the meditation elixir and, smiling, stated, "Indeed, this is the meditation elixir, classified as a second-level magic potion, which enhances a mage's elemental sensitivity and accelerates magical cultivation. However, I would like to ask everyone present if anyone can share with us the basic knowledge regarding the percentage of potion compatibility." In response to Sophie's retort, numerous individuals in the venue eagerly raised their hands to answer. However, the cacophony of voices rendered it nearly impossible to discern any coherent response to that moment. The previously silent Shaquille finally spoke up, declaring, "Allow this prince to elucidate." Upon hearing Shaquille's voice, the crowd instinctively quieted down, aware of his esteemed status. Shaquille rose to his feet, casting his gaze over the assembly before deliberately pausing on the petite sorceress, making her feel quite uncomfortable. He then began. The degree of magical potion integration is classified into 4 tiers. Any potion with an integration level below 50% is deemed a failure. Those exceeding 50% but falling below 70% are considered average, while those surpassing 70% but under 95% are classified as superior. Lastly, potions that exceed 95% are regarded as perfect. For instance, when it comes to the meditation potion, an average potion enhances a wizard's mana cultivation speed by 50%, a superior potion by 70%, and the perfect potion, legendary in its status, reportedly doubles the efficacy. Looking towards Sophie on the stage, Shaquille inquired, "Miss Sophie, might I be correct in my assertions?" Clap, clap. Sophie applauded, expressing her admiration. "Indeed, Your Highness is profoundly knowledgeable. Your explanation of the integration levels is remarkably precise. Now that everyone is acquainted with these classifications, I am pleased to announce that this bottle of meditation potion is of remarkable quality. Truly, it is the legendary perfect grade." Perfect grade? A wave of astonishment swept through the audience at Sophie's declaration regarding the integration level of the meditation potion. Even Shaquille's expression betrayed his surprise. Being of royal lineage, he possessed a far greater understanding of magical potions than most, fully aware of the significance of a perfect grade potion. That a potion maker capable of concocting a perfect grade potion holds a value that even surpasses that of a 4th-tier alchemist, for they possess the potential to create such extraordinary concoctions. The mere presence of a perfect grade potion at the Alchemist Guild's auction signified that they had secured an alchemist capable of such feats. Should this alchemist ascend in skill, the influence of the guild would undoubtedly expand, and the royal family would be loath to witness any one faction grow too powerful. Disregarding the sultry woman beside him, who was now pouting, Shaquille promptly turned to his guards and commanded, "Immediately investigate the source of these perfect grade potions acquired by the Alchemist Guild." "Understood." The nearby guards, knowing better than to defy him, swiftly exited the auction hall. Shaquille's instructions to his guards were delivered in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by many. However, one figure standing at a distance observed him intently. Not quite human, but rather a skeleton. From the moment Liu Ang first laid eyes on Shaquille, he took an instant disliking to him, primarily because Shaquille sought to court the petite sorceress, who Liu Ang had already earmarked as one of his future brides, a rival. It was hardly surprising that Liu Ang harbored animosity. Furthermore, perhaps it was a man's intuition, but Liu Ang sensed that this Prince Shaquille was far more cunning than he appeared. After observing the prince turn several times, he noted that guards were moving stealthily, indicating that Shaquille was not as straightforward as he seemed. As Shaquille issued his commands to the guards, Liu Ang remained fixated on his rival. Suddenly, the auction hall erupted into noise once more. As someone raised a challenge, "Miss Sophie, how can you assert that this meditation potion is of perfect grade? The integration level cannot simply be deemed perfect because you say it is." Sophie had anticipated such skepticism and surveyed the audience before responding. "In light of your queries, the guild has made arrangements. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to Vice President Ikit as he takes the stage to provide further clarification." Clap, clap. The crowd, eager for clarity on distinguishing perfect grades, offered a perfunctory round of applause at that moment. Ikit ascended the stage, holding several potions in his hands. Carefully placing them on the table, he turned to the audience and greeted, "Hello, esteemed guests. I shall now elucidate how to discern the integration level of potions. Vice President, we await your guidance," someone in the audience impatiently urged. Ikit had initially intended to discuss the materials related to perfect grade potions, but due to the urgency of the request, he smiled wryly and nodded. "Very well. Please observe these 3 potions before you." With that, Ikit arranged the potions he had just presented on the auction table, deliberately illuminating them with a spotlight for better visibility. You know what shape a potion takes once it reaches perfect integration. Ikit lifted the perfect grade meditation potion, placing it alongside the 3 he had brought. The audience soon realized that all 4 potions were, in fact, meditation potions. Indeed, all 4 are meditation potions, yet they belong to different grades. Please take a look at this one. Ikit lifted the first potion and inquired, "Can anyone identify its integration level?" "Certainly. The potion is murky and clearly a failure." Someone in the crowd promptly responded. Ikit smiled and confirmed, "Correct. This is indeed a failure. Now, let me teach you how to discern clarity further." Shake the potion. Do you see the particles floating at the bottom? These are undissolved materials, sealing the fate of this potion as a failure. Upon hearing Ikit's explanation, many who were previously uninformed now displayed expressions of enlightenment. "Now, let us examine this potion," Ikit continued. "This one is of average grade, which means its integration level falls between 50 and 70%. Let us shake it and observe what lies within." After shaking, Ikit moved the potion closer for inspection. The audience observed numerous tiny bubbles forming within the liquid. Indeed, the liquid of an average grade potion is riddled with bubbles. Next, Ikit examined the superior grade potion. After shaking it, he noted that while the bubbles within had dissipated, a greater number of bubbles had formed at the top. A superior grade potion will exhibit bubbles at the top, indicating that the materials have yet to fully integrate. Now, let's turn our attention to this perfect grade potion. Ikit carefully lifted the perfect grade meditation potion and shook it. Upon placing it back on the auction table, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The tiny bubbles that once filled the bottle began to vanish at an astonishing rate, rendering the potion crystal clear. I trust everyone can now see the difference. Indeed, this is the perfect grade potion. Once fully integrated, it will contain no impurities and will resemble pure, unblemished water. Ikit proclaimed, his excitement palpable. The impact of the perfect grade meditation potion still resonated within him. Wow! The audience buzzed with excitement. Those with a certain level of understanding regarding magical potions were already raising their bidding paddles in preparation to place bids. Ikit had successfully demonstrated what constituted a perfect grade potion, and Sophie seized a moment to step forward, smiling as she announced, "This auction features a collection of perfect grade meditation potions, totaling 200 vials, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 gold coins. The auction is now open. 20,000 gold coins." Just as Sophie's voice fell, A bidder called out with an offer that was double the initial price. 30,000 gold coins. As the first bidder concluded, another voice quickly followed. 40,000, 50,000, 100,000 gold coins. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, their bids escalating wildly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the bidding for the perfect grade meditation potions had soared to an astounding 100,000 gold coins. The petite sorceress was momentarily taken aback by the escalating bids. Initially, when Liu Ang had concocted the meditation potion, she had been indifferent, even believing that the perfect grade potion would only fetch a price slightly above the typical market rate of 10 gold coins for an average grade potion. She had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Damn it, I am beginning to loathe that old coot Ikit. Liu Ang silently cursed, for Sophie had sold the meditation potions to Ikit at a price of 20 gold coins each, totaling just 4,000 gold coins for 200 vials. Fuming, the petite sorceress declared, "If the Alchemist Guild does not grant me a commission from this auction, I shall never sell my meditation potions to them again." As the bidding escalated to 150,000, the number of participants began to dwindle. Nevertheless, a considerable number remained steadfast in raising their bids, each increment being a sum of 10,000 gold coins. Some individuals hesitated, contemplating whether it was truly worth it to spend 150,000 on 200 meditation potions. If administered to sorcerers below the 4th level, these 200 potions would undoubtedly suffice to elevate their prowess by one tier. However, for sorcerers above the 4th level, it would merely shorten their training period by 200 days. Naturally, if a 4th level sorcerer possessed a high affinity for elemental magic, they could utilize these potions to ascend a tier as well. 200,000. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, clad in a wizard's robe, raised his bidding paddle and called out. Upon hearing this offer, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Yet, when they noticed the 6 golden maple leaves embroidered on his robe, they collectively gasped. Astonished, a 6th level mage, many who had intended to continue bidding were deterred upon realizing the man's formidable status. Unwilling to provoke such a powerful sorcerer, Sophie immediately recognized the identity of the middle-aged man and, with a charming smile, announced, "Mr. Ivan, a member of the Mage Guild, bids 200,000. Is there anyone else willing to outbid?" As the crowd became aware of the man's identity, further bidding ceased, for numerous individuals knew that Ivan was an external steward of the Imperial Mage Guild. Sophie surveyed the audience and, noting the absence of further bids, raised her small hammer to finalize the auction. However, at that moment, Shaquille suddenly lifted his bidding paddle and declared, 300,000. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Astonished by the sudden increase of 100,000, Ivan's facial muscles twitched as he hesitated, contemplating whether to raise his paddle again. After a moment's struggle, he ultimately sighed and relinquished his paddle. Sophie, no longer hesitating, brought down her hammer with a smile, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness, you have successfully acquired 200 perfect-grade meditation potions." Just as Sophie finished speaking, Shaquille abruptly stood from his seat and declared, "Wait, I have something to say." The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Shaquille. With a charming smile gracing his lips, Shaquille continued, "My profession is that of a swordsman, mastering combat energy. Meditation potions hold little value for me, and my intention in acquiring these potions is merely to present them as a gift to Mr. Ivan for me." Ivan was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant smile spread across his face as he replied, "Your Highness, such a precious concoction, I cannot accept." Shaquille shook his head, insisting, "Mr. Ivan, please do not decline that if you refuse, I shall have no choice but to pour these 200 potions out before everyone's eyes. Please do not dispose of them." Ivan, will gladly accept." Ivan reluctantly acquiesced, though internally he was quite pleased. He recognized Shaquille's attempt to win him over, yet he was unconcerned. If Shaquille understood the art of diplomacy, he would not mind aligning himself with this prince to Shaquille's clever maneuvering, spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins to recruit a formidable mage into his faction. Earned Liu Ang's silent admiration. It appeared he had underestimated Shaquille's acumen. The transfer of potions from Shaquille to Ivan was merely an interlude, and the auction proceeded. The subsequent potions presented were all 4th level concoctions, and Shaquille made 2 more purchases, acquiring a beauty potion for a fair maiden and a force potion, which granted a temporary boost of 1,000 pounds of strength for 1 minute. The little sorceress also participated, securing a wind speed potion for 30,000 gold coins, which increased speed by 50% for 30 minutes. A useful potion for escape, with mild aftereffects of temporary immobility in the legs for a day. As time passed, the auction reached its zenith. Sophie announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the bidding for the 5th level potion enhancement elixir, personally concocted by Master Carrick. The enhancement elixir enables swordsmen below the 5th level to increase their combat energy by 1 tier. While ordinary individuals can extend their lifespan by 5 years, with no adverse effects. Without further delay," Sophie declared, "the starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1,000. Let the bidding begin. 20,000. At last, the truly affluent participants began to place their bids. The little sorceress, currently only a 2nd-level potion maker, was well aware of the distinctions among potion levels that 1st-level potions were common. Primarily used for adjustments, such as the fusion potion for merging 2nd-level potions, or the iron wash potion, which greatly aided blacksmiths in crafting weapons. The 2nd-level potions served as enhancements, often invoking stimulating effects, such as the riot potion, which amplified combat energy usage to 100% per attack. Albeit with significant bodily repercussions, that 3rd-level potions were categorized as augmentative, increasing elemental attack power, like the wood spirit potion and focus potion. 4th-level potions were transformative, possessing considerable alteration capabilities and accompanying severe aftereffects, as for potions of 5th level and above. The little sorceress found them perplexing, yet she understood that all 5th-level potions fell within the enhancement category, boosting the user's capabilities or combat strength. The emergence of the 5th-level potion ignited a frenzy of bidding, and within mere minutes, the price soared to 500,000 gold coins. Observing the unwavering determination of numerous bidders, it became evident that the price for this enhancement elixir would escalate further. 600,000. The price surged again. 700,000. Wealthy patrons sought to eliminate competition, each increment by a staggering 100,000. 80,000. As the bids continued to rise, the auction price ultimately reached 1 million gold coins. In a matter of seconds, the bid had doubled from 500,000. 150,000 gold coins. At this point, Shaquille finally made his move, but he did so with a bold leap of 50,000, causing many to falter in their intentions. 2 million gold coins. It was now the time for the first-row VIPs to showcase their prowess. Shaquille raised his bidding paddle once more. 250,000 gold coins. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the affluent patrons in the front row appeared taken aback, as the current price surpassed all expectations. 300,000 gold coins. A middle-aged man, slightly portly and adorned in the attire of a merchant association, hesitated momentarily before raising his paddle again. Sophie, with a beaming smile, fixed her gaze on the portly man. Mr. Moon, vice president of the Desi Merchant Association, bids 300,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to outbid this amount? Your Highness, will you raise your bid? Shaquille chuckled softly and turned to the man known as Vice President Moon, stating, "Mr. Moon, if we continue this back-and-forth bidding, we shall ultimately be underselling the elixir. Why not let me have this enhancement elixir?" Upon hearing Shaquille's words, Moon hesitated before shaking his head. "No, in a few days, it will be my birthday as Vice President, and I intend to acquire this potion as a gift." Shaquille feigned a distressed expression, saying, "What shall we do? In a month's time, it will be my father's birthday, and I had planned to present an enhancement elixir to him, so he may live a long life." Puffed. Though Shaquille appeared casual, Moon felt the weight of his words. Contending with the current emperor for an item was akin to courting death. Even if offered 10 of his heads, Moon would not be sufficient compensation. He quickly replied, "Since it is for His Majesty's birthday, Your Highness, why not allow me to acquire it and then present it to you for the emperor?" Shaquille declined, stating, "Mr. Moon, I appreciate your kind offer. I express my gratitude on behalf of my father, but to demonstrate my sincerity, I must insist on acquiring the potion myself." Moon nodded in understanding. "That in that case, I shall refrain from raising my bid." Shaquille smiled gratefully. "I appreciate your generosity, Mr. Moon. Should you or the Desi Merchant Association require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help." Moon, filled with excitement, clasped his hands together in gratitude. I thank you, Your Highness, on behalf of myself and our association. Listening to the conversation between the two, Liu Ang felt a deep sense of sorrow. Why was he not a human? Why was he not also a prince? Endowed with the status of royalty, he believed he could perform better than Shaquille $3,100,000. This was Shaquille's final bid, the highest price for any potion in the entire auction. At last, the auction was drawing to a close. After Sophie, Ikit, and the alchemists of the guild expressed their gratitude to everyone, the quarterly auction hosted by the Alchemist Guild officially concluded. The Little Witch once again took on the role of hostess, escorting the guests as they departed. Naturally, many guests lingered, reluctant to part from the beauty of the Little Witch, while some harbored sinister intentions, contemplating acts of violence against her. However, these concerns were matters for another day. The Little Witch was heading backstage to confront Ikit. This time, the meditation potion astonishingly fetched 300,000 gold coins, yet Ikit had only offered her 4,000 gold coins, a staggering discrepancy between the two amounts. If Ikit did not provide a fair commission, he should not expect to receive any more perfect-grade meditation potions in the future. "Oh, Sally, you're here," Sophie called out as soon as the Little Witch entered the backstage area. At that moment, Sophie was slowly undressing from her pure purple evening gown, revealing her snow-white shoulders, delicate skin, and nearly half of her alabaster bosom. Upon seeing Sophie's figure, the Little Witch couldn't help but exclaim, "Sophie, your figure is truly splendid." Sophie retorted playfully, "You little wretch, are you trying to undermine your elder sister? In terms of physique, your figure surpasses mine by far. By the way, you came to find Vice President Ikit, didn't you?" Sophie continued. The Little Witch nodded. "Yes, Vice President Ikit just told me he was worried you would come to collect debts, so he fled," Sophie said helplessly. "However, before he left, he asked me to convey to you that if you come to him for money, he wouldn't comply, as you've already sold the potion to him, and thus that money rightfully belongs to him." Upon hearing this, the Little Witch seethed. "Humph. Sophie, please tell him that if he doesn't provide me with a fair commission, I will never supply him with meditation potions again." Seeing the Little Witch's fierce demeanor, Sophie chuckled and then advised, "Sally, don't be too hasty in your anger. Vice President Ikit has more to say. He mentioned that while he won't give you gold coins, as a gesture of goodwill, he is willing to gift you the materials to concoct 10,000 portions of meditation potion, and you will receive a 20% discount on any potions purchased at the Alchemist Guild in the future." After hearing Sophie's account of the compensation, the Little Witch still voiced her dissatisfaction. "What a miserly old man. He thinks I don't understand his intentions by giving me materials for 10,000 portions of meditation potion. He simply wants us to continue supplying him with meditation potions every month." Sophie did not deny it and merely smiled. Following this, the Little Witch and Sophie engaged in casual conversation, while Liu Ang felt quite pleased, as he was now able to admire an elegant lady changing her attire, particularly her tender skin and snow-white neck. Shaquille was the biggest winner of the auction today, having purchased the enhancement potion. However, his expression was far from pleasant. No matter how alluring the beautiful women beside him were, they could not sway his mood. Upon returning to his residence within the royal palace, he discarded the beautiful woman in the carriage and entered the hall alone. Shortly thereafter, Shaquille's voice echoed through the hall, inquiring, "How is the investigation into the matter I instructed?" A man's voice replied, "Your Highness, the investigation has been completed. Miss Sally became the hostess of the Alchemist Guild because she had a conflict with a receptionist named Nicole at the entrance." After which Princess Sophie appeared. Indeed, this was the very man whom Shaquille had dispatched to uncover why the Little Witch had been appointed as the receptionist. Upon hearing the report, Shaquille furrowed his brow and said nothing. With Sophie present at the Alchemist Guild, he realized that any attempts to intervene would be futile. The notion of approaching Sally through the Alchemist Guild was utterly impractical. Are there any results regarding the perfect grade potion? Compared to the matter with the Little Witch, I place greater importance on this. Another guard responded, "Your Highness, according to our investigation, there have been no unfamiliar individuals trading at the Alchemist Guild recently. Vice President Ikit has also exhibited no unusual behavior and hasn't left the guild or conversed with any strangers. His last public appearance was at the auction. Among all those who have recently interacted with the Alchemist Guild, the most suspicious individual is here." The guard suddenly paused, seemingly hesitating to continue. Shaquille pressed. "What is it?" After a brief hesitation, the guard replied, "The only suspicious person is Miss Sally. She?" Shaquille was taken aback, almost immediately denying it. "Impossible. Didn't you say she only passed the Level 2 alchemist assessment yesterday? How could someone who has just become a Level 2 alchemist possibly concoct a meditation potion that requires Level 3 alchemist skills, let alone a perfect Grade 1? Anticipating Shaquille's disbelief, the guard began to analyze. "Your Highness, our suspicions regarding Sally are well-founded. The first point is that to pass the Level 2 alchemist assessment, one must possess 3 Level 2 potions. And the meditation potion falls into that category, making it quite likely. The second point is that Miss Sally was able to apply for a personal laboratory at the Alchemist Guild, which typically requires a Level 3 alchemist as credentials. Yet, she managed to secure it as a Level 2 alchemist, which is perplexing unless she provided some benefits to the guild, and that benefit is likely the meditation potion." After hearing this analysis, Shaquille frowned. If what the guard said was true, Sally might indeed be the creator of the perfect grade meditation potion. However, exercising caution, Shaquille commanded, "From now on, keep a close watch on Sally's every move. If possible, it will be best to procure some of the potion she has concocted." Understood. With the guard's departure, the hall fell into silence. Under Sophie's guidance, the little witch finally arrived at the personal laboratory assigned to her by the Alchemist Guild. Bang! Upon opening the door, a room of approximately 100 square meters came into view, with rows of material cabinets lining both walls. In the center of the room were 2 long tables. One table was equipped with a set of alchemical tools, while the other was filled with rows of crystal bottles, presumably prepared by Ikit to ensure the production of meditation potions. Sophie's gaze rested on the little witch as she inquired, "Sally, this will be your laboratory from now on. Are you satisfied?" The little witch nodded, having also discovered a small bedroom of about 20 square meters within a laboratory, accompanied by a washroom and bathing area. Liu Ang found no interest in the small bedroom. His sole interest lay in the washroom, as it provided a space for his training. With the acquisition of a personal laboratory at the Alchemist Guild, the little witch and Liu Ang returned to the days of their previous studies. But now the little witch was no longer concocting Level 2 magical potions. She began to challenge herself with Level 3 magical potions. Liu Ang's daily schedule became fixed, around 7 in the morning. When the little witch arrived at the laboratory, she would first teach Liu Ang the continent script for about an hour or explain the foundational principles of magical potions for another hour. After that hour, she would immerse herself fully in potion research. To this point, Liu Ang was treated as free labor by the little witch, tasked with concocting 5 bottles of perfect grade meditation potion each day. Once he completed his task, the little witch would no longer pay him any mind, as long as he did not venture out of the laboratory to frighten others. Typically, after concocting potions, Liu Ang would choose to train. Following the first stage of the Chongyang True technique to cleanse his skeletal structure, days turned into weeks. The little witch remained within the confines of the Alchemist Guild, not stepping outside, even once for an entire month, to procure materials. This confinement allowed her to evade the schemes of those who sought to take advantage of her, leaving them utterly disappointed. Aside from those with ill intentions, 2 factions were closely monitoring the little witch. The first was Prince Shaquille, who was intent on determining whether the little witch was indeed the creator of the perfect grade meditation potion. However, they soon found themselves disheartened, for during this month, the little witch had also presented some Level 2 potions for sale. While these potions were of good quality, they were far from perfect grade. The second faction was Ikit, who was equally eager to uncover the identity of the one who had enabled the little witch to concoct perfect grade meditation potions. Initially, he too had suspected the little witch herself. Every day, as he observed the little witch concocting her consigned magical potions, Ikit would engage in thorough research. However, with his extensive experience as a potion master, he discerned that the meditation potion and the little witch's brewing techniques were entirely distinct styles, indicating that she was not the one capable of producing a potion of perfect quality. Both factions operated with utmost secrecy, leaving the little witch unaware that she was under scrutiny. What neither faction anticipated was that the creator of these flawless meditation potions was not a person, but a skeleton. Time continued its relentless march. A month had passed. Today, the little witch was brimming with excitement. For after 2 months of diligent effort, she had finally succeeded in crafting a third-tier magical potion named Wood Spirit Elixir. The elixir was designed to enhance the attribute attack power of wood-based magicians or swordsmen, although its side effect was an accelerated depletion of magical energy or fighting spirit. Moreover, just yesterday, she had broken through the bottleneck of first-tier elemental wood magic, successfully advancing to a second-tier wood magician. Naturally, her necromantic power had also progressed, now only a step away from becoming a fourth-tier advanced magician. After 2 months of diligently concocting the meditation potion, Liu Ang had become exceedingly proficient, now able to produce 6 potions daily. Up from the previous 5 that aside from the meditation potion, Liu Ang's understanding of the foundational principles of magical potions had matured significantly over the past 2 months. With his remarkable memory, he now possessed the confidence to brew any potion below the 3rd tier flawlessly, even achieving perfection with each 2nd-tier potion. Yet in the presence of the little witch, he feigned incompetence, deliberately muddling even the simplest 1st-tier potions. The reason was simple. Liu Ang was entangled in the complexities of the meditation potion and wished to keep his other skills hidden from her. He feared that if she discovered his abilities, she would monopolize his time for her own training, in terms of his training. After 2 months, Liu Ang was nearing completion of the initial cleansing phase of bone refinement, with only the black skeletal hand remaining unpurified. Currently, the cleansing process required a staggering 50,000 soul flames, and Liu Ang had finally comprehended why Anthony had stated that top-tier soul flames needed to consume such an immense quantity. Unbeknownst to them, the Skeleton King, Li Zizai, utilized those 50,000 jade-white soul flames for bone refinement. Thus, the skeletons categorized the 50,000 soul flames as mere sustenance. The reluctance to cleanse the remaining black skeletal hand stemmed not from Liu Ang's desire, but from trepidation. Previously, the fusion of this black skeletal hand had demanded a colossal amount of soul flames, and he feared that cleansing it would require an equally exorbitant quantity. With his current shortage of soul flames, he was cautious not to act rashly. However, sometimes fortune favors the bold. After much deliberation over the course of 2 weeks, Liu Ang resolved to take a risk, placing all his soul flames within easy reach. After absorbing nearly 100 jade-white soul flames, he directed the soul flames into the region of the black skeletal hand. The crisp sounds of successful cleansing echoed as Liu Ang marveled at the soul flames penetrating the skeletal hand. It felt as if the black skeletal hand had already undergone cleansing. Initially, he had anticipated that 100 soul flames would be consumed, yet upon completing the cleansing, only 4 had been expended, as if merely dusting off the skeletal hand. Perplexed by this outcome, Liu Ang conducted a thorough self-examination. Upon inspection, he discovered that the previously cleansed skeletal fragments had transformed into a pure white hue, and his entire skeletal form had also shifted from jade white to pure white, with the exception of the black skeletal hand. According to the bone refinement technique of the Chongyang True method, the transformation of his bones to pure white indicated that he had completed the initial refinement phase and was prepared to advance to the intermediate stage, since the black hand did not require soul flames for cleansing. Liu Ang, unwilling to waste the nearly 100 soul flames, decided to proceed directly to the intermediate cleansing phase. This phase necessitated pure white soul flames, and after depleting the jade-white flames, he promptly began replenishing them with pure white ones. Commencing the cleansing with the cranial bones. Drawing from his experience with the initial cleansing, the intermediate cleansing was merely a repetition of the prior process. Consequently, Liu Ang completed the cleansing of 3 cranial bones within a single night. Unbeknownst to him, another fortnight had passed, and Liu Ang had been summoned by the Little Witch to the human realm for over half a year. Today marked the 2nd day since the Little Witch successfully ascended to the rank of 4th-tier magician. She pushed open the door to the laboratory and stretched languidly at the threshold. Liu Ang, standing nearby, gazed greedily at her exquisite silhouette. Perhaps it was the joy of her breakthrough that prompted her to turn to Liu Ang and exclaim, "Xiao San, let's go. We've been cooped up in here for 3 months. It's time for a stroll." With her invitation, Liu Ang had no grounds for refusal. Thus, this enchanting duo, a beautiful witch and a skeleton, set forth towards the outside world. After approximately half an hour, The little witch had successfully consigned some of her recently brewed wood spirit elixirs at the Alchemist Guild's counter before exiting with Liu Ang. Shortly after their departure, two figures emerged from the guild, one heading towards the palace, while the other slipped into a shadowy corner. Eventually, someone knocked on Aikit's office door. This indicated the presence of three factions at play, upon receiving word from his subordinate that the little witch had left the Alchemist Guild. Aikit promptly instructed the subordinate to follow her closely. Similarly, upon learning of the little witch's departure, Shaquille commanded his guards to stealthily track her. Unfortunately, the commands from both Aikit and Shaquille arrived too late. The third faction intercepted the little witch and Liu Ang in a quiet alley about a mile from the Alchemist Guild. The ambush comprised 4 men, one of whom was dressed as a passerby. If Liu Ang's memory served him correctly, this man was likely the informant positioned at the Alchemist Guild to keep an eye on the little witch. In addition to this informant, 2 guards clad in protective attire brandished long swords. The final man was none other than the one who had previously attempted to force himself on the little witch after winning 1,000 gold coins in a queue dispute. It seemed he had harbored resentment since that day, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and today, fate had finally granted him that chance. With a lecherous gaze fixed upon the little witch, he spoke in a suggestive tone. Little beauty, it seems we meet again." Realizing their path was blocked, even a fool could discern the intentions of their assailants. Maintaining her composure, the little witch coolly inquired, "Who are you? What is the meaning of obstructing my path?" With a malicious grin, the man replied, "Little beauty, have you forgotten me so soon? No matter. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Make sure to announce my identity loudly for this lovely lady to hear." One of the guards beside him nodded eagerly and called out to the little witch, "My young master is named Boar Robert, and his father is the Count Robert, the Lord of Filan City, one of the 5 major cities of the Xiongnu Empire. So, it turns out he is a lord's son. No wonder he is so arrogant." Upon hearing the introduction of Bol's identity from the guard, Liu Ang was momentarily struck with bewilderment. In contrast, the little sorceress remained utterly composed upon learning of his status, betraying no sign of emotional shift regarding his identity. The boastful Bol listened with pride as the guard extolled his virtues, initially believing that merely revealing his title would entice the enchanting young lady to eagerly submit to his advances. However, when his gaze fell upon the little sorceress, he was taken aback to find her expression unchanged, and he discerned from her eyes that she was entirely indifferent to his status. After a brief pause, Bol assumed that perhaps his title was insufficient to impress her and thus added, "My dear, though I am currently but a mere lord, once I inherit my father's title, even if it is not hereditary, I shall still possess the rank of a viscount." Liu Ang felt a profound sense of disdain for the arrogant Bol, wishing he could voice his thoughts. "Damn it, take a good look in the mirror. Do you really think your father's title as a count makes you formidable enough to pursue the little sorceress? In the imperial capital of Xiongnu, there are far more marquises than counts. And the number of counts here must be at least 40 or 50. That have you not taken the time to inquire about the identity of the little sorceress's father, General Roni? A lord like your father could easily extinguish a few such titles." Regrettably, Bol was oblivious to Liu Ang's silent condemnation. Otherwise, he would not dare to disrespect the little sorceress further. Observing the little sorceress's silence, Bol assumed she was swayed and boasted, "So, my dear, what do you think? If you were to accompany me, I would ensure you want for nothing and live in joy." Upon hearing Bol's proclamation, the little sorceress finally spoke. "You can provide for my every need? How do you propose to ensure my comfort and sustenance? If I were to demand the finest garments daily and feasts of rare delicacies at every meal, not to mention a monthly allowance of no less than 100,000 gold coins. Could you possibly afford such luxuries? 100,000 gold coins." Bol was momentarily taken aback, immediately responding with indignation, "You might as well go rob someone." Not only was the sum of 100,000 gold coins outrageous, but the little sorceress's demand for a new exquisite outfit every day, priced at several thousand gold coins with the most luxurious reaching near 10,000, would amount to a minimum of 300,000 coins monthly. When considering the cost of gourmet meals, even with discounts, that would entail yet another 100,000 coins, culminating in an expenditure of over 400,000 gold coins monthly. setting aside the fact that his father was merely the lord of Phylon City. Even a lord of the imperial capital could scarcely afford such extravagance. The little sorceress retorted coldly. So, what now? Unable to meet my demands. If you cannot, then kindly keep your distance from me. Her words were like fuel to the fire, inciting Bol's wrath further as he declared, My dear, do not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. I assure you, I shall not partake in any drink. The little sorceress replied icily, I suggest you immediately step aside and allow me to leave. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Humph. What consequences? Bol had resolved to abandon all pleasantries. Since a gentle approach proved futile, he opted for intimidation. You should be more mindful of your own situation. With that, he gestured towards the guards beside him, stating, These 2 guards possess the strength of intermediate 3rd-level swordsmen, and the one behind you is also an intermediate 3rd-level swordsman. And then there's him, Bol pointed at the informant, who boasts the prowess of a high-level 4th-level rogue. Even though I am merely a 2nd-level swordsman, I ask you, little lady, do you believe you can contend with us for 3 3rd-level swordsmen, a 4th-level rogue? And Bol, as a 2nd-level swordsman, with her current capabilities, the little sorceress indeed could not match them, especially considering the rogue's speed, which posed a significant threat to a spellcaster. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to break through their encirclement and escape. Little 3, prepare for action. At my command, we shall strike together at that 4th-level rogue. Telepathy. This was a form of communication employed by necromancers to converse with the undead they summoned, a skill the little sorceress had never utilized until now. It required a 4th-level mage to perform, and she had only just advanced to that rank 2 days prior. Upon hearing the little sorceress's message, Liu Ang was taken aback. He immediately attempted to communicate with her, but soon realized that this telepathy could only be initiated by her towards him, not vice versa. Alas, life is like a tea cabinet, filled with tragedies. Liu Ang nodded at the little sorceress, acknowledging her message. Seeing that Liu Ang understood her, the little sorceress felt a surge of hope. Although her expectations for a mere skeleton were not high, in a dire situation, having Liu Ang's assistance was certainly better than none. Bol laughed arrogantly. Little lady, I advise you to surrender without resistance. I would hate to resort to violence against such a lovely creature. If I were to inadvertently harm even a single hair on your head, it would break my heart. The little sorceress chose not to engage in further banter. Swiftly retrieving a magic wand from her spatial ring, her cherry-like lips already beginning to chant, the gem at the tip of the wand began to emanate a green glow. Young master, be cautious. She is casting a spell. The 2 guards beside Bol instinctively shielded him. The other guard drew his sword, ready to defend, while the 4th-level rogue wasted no time, charging at the little sorceress with lightning speed. As the rogue closed in on her, mere 3 steps away, the little sorceress completed her incantation. With a cold glare directed at the rogue, she pointed her wand, exclaiming, Endless wood elementals, heed my call, Sally Chris. Bind with the green spirit. In an instant, a burst of green light erupted from beneath the rogue's feet, and countless tendrils of grass sprang forth, ensnaring his ankles. Not good. The rogue's advance halted as his feet became entangled. Little 3, attack. The little sorceress understood that this green spirit bind was merely a 2nd-level wood-type elemental magic. Given the frailty of the grass, it could only restrain him for 2 or 3 seconds at most. Thus, she had to act swiftly during that brief window. However, unbeknownst to her, Liu Ang had already initiated his own attack before her command could be given. Were Liu Ang an ordinary skeleton, he would have awaited the little sorceress's order before acting. Yet he was no ordinary skeleton. He was Liu Ang, a martial arts champion from Earth. Although his title was in performance art, he had battled on the brink of death in the realm of the undead for 6 months. He instinctively knew when to strike. Hence, in this fleeting moment of combat, he seized every opportunity that if he were to wait until after the little sorceress's green spirit bind to act, it would undoubtedly be too late. With a resounding thud, Liu Ang raised his wooden staff high and brought it crashing down upon the rogue, eliciting a pained cry from him. Liu Ang glanced at his makeshift weapon, sighing. Were it a sword rather than a staff, the rogue would have already met his demise instead of merely feeling discomfort. A single blow with a staff could not vanquish a 4th-level rogue, to incapacitate him. Liu Ang had no choice but to rain down blows with his wooden weapon. The rogue's anguished cries finally roused Bowl and the others from their stupor. Bowl immediately commanded, "Xiao Fu, go assist Le Fu in dealing with that skeleton. Xiao Te, Xiao Gao, accompany me to subdue this girl." As Bowl's orders echoed, the three guards sprang into action simultaneously. Green Spirit Bind. The little sorceress completed her second incantation, this time targeting Bowl and one of the guards, having consumed the wood spirit potion prior to casting. This green spirit bind would possess sufficient energy to ensnare both Bowl and the guard. Having bound Bowl and his companion, the little sorceress had no time to continue her spell casting, for she sensed the guards behind her beginning their assault. Entangle! In that fleeting moment, she turned and hastily recited a first-level wood-type spell, pointing at a nearby tree. Instantly, a branch from the tree stretched forth, ensnaring the sword-wielding hand of the guard, after unleashing two spells. The little sorceress finally found a moment to catch her breath. That moment. She chose not to flee immediately, for she understood that with her speed as a sorceress, she could never outpace a swordsman. Thus, a black magic staff materialized in her hand as she resolved to employ necromantic magic. While the little sorceress appeared to be faring well in her battle, Liu Ang found himself in a perilous predicament. As the third-tier guardian rushed to the rescue, Liu Ang could no longer continue his assault on the thief. With a sword swinging toward him, Liu Ang had no choice but to dart behind the thief. Using him as a shield, the opponent, taken aback by Liu Ang's maneuver, hastily halted his descending blade. Strike! Seizing the moment as the enemy retracted his sword, Liu Ang burst forth from behind the thief, swinging his wooden stick in an attack. Perhaps due to his experience in the realm of the undead, he instinctively targeted the opponent's hand. That instant, Liu Ang finally grasped the advantages bestowed by his newly refined skeletal form. His speed and reflexes were now twice as swift as before. Although the third-tier guardian reacted quickly, Liu Ang outpaced him, delivering a heavy blow to the swordsman's hand. Clang! The guardian felt a sudden numbness in his grip, causing his long sword to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Liu Ang's strike was not arbitrary. It was a technique from the blade-breaking sword art known as disarming strike, which involved immobilizing the opponent's wrist to induce paralysis before seizing their weapon out of course. With Liu Ang's skeletal hand, executing the blade breaking was impossible. Instead, he adapted the technique to deliver a blow to the pressure point using his wooden staff. Fortunately, Liu Ang successfully struck the guardian's wrist, causing the long sword to drop, an inopportunity. Having disarmed his foe, Liu Ang would not squander this chance for retaliation. He swung his wooden stick forcefully at the third-tier guardian. The guardian, caught off guard by the loss of his sword, was unprepared for Liu Ang's ensuing attack and failed to react in time. Thud! Liu Ang's strike landed heavily upon the guardian's head. It is well known that the strength of a skeletal undead pales in comparison to that of a human. Even an ordinary human possesses strength thrice that of a mere skeleton, equivalent to a second-tier skeletal soldier. Now, Liu Ang faced a human swordsman of third-tier caliber, whose power was akin to that of a first-tier elite skeleton, if not greater. Had Liu Ang wielded a sword instead of a wooden stick, he might have had confidence in defeating his adversary. However, reality is unyielding. There are no what-ifs. Thus, the only recourse for Liu Ang's wooden stick was to strike at the opponent's vulnerable spots. The third-tier guardian, struck by Liu Ang's powerful blow, felt a jolt of pain and a brief dizzy spell. Liu Ang pressed on relentlessly, taking advantage of the guardian's momentary disorientation to deliver another strike, this time targeting the back of the guardian's head, the most vulnerable area of a human skull, where a heavy blow could induce temporary unconsciousness. Success! Liu Ang's third strike found its mark on the guardian's occiput. Thud! The third-tier guardian collapsed, utterly incapacitated. Just as Liu Ang contemplated a moment of relief, he felt a sudden jolt of his soul's flame within him that a sense of impending danger washed over him from behind. Oh no, the fourth-tier thief! Almost instantly, Liu Ang recognized the source of this threat. It was the fourth-tier thief who had been the first to be attacked, initially caught off guard by Liu Ang's assault. The thief had been unable to recover. However, now, at the moment Liu Ang was engaged with the third-tier guardian, the thief had finally regained his composure. Almost the instant he stood up, the fourth-tier thief launched an attack at Liu Ang. Liu Ang found himself merely 2 steps away from the fourth-tier thief, and given the latter's speed, there was no chance for Liu Ang to evade. He could only pivot quickly, raising his wooden staff in defense. At that moment, the fourth-tier thief brandished a weapon, a short sword specifically designed for thieves, its edges glinting ominously, indicative of its razor-sharpness. With a sinister expression, the fourth-tier thief forcefully struck down upon Liu Ang's wooden staff. Liu Ang's staff was nothing more than an ordinary piece of wood, specifically a broken magic wand salvaged from the little sorceress's discarded magical materials. This broken wand was hardly a high-quality item. It was merely a tool for experimentation, composed of subpar material. As the thief's sharp sword came crashing down, the staff snapped with a resounding crack. Fortunately, the short sword's limited length meant that Liu Ang sustained no damage from the strike. Indeed, the speed of the fourth-tier thief was remarkable. Before Liu Ang could fully comprehend his predicament, the thief altered the trajectory of his attack midair, from a slash to a thrust, aiming directly at Liu Ang. This is bad. Liu Ang's heart raced as he beheld the approaching blade. The speed of a short sword revealed to him that this fourth-tier thief possessed strength surpassing that of a second-tier elite skeleton. More accurately, he had reached the level of a third-tier elite skeleton. Given Liu Ang's current abilities, he could hardly contend with even a second-tier elite skeleton. Thus, as the thief's lightning-fast thrust approached, Liu Ang realized there was no escape. He had no choice but to propel his skeletal form backward, attempting to evade the blow. Whoosh! The thief's short sword grazed past Liu Ang's skeletal frame, tearing through the black magic robe he wore and leaving a long gash in its wake. That was close. Liu Ang exhaled a sigh of relief, still shaken by the near miss. You're the first skeleton I have encountered with such agile reflexes, the fourth-tier thief remarked, astonished by Liu Ang's quick movements after 2 failed attempts to strike. However, no matter how nimble you are still merely a skeleton. Can you truly contend with me? With that, the thief's short sword swiftly lunged at Liu Ang once more, just as Liu Ang regained his footing. He had no time to hesitate and swiftly maneuvered his skeletal body to the left to evade. Thud! However, the fourth-tier thief had anticipated Liu Ang's evasive action. Although the short sword did not pierce Liu Ang, the thief swiftly kicked out, striking Liu Ang's skeletal form and sending him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, as a skeleton, Liu Ang felt no pain. Otherwise, such a heavy kick from the fourth-tier thief would have surely resulted in severe injury. To Liu Ang's surprise, his skeletal resilience was far greater than before. Under the impact, aside from a slight dislocation of his bones, he suffered no significant damage. While Liu Ang assessed his condition, the fourth-tier thief aimed to deny him any further chance to evade. Instantly accelerating to his maximum speed, resembling a fleeting shadow as he charged toward Liu Ang. This is bad. Liu Ang's heart sank, the displacement of his bones causing his movements to lag by a fraction of a second. He found himself utterly unable to dodge the thief's impending strike. Ha! The fourth-tier thief chuckled coldly, raising his short sword high. Meanwhile, Boar and his companions remained ensnared by the entangling vines of wood magic. Suddenly, one of Boar's guards called out, "Young master, these binding grasses are quite fragile. We can sever them with our swords." "Really?" Boar, upon hearing this, immediately took up his long sword and swung it at the vines, ensnaring his feet. To his astonishment, the grass was indeed as easily severed as the guard had claimed. "Go. Capture that girl at once. Since she refuses to cooperate, I shall deal with her myself." Boar, infuriated by the little sorceress's earlier antics, commanded his guards as Boar's voice rang out. 2 guards advanced toward the little sorceress, while Boar lunged directly at her. As the 3 approached, the little sorceress remained steadfast, oblivious to their advance, for she was in the midst of casting a 4th-tier necromantic spell. "Young master, hurry! That woman has begun chanting her incantation again." One guard, observing the little sorceress's lips moving, warned urgently. The guard's words, Boar's heart raced, recalling the power of the little sorceress's magic, although her attacks had not been particularly potent. Should she succeed in casting a powerful binding spell once more, it was likely she could escape using that very magic. Boar quickened his pace toward the little sorceress, and his 2 guards followed suit. But alas, they all lagged behind, and the little sorceress finally completed the incantation for the level 4 necromancy spell AKT that moment. Her previously closed eyes abruptly opened, revealing that her sky-blue irises had transformed into a lifeless gray. Gradually, her jet-black hair began to fade into a dull gray, and her magical robe stirred as if caught by an unseen wind. Necromantic shock. The little sorceress raised her wand high and proclaimed the name of the spell with a powerful voice. Whirl, whirl. At the very instant she lifted her wand, a dark gray aura emanated from it, radiating outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, surging towards the approaching bull and his two companions. Then darting towards the level 4 thief who was preparing to deliver a final strike to Liu Ang. This is bad. It's necromancy. That woman actually understands necromancy. The level 4 thief's knowledge evidently surpassed that of Bull and his two guards. For as soon as he encountered the little sorceress's spell, he immediately recognized its nature. However, his realization came too late, as he was already struck by the assault of the necromantic magic. Boom! At that moment, Bull, the level 4 thief, and the two guards all heard a resounding explosion in their minds, and in the next instant, they were plunged into darkness simultaneously. Necromantic shock is a level 4 necromancy spell, primarily designed to inflict a soul shock on enemies within a 10-meter radius, causing the afflicted to descend into darkness. Naturally, the duration of this darkness is limited. After casting this necromantic spell, the little sorceress's hair color reverted to its original black. Her eyes regained their sky-blue hue. However, perhaps due to the immense power required for the use of necromantic shock, her complexion turned pale, and her body felt weak, barely managing to support herself with her wand. Xiao-san, my necromantic shock can only keep them in darkness for 5 seconds. You must act quickly. The little sorceress urged Liu Ang, struggling against her weakness. Liu Ang had initially feared he would be struck down by the level 4 thief, but he was astonished that the little sorceress could unleash necromantic shock. 5 seconds. Though brief, it was sufficient for Liu Ang. As the little sorceress's voice faded, Liu Ang sprang to his feet, swiftly snatching the short sword from the level 4 thief's hand, then mercilessly slashing it across the thief's throat. Liu Ang showed no mercy. Since the adversary sought to kill them, compassion was unnecessary. The best way to ensure his own safety was to eliminate the enemy. The level 4 thief was the first human Liu Ang had slain. But perhaps due to his harrowing experiences in the realm of the undead, he felt no unease at taking a life. Moreover, time did not permit him to feel anxious. After dispatching the level 4 thief, he hastened toward the guard nearest to the little sorceress, swiftly slicing the guard's throat with his sharp short sword. Like the level 4 thief, the guard had no chance to scream, silently succumbing to death. 2 more to go. Liu Ang charged forward, striving to reach the other guard in the shortest time possible, his sword once again thirsting for blood. However, this guard did not die in silence. He clutched his throat with both hands, attempting to call out but unable to produce a sound, collapsing with unseeing eyes. Defeated, time was running out. The guard began to regain consciousness, meaning the 5 seconds of darkness inflicted by necromantic shock was coming to an end. With no time to ponder, Liu Ang kicked off the ground with his left foot, launching himself into the air, his sword poised to strike the final opponent, Bull. Unfortunately, time was still not on his side, as Bull immediately emerged from the darkness. Upon seeing Liu Ang charging toward him, he was filled with alarm and swiftly dodged backward, trying to escape, seeing Bull slip out of his attack range. Liu Ang's thoughts shifted, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled his short sword like a projectile toward Bull. As Bull retreated, he could never have anticipated that Liu Ang would throw his sword. In an instant, he was struck, the blade embedding deeply into his chest. Bull let out a horrified scream as he fell to the ground. Had Liu Ang not miscalculated the sword trajectory, it would have pierced his heart, ending his life instantly. Although Bull was severely injured, the threat of death compelled him to struggle back to his feet, fleeing toward the alley's exit. Xiao-san, quickly pursue and kill him. Do not let him escape. The little sorceress urged anxiously, having lost her strength and collapsing to the ground. Liu Ang would not allow Bull to escape. He picked up a long sword from the fallen guard and swiftly pursued. 8 steps. Bull desperately fled. Realizing he was only 8 steps away from the alley's exit, he knew that if he could escape this alley, he would be safe. For now, he was being pursued by a skeletal undead, an evil presence on the continent. Once Liu Ang came into view, he believed someone would surely intervene against the wicked skeleton. 5 steps closer. Bull felt his chances of escape growing. 3 steps. A smile crept across Bull's face as he heard the footsteps of people outside. Bang! Alas, Bull had celebrated too soon. He suddenly felt a force kick him from behind. He lost control of his body, tumbling forward just 2 steps from the alley's exit. Damn. He ran swiftly, nearly escaping. Liu Ang stepped on a Bull's back, raising his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Bull, filled with despair as he gazed toward the alley's mouth, sensed death approaching and immediately began to plead, "Don't kill me, please. Just spare my life, and I will do anything you ask. If you want gold, I will give you 100, 1,000, no, 1,000,000,000 gold coins. It is too late for such words." Liu Ang replied flatly, though Bull could not hear him. The long sword pointed toward Bull's nape. Liu Ang intended to pierce his skull and end his life, but just as he was about to strike, he suddenly sensed a wave of heat approaching. An ambush. An enemy. Faced with this surge of heat, Liu Ang instinctively sheathed his sword and performed a backward somersault. As he flipped, he saw a fiery blade slice beneath him, crashing into the alley's wall with a resounding boom. In an instant, a deep gash was carved into the wall where the blade struck. Gazing at the gash, Liu Ang felt a surge of dread. Thankfully, he had escaped in time. Otherwise, had he been hit by that blade, his skeletal frame would surely have been shattered. Battle chi release. The little sorceress exclaimed as she witnessed the fiery blade. Hearing her words, Liu Ang's heart raced. He recalled having read about the hierarchy of battle chi in a book, which detailed the levels in this otherworldly continent. Level 1 Swordsman Apprentice. Level 2 Novice Swordsman. Level 3 Intermediate Swordsman. Level 4 Advanced Swordsman. Level 5 Great Swordsman. Level 6 Swordsmaster. Level 7 Grand Swordsmaster. Level 8 Sword Tutor. Level 9 Sword Saint, and a legendary sword god. Levels 1 through 4 were the foundation for swordsmen, generally categorized by strength. It was only after reaching level 5 that a swordsman underwent a true transformation. Upon reaching level 5, a swordsman could begin to cultivate battle chi, but the battle chi cultivated at that level could not be manifested externally. To release battle chi, one must attain at least the level of swordsmaster. Judging by the fiery blade just encountered, the opponent undoubtedly possessed strength exceeding that of a level 6 swordsmaster. Liu Ang cast a glance at the fallen Bull, then toward the alley's entrance, where 7 or 8 figures had appeared, clearly intent on eliminating Bull. Realizing he had lost his chance, he sighed and retreated to the side of the little sorceress. "Captain, there is still a significant residual necromantic energy here. When did those fiends gain the audacity to invade the imperial capital?" A man's voice rang out. The man at the forefront responded, "Everyone be cautious. Just outside, I spotted a skeleton and struck it with a fire slash. However, that skeleton managed to evade my attack, indicating it is a highly advanced undead. The necromancer capable of summoning such an advanced skeleton must possess considerable strength. Heroes, help! I am Bull Robert, the son of Count Robert, the Lord of Phyland City. A skeletal undead sought to kill me. Please come to my rescue." As Bull saw the 8 figures drawing closer, his initial belief that he was doomed transformed into excitement, prompting him to shout desperately, "Who goes there?" The man who had just spoken immediately inquired upon hearing Boar's call. The leader of the group, a man referred to as the captain, noticed the implications in Boar's words and pressed further. "Are you claiming to be the son of Count Robert, the Lord of Fairlawn City?" Yes, I am Boar, Robert's son. The skeletal undead and that malevolent necromancer are still over there. You must hurry and apprehend them." Boar fervently nodded as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively followed Boar's gaze towards the center of the alley. Indeed, they spotted a female mage and a skeleton standing there, as the crowd focused on the little sorceress and Liu Ang. They recognized the identities of the 8 individuals, all donned in identical silver half-armor, each equipped with the same style of longsword at their waists. Even their undergarments and boots were of the same design, indicative of such a uniformly equipped group. Aside from the military, no other organization in the imperial capital could boast such cohesion. The emblem on the right arm of this squad bore the character way, further affirming their identity as the city guards of the imperial capital. "Captain, it's a woman and a skeleton." The man who had spoken earlier, along with the other 6 guards, immediately drew their swords and assumed a defensive stance. The man identified as the captain, his expression grave, turned his gaze towards them, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, for he found the woman before him strikingly familiar. Guardsman, that necromancer is an evil entity. Why are you not rushing to apprehend her? Boar cried out, enduring the agony of the dagger still embedded in his chest, forcing himself to stand and shout. The man, the deputy captain, bore an additional insignia on his right arm besides the way, denoting his rank within the city guard. Upon hearing Boar's words, the deputy captain immediately commanded the 6 guards behind him. Surround them. We must not allow them to escape. Yes, the 6 guards replied, nodding in readiness to spring into action. However, at that moment, the captain suddenly shouted, "Hold on. Everyone stay where you are. Do not move." At this command, the 6 guards halted their advance, and the deputy captain, perplexed, asked, "Captain, what is happening? Why are we being stopped from dealing with this necromancer?" The captain shook his head at the deputy, stating, "Nanny, stand still. This matter is to be handled by me first." With the captain's decree, Nanny dared not object, merely nodding in compliance. Yes, Riser was a mid-tier 6th-level swordmaster and the captain of the 4th City Guard, commanding 100 elite guards, the strongest unit aside from the Imperial Army. Graduating from the Sacred Moon Warrior Academy, he was acquainted with the offspring of some high-ranking officials in the capital. Upon first sight of the little sorceress, he found her familiar, and upon learning she was a necromancer, he finally recalled her identity, prompting him to stop Nanny's actions. His gaze swept over the entire alley, taking in 3 corpses with slit throats and a fallen guard, before finally resting on Boar. Boar felt a chill as Riser's gaze lingered on him, and he quickly averted his eyes at that moment. Riser began to approach the little sorceress. Observing Riser's approach, Liu Ang gripped his sword, his expression wary. Although Riser was a 6th-level sword master, the disparity between them was akin to that between a skeletal soldier and a skeletal general. Nevertheless, Liu Ang was not one to remain passive. Sensing Liu Ang's caution, Riser halted about 5 meters from the little sorceress, crossed his arms, and knelt on one knee, saying, "I am Riser, captain of the 4th City Guard. At your service, Miss Shaylee." Liu Ang, who had been on high alert, was taken aback by Riser's sudden display of respect, and the guards looked on in confusion at their captain's actions. Meanwhile, after a brief recovery from her earlier exhaustion due to overexertion, the little sorceress opened her beautiful eyes upon hearing Riser's greeting and nodded, saying, "Captain Riser, please rise." "Thank you, Miss Shaylee." Riser stood slowly. With her magical energy somewhat restored, the little sorceress regained much of her strength. With Liu Ang's assistance, she rose and, after scanning Boar and the alley, addressed Riser. "Captain Riser, I was attacked by a group of thugs while passing through this alley, nearly losing my life to their blades. I trust you will handle this matter justly and ensure these ruffians do not continue their misdeeds. I sincerely apologize for the fright caused to Miss Shaylee. It is my failure as captain. I assure you that I will not tolerate any wrongdoing and will ensure that not a single thug escapes justice." Riser responded with utmost seriousness. The little sorceress nodded coldly. "Very well. Then did I entrust this matter to you. Captain Riser, I am quite fatigued from my overexertion and shall take my leave now." Riser bowed respectfully. "I see you safely on your way, Miss Shaylee," as Riser's words faded. The little sorceress departed, accompanied by Liu Ang, leaving the alley. Once her figure had vanished, the deputy captain, Nanny, could contain his curiosity no longer and approached Riser, asking, "Captain, what is the identity of that woman? Why did you allow an evil necromancer to escape?" In response to Nanny's inquiry, Riser refrained from answering directly, instead countering, "Nanny, if you wish to understand her identity, the answer is simple. Do you know who is the only woman in the imperial capital permitted to practice necromancy openly without fear of extermination? Is she not the daughter of General Ronnie Chris, an 8th-level sword instructor, who is a hero of the Xianyue Empire, Shaylee Chris?" Nanny recalled. Although he had never met Shaylee, the name was well known due to her father's esteemed reputation. "What? She is General Ronnie's daughter, Shaylee Chris," Nanny exclaimed, inadvertently speaking louder than intended, causing Boar to overhear. Unable to bear the pain from his wounds any longer, Boar fainted. Seeing Boar collapse, Nanny asked, "Captain, how should we handle the son of the Lord of Fairlawn City?" With a cold glare at Boar, Riser snorted disdainfully. "Humph. A mere lord's son dares to covet the daughter of General Rani. Such audacity is laughable. Bring him to the city guard for rigorous interrogation. Once we ascertain the details of today's events, dispose of him that we shall present his head to Miss Shaley as a form of explanation." "Understood." Nanny nodded promptly. After a battle with Boar, the little sorceress, drained of magical energy, had no strength left to wander the streets for leisure. She even abandoned her original plan to return to the Sacred Moon Academy, as her energy was insufficient to support the journey. Thus, the little sorceress chose to return to the Alchemist Guild. Upon entering her private laboratory, she finally succumbed to her exhaustion and collapsed within. Liu Ang, startled by her fainting, was relieved to see her chest still rising and falling, indicating she had merely overexerted herself. After carrying the little sorceress to her bedroom, Liu Ang began to reflect on the day's battle. Through today's experience, Liu Ang finally grasped the vast chasm between himself and a human, or more specifically, a third-level swordsman. Had it not been for the little sorceress using the necromantic spell Undead Shock, he was certain his skeletal form would have been utterly destroyed. Thus, Liu Ang understood that if he wished to survive in this perilous human realm, even more hazardous than the world of the undead, he needed to attain greater strength. Recognizing the necessity of strength, Liu Ang resolved not to squander another moment. Upon returning to the restroom, he resumed his cultivation of intermediate bone refinement. Concurrently, after the little sorceress and Liu Ang re-entered the Apothecary Guild, 3 groups of individuals appeared at the entrance of the city guard station in the imperial capital. The first group consisted of the father of Boer, Count Robert of Phylan City, who rushed over almost immediately upon hearing of his son's predicament. The second group was comprised of Prince Shaquille's men. Upon learning that someone had designs on Shaley, he was filled with rage and dispatched individuals to confront Boer. The third group included members of the Apothecary Guild, who were incensed that one of their own had been attacked within the confines of the imperial capital. Ikit, too, was furious and came to demand accountability. The arrival of these 3 factions, particularly the formidable presence of Shaquille and Ikit, rendered the outcome irrevocable, culminating in Boer's tragic execution. Count Robert lacked even the courage for revenge. Retreating to Phylan City in submission 5 days later, the little sorceress appeared unscathed in the apothecary hall, relieving the concerns of those who had been anxious about her well-being. During these 5 days, she had slumbered for a full 2 days and nights, devoting an additional 3 days to replenishing her expended magical energy. Liu Ang, apart from caring for the slumbering little sorceress, immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training. Perhaps it was the adrenaline of combat that served as the most effective catalyst for growth. Liu Ang's progress in intermediate bone refinement during these 5 days exceeded his previous pace by more than double. In just 5 days, he completed the cleansing of the trunk bones, and with the skull bones already purified, his intermediate bone refinement had reached 80 cleansed pieces, leaving only 126 bones of the upper and lower limbs remaining. Based on this momentum, Liu Ang was confident that with another half-month, he could complete the intermediate bone refinement. On the 6th day, the little sorceress departed the Apothecary Guild once more, this time bound for the St. Moon Academy. Having spent 3 consecutive months at the guild, she wished to alleviate any concerns her dormitory mate, might have, so she decided to visit her dear friend. Additionally, the little sorceress intended to request permission from her mentor, Fatty, to participate in the trials within the Beast Mountains that, in Ikit's eyes, the little sorceress was a precious asset. Aside from her extraordinary meditation elixir, her potential as an apothecary promised that within a year, she could ascend to a 3rd-tier apothecary, thereby adding a formidable practitioner to the guild. Such talent was not something Ikit would allow to slip away. Following the incident involving Boer's attack on the little sorceress, whether motivated by the desire to protect the perfect meditation elixir the safety of the little sorceress herself, Ikit instructed Locke to send several mercenaries to accompany her for protection, grateful for Ikit's kindness. The little sorceress did not refuse. Moreover, having a few mercenaries around could serve as free labor for carrying her belongings, so she was indifferent to their presence as she returned to the St. Moon Academy. The Academy's policy against allowing outsiders to roam freely meant that the mercenaries could only escort her to the Academy gates that IT was mourning, and the little sorceress knew that Minter Fatty would likely be at the magical training grounds. To avoid a repeat of their previous confrontation, she decided to return to her dormitory first and visit Fatty later in the afternoon. Before heading back, she assumed AIC would not be in the dormitory at this hour. However, upon opening the door, she was surprised to find AIC already there, looking exceptionally beautiful in a fitted lace dress, with sky blue eyeshadow and striking pink lipstick. The most eye-catching aspect was the glimpse of her fair skin, subtly concealed beneath the translucent lace fabric. The moment AIC spotted the little sorceress, her face lit up with surprise, quickly transforming into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Ah, Shaylee, you're back." The little sorceress was taken aback by AIC's appearance. While AIC usually dressed well, she rarely looked so dazzling unless it was for a grand event. AIC, why are you dressed like this? Are you attending some gathering? The little sorceress inquired curiously. AIC nodded vigorously. Yes. Shaylee, haven't you heard? Heard what? The little sorceress asked, perplexed. Oh my. Shaylee, you truly don't know? AIC responded, her displeasure evident. Shaylee, do you not care about your friends beyond your magical studies? Care about friends? Shaylee replied, still confused. Among my friends, you are the closest, but your birthday has not yet arrived. AIC quickly interrupted. Stop. Not me. I'm talking about Prince Shaquille. That guy, the little sorceress said flatly. What does he have to do with me? AIC admonished. Shaylee, you're so cold. Regardless of his status as a prince, even as a regular friend, you should show some concern. The little sorceress, rendered speechless by AIC's remarks, reluctantly asked, so what happened with him? Upon hearing this, AIC's previous frown morphed into a smile as she announced, Shaylee, this is fantastic news. Prince Shaquille has advanced. Just a few days ago, he successfully ascended to the rank of 6th level mage. Hence, the Emperor has arranged a banquet at the palace in his honor. What? He has become a 6th level mage. The news of Shaquille's promotion genuinely startled the little sorceress. However, she quickly regained her composure, reasoning that Shaquille's advancement had no bearing on her. Unaware of the little sorceress's thoughts, AIC urged, since you're back, why not attend the banquet with me? The little sorceress immediately declined. No, thank you. I dislike crowded places. You should go alone. Come on, I need a companion. AIC pouted, but the little sorceress shook her head resolutely. No, AIC, I have trials coming up in a few days, and I still need to prepare many items for them. What? Shaylee, you're leaving for trials so soon? AIC exclaimed in surprise. The little sorceress nodded without reservation. Yes, Minter Fatty informed me earlier that if I wish to graduate, I must complete 2 mandatory trials set by the Academy. AIC fell silent, as she was already aware of the trials required by St. Moon Academy. Her head bowed in contemplation. She seemed lost in thought. The morning passed with the little sorceress engaging in conversation with AIC. In the afternoon, she sought out Fatty to request permission to undertake her trials in the Beast Mountains. Under Fatty's guidance, she drew her trial assignment, a 3rd-tier magical beast, the white-eyed tiger, after securing her trial certificate. Fatty cautioned, Shaylee, you have only 3 months to complete your trials in the Beast Mountains. That if you wish to participate in the Academy's annual competition, you must return within this time frame. Otherwise, you will have to wait another year. Understood, Minter Fatty. I will assuredly return within 3 months, the little sorceress affirmed. She had calculated that the Beast Mountains were approximately 1,000 miles from the imperial capital, a journey that would take a little over half a month. Subtracting the travel time, she would still have a month and a half to spend in the mountains. Since the conflict with Boaer, the little sorceress had come to realize her lack of combat experience, especially in necromancy. The last time she successfully employed necromantic shock had been a stroke of luck, as her success rate during practice was only 50%. Determined to participate in the competition at St. Moon Academy, she refused to accept failure, let alone being eliminated without making it into the top 10. Thus, she hoped her journey to the Beast Mountains would enhance both her combat experience and her strength. In the following 5 days, the little sorceress busied herself with preparations for her expedition to the Beast Mountains, ensuring she had sufficient supplies, particularly potions. Healing potions and various auxiliary potions were essential, as they could spell the difference between life and death. She had concocted a considerable number of auxiliary potions, such as wood spirit elixir and speed elixir, over the past 3 months, and any remaining ingredients could be exchanged or purchased at the apothecary guild. Now, the only potion she lacked was the healing potion. However, the lowest tier of healing potion required the expertise of a third-tier apothecary BY rank. She should not be able to concoct it. Nevertheless, the little sorceress was not one to easily concede defeat. Resolving to attempt the formulation of the most basic healing potion, the coagulation elixir. The coagulant is classified as a Tier 3 potion, which is not administered orally, but rather applied externally. Merely applying the potion to a wound can yield its hemostatic effects. Thus, the coagulant is an essential elixir for all adventurers embarking on perilous journeys. Even if the price of the coagulant reaches exorbitant heights, individuals are willing to pay handsomely for a chance at survival. The materials required for the coagulant include golden flower extract, blood of heavenly worms, and ink powder, among others. The little witch is acutely aware that she is attempting to concoct a Tier 3 potion beyond her current capabilities. Therefore, she diligently prepares these ingredients and studies the formulation principles and sequence countless times. After dedicating an entire day, the little witch finally commences the preparation of the coagulant. After setting up the potion jar on a magical oil lamp, she begins the process by first adding the blood of heavenly worms, followed by the ink powder. Once the final ingredient, the fusion agent, is incorporated, she breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that the remaining time is simply the fusion period of the coagulant, which lasts 3 hours, an hour longer than that of the meditation potion. 3 hours later, as the fusion period concludes, the little witch's face betrays her disappointment. She has failed once again. "I cannot give up," she exclaims, resolutely starting anew with the preparation of the coagulant. Regrettably, perhaps due to a lack of favor from the goddess of fortune, 2 full days pass, and she has failed to produce even a single successful coagulant, despite her attempts totaling no less than 10 Xiaosan. "Come here and give a try to see if you can concoct the coagulant." After witnessing her repeated failures, the little witch's confidence wanes. She calls upon Liu Ang to assist, holding no expectations, merely hoping to create another possibility. In her mind, Liu Ang is still that skeletal figure who only knows how to prepare the meditation potion. Upon hearing the little witch summon him to concoct yet another potion, Liu Ang initially considers dismissing the request. However, a thought strikes him as he recalls that the little witch is about to embark on a trial in the Monster Mountain Range. From his readings, Liu Ang understands that the Monster Mountain Range is fraught with peril, its dangers rivaling those of the realm of the undead. To survive in such a treacherous environment, possessing an additional potion like the coagulant could indeed provide the little witch with a greater chance at survival. Since the little witch is his summoning master, whether motivated by personal interest or the prospect of her as a potential future partner, Liu Ang resolves to earnestly prepare this coagulant. The preparation of a Tier 3 magical potion demands even greater precision than that of a Tier 2 potion, as it requires a more extensive array of materials, each with stringent quantity specifications. Thus, Liu Ang must exercise utmost caution in preparing and measuring the potion components. After conducting multiple tests with measuring cups and scales, he officially begins the preparation of the coagulant. To avert any fundamental errors that could jeopardize the entire process, Liu Ang meticulously clears the entire rectangular table, leaving only the carefully measured potion materials. As Liu Ang moves slowly through the preparation process, the little witch, initially curious, eventually succumbs to fatigue and retreats to her small bedroom for rest, leaving Liu Ang to work alone. The absence of the little witch grants Liu Ang a sense of freedom, allowing him to focus without distraction. The blood of heavenly worms possesses the highest density among all the materials, necessitating the longest dissolution process to ensure complete integration. Liu Ang decides to add it first, muttering to himself, "For the inhabitants of this world, the distribution and analysis of materials pose significant challenges." However, armed with the knowledge of the 21st century, Liu Ang employs principles of chemistry and physics, merging them with the properties of the potion materials, thus overcoming the challenges of achieving full integration. The only crucial factor is to control the timing of the ingredient additions. Previously, Liu Ang, despite his ignorance of magical potions, managed to concoct the meditation potion. Now, With his familiarity with potion making, he is poised for success. After adding the final ingredient, the fusion agent, he enters a lengthy 3-hour fusion period. Liu Ang harbors immense confidence in this attempt at the coagulant. As the entire process unfolds according to his meticulous plan, barring any unforeseen mishaps. Indeed, 3 hours later, with a hissing sound, all the materials finally meld together, observing the potion's azure hue reminiscent of seawater. Liu Ang shakes the vial according to the standards set by the Alchemist Guild to assess its fusion quality. Noticing the absence of bubbles, he realizes this coagulant has achieved the same perfection as the meditation potion. Rather than feeling elated about producing another flawless magical potion, Liu Ang remains composed, already aware that, with the insights from the 21st century, the fusion quality would inevitably be high. Armed with the experience of his prior success, the subsequent preparations become significantly easier. After setting aside the first completed coagulant, he embarks on the creation of a second. Spending the entire night, Liu Ang successfully concocts 5 coagulants. The following day, when the little witch awakens and beholds the coagulants Liu Ang has produced, her expression shifts to one of astonishment. Upon testing the fusion quality and discovering it is likewise perfect, her gaze towards Liu Ang transforms from surprise to one of awe, as if gazing upon a remarkable creature. Nonetheless, the little witch is filled with joy, for in her eyes, Liu Ang is a skeleton exclusively hers. Although she recognizes her limitations in potion making compared to this skeletal figure, she takes pride in the fact that her skeletal companion, Liu Ang, has once again achieved a perfect coagulant. If we were to present these coagulants to that old codger, Ike, his reaction would surely be entertaining. She chuckles gleefully. Subsequently, Liu Ang, having anticipated this outcome when he first resolved to create the coagulant, finds himself once more coerced by the little witch into becoming a free laborer, tirelessly concocting coagulants. Due to the pressing timeline, even his nighttime hours are commandeered. Fortunately, the 3-hour fusion period allows Liu Ang to utilize this interval for his own training. On the 6th day, once the little witch has organized everything, she and Liu Ang step beyond the gates of the Alchemist Guild, ready to embark on a 3-month trial in the Monster Mountain Range. However, just as the little witch crosses the threshold, she unexpectedly encounters Ike and Sophie. Sophie glances at the little witch's formal attire and at Liu Ang, who carries a bundle, and inquires, "Sally, are you planning to venture out?" The little witch nods without hesitation. "Yes, Sister Sophie. The Academy has a rule that students must complete a trial in the Monster Mountain Range to graduate, and I intend to undertake that challenge now." "Oh," Sophie furrows her brow with concern, saying, "Sally, the Monster Mountain Range is exceedingly dangerous. Entering recklessly could lead to peril." The little witch, brimming with confidence, replies, "Sister Sophie, worry not. While the Monster Mountain Range is fraught with danger, I'm certain I can navigate it. After all, did not legendary heroes emerge from perilous circumstances?" Seeing the little witch's resolute demeanor, Sophie refrains from further persuasion and instead advises, "In that case, Sally, please do not venture too deep." Even the Sword Saint would hesitate to tread into the depths of the Monster Mountain Range. The little witch smiles, "Sister Sophie, my goal for this trial is to confront a Tier 3 white-eyed tiger monster, which can be found at the periphery of the mountain range, so there is no need to delve deeper." "Very well then, I wish you a safe journey." Sophie responds with a smile as Sophie converses with the little witch. Ike, slightly anxious, interjects, "If you're going out for a trial, what about the month of meditation potions?" Anticipating this question, the little witch retrieves 300 meditation potions from her spatial ring, stating, "I knew you would ask, so I prepared these in advance. Here are 300 meditation potions. Since I will be away for 3 months, I thought it best to provide you with the entire supply all at once." Upon seeing the 300 potions, Ike beams, "Excellent. Very good. Little girl, do take care in the Monster Mountain Range. Indeed, our Apothecaries Guild possesses a team of herbal gatherers that will embark on their journey to the Monster Mountains tomorrow. Little girl, why not extend your stay for an additional day and accompany the herbal gathering team on their expedition?" "Ah, the guild has a gathering team heading to the Monster Mountains." Upon hearing this, the little sorceress couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, as she had been contemplating whether to hire a mercenary group for her protection on the way. If the Apothecaries Guild has a team, it aligns perfectly with her intentions. Responding to the little sorceress was Sophie. Yes, in fact, the guild dispatches a team every few months to venture into the Monster Mountains for gathering. This time, the mercenary group responsible for escorting the team is one you are familiar with, the giant mercenary group, led by Captain Locke. Upon hearing Captain Locke's name, the little sorceress ceased her deliberations and nodded. All right. Then I shall join the herbal gathering team tomorrow. The following day, shortly after dawn, a group of approximately 40 individuals emerged from the Apothecaries Guild. Among them were 6 horse-drawn carriages. The first 3 contained the guild's herbalists. The 4th was occupied by the little sorceress and Liu Ang, while the 5th and 6th were laden with supplies, which would later be repurposed to carry the gathered medicinal materials on the return journey. The leader of this herbal gathering team was Locke, who, with his extensive experience in escorting missions and his rank as a level 6 swordsman, had become the guild's designated mercenary due to the long-standing employment of the giant mercenary group. On this escort mission, the giant mercenary group had dispatched 35 capable individuals, including 5 level 5 great swordsmen, 8 level 4 advanced swordsmen, 15 level 3 intermediate swordsmen, and 6 level 2 novice swordsmen. Additionally, there was one other member, the vice captain, Fei Luo, who also possessed the rank a level 6 swordsman and was even stronger than Locke, as Locke was a level 6 beginner swordsman, while Fei Luo was a level 6 intermediate swordsman. Fei Luo was the second most senior member of the giant mercenary group. Having followed several mercenary teams before joining the IT, could be said that he was the most experienced member in the entire group. Eager to learn more about this unfamiliar world, Liu Ang initially intended to consult Locke. However, being a skeletal undead and unable to speak posed a significant barrier, leaving him without the opportunity to engage in conversation. Fortunately, on the second day after the team's departure, a newly introduced mercenary came to Liu Ang's aid. This young mercenary, named Ibu, was only 16 years old and was particularly enthusiastic about his first mission with the mercenary group. Filled with youthful exuberance and admiration for various heroes, young mercenary Ibu eagerly approached Fei Luo, asking, "Grandpa Fei Luo, having been a mercenary for so long, you must know many tales of legendary heroes. Could you share some of those stories with me?" Fei Luo, not only the oldest member of the mercenary group, but also a kind-hearted individual, was approachable and easily befriended by many of the younger members or new recruits, who often sought his recounting of mercenary experiences and tales of heroes from the continent. Young mercenary Ibu was among them, observing Ibu's mix of nervousness and excitement on his first mission. Fei Luo couldn't help but chuckle heartily, eventually nodding in agreement. Of course, no problem at all. Upon hearing this, young mercenary Ibu's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. After organizing his thoughts, Fei Luo began. Little Boo, since this is your first mission with a mercenary group, let me share with you the geopolitical landscape of this continent and some legendary tales of great heroes. Young mercenary Ibu, nearly bursting with anticipation, urged, "Grandpa Fei Luo, please tell me." Seeing the little fellow's eagerness, not only Fei Luo, but also other members of the giant mercenary group chuckled. The name of the continent is called Tianfeng Continent, which is home to 3 major empires: our Xiangyue Empire, the Lanfeng Empire to the west, and the formidable Tianzhou Empire to the north. Besides these 3 empires, there exists another force that surpasses them. Known as the Holy Temple, the As Fei Luo began his explanation. Young Ibu listened intently, refraining from interrupting that in addition to the 3 major empires and the Holy Temple, there are 2 opposing factions: the Beastmen located deep within the Monster Mountains, and the malevolent Dark Organization. Upon hearing this, young Ibu, ever curious, inquired, "Uncle Fei Luo, I read in a book about a place on the continent called Hero Island, where it is said that all the inhabitants are heroes." Fei Luo was somewhat surprised that young Ibu had knowledge of Hero Island. However, he quickly sighed and shook his head. "Little Boo, in the past, Hero Island may indeed have been a place where heroes resided and competed against one another. But what?" Young Ibu pressed eagerly. Fei Luo sighed once more, alas. However, Hero Island has changed drastically. After a hero named Caesar defeated all the others, he opened Hero Island to outsiders as the influx of visitors became increasingly complex. Hero Island gradually transformed into a place rife with chaos and disorder. Many heroes and strong individuals chose to leave rather than remain in such an environment 100 years ago, after Caesar's sudden disappearance. Hero Island officially lost its governance, becoming a true island of chaos and a refuge for many criminals. Now, in our minds, Hero Island is no longer the sanctuary of heroes, but rather a chaos island. After Fei Luo recounted the changes to Hero Island, several veteran mercenaries sighed in unison. For them, Hero Island had always been regarded as a sacred ground. Young Ibu couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Fei Luo, do you know where Hero Island is located?" Upon hearing this, Fei Luo's expression suddenly grew serious as he replied gravely, "Little Boo, even though Hero Island has become a place of chaos, it is certainly not a matter within your capacity to investigate. Furthermore, there is a rule regarding entry. One must attain the rank of level 7 Great Swordsman to enter. However, even if one day you truly become a level 7 Great Swordsman, I would still not permit you to go to Hero Island. It is far too dangerous there. Anyone whose strength falls short is likely to enter and never return." Having never seen Fei Luo display such a serious demeanor, young Ibu dared not argue and promptly nodded in agreement. Perhaps due to Fei Luo's stern expression, young Ibu refrained from asking further questions, and the escort team fell into a silence reminiscent of their initial departure. However, once Fei Luo's expression softened, young Ibu soon found his courage to inquire again, and the atmosphere within the escort team gradually relaxed. Having listened on Fei Luo's explanations, Liu Ang managed to remember several key names. The three major empires of Tianfang continent, Xiangyue, Lanfeng, and Tianjiao, the beastmen residing deep within the monster mountains. The elusive Hero Island, and the Holy Temple, the premier religious authority that supersedes the three empires. Among these factions, the Monster Mountains and Hero Island, as well as the Lanfeng and Tianjiao empires, held no direct significance for Liu Ang. His only concern was the Holy Temple, a force dedicated to eradicating all evil, which would undoubtedly categorize him as a skeletal undead among the ranks of the malevolent. Over the course of 10 days, the escort team encountered no significant obstacles, allowing for a smooth journey to Lei City. However, upon leaving Lei City, Locke became increasingly vigilant. As the leader of the group, he felt a heightened responsibility for the safety of the entire team, especially given recent reports of bandits operating near Lei City who had successfully ambushed numerous merchant caravans. The Empire had dispatched troops to eliminate them, but due to the elusive nature of the bandits, they remained unscathed. In light of the situation, many merchants, while passing through Lei City, opted to hire additional mercenaries for greater security. Consequently, although the Adventurers Guild issued a quest to eradicate these bandits, mercenaries often approached such missions with a lack of commitment, seeking to maximize their earnings. Locke found himself in a difficult position, as the bandits were astute. They typically avoided conflict with larger mercenary groups, opting instead to ambush smaller ones. This dynamic left smaller mercenary groups unable to eliminate the bandits, while larger groups remained indifferent, resulting in rampant banditry. The giant mercenary group, classified as a B-level group, held some renown in the imperial capital. However, Locke maintained strict recruitment standards, the foremost of which was character. He would not accept any individual deemed morally compromised. The second requirement was loyalty. Should one encounter a formidable enemy and abandon their companions to flee, they shall not be received. Another reason for the dwindling numbers of the giant mercenary corps is the latent affliction within Locke's body, a consequence of an impetuous breakthrough to the 6th level as a swordsman, resulting in severe damage to his meridians. This has left his strength stagnating at the initial stage of the 6th level, preventing any further advancement. That a leader whose power cannot grow will inevitably see many mercenaries opting to depart. Hence, the ranks of the giant mercenary corps have grown increasingly sparse, with the remaining members only staying due to their loyalty to Locke. Although Pharaoh, as the vice-captain, remains, his advanced age limits his potential for growth. Essentially, the giant mercenary corps now finds itself in a state of stagnation, perceived by many mercenaries as lacking in developmental prospects. The rumors of bandits near Lei City are not baseless. Exercising caution, Locke has changed his reconnaissance schedule from once an hour to once every half hour. Sometimes, the very things one wishes to avoid are the ones that manifest. Naturally, Locke's greatest desire is to evade any encounter with bandits. However, approximately 40 miles from Les City, bandits appeared. A group of nearly 100 bandits, mounted on spirited steeds, obstructed the path of the entire alchemist convoy. The bandit leader, a robust man in his 40s, bore a red cloth wrapped around his head and wielded a massive axe. Yes, he had yet to reveal his strength. It remained uncertain what his capabilities were. Two men stood behind the bandit leader. The one on the left had a fearsome countenance, while the one on the right had relatively regular features, though his gaze fixated on the sole female in the convoy. Grace, the herbalist from the Alchemist Guild, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent, a smirk playing on his lips. It seemed this man was not merely a bandit, but also a lecher. Hey boss, it seems we've encountered a big catch. As bandits, they possessed a keen sense for lucrative targets, especially with the luxurious carts of the Alchemist Guild, each appearing splendid. Particularly eye-catching was the cart occupied by the little sorceress, which Ike had specially arranged, making it the most conspicuous among the group. Upon sighting the bandits, Locke endeavored to maintain his composure, issuing orders to the mercenaries. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. The bandit leader coldly observed the giant mercenary corps as they drew their weapons and assumed defensive stances. However, he did not rush to attack. He waited until the mercenaries were fully prepared before addressing the Alchemist Guild with an icy demeanor. Listen well, we bandits seek only wealth, not lives, if you are wise. Surrender all your valuables, and we shall allow you to depart unscathed. Locke's expression remained unchanged as he calmly responded. May I inquire your name? Good sir. Ha! I am Chama, the leader of the Red Tiger Bandit Gang. I advise you to relinquish your possessions, and no, leave the woman behind as well, and you may leave safely. The lascivious bandit, G.I.'s, interjected. G.I.'s, step aside. You are not the one to speak here. The fearsome-looking bandit interrupted. Tor, when did my affairs become your concern? The captain has yet to speak, so I shall say what I please. G.I.'s clearly was displeased by the interruption from the man named Tor. Tor's anger flared. G.I.'s, are you itching for a fight? With that, Tor drew a massive sword from his back, seemingly ready to confront G.I.'s. G.I.'s, equally incensed, unsheathed his long sword and scoffed. Tor, do you think I fear you? As the two bandits appeared poised to clash. The bandit leader, Chama, finally spoke, his voice booming. Enough. If you two wish to brawl, do it later. For now, behave yourself. If you have the energy to spare, save it for taking down a few more of them. Now that the boss had spoken, Tor and G.I.'s dared not continue their quarrel, redirecting their attention back to the alchemist convoy. Tor's gaze lingered on the heavier-laden carts at the rear, while Guy's eyes remained fixated on Grace. The herbalist, if he could, he would have liked nothing more than to subdue Grace and ravage her. Locke had been closely observing the three bandits, initially contemplating offering them a sum of gold to dissuade them. However, upon hearing Chama's casual remark about wanting to kill more, it became evident that these bandits had no intention of letting them go. You bandits know who we are. Do you know to whom we belong? Locke pondered as he sought a resolution to their predicament when little Ibu stepped forward, pointing at the bandits and shouting, Ha ha! Kid, have you not heard of our Red Tiger Bandit Gang? G.I.'s interjected gleefully. Little Ibu, confused, asked, What deeds does your Red Tiger Bandit Gang have? G.I.'s boasted. Merchants and mercenaries across the continent describe us with a single phrase. Where the red tiger treads, not a blade of grass survives. This means that anyone who encounters our red tiger will not live to tell the tale. Moreover, I would like to ask, to whom do you belong, to dare speak so boldly before us? Faced with such a multitude of bandits, little Ibu felt a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage and declared, We are the convoy of the Alchemist Guild. If you leave at once, we may consider sparing you. Otherwise, prepare for a prohibition from the Alchemist Guild, whereby no alchemist in the entire empire shall sell you a single potion. With Ibu's proclamation, the bandits erupted into laughter. G.I.'s retorted dismissively, Kid, I thought you were part of some grand mercenary group or perhaps a faction of an imperial minister. Turns out, you're merely an alchemist convoy. Furthermore, your prohibition means nothing to us red tigers. We have never spent a single gold coin to procure anything. We take what we desire by force. Today, not just one alchemist convoy, but even 10 would meet the same fate. You. Little Ibu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter such taunts. Pharaoh then pulled him back, saying, "Little Ibu, reasoning with these bandits is futile. If you wish to make your point, do so with strength and weaponry." Perhaps emboldened by youthful bravado, Little Ibu nodded vigorously after hearing Pharaoh's words. "Yes, Grandpa Pharaoh, I will certainly show them the might of our giant mercenary corps." Pharaoh did not discourage Little Ibu. He merely smiled and nodded, inwardly praying that the second-level swordsman would manage to survive the impending conflict. With 40 fighters against 100, and only 35 truly capable of combat, excluding the little sorceress, whose magic level was reportedly not high, seemingly only at the second level, the odds were daunting. Despite knowing the bandits would not relent, Locke, for the sake of his team's safety, clung to hope and addressed Chama. "Lord Chama, since you are aware that we belong to the Alchemist Guild, why not strike a deal? We shall offer you 200 magical potions, and you will allow us to leave?" Chama scoffed derisively. "Do not mistake me for a fool. 200 potions. Do you think I would let you go for such a paltry offering?" Locke quickly clarified. "Lord Chama, please allow me to elaborate. Among these 200 potions, not a single one will be of the first level. To be precise, we are willing to part with 50 third-level potions and 150 second-level potions in exchange. Boss, do not agree to their terms. Once we've dispatched them, all those potions will belong to us." Gi's interjected, but was swiftly silenced by Chama's fierce glare. Upon hearing Gi's words, Locke sneered. "If you wish to make a move, feel free to try. Should any of us sustain even a scratch, I, Locke, will shatter every last potion, denying you a single drop." Chama's brow furrowed as he growled. "The one thing I detest most in this life is being threatened. If you wish to play with fire, then let us cease this chatter. I shall see whether your speed in shattering potions surpasses my speed in taking lives. Brothers, attack." The two sides have been at a stalemate for an extended period, but they have finally resorted to combat. Although the strength of the giant mercenary corps surpasses that of the Crimson Tiger's men, the disparity in numbers, 2.5 times more opponents, renders victory exceedingly difficult for them. "Kill!" Chama takes the lead, charging towards the giant mercenary corps. As Chama approaches with lethal intent, Locke unsheathes his great sword and meets him head-on. Clang! The clash of Locke's great sword against Chama's long axe reverberates through the air, and in an instant both warriors are dismounted by the force of their collision at a level 6 sword master. Despite the brevity of their encounter, Locke discerns the formidable prowess of his adversary. He had not anticipated that the strength of this bandit leader would also reach the level of a 6-star swordmaster. After a moment's pause to catch his breath, Locke resumes his assault against Chama. Meanwhile, other bandits surge forward to join the fray. The second to engage is Pharaoh, who faces off against the ferocious bandit Tirai, a man with a fearsome countenance. Pharaoh wields a sword of an unusual design, broad yet short, only slightly longer than an ordinary short sword. This peculiar weapon stems from Pharaoh's prior occupation as a carpenter, where he became accustomed to wielding a lumberjack's tool, which resembles a miniature version of the green dragon crescent blade wielded by Guan Yu in this alternate realm. After taking up martial arts, Pharaoh transformed his lumberjack's tool into a sword, making it his distinctive weapon. Clang! Following their initial exchange, Pharaoh quickly gauges Turai's strength. The bandit is a level 5 advanced great swordmaster, only one tier below Locke's level 6 initial swordmaster status. Given Pharaoh's own level 6 intermediate swordmaster abilities, he should have been able to dispatch Turai with ease. However, Turai's mastery of fire-based fighting spirit, combined with his immense strength, compels the older Pharaoh to rely on strategy rather than brute force, opting to wear down the bandit through cunning and endurance. The third combatant to encounter the bandits is, surprisingly, Little Ibu. Jis, who has been closely monitoring him, approaches with a mocking expression, brandishing his long sword towards Little Ibu. Jis is also a level 5 advanced great swordmaster, leaving Little Ibu, a mere level 2 intermediate fighter, with little chance of emerging victorious. Fortunately, Jis does not intend to end Little Ibu's life with a single blow. Instead, he approaches the encounter with a playful demeanor. Bang! Little Ibu is sent flying by Jis's strike, crashing hard to the ground, where he tastes the dirt and grass. "I'll fight you." Fury ignites in Little Ibu's eyes as he struggles to rise. gripping his sword tightly, ready to retaliate. Upon hearing little Ibu's defiance, Jis scoffs you. Ha! I've had my fun. Now, let me finish you with a single strike. With that, Jis lunges forward, his sword thrusting with speed and ferocity that little Ibu cannot hope to withstand. Just as it seems little Ibu is on the brink of death beneath Jis's blade, a long sword suddenly appears, intercepting Jis's lethal thrust. Clang! Jis feels the rebound of his sword, which is deflected away from its target. He quickly focuses his gaze, discovering before him a figure clad in a black robe, their head and face obscured by the fabric. In Jis's eyes, the black-robed individual appears emaciated, reduced to little more than bone. But he soon realizes that beneath the robe lies not a frail body, but a mere skeleton, a skeletal undead. Jis notes the skeletal figure's hand gripping the sword.